Chapter 401, Divine Epiphany. Backland, in a basement that resembled a temple. Mr. A, dressed in a hooded black robe, motionlessly quietly knelt in front of a figurine of the hanged giant for an extended period of time. Suddenly, he pricked up his ears as if he was listening to something. After a short pause, Mr. A's hands jerked up, and he snapped his right index finger with his left palm. He stuffed the bloody finger into his mouth and munched on it like he was eating snacks, making crunching sounds. Gulp. Mr. A's throat wiggled, and he swallowed his gnawed fingers into his stomach. His body suddenly trembled, as if he was being grabbed and shaken by an invisible figure. In this state, Mr. A stretched out his right hand and used the blood from his wound to write words on the ground. Those words were written in neither Jotun or Dragonese, which could stir the powers of nature, nor was it in Hermes, which was used for sacrificial rituals. Instead, they were written in the most ordinary and commonplace language, Loan. The scarlet color quickly gathered together and the words pieced together into a few sentences. Found. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Adorers and devotees in Backland. After the end of the divine epiphany, Mr. A stopped trembling, and a new finger grew out of his squirming wound. He lowered his head and carefully read the words he had just written, the corners of his mouth curled up in the shadows. By your divine revelation. Mr. A humbly prostrated as though he had found the meaning of his existence once again. City of Silver, at the top of the spire. Lovia walked to the window and looked down at the candlelight in the darkness, her expression softening. After an unknown period of time, she heard a knock at the door. Your Excellency? Lovia turned around with alacrity and greeted the visitor with a smile. The door opened backward automatically. The person standing outside was none other than demon hunter Colin Iliad. He was draped with a brown coat and a leather belt with secret compartments around his waist. Lovia, the abnormality of the exploratory team has been verified, Colin described plainly. As captain, regardless of your condition, you have to stay in the dungeon for 3 days and undergo the Glory Crown's cleansing. You should know that this is the rule. Lovia didn't show the slightest hint of anger as she calmly smiled. I know, I've already made preparations to stay in the dungeon for a long time. When it's over, I can accept any arrangements even if you guys still don't trust me. As she spoke, she had walked to the door and went past demon hunter Colin while facing him. Colin turned silently and followed her down the winding steps. Halfway there, they heard heart-wrenching cries and shouts. Is it starting again? Lovia asked with a slightly confused expression. Colin nodded and replied in a low voice, yes, this is a destiny that we can't escape from. At this moment, in a large hall in the middle levels of the spire, the members of the exploratory team and the few residents of the City of Silver who had been corrupted were pressed down to the ground by seemingly corporeal holy lusters. They were unable to move, as though they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. A couple in their 40s with dark skin held a sword with complicated patterns as they walked up to a young man in his early 20s. The young man's body had already turned into a meat slush, but his head was still intact. Only a long, thin, blood-red tendril grew out of it. Seeing the couple approaching, he shouted in horror, Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to eat grilled iron scorpions together tonight? Dad, Mom, I caught a lot of iron scorpions for you. The couple couldn't bear it any longer and turned their heads to the side, but they raised the sword in their hands high into the air. After 2 stabbing sounds rang out, the young man stopped his wailing. He twitched first, then he completely lost all signs of life. Elsewhere, a young girl, who was around 10 years old, raised a sword with complicated patterns on it. Tears were streaming down her face as she stabbed her elder sister. The girl lying on the ground suddenly laughed and gently said, From today onwards, you'll have to live your own life. Don't be naive anymore. The girl immediately cried until her vision turned into a blur, and the sword in her hand stopped in midair. However, a strong palm pressed the back of her hand, pushing it forward. Oof. The girl was left stunned, as though she couldn't hear or see anything. This was the ancient curse that everyone in the City of Silver was under. They had to kill their own blood relatives to prevent them from turning into terrifying and strange evil spirits after their deaths. Therefore, even though Dark had completely mutated into a monster and was corrupted by an unknown existence, having no value in interrogating, the Shadow Observer didn't dare to kill him on the spot. Instead, he tried his best to restrain the monster and bring it back to the spire to wait for his parents. Otherwise, the situation would only become worse. The exploratory team members were currently receiving the same treatment that they had been subjected to, a process that remained unchanging for more than 2,000 years. Although no one knew if they would mutate after dying in this state, no one dared to gamble on it. Fortunately, the City of Silver didn't have a large population, and all of them lived in the same area. Under the arrangements of the upper echelons for each generation, there were quite a few people who were related to each other by blood. Even if they were limited by 3 generations, they would still be able to find quite a few. Because of this, the Beyonder in charge of setting up a patrol team would first have to consider the matter of blood ties in order to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. The requirements for exploratory teams weren't that strict because their missions were always to invade deep into the darkness and stay far away from the City of Silver. Even if they died or mutated, it wouldn't affect everyone's safety. Once a resident no longer had blood relatives within 3 generations, they would be placed under strict surveillance, and as soon as he became seriously ill or visibly aged, he would be exiled into the depths of darkness, away from the City of Silver. When the previous captain of the exploratory team, Uddle, was isolated in the dungeon, there were actually 3 elders in the spire. However, the one who took action was Chief Colin Iliad in the end. Otherwise, they could only attempt a seal. This was because Uddle was the elder brother of his direct kin. Shepherd Lovia and Demon Hunter Collins silently entered the bottom level of the spire. Accompanied by a few Dawn Paladins, they arrived at the depths of the dungeon. Soon, both of them stopped outside a cell. The Dawn Paladins dispersed themselves a distance away. Without any abnormalities, she walked into a room with a single bed, a table, and a single candle at a moderate pace. Before the metal door closed, she turned around and looked at Demon Hunter Colin with her pale gray eyes. "Your Excellency, you once told me that when residents of the City of Silver leave this place and die in the depths of the darkness, they won't immediately turn into evil spirits. A few days have to pass. Therefore, the other members of the exploratory team have plenty of time to pull open a distance from them." Colin nodded and expressed his agreement. Lovia closed her eyes, revealing a sad smile. "In an exploration 2 months ago, a team member died in front of me. I pretended to be separated from the rest of the team. I waited there for 5 days, but he didn't turn into an evil spirit." Demon Hunter Colin looked at her in silence, not saying anything until the metal door closed with a clang, and the seal took shape. In the ancient palace above the fog. After waiting for a while, Klein was finally relieved when he saw that there were no changes to the crimson star which symbolized Little Sun. He should have succeeded. He rubbed his temples, wrapped his spirituality around his body, and descended back to the real world. As soon as he felt the presence of his body, Klein experienced the bitter cold. He sneezed, then he quickly removed the wall of spirituality and crawled back into bed. Sadly, his bed was already ice cold. "Fortunately, my body receives a certain degree of protection after entering the gray fog, otherwise, I would probably catch a cold tomorrow." Klein wrapped himself tightly with his blanket and sighed. The current state he was in reminded him of a joke he had heard in his previous life. Warmth is basically gained by vibration. Before his bed warmed up again, he could only let his mind wander as he thought about all sorts of matters. "Yes, there are no pressing matters for me recently. The magician's rules have been concluded. Even if I don't challenge the impossible and only engage in acting normally, I should be able to digest the potions around New Year's. My next task is to collect the Beyonder ingredients for the Faceless Potion and save up the necessary funds. But that's not something I can rush." The taut strings in Klein's mind gradually softened, and he suddenly had the thought of resting for 2 to 3 days. As the bed warmed, he fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up, he heard the church bells ringing 8 times. Klein stretched out his arm, felt the cold, and silently withdrew it. It seems to have turned colder again today. Since there's nothing pertinent to do, it seems I can just continue sleeping in. Relaxed, he closed his eyes again. But after a while, he heard his stomach growling and felt the bulge in his lower abdomen. Life is full of hard choices, Klein mumbled. After 10 minutes or so of struggling between the two feelings, he finally gave up, got up, and rushed to the bathroom next door. After changing his clothes and washing up, he went down to the first floor and took out some ingredients to cook Potter noodles. This time, he didn't intend to use the meat sauce that he bought, but instead, he wanted to try the meat paste he had made 2 days ago. This was the meat paste he had carefully chosen from the ingredients based on his memories. Although there were ultimately differences in the ingredients between the two worlds, preventing him from fully replicating the authentic taste, Klein still found it pretty good after sampling it. It wasn't long before he had a bowl of Potter noodles with condiments and meat paste. He found it a really wonderful morning. Keeping in with the tradition of this world, he browsed through the newspapers as he ate, and he checked if Eye of Wisdom had placed an advertisement first. Based on his late-night thoughts from yesterday, Klein decided to have some fun today, so he considered whether he should go to a concert, an opera, or a play. The tickets to many of the music halls in the West Borough, Hillston Borough, and Sherwood Borough are at least 6 solely, and if it's a famous musician, then they would even be on the order of pounds. Music halls specially catered to common folk range from 6 to 9 pence. Those that are open to the poor with money to spare in East Borough only need 1 pence. Klein flipped through the relevant materials to select his choice of entertainment for the day. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. Ding dong. Chapter 402, Digging. Who is it? Klein jerked his head up to look at the door. He felt as if he were suffering from an illness. The fear of hearing the doorbell ring was identical to the symptoms he had experienced on Earth, being afraid of his cell phone's ringing. Putting down the newspaper and magazine, he looked at the empty plate which had been cleaned even of its seasonings, then he stood up, and he walked to the door. Before he got a hold of the handle, he already knew that it was Dr. Aaron outside. "Don't you need to work?" Klein mumbled as he opened the door. "Good morning, Aaron. The fog is gray today." He smiled. Aaron was still wearing his cold expression, but there was an additional sense of anxiety and fear written on his face. He nudged his gold-rimmed spectacles and, without bothering to greet him, bluntly said, "Sherlock, I had another dream. I dreamed of Will Septon again." "Ah?" Klein almost froze. "That's not right? The real paper crane is with me, above the gray fog, while the one I folded is with the nighthawks. You're still able to dream of Will Septon with a paper crane which was poorly folded by a nighthawk? That's not scientific, no, that's not mystic." Klein became serious and asked, "The same dream?" "No, it's not that scary this time." Aaron became a little calmer. "I dreamed about the grim cemetery. You know of it, right?" "Yes," Klein answered simply. Back then, he had caught a group of students and a mysticism enthusiast who was a complete beginner, Kapusky, engaging in a spiritual dance outside Grim Cemetery. He later received another copper whistle from the latter which could be used to summon a messenger. Aaron drew a deep breath of cold air and continued, "I dreamed of the woods outside Grim Cemetery. I dreamed of a birch tree which had a layer of bark peeled off its trunk. Will Septon was sitting underneath that tree, looking at me quietly." "And then?" Klein pressed. Aaron shook his head. "The dream ended there." "What a strange matter. Has Dr. Aaron's dream got nothing to do with the paper crane?" "No, if it wasn't related, then there wouldn't have been a situation where the dream changed after the paper crane was switched. Furthermore, I also performed a divination using the paper crane above the gray fog and obtained the corresponding revelations." Klein said in a measured voice, "This is no longer within my scope of understanding. What do you want from me, Aaron?" Aaron breathed out warm air that dispersed into white mist. I want to pay a visit to the area outside Grim Cemetery. I want to do it now, while it's still daytime. Can you protect me? I'll pay you £1. Heading over to the place that appeared in the dream now? He probably wouldn't encounter anything too strange during the day. Klein thought for a moment and said, I can accept this request, but I suggest that you go back to the same cathedral and tell your dream to the bishop you're familiar with. Aaron agreed, then said doubtfully, Why do you always suggest that I go to the cathedral? I know, you've explained it before, in a very logical way, that if mystical powers exist in this world, then the churches, which have been leading humanity, must be the ones with the strongest mystical powers, and if there are none, then at least we can go to the church to get psychological comfort and corresponding connections. However, why do you suggest that I go to the cathedral for something that isn't considered too strange? Klein considered for 2 seconds, then replied seriously, I'm a detective. I've come into contact with a lot of unusual things, so I understand the special nature of the church. I also know when to ask for help. Really? Aaron listened with a serious expression. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Just kidding. Take it easy, Aaron. I'm going to change my clothes first. And also do the dishes. Having chatted with Aaron at the door for a long time without his thick coat, he turned rather stiff from the cold winds. Taking this opportunity, Klein went to the washroom, went above the gray fog, and divined the degree of danger for this mission. He received the answer that there was almost no risk. If he received a revelation indicating that it was dangerous, his plan was to reject the mission using the Church of the Evernight Goddess as an excuse. Hillstonborough, Myriad Star Cathedral. Sherlock, why don't you hire a maid? As a great detective, you can afford to have several servants, Aaron asked, as he led Klein to the Church of the Evernight Goddess's largest cathedral in Hillstonborough. This was something that he had wanted to ask while in the carriage, but he had never found the opportunity to change the subject. Klein sighed, and said heavily, Aaron, let me tell you a story. There was a detective who hired 2 maids, a cook, and an assistant, and he was doing pretty well, but one day he took over a case and successfully homed in on the murderer, who was a very savage and cruel man. He sneaked into the detective's house with the intention of revenge. The detective was a fighting expert, and in the end, he was only slightly injured, but 2 of his servants died because of him. Do you get it, Aaron? I see, Aaron's voice had a hint of empathy. Sherlock, I never knew that you've had such an experience. No, the main character has nothing to do with me. I just made up a story. It's not like I can tell you directly that I'm involved in many strange and mystical matters, and that there will always be unspeakable secrets in my house, so that it's best I don't hire any servants. Klein looked forward and let out a long sigh. The cleaning of his home was done twice a week, mostly by Mrs. Stellan Sammer's maid. She was responsible for the most basic cleaning procedures, and each cleaning cost 1 solely. While they were talking, the 2 of them had already entered the hall of the Myriad Star Cathedral. It was dark, quiet, and devoid of candles, completely in line with the Church of the Evernight Goddess's style. At the very front of the hall was an altar engraved with a dark sacred emblem. The stars were inlaid with self-illuminating pearls, and the crimson moon was made of rubies. The rest of the hall was filled with the darkness of the night. With a single glance, he could see that the place was filled with specks of light as the crimson light illuminated the area, making the place extremely sacred. But Klein felt that this was inferior to the design used by St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen. That hall was pitch black, with only light penetrating from the front through the fist-sized holes. It resembled a star sky, making one feel awe from the bottom of one's heart. However, there's a problem with that kind of design. At night, the effect would be gone. Klein took a seat at random, took off his half-top hat and leaned on his black hardwood cane, while Aaron continued down the aisle to the confessional in search of the bishop. Sitting in such a large hall and looking at the people who were concentrating on praying, Klein's heart suddenly became tranquil. Come to think of it, this is only my 3rd time entering the goddess's cathedral. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Inside the Cathedral of Serenity at Winter County. Leonard Mitchell put on his black windbreaker and red gloves and entered the room of the high-ranking deacon, Crestet Casimir. Congratulations, you have officially become a red glove. May the goddess bless you. Casimir drew a crimson moon on his chest. He still had his mouth covered with his high collar. Praise the lady. The honor is mine. Leonard raised his right hand and gestured 4 points in a clockwise fashion. Casimir didn't say anything else and went straight to the point. According to your request, I placed you in Soist's team. He's a soul assurer and possesses a mystical item. I've already ordered someone to prepare a beyonder weapon for you that you'll need. Your team will be in charge of a devil summoning case, and you'll take into consideration certain clues to perform the search. For example, cases that have happened consecutively in Backland and matters related to a tarot ritual. Yes, Reverend Casimir. Leonard held no objections towards the mission. This will be the beginning of my revenge, he silently said to himself. West Borough, in the periphery of Grim Cemetery. Klein accompanied Dr. Aaron as they took quite a while to walk around the nearby woods, coughing from time to time as a result of the falling grayish-white dust. Maybe there isn't a tree like that. Dreams can't fully reflect reality. Towards the end of the search, even Aaron was feeling a little uncertain himself. Fortunately, I'm good at finding things. Klein pointed with his cane and said, let's take a look over there and make it our final effort. All right. Aaron gasped for a breath of air. After a short walk, Aaron suddenly stopped and said, while pointing diagonally ahead, over there, over there. About a dozen meters away, a birch tree with a strip of bark around its trunk stripped off stood there quietly, as if it were waiting for them. It's identical to the one in my dream, Aaron said with conviction. Klein smiled and said with some vigilance, but there's no Willosepton. Aaron got close to the birch tree, frowned for a while, then he suddenly pointed to the side of the tree and said, back then, Willosepton was sitting here, and he was pointing at the mud below him with his finger. Pointing at the mud below him? Klein stood at the side, looking down at the almost unwithered grass. You want to dig it up? Aaron nodded. We've already found this place, so we should confirm what's here. Sherlock, go to the cemetery and borrow 2 shovels. It's better if I stay here. You go to the cemetery, I'm worried something might happen to you, Klein said cautiously. All right. Aaron didn't refuse, and he immediately left the forest. After a while, after offering some money, he returned with 3 shovels and a tune keeper, and they began to dig. While Klein was digging, he suddenly smelled something familiar. As the soil on the surface parted, the things below were gradually exposed. It was the body of a child that was already greatly rotten. His skin and flesh looked as if they were about to melt, and many bugs crawled in and out of his nose and mouth. Clang! The shovel fell from Aaron's hand and hit a rock. He pointed to the legs of the corpse, his mouth moving frantically, but he was unable to say a word. Klein endured the nausea and looked closely, discovering that the child's left leg was obviously missing its lower half. At the same time, Aaron took 2 steps back and fell to the ground, shouting sharply, Willosepton! Willosepton! It was Willosepton's corpse. Chapter 403, The Fate of a Private Detective. He's dead? Willosepton is dead? And he seems to have been dead for some time. Could this be fake? Klein looked at the body of the child in surprise and suspicion as many thoughts bubbled in his mind. From what he knew, Willosepton was a special child who could be involved with a sequence one of the monster pathway, Snake of Mercury, in some way. In the divination game he played, a casual doctor, your luck will get worse, was enough to make Aaron suffer from bad luck for an extended period of time. The paper crane he folded allowed Aaron's astral projection to be located in the spirit world and be instilled with artificial revelations. Even above the gray fog, Klein only received an inkling of his location and couldn't come to an effective conclusion. How could such a child die for no reason? He was dead before Dr. Aaron's dreams? what about his family? Klein narrowed his eyes, and despite his intense nausea, he carefully examined the highly rotten body. He noticed some torn tarot cards in the surrounding soil. His spiritual intuition told him that the corpse in front of him was most likely Will Septon. It's really shocking and difficult to understand. I should go above the grey fog later and confirm if it's a fake death from Will Septon. Wait, what does this have to do with me? I had already decided not to get involved in this matter any further, in case I get entangled by some snake of mercury. This might be even more terrifying than sealed artifact 0-08. Klein snapped out of his daze and said to the terrified tombkeeper and Dr. Aaron, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Call the police. Okay. Okay. The tombkeeper was taken aback at first before he repeated his reply. With the shovel in hand, he turned and ran out of the woods, at a speed that was so fast that it appeared as though he was being chased by a zombie. As expected, he's just an ordinary person and isn't cautious at all. In this kind of situation, shouldn't he be wary of the people around him who might have malicious intent? By exposing your back, it would be easy for you to be hit by a shovel. Klein glanced at the back of the tombkeeper and shook his head with a sigh. When he was a Nighthawk in Tingen, he had read a lot of case files and found out that many of the victims had ended up becoming victims of their companions. Thinking of this, Klein walked to Dr. Aaron, bent down, and stretched out his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's already dead. It's the death that scares me. Aaron calmed down a bit, and without accepting Klein's help, he got up by himself. His black frock coat was covered with dirt, and Klein felt his heart pain for the clothes for some baffling reason. I'm the kind of person who can't stand seeing anything valuable get damaged. He inwardly sighed with emotion. Noticing that Aaron was still panicking, Klein laughed and said, at such times, praying to the deity you believe in has quite a remarkable effect. Is that so? Aaron was stunned. He tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner and chanted softly, "The Evernight Goddess is nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity. Your devout believer prays for your blessing." After repeating this over and over again, he gradually calmed down, no longer feeling as terrified as before. Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and silently whispered to himself, "God of steam and machinery, your completely unfaithful believer is begging for your blessings." As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh at himself, suspecting that he might be smote to death by lightning on the spot. However, lightning and thunder belong to the Lord of Storms, and it isn't in the domain of the God of steam and machinery. Klein thought in a relaxed manner. After about 20 minutes, the two of them found themselves sitting in an interrogation room at a nearby police station. During the testimony, Klein frankly informed the police that he was a private investigator who wasn't too sure of what was happening. As for Dr. Aaron, he described his dream in detail as the reason for digging to find the body. Klein could tell that the police didn't believe him at all, but after they had gone out for a while, they immediately changed their attitudes, saying that there was nothing suspicious about Dr. Aaron and Detective Moriarty. All they had to do was sign their statements and leave. Aaron was surprised, but Klein wasn't surprised. It was obvious that the Nighthawks had been involved. The advantage of having the doctor head to the Myriad Star Cathedral in advance was demonstrated. Before leaving the police station, Klein wasn't surprised to see a familiar figure. It was the Nighthawk who had entered his dream earlier. The man on duty, who was probably a captain, was still wearing a gray windbreaker and was obviously more resistant to the cold than Klein. His blue eyes swept past Klein's face without any signs of abnormality, pretending to be an ordinary senior inspector. Klein, who was also pretending to be an ordinary private detective, nudged his glasses, put on half-top hat, and left the station with Dr. Aaron in a carriage. After instructing his carriage driver to head to Minsk Street first, Aaron turned to Klein and said, "Sherlock, do you think this will be the end of it? If that body really belongs to Will Septon, then you shouldn't be troubled any longer." Klein paused and continued, "Aaron, have you found anything else that's strange during this period of time? Regardless of what it is." Aaron thought about it and shook his head. "No. This is worth celebrating." Klein sighed and said with a smile. To him, this was the best way things could end with Willosepton's matter. Although the paper crane Klein had folded above the gray fog wouldn't reveal anything, and there would be no problems with any divination afterward, he was still a little worried that some nighthawk would suddenly think of something and use it to find some clues. And now, with the death of Willosepton, the case might soon reach a dead end, put in the archives, and temporarily declared a closed case. No one would pay any more attention to it without any new developments. Aaron relaxed and asked suspiciously, frankly, I don't think my statement was very convincing. Why did the cops choose to believe it in the end? I don't know either. Klein feigned puzzlement and said, I thought I'd have to get my lawyer to take me home again. No, bail me out. Aaron smirked and said, Sherlock, you seem to have a lot of experience in being sent to the police station? Klein laughed and replied in a deep voice, it's the fate of every private detective. Just as Klein and Aaron were being taken to the police station near Grimm Cemetery, Furs Wall was wearing a long black dress and a black bonnet with a fine mesh hanging down. She entered the silent cemetery and found the grave of Mrs. Elisa. She and Zio had gone to Empress Borough an hour ago to visit Viscount Glaint, and they had successfully gotten a verbal agreement for borrowing £400 without any interest. Viscount Glaint's only request was that the two Beyonders accompany him to the gathering Mr. A would convene tonight to ensure his safety. He was anxious to procure a royal jellyfish's venom crystal so that he could complete the concoction of the apothecary potion. Audrey had found the horn of an adult flying unicorn in the family treasury, and she had taken one out in the name of doing a biological experiment, effectively offsetting part of her debt. She also put forward an additional condition for Viscount Glaint to get the help of Duke Negan's children to confirm if the dragon specimens in the treasury had a thousand-faced hunter and whether there were still light dots flashing inside. When the loan was settled, Furs was in no hurry to pray to Mr. Fool to close the deal as quickly as possible, because it would make Zio intuitively turn suspicious if things developed too quickly. Taking advantage of her free time, she changed her clothes and rented a horse carriage to get to Grimm Cemetery, which was located on the outskirts of West Borough. Knowing the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility, Furs realized that the main ingredient that turned her into an apprentice was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Elisa. In a way, she had inherited her powers. Therefore, she couldn't help but pay a visit and put a bouquet of flowers in front of Mrs. Elisa's grave and thank her. It was early winter, and most of the flowers had long since withered, but Furs still bought a handful of plain flowers. These flowers were grown in a greenhouse and were quite expensive. Thank you, Emperor Roselle, for your invention, Furs said inwardly in a most sincere manner. As far as she knew, most of the flowers that the nobles used for their winter banquets came from greenhouses, while a tiny portion was delivered directly from the warm south by airships. This was more than the average middle-class worker could bear. Standing in front of the black tombstone, Furs took a deep look at the photograph of Mrs. Elisa before bending down to lay down the flowers and whispered, "Thank you." She immediately straightened up, closed her eyes, and quietly recalled the past. At this moment, she heard a slightly aged voice. "You really are a good and kind-hearted lady." Furs opened her eyes and turned her head, realizing that Mr. Lawrence, from the Abraham family, had also appeared there at some point. He was also holding a bouquet of plain but elegant flowers in his hand. "No, this is not goodness, nor is it kindness. Mrs. Elisa once gave me, a person who had lost her mother, an unforgettable period of warmth," Furs said sincerely. Her eyes were suddenly moist. Lawrence, who only had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, put down the flowers and sighed. "This shows that you value relationships." After chatting for a while, when Furs was about to leave, Lawrence, who was waving her goodbye, suddenly began to cough violently. Cough. 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 He coughed until his legs buckled and fell to the ground. It seemed as if he would die at any moment from suffocation. As a doctor who had graduated from an accredited school, Furs didn't hesitate to turn around, crouch down, and begin performing first aid. After a while, Lawrence's condition finally stabilized. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Furs. "Lady, can you take me back to the hotel?" "No problem." Furs helped him to his feet. Lawrence looked ahead, his eyes a little out of focus. He coughed lightly, and he said with a sad and self-deprecating laugh, "My life might be coming to an end." Chapter 404, Entrust. Westboro, Carlpensa Hotel. Furs helped Lawrence into his room and laid him down on the bed. It was a rather luxurious hotel, with thick, soft, grayish-yellow carpets everywhere except the washroom. On the walls hung imitations of famous oil paintings. Lawrence gasped for air and said, "Thank you, Miss Wall, and please forgive a dying man for not being able to bow." "No, Mr. Lawrence, your problem has eased. As a former medical doctor, I can tell you without a doubt that you can still live. After some rest, we'll go to a clinic or a hospital," Furs consoled him. Lawrence smiled. "I know my physical condition very well. You don't have to comfort me. Besides, I'm an amateur astrologer. I already had a premonition that I'm going to die in this hotel in Backland." Aside from some superficial concealment, everything he said was the truth. He was already close to 80, and he was no longer that robust and spirited young man from before. If not for the sequence potions that elevated his constitution, he might have already been buried in some random cemetery. Originally, Lawrence thought he could live for another 10 years, but who would have thought that he would encounter a rebellion caused by the former traveler Bodis? He suffered relatively serious injuries at the hands of the Aurora Order, and his remaining descendants all died in that disaster. This dealt him a great blow, and he almost didn't manage to recover from it. The search for his brothers and their descendants in Backland had only resulted in him receiving news of their deaths, dealing him a significant blow to his mental well-being once more. Compounded by all these things, Lawrence clearly felt that his life had come to an end. His initial plan was to return to the graves of Labero and Elisa again and present a bouquet of flowers. He would then return immediately and meet with the other members of the Elder Council to set things in order before his death, but being an elderly man, his condition was beyond his control. Without waiting for a response from Furs, Lawrence struggled to retrieve a palm-sized notebook from the inside pocket of his half-open coat. The hard paper cover of the notebook was bronze green, giving off a very ancient feeling. On its surface, the words, "I came, I saw, I record" was written in ancient Fasak. Lawrence placed the notebook on the quilt in front of his chest and took a deep breath. "Mississippi Wall, if I die here, can you help me send it to Pritz Harbor?" "Mr. Lawrence, you'll be fine," Furs emphasized. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the notebook and found that it wasn't thick at all. There were a total of 3 types of papers inside, one of which was a yellow type of parchment which had very few pages. The other was yellowish-brown goatskin and the number of pages was in the middle of the range. The last was comprised of ordinary white paper and was the most common. Lawrence laughingly said with great difficulty, "I mean, Mississippi Wall, will you help? Pritz Harbor isn't far. It's not even a trip. If it needs to be rushed, then I can even make the round trip in half a day by taking the steam locomotive." Furs nodded. Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief as his mind seemed to recover a little. "After I die, wait 10 minutes. Retrieve the glowing object from my body, and then send it along with this notebook to Dorian Gray at the Pritz Harbor's Fishermen Association. The 42 pounds in cash in my wallet will be the reward and my gratitude. As for these clothes of mine, let it turn to ash along with me." "No, you don't need to give me anything." "No, you'll be fine, Mr. Lawrence," Furs said earnestly. As if he hadn't heard her, Lawrence whispered to himself, "Maybe Dorian will give you additional rewards, but it depends on you." "I believe you. From Elisa's matter, I can tell that you're a good girl." He suddenly seemed to turn lucid as he said to Furs, "Ms. Wall, can you go down to the first floor and bring me a jug of water? I don't know when the waiter will come over." "No problem." Without thinking, Furs took a water jug and walked out of the room. After walking a few steps, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. The water jug in her hand was heavy, and there was obviously a lot of water in it. Just as she was about to turn around and ask, she suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of spirituality in the room. That was. For a moment Furs froze, and then she understood what Mr. Lawrence was trying to do. As death approached, he could clearly sense that something was wrong with his body. He was afraid of losing control and turning into a monster. He wanted to die as a human, not a monster, so he chose to end his own life. That was the last form of decency for a Beyonder. Of course, if he had turned into a monster, all his plans would have come to naught. With this in mind, Furs became dejected. She waited outside for nearly 10 minutes before she pushed open the door and entered. She saw Lawrence lying silently on the bed, looking like he had aged considerably. Beside him was a diamond the size of an eye. The light which shone in through the window was constantly refracted by the diamond, forming a scene as beautiful as the radiance of the stars. Furs sighed and performed a careful examination. She found that the cause of Lawrence's death was the most ordinary form of cardiac arrest. Cherwood Borough. 15 Minsk Street. Klein rested for a while after getting home. He then went above the gray fog, having plans to divine the situation with Will Ossipton. He had the paper crane fly out of the trash pile in the corner and made it land on the long bronze table in front of him. Then, he took out the topaz pendant that was wrapped around his sleeve. As he held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein used cogitation to adjust his condition before recalling the scenes he had seen in the woods outside the cemetery. He might not have noticed some of the details, but it was certain that his spirituality wouldn't miss any. This divination was mainly about using this point and relying on the gray fog to eliminate all distractions. After finishing his preparations, Klein took out a goatskin parchment and wrote the divination statement, "Will Ossipton is completely dead." Then, he pressed the paper crane next to the divination sentence, almost causing the topaz pendant to touch the words. After entering a state of cogitation and completing all the steps of the spirit dowsing, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the result. The topaz pendant was rotating counterclockwise at a fast frequency and high amplitude. It was a negative result. That meant that Will Ossipton wasn't completely dead. Klein was surprised, but it seemed to be within his expectations. He thought for a moment, then he changed the divination statement, that corpse was Will Ossipton's. This time, the spirit pendulum gave a positive result. The body did belong to Will Ossipton. An idea came to Klein's mind, and he wrote a new divination statement, Will Ossipton's corpse will resurrect. After a few moments of calmly performing the divination, Klein saw the revelation. The pendulum was rotating counterclockwise with a fast frequency. That meant that Will Ossipton's corpse wouldn't be resurrected, or in other words, no reanimations. It looks like Will Ossipton had voluntarily or was forced to abandon his previous body, and he is surviving in another way. This matter has something to do with the Snake of Mercury? Klein tried to divine additional information, but he failed repeatedly, including the statement, Will Ossipton's present state. However, he repeated the divination using dream divination and inquired Will Ossipton's current location. He received a similar scene, a dark room with the sound of running water. However, the feeling it gave him seemed to be a little different. Forget it, there's no need to waste any more time on this. I'm not planning to get involved anyway. Klein put away his spirit pendulum and prepared to return to the real world. Through the prior divination and everything that had happened before, he had a theory about Will Ossipton, but he couldn't confirm it. He suspected that Will Ossipton was another Snake of Mercury. As a sequence one, a Snake of Mercury wasn't the only one. There could be up to 3 in existence at the same time. The Snake of Fate, who wielded destiny naturally, could locate Aaron's astral projection through the paper crane and show him a false revelation. Without a doubt, it also had the ability to change a person's fate. For some reason, Will Ossipton had become weak and was under the threat of the second Snake of Mercury. Everything he did was to escape his counterpart. As for the reason for their conflict, the answer was simple. Without a sequence 0, there could be 3 sequence 1s at the same time, but once there was a sequence 0, there would be no sequence 1s. Regarding this sentence, the formula of the Dark Emperor potion clearly stated the truth. One of the main ingredients of the recipe was 2 Beyonder characteristics of a Prince of Disorder. Prince of Disorder was Sequence 1 of the Dark Emperor pathway. As a Sequence 1, if one wanted to advance to Sequence 0, then one had to obtain all the Beyonder characteristics of the other 2 Sequence 1s of the same pathway. With this guess in mind, Klein was increasingly afraid of getting involved with Willosepton's case. If my deduction is correct, it would be a genuine fight between deities, and I can't afford to get myself involved. Klein's spirituality descended, and he disappeared from the ancient palace above the grey fog. In Empress Burrow, in an inconspicuous house, the Beyonder gathering organized by Mr. A proceeded as scheduled. Furs and Zio had changed their clothes, and they accompanied Viscount Glaint, who was wearing an iron-black mask, into the hall. They randomly chose a seat and sat down. Viscount Glaint wrote down his needs to the attendants before the gathering officially began. He also prayed to the goddess that there would be a response later. As usual, Furs maintained her usual languidness and, in a rare instance, covered herself with a hood, concealing her face with the shadows. She was thinking about the situation with Mr. Lawrence. She knew very clearly what that diamond the size of an eye was. It was a Beyonder characteristic left behind by him. However, for the time being, she was unable to confirm what sequence it belonged to. Furs had casually flipped through the notebook, only to find that many of the pages were still blank. The written content was filled with all sorts of strange, odd, and mysterious symbols and magic labels, exceeding whatever she knew. What it is isn't important. What's important is that I keep my promise. Furs warned herself. At this moment, Mr. A, who was seated on a single sofa and was wearing an exaggerated hood, said hoarsely, "I have a mission. Help me find people who believe in the so-called fool." Ah? Furs instantly snapped back to her senses. Chapter 405, Cult. The Fool? The Beyonders who attended Mr. A's gathering either ruminated over the phrase or conversed with their companions to discuss whether they had ever met anyone who had a similar faith. When did such a cult appear? Someone asked in a low voice. At this point, Mr. A made the attendant beside him hold up a blackboard with a few lines of words written in the lone language. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As the attendees examined the blackboard, Mr. A said in a hoarse and jarring voice, "Do not use Hermes to read what's written here. Even more so for Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and ancient Hermes. You shouldn't even write the corresponding descriptions, otherwise, there is a high probability that something terrible will happen. Help me find believers in the fool." Of course, they might also be followers of the mysterious ruler above the grey fog or the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As long as there's a clue, inform me immediately. The reward I'll provide will be so handsome that it will far exceed your imagination. This description. It sounds like an incredible existence. I've only seen similar descriptions in the ancient texts of the 7 gods, a gathering member exclaimed. His companion shook his head and said, "The beings which many cults believe in have similar descriptions." Is it really a cult? The other gathering members were stunned when they heard their discussion. Likely. Typically, when we summon a creature from the spirit world, we might have 3 lines describing it, but one of the lines would be about the blessed one of someone or that who belongs to. It wouldn't be in this format. A gathering member who was well-versed in mysticism gave an explanation. As they vehemently conversed, Furs was nearly dumbfounded. Isn't that the honorific name of Mr. Fool? Even though it's described in the lone language, I'm sure of it. Why would Mr. A want to find the believers of Mr. Fool? Is the Aurora Order behind this? Furs's mind was in a mess. She knew that Mr. A was a member of the Aurora Order because of a particular terrorist organization had announced its responsibility in the assassination of Intis Ambassador Bakerland. After a brief moment of astonishment, Furs subconsciously began to examine herself, afraid that someone would discover that she was already a member of the Tarot Club and that, in some sense, she was an adorer of the Fool. I just recited the honorific name of the Fool according to the ancient Hermes on that piece of paper and was pulled above the gray fog. No one knows about this, and I don't have to be afraid of being investigated. But there's a link to that piece of paper with Mr. Fool's honorific name written on it. It was hidden in a book we borrowed from the Viscount Glaint. Thoughts rapidly flashed through Furs's mind. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era. Isn't that the description I saw on that piece of paper? I even dreamed of an evil spirit. At the same time, Zio remembered the incident that had frightened her, but her long experience as a bounty hunter had kept her from revealing anything unusual. And then, as she recalled, she thought about the origin of the piece of paper. It was hidden in the bookcase of History of the Lone Kingdom's Aristocracy. That book was borrowed from Viscount Glaint's study. Suddenly, a name flashed in both Furs's and Zio's minds at the same time: Viscount Glaint. At that moment, Viscount Glaint was looking at the blackboard and said to himself with interest, "This honorific name is very rare. But it sounds very impressive." Just as he finished his sentence, he looked to his side in puzzlement, asking Furs and Zio, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Zio and Furs rapidly shook their heads at the same time. After dinner, in an elegantly decorated house, Audrey brought the huge golden retriever, Susie, into the living room under the guidance of her psychology teacher, Escalante. She was attending the academic meeting that had been agreed upon last week. Her maid and bodyguard stayed behind while she walked with Susie into a spacious activity room. In the activity room, be it for the atmosphere or some other reason, the gas lamps were not lit. The room was lit by gold-plated candle lamps on the coffee table and cupboard. Before Audrey could take a good look at her surroundings, she saw a gentleman in his 30s walking towards her. He wore a gray tailcoat. "This is the owner of this place, Mr. Stephen Hamprez, a furniture merchant," the long-haired Escalante introduced him. She was just about to tell him Audrey's identity when Hamprez chuckled and said, "Escalante, don't say anything. Let me have a chance at guessing." He had a neatly trimmed mustache and charming dark brown eyes. He appeared very gentle and elegant, nothing like a furniture merchant but more like a university lecturer. After seriously sizing up Audrey a few times, he smiled and said, "Escalante only mentioned that you were her student." "Haha, I believe you're a cultured noble lady, and you aren't someone who only looks good. There's no need for you to worry about a decline in the quality of your life. You're a little excited, very curious, and a relatively simple but also full of love. Of course, the most obvious point is that you're very beautiful, just like an angel." He made a final joke, pressed his hand to his chest, bowed, and said, "Welcome, the beautiful Miss Angel. You're right, as expected of a member of the Psychology Alchemists. However, what you managed to observe was the me from a few months ago. It's all a facade I put on for myself." Audrey opened her mouth in surprise and astonishment. "Did you know me before, Mr. Hamprez?" She didn't let her shocked expression linger too long on her face, because such emotions were meant to be instantaneous and wouldn't last too long. If anyone were to be surprised for several seconds, then it meant that their performance was most likely an act. Audrey didn't notice this at first, but after watching others act all this time, she naturally came up with a lot of rules. "No, I still don't know you. This is just the basics of being a psychology enthusiast." Hamprez chuckled. Before he could finish his sentence, Audrey had already completed her observations and made a corresponding judgment based on her surroundings. His attire and the furnishings of his house all indicate that he's a person who cares deeply about how people view him. The sapphire on the ring of his left hand doesn't look small, but its actual quality is very ordinary. There are no symbols or magic labels on it. His finances aren't as good as he presents them to be. He's vain. Even though he was very enthusiastic just now, the way he stands there, the direction in which his feet point, and the changes in his emotional colors all indicate that he still has many concerns and is on his guard. He sincerely commended me on my looks, but it wasn't in the way a man would look at a woman. There are signs of him using facial products, and his eyebrows are definitely drawn. His skills are inferior to my makeup maidservant, Solia, but they're better than mine. The cologne he uses is confusion, something that I've only seen women use before. Yes, he probably likes men, and the role he plays is the weaker one in the relationship. At the same time, Audrey expressed her longing skillfully. I'd love to have your observational powers, Mr. Hamprez. As she spoke, she maintained a faint smile while being introduced to the other 7 or 8 people in the activity room under Hamprez's and Escalante's lead. The lovers of both mysticism and psychology were either descendants of fallen aristocrats, associate professors at universities, or the children of the rich. For example, the father of a young man was the owner of Philip's department store, the most famous department store in Backland. In the exchange that followed, Audrey basically only listened. The only time she spoke was by asking questions, fully expressing her curiosity and yearning. In this academic discussion, Escalante and Hamprez deliberately mentioned the body of heart and mind, as well as the spirit world and the collective subconscious. They also shared some relatively unique points of view, allowing Audrey to gradually understand some of the questions she had accumulated all this time. When the discussion ended and they were out of the house, Audrey glanced at Escalante beside her and asked, with a little naivety, Ms. Escalante, when will I be as good in psychology as Mr. Hamprez? Escalante curled the corners of her lips and slightly tilted her head as she looked at her. Very soon. At night, Klein, who was about to get into bed, once again appeared above the gray fog. Despite being a little sleepy, he was jolted awake by the news Miss Magician had reported. The Aurora Order knows of the Fool? They know of my honorific name? The true creator has locked onto me? Klein abruptly sat up straight, as though he was about to face an attack. He quickly rejected the final theory. If the true creator had indeed locked onto him, Mr. A would have long visited him on the pretext of collecting a copper penny for the gas meter. Perhaps even a saint might appear. That is to say, only the Fool and his corresponding honorific name are known, and the clues point to Backland. Who leaked the news? Klein frowned as he carefully thought about it. Soon, he discovered a possibility. Little Son has recently chanted my honorific name, and it happened when he was interacting with a member of the exploratory team who was corrupted by the true creator. He held a sacrificial ritual, and there were likely symbols corresponding to the Fool at the scene. The ancient palace above the gray fog appeared. So, the true creator sensed the existence of the Fool and confirmed that I was the one who had been sacrilegious, no, harassing, no that's not right either, spying on him. Also, Little Son used the all-black eye at that time, which contains the mental corruption of the true creator. Through that, he has confirmed that my adorers and believers are in Backland? I can't take the all-black eye out in the future. Having roughly understood the problem, Klein was left with another problem. Mr. A announced the bounty for Mr. Fool's believers at a not-so-private, relatively open beyonder gathering. Is he just dumb, or is he deliberately fishing? Sigh, the Aurora Order members are all bigoted lunatics. Their brains are mostly damaged, so it's impossible to deduce their real intentions. This is as the saying goes, as long as I'm crazy, you won't be able to guess what I'm thinking. Chapter 406, A Joyous but Extremely Helpless Reality. Above the gray fog, the magnificent palace stood silently. Klein drummed his fingers rhythmically on the edge of the long bronze table, concentrating on what he could do in the face of the threat of the Aurora Order and Mr. A. While having a hard time figuring out the other party's intentions, he instinctively came up with an idea. Report Mr. A. Report illegal gatherings. Klein could very easily learn of the location where Mr. A held the gathering through Miss Magician, and thus, he would be able to easily report it to the Nighthawks, the mandated Punisher, or the machinery Hivemind in secret. An oracle of the Aurora Order was bound to garner enough attention. When that happens, Mr. A's safety would probably be at risk, so he probably wouldn't have the time or effort to track down the believers of the Fool. The problem, however, was that this was bound to implicate a group of innocent Beyonders, and Klein suspected that this was the reason why Mr. A directly offered a reward for the believers of the Fool. Perhaps he had long planned an escape. Once someone reports him, he would be able to confirm without a doubt that the Fool's believers were among the previous gathering members. As for who it was exactly, that wasn't important. Mr. A and the lunatics of the Aurora Order were definitely capable of taking exhaustive measures. And once these Beyonders fell into their hands, many of them would be unable to hide their secrets. The Aurora Order, or the Shepherd Pathway which represented the true Creator, are the best at corrupting others. When the ideology of a Beyonder was completely twisted and once they believed in the true Creator wholeheartedly, what else could be kept a secret? It's not like there's no other way. It's best not to report it. Klein leaned back in his chair, collected his thoughts, and reorganized the entire matter. As he was thinking, he suddenly realized a problem. There were no believers or adorers of the Fool in this world. Even the Tarot Club only had a few members, and no one had divulged the relevant information. In other words, the Aurora Order wouldn't be able to find any relevant clues. There's nothing to worry about. The only bad outcome is that the Fool is now targeted by the true Creator. Although being targeted by an evil god isn't a pleasant feeling, it basically wouldn't affect anything else. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He had thought it through very clearly. The only flaw in this matter was that he had once used the title of the Fool, written in the language of ancient Hermes, as a password for an anonymous account. However, with the sacrificial and bestowal rituals having proven useful, the account had long been abandoned and had long since been forgotten. Since the last month and a half, no one had been noticed by Klein for copying the password, so it was possible to deduce the actual situation. As such, bank employees, who had been in contact with the password but apparently do not understand mysticism, wouldn't be able to reveal it to anyone, and Beyonders would at most make requests in the loan language, so even if they find the right person, it's not possible to connect the content described in the loan language with that of the ancient Hermes password. If anyone had copied it down, I would be the first to know and would be able to respond effectively. Besides, even if someone finds the password, it would be difficult to trace it back to Sherlock Moriarty. I use a variety of means every time. Miss Justice is also sufficiently careful when saving money. While wrapping the table, Klein relaxed and said with a chuckle, "You believe that the Fool has many adorers and believers and that this would result in many clues that cannot be hidden?" Wrong, especially wrong. There's only one believer and adorer of the Fool. And that's me. When he said that, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. It doesn't seem like it's something that I should be proud of. I need to be a little careful for the time being. I shouldn't go around using the banner of the Fool. Klein reminded himself and went back to answering Miss Magician's prayers. He adjusted his posture, and said in a low, gentle voice, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." When Furs received the answer, she was surprised but also felt that it was only right. In the eyes of Mr. Fool, the Aurora Order is nothing but a bunch of ants. Furs once again recited his honorific name in a low voice, and she curiously asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, which existence does the Aurora Order believe in?" Then, she saw Mr. Fool sitting on a high-backed chair in the middle of the gray fog. He leisurely said, "The true Creator." The true Creator. Furz's eyes widened as she instantly understood why Mr. A suddenly sought out the believers of the Fool. With the help of the Tarot Club, that Sun youth in the City of Silver had successfully exposed the abnormality of the exploratory team and thwarted the true Creator's ploy. Behind this incident is a confrontation and struggle between Mr. Fool and the true Creator. Furs didn't dare to ask any further, and she quickly recounted her meeting with the members of the Abraham family. She also mentioned Lawrence's will, the strange notebook, and the Beyonder characteristic he had left behind. Honorable Mr. Fool, what should I do? She asked for advice with uncertainty. What should you do? Miss Magician really is lucky. Why haven't I encountered such a good thing? Klein responded with a chuckle, follow the true desires in your heart. He wasn't the least bit worried that Dorian Gray, from Pritz Harbor's Fishermen Association, would harm Miss Magician, because he knew she had 2 more stones on her bracelet, allowing her to teleport through the spirit world twice. Follow the true desires in my heart? Furs lowered her head and thought. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fool. She decided to buy a steam locomotive ticket tomorrow. Using this mode of transportation, it would take a little over an hour to get from Backland to Pritz Harbor, or maybe less. After reporting everything, Furs requested to hold a sacrificial and bestowal ritual. After receiving a positive response, she exchanged £600 in cash for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. Holding up the fist-shaped object comprised of black iron, dark red, and silver colors, as well as its beautiful spiritual radiance, Furs felt joy and admiration. Zio had long gathered the supplementary ingredients, so she would soon be promoted to Sequence 8. And I don't know when I'll become a trickmaster. I hope Mr. Hanged Man and the others can help me find the appropriate Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Zio had been subconsciously acting as an arbiter, so she didn't have to worry about her digestion of the Sequence 9 potion, but once she becomes a sheriff, what should she do? Should I ask permission from Mr. Fool to teach her the acting method, or should I simply suggest that she sneak into the police force? At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein looked at the thick stack of cash in front of him and carefully counted it several times. Through this method, I would have £1,230. I would still be short of £300 to obtain a single Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Of course, £1,500 is the minimum price, and the actual transaction price is usually much higher than this. Where else can I get money these days? As soon as the bicycle patent is granted, shall I sell a portion of the shares? Yes, I almost forgot how special the Tarot Club is. The Werewolf Beyonder characteristic cannot be sold in Backland for now, so as to avoid being discovered by high sequence Beyonders from the Rose School of Thought. But I can always sell it elsewhere. I'll let the world entrust Mr. Hanged Man to sell it at the Sonia C at the next gathering. I'll offer a corresponding amount of the commission as his reward. After subtracting the costs, the Werewolf Beyonder characteristic should give me at least £1,000. It will be more than enough for a single Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Klein quickly came up with a plan and decided upon it. He found it a little regrettable that Miss Zio didn't seem to have much money. After she became a sheriff, even if she could quickly digest the potion, it would still take her a long time to buy the interrogator's Beyonder characteristic. And if the Abraham family were to take interest in Miss Magician, his subsequent astrologer potion formula would no longer be marketable. What a pity. Klein sighed and returned to the real world. Wednesday morning. Klein didn't suffer from insomnia due to being targeted by the True Creator and the Aurora Order's pursuit. He slept till daybreak and happily went out to buy a Desi pie for breakfast. There was no doubt that Desi pie required sweet iced tea to match it. As he enjoyed the food and flipped through the newspapers, he discovered the advertisement for the Ernst firm and learned that there would be a Beyonder gathering convened by Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. This time, I'll be able to request to purchase the relevant Beyonder ingredients. But there's a high chance that it wouldn't be available. Even if there's something, it will be supplementary ingredients like the hair of a deep-sea naga. Klein seriously considered the channels in which he could find the ingredients. He spread out his left hand and counted with his fingers. From the Tarot Club, there are the outlets of Little Sun, Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and the rest. Beyond that, I have Eye of Wisdom's gathering, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick, but I shouldn't contact them if possible for the time being. Also, yes, I have Vampire Emlyn White. Didn't he mention that he would write to ask some powerful sanguines? That's what social connections can bring about. Coming to this thought, Klein immediately decided to go to the Harvest Church to wait for Emlyn White. Although it was impossible for the Aurora Order to track him down, it still gave him a sense of urgency, making him want to gather the Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Once he digested his potion, he would quickly advance to sequence 6. 10 in the morning, south of the bridge, Rose Street. In his double-breasted frock coat, Klein took off his half-top hat and strolled into the rather small Harvest Church. At first glance, he saw the giant-like Father Yutravsky and Emlyn White, who was dressed in brown priest robes. The latter was wiping the candle lamps with a numb look on his face, as though he would rather be dead. What a coincidence. Wait, don't tell me he's here for the entire day? He only returns home at night? Klein casually found a seat and sat down. There were less than 5 devotees in the entire cathedral. Emlyn White also saw him and put down the rag. He walked over and sat beside him. The vampire's expression suddenly became lively. He raised his chin and said with a chuckle, "You came here suddenly because you have something you need my help with, right?" Chapter 407, The True Adorer. Inside the Harvest Church. Klein tilted his head to glance at Emlyn White. Without ruining the serene atmosphere, he deliberately suppressed his voice and laughed, returning with a question. "Are you short on money?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt as if he were asking if Emlyn knew about the multi-level marketing company, Amway. Emlyn was first taken aback before he scoffed. "Don't insult a noble sanguine with money." Klein instantly sneered. Looking at the tall and brawny Father Yutravsky in front of him, he said rather casually, "According to what I know, those handmade puppets are not cheap. They can even be called expensive, especially those that are as tall as a human." Emlyn gaped his mouth in an attempt to retort, but he failed to say a word. After a moment of silence, he coughed lightly, feigned indifference, and said, "Tell me, what is it that you want my help with? I'm not a sanguine who likes riddles." Klein didn't look at the vampire next to him. He smiled and said, "I have a friend who is about to advance. He needs to collect the relevant Beyonder ingredients. I wonder if you can help." "Are you doubting the capabilities of a sanguine?" Emlyn White said arrogantly. "Even if I don't have them, I can write and inquire from the nobler excellencies. That's what I want." Klein immediately responded with a deluge of words: "Mutated pituitary gland of 1,000-faced hunter and 100 milliliters of its blood. Characteristic of a human-skinned shadow and 5 strands of a deep-sea naga. As long as I can get any of these, I will pay you the corresponding price. The cheaper the price, the more you will be rewarded." He purposefully increased the number of supplementary ingredients to avoid any losses. Upon hearing this description without any stuttering, Emlyn White suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a trap of sophistry. He calmed his emotions and said, "The cost for the Beyonder ingredients is at least £100, while supplementary ingredients are at least £10. Although I'm not clear of the level of the things you want, I believe that they're definitely not cheap or common. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me for help." "Very smart." Klein laughed. "Deal." At this moment, Emlyn White had a deep suspicion that he was asking for too little. Therefore, he added, "Mr. Detective, do you have any clues on removing the psychological cues?" Seeing that Father Yutravsky was concentrating on his prayers at the altar ahead of them, Klein turned to glance at the vampire and said, "I have the simplest method." "What?" Emlyn White's red eyes lit up. "Defeat Bishop Yutravsky and snatch his mental terror candle away," Klein said with a chuckle. "After you meet up with your parents, you should possess the strength needed. Are 3 sanguines not the match of a single Dawn Paladin?" The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched as his expression collapsed. "We lost. We couldn't beat him. My parents were nearly captured. That mental terror candle is really strange." "So you've already tried?" The entire family almost converted to become believers of Mother Earth. 3 sanguines weren't even able to defeat Father Yutravsky? With the help of the mental terror candle and the blood transfuser, Father Yutravsky is that terrifying? Or are vampires too weak? However, all the rumors point towards vampires being rather powerful. Klein said and thought, then you can write a letter and ask for the help of the noble excellencies. There shouldn't be a lack of powerful experts among the sanguine. Emlyn White answered with a numb expression. They refused. Suddenly, he looked at Klein with hope. Can you defeat Father Yutravsky? Or could your friend beat him? After receiving the sun brooch and the biological poison bottle and digesting most of the potion, I originally thought that I would be able to defeat Father Yutravsky in my spirit-body state. However, your description just now made me uncertain. Is the mental terror candle that bizarre? This kind of sealed artifact is obviously great at restraining spirit bodies. Klein rationally shook his head. No way. He quickly changed the subject. Why would those noble excellencies of the sanguine refuse your request? To them, this should be a simple favor. Emlyn White's face instantly turned ashen. They say that Father Yutravsky is an adorer of Mother Earth. They do not wish to enter into direct conflict with him. They are studying means to remove the psychological cue. For example, they are venturing deep into the Sonia Sea, the Fog Sea, and the Berserk Sea, in search of the dragons that have long secluded themselves. He added with a smile even uglier than a weeping face, by the time they figure it out or find a dragon well-versed in the psyche domain, I might have already become a devout believer of Mother Earth. I'm beginning to appreciate how precious life is and how joyful a harvest is. An adorer of Mother Earth? Father Yutravsky is an adorer of Mother Earth? It's no wonder that he has so many mystical items. From the looks of it, as a powerful pirate, suddenly switching to the Mother Earth wasn't a simple matter. Klein sighed, and then he felt a sense of lingering fear. He had almost agreed to Emlyn White's request to attempt to defeat Father Yutravsky. If I lose, then I might even be locked up in the basement and forced into confinement. If I win, I might just offend another deity. No, there's no way of me winning. The adorer of Mother Earth definitely has an appropriate trump card. If it wasn't for Father Yutravsky suppressing his split personality, then I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Klein wisely didn't pursue the topic. He once again looked at Father Yutravsky and said, You can try to find an organization called the Psychology Alchemists. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for Miss Justice of our Tarot Club to become a psychiatrist. By then, you might be reluctant to break away from the faith of Mother Earth. Klein silently added. To him, it was best if Emlyn White also joined the Psychology Alchemists. That way, if Miss Justice encountered any problems in the organization, he could help her with other resources, and Klein wouldn't always have to summon himself, who was the trinity of the fool, an adorer, and a believer. Psychology Alchemists? I've never heard of it. Emlyn shook his head disdainfully. It must be a secret organization that recently appeared. This organization has existed for 100 or 200 years, at the very least. Klein denied his statement. For a sanguine with a long lifespan, 100 or 200 years means it recently appeared. Among the noble excellencies, a nap might be as long as a century, Emlyn White said proudly. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he looked ahead, cleared his throat, and said, Do you know how to contact that organization? Klein was going to answer that there was a man in the Tingen City's asylum named Dr. Daxter Guderian, who's a member of the Psychology Alchemists, but he stopped those words just before they came out of his mouth. With the true creator targeting me, it's best that I don't get involved with people or matters in Tingen. There's a certain risk of exposure, and once exposed, with the Aurora Order's madness, they would definitely not let Benson and Melissa go. Klein slightly shook his head and said, I've only heard of this organization. You can write and ask the other sanguine. Emlyn White was disappointed and stopped talking about it. He turned his head to look at Klein and said, I'm guessing your friend who's about to advance is you. Klein looked forward without a care and replied leisurely, Congratulations, you got it right. Emlyn White was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. Noticing his change, Klein laughed softly. Mr. White, the most suitable job for you isn't to be an apothecary but to be an actor. Emlyn was stunned at first, but he immediately raised his head arrogantly and said, I'm a deep, noble sanguine. I don't rely on my looks to make a living. Do you think I'm praising you for being handsome? Klein slowly stood up and laughed. No, I mean, you are very talented at comedy. While Emlyn White's expression froze, he squeezed his way out to the aisle and said, "Don't forget what I entrusted you with. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street." Furs Wall took the steam locomotive early in the morning and arrived at the kingdom's largest and most important port. She had also booked tickets for her return trip by boat, which was relatively inexpensive. Taking in the smell of the sea, Furs saw many of the dockworkers who were in a hurry. In the middle of each season, the port was swarming with temporary workers for relatively decent pay, and many poor people living in Backland's East Borough would head southeast on foot and in groups, traveling a distance of more than 60 kilometers. This was the same thing they did when harvesting hops. The roads are wider than Backland's, and the air quality isn't bad, but it's relatively dirtier. Furs looked around and found the Fishermen Association in an old building. Without much trouble, she met Dorian Gray in an office. The gentleman was of medium build, with exaggerated arms. His hair was combed rather neatly, completely unlike most of the members of the association who had hairstyles that looked like bird nests. He should also be an Abraham family member. After explaining the purpose of her visit, Furs passed Lawrence's will, along with the strange notebook and the diamond-like beyonder characteristic. Dorian received the items with a complicated expression before opening the will first. After reading it carefully, he lifted his head and looked earnestly at Furs with his blue eyes. "Your kindness and honor are praiseworthy. Ms. Wall, I shall always remember the help you provided Alyssa and Lawrence. Can you accept my gratitude? I wish to invite you to lunch." "No problem." Furs was still wondering how to pass the time before her ship sailed. Dorian immediately arranged for her to wait in the next lounge, offering black tea, snacks, newspapers, and magazines. Returning to the office, the gentleman opened a hidden cabinet with some misgivings and took out an item. It was a pure crystal ball shining with a radiant light. Chapter 408, A Bold Assumption. Dorian drew the curtains, cloaking the office with darkness before he sat down. He held the crystal ball in his left hand while touching its top with his right palm. As he stroked the crystal ball back and forth, he kept chanting softly. Gradually, the radiant points of light within the crystal ball began to shine brighter and brighter, becoming more and more obvious, as if the stars in the night sky were casting their reflections. Often used to determine the direction of fate, the stars in the trajectory of one's life surfaced one after another, forming a three-dimensional astrolabe with many revelations from the spirit world that resembled symbols. Dorian Gray finally stopped and studied it. She wasn't lying. That really was the trajectory of the situation. She seems to be able to bring about changes to the Abraham family, optimistic changes. As the light from the crystal ball dimmed, Dorian stood up, having already made up his mind. At lunchtime, in the Four-Winged Bird restaurant. In front of Furs lay a filleted fried fish which had rosemary scattered over it. Its skin was crispy, its meat fresh, and it didn't have any fine bones. It was rather tasty, but the only problem was that the cook had an extremely warped sense of aesthetics. He had deliberately kept the eyes of the fish bulging out of its head, and by plating the food, he made the fish look up, as though to express its indignation over its death. Furs pushed the head down, cut off the tail, and covered the upturned eye. At that moment, Dorian Gray began moving his fork and knife as he casually said, "Alyssa really liked mysticism and had done some research in this area. When you were packing her things, did you see any books, notes, or other items?" "There were some notebooks and books," Furs answered frankly. "As a result, I became a mysticism enthusiast, but unfortunately, I couldn't understand some of the content at all. For example, the sites in the spirit world. Not only was it absurd, illogical, and messy, incapable of expressing ideas, even if I forced myself to read it and systematically calm my impatience, it was still difficult to remember its contents. I would forget it once I finished reading it, let alone understand it. Furs added inwardly. Dorian nodded slightly and laughed. Then you can consult me. I'm also a mysticism enthusiast, quite a proficient one if I may add. Really? That's great. Furs answered appropriately. Seeing that she was really interested, Dorian immediately diverted the topic to mysticism. Sometimes he would bring up the spirit world, and sometimes he would talk about his cogitation experience. Having been prepared before he even stepped into the restaurant, he had deliberately chosen a secluded and quiet spot. Hence, he didn't need to fear that the customers around them would overhear their conversation. At the end of the lunch, Dorian offered, I didn't know how to express my gratitude, but now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Haha, although Lawrence had paid you, I don't think that's enough to match your kindness, good-heartedness, and honor. Ms. Wall, you can write to me and ask about any questions you have about mysticism. That's the least I can do to express my gratitude. That's what I wish for. Furs didn't refuse. From the exchange just now, she could clearly tell that Dorian Gray possessed rich, systematic mysticism knowledge. He was indeed worthy of being a member of the ancient Abraham family. And this was also considered something she was lacking in. Although she had mastered quite a lot of knowledge about the beyonder world, it all came from a few books and notebooks that didn't go in depth, as well as random information she had heard and experienced from the various gatherings she attended. It wasn't comprehensive or systematic enough, and it just had too many shortcomings. Upon hearing her reply, Dorian raised his cup and smiled. I hope that one day, we will also possess mysterious and extraordinary powers. Northborough in Backland. St. Samuel Cathedral. A group of men wearing black windbreakers and red gloves entered an underground area. The leader was a man in his 40s with soft facial features and long hair. Wearing a pompous top hat, he carried a black cane which was inlaid with gold. He quietly followed the Nighthawk leading the way and entered a rather spacious room. There were many bookshelves in the room, with various dossiers placed on them. A mesmerizing, beautiful woman wearing a black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush was leisurely sitting in a high-backed chair. She didn't get up to greet him. It was the former spirit medium, Daly. Soist, all the information you need is over there. Daly gestured with her chin at the table by the door. The middle-aged man named Soist smiled and said, Daly, why were you sent to guard this place? You should be tasked with more important matters. No, this is what I wanted. I need to settle down and read more information. Daly chuckled. This is to ease my future progress. Humans are fragile creatures, and they need a certain amount of time to calm down. No one can always be in peak condition, enjoying the thrill and pleasure without any rest. Your style really has never changed. Unfortunately, you've never given me the chance. Soist burst out laughing. Daly shook her head seriously and said, obviously, you don't understand me. My current hobby has turned even more novel. If you can turn yourself into a rotten corpse or expose your white bones, then I'll definitely be filled with interest in you. She turned to look at the red glove behind Soist. Leonard, why did you choose to join his team? This fellow is conceited, arrogant, and gutless. He keeps fantasizing that women would take the initiative to crawl into bed, waiting for him. To be honest, perhaps this is the unique trait of a nightmare? When she mentioned nightmare, Daly visibly paused. Leonard helplessly said, Ma'am Daly, this was the arrangement of His Excellency Casimir. Is that so? I can see that you agree with my views on Soist, Daly concluded in a slightly husky voice. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, Solashur Soist didn't pay much attention to Daly's words. Walking over to the table filled with information, he picked up a dossier and flipped through it. Leonard and the others immediately surrounded him, imitating their leader. After the sound of paper flipping went on for some time, Soist casually asked, What's new in Backland recently? Something you think is worth paying attention to. Daly's eyes moved slightly. After thinking for a while, she said, A few Beyonders who work with us have passed on news that many people are searching for an organization that believes in the Fool, and they have given the corresponding honorific name. After describing the fool's honorific name in the lone language, she chuckled. I seem to be witnessing the birth of an entirely new cult. Of course, it might be the incarnation of an old friend. What do you think, Soest? Soest considered the matter seriously before saying, No, I've never heard of such an organization. At that moment, Leonard looked up from the dossier he was reading and mused, could this have something to do with the 2 tarot rituals we're investigating? The Fool is the first card in a deck of tarot cards, the most important major arcana card. Daly froze for a second, then she nodded thoughtfully. That's an interesting idea. But there's no evidence. It's pure speculation, and it cannot even be considered a deduction, Soest said, disapproval within his tone. Leonard revealed a faint smile and said, Emperor Roselle once said to make a bold hypothesis and then carefully back it up. Hilston Borough, Quelag Club. As soon as Klein entered the hall after leaving the Harvest Church, he saw the equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont, sitting in a secluded corner, seemingly pondering over something. Noticing that lunch was still some time away, Klein went over and greeted him with a smile. Good afternoon, Talum. You seem to have encountered another problem? Talum snapped to his senses with a start and hurriedly shook his head. No, nothing. You seem to have done something that you have a guilty conscience about? Klein mumbled, sat down, and laughed. It's a pity Aaron and Mike aren't here, otherwise we'd be having another pleasant afternoon. Talum smiled in response. They're all busy and have very little free time. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he looked around and said, Sherlock, there's an important figure who is very interested in you after hearing about your deeds. He would like to meet you. Would you be willing? Frankly speaking, this leaves me envious. It's a very rare opportunity. Wait, what deeds did I do? Help Mrs. Mary catch her adulterous husband? Accompany reporter Mike to a brothel? Even in my past few trips to East Borough, I didn't do anything impressive. At the very most, they'd know that I made a contribution to the serial murders and that I helped Dr. Aaron resolve his nightmare by providing him with counsel. Klein was confused. After 2 seconds, he suddenly understood the reason. The important figure must have asked Talum if he knew of an excellent detective, and he could only think of me, so he offered to embellish descriptions about me that sounded pretty impressive, such as the true person who cracked the case behind the serial murders, the person who noticed that Mrs. Mary's former husband and his mistress had attempted to siphon funds from the Quim Company. I was probably described as being effective and sharp, a great detective who struck swiftly and precisely. This is how you tout each other in business. Klein sighed. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sorry, Talum. But as a detective, I have my own principles, and that is to not get involved in matters involving important figures. On the stage of the higher-ups, what might be a sneeze-like friction among them might very well be an unbearable disaster for me. I won't paint a target on my back, so I won't see this important figure. This was actually something Klein had decided upon before he became a detective. He was prone to an investigation once he was involved with high society, therefore, before he became a faceless, he didn't want to bear such risks. You're very rational. Talum sighed and said, the important figure has anticipated this reaction and believes that such a detective is even more trustworthy, so he wishes for you to take on a commission that wouldn't involve high society. What kind of commission? Klein asked. Talum chuckled and said, the Capim case which you and Mike were talking about last time. The important figure is very interested in the organization that uses tarot cards. He said that there has been more than one such case and wishes for you to find any relevant clues. Chapter 409, December. What? Getting me to investigate myself again? Klein nearly suspected that this was a deliberate test. An organization that uses tarot cards to represent itself really is interesting, and I think so, but I don't want to sell myself out. Right, Capim's matter is clearly not that simple. He had a total of 4 Beyonders protecting him, so there must be a powerful faction behind him. What's the difference between investigating this case and being involved in high society strife? Well, this isn't something Sherlock Moriarty should know. Klein revealed a thoughtful expression, and while weighing his options, he said, "It's not easy to find a mysterious organization. Besides, it's very dangerous." Talum seemed to have expected his answer and chuckled. "Sherlock, there's no need for you to take risks. The important figure's intention is for you to pay more attention and to gather the relevant information or rumors. Here's £5 in cash, money for your activities. Even if you don't receive any valuable information, the money is yours. And once you gather any useful clues, he'll pay you per lead and reimburse you for your expenses throughout the process." Such good conditions? That important figure has put a lot of his attention on this matter. Does he have connections with the forces behind Capim, or does he wish to find the mysterious organization that uses tarot cards as a code name to help him? Reimburse. It's been a long time since I've heard someone promise me something like this. Since he's already gone so far by promising me such perks, it would appear very suspicious if a private detective were to refuse the commission. Furthermore, the matter of investigating myself should clearly be left to me. Klein hesitated for a few seconds and said, "All right. I'll do my best." He didn't stand on ceremony, and he accepted the 5 £1 notes that Talum handed him, intending to provide a vague clue every week or two. Isn't the Aurora Order looking for the Fool? The Fool is obviously part of a tarot card. I hope that important figure will pursue this path all the way and get rid of Mr. A. A thought began to form in Klein's mind. Under St. Samuel Cathedral, Solosure Soest assembled his team together to discuss their subsequent actions. He looked at the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell and asked, half asking and half evaluating, "If I were to relegate this matter to you, how do you plan on investigating the 2 cases related to the tarot ritual?" Leonard lifted his hand to comb his hair, smiled, and said, "First, I would go according to my train of thought from before. I would do a reverse search for the people or organizations seeking the Fool's believers. They might know something. Second, I would reinvestigate the first 2 cases and place all the people involved in a name list, regardless of if they were suspects or not. Then, I'll use the powers of a nightmare to inquire and eliminate them one by one. The devil might be in the details, hidden in the person who's most improbable." Soest let out a chuckle. "I've read through the dossiers. These 2 cases involve a lot of people, each living in different places. Wanting to re-examine them is quite difficult, and some of them are already beyonders who are secretly active beneath the surface. They know how to hide themselves very well, and we have no way of knowing where they are. If we were to perform an investigation according to your idea, then what we need wouldn't be a small team. The church would have to inject at least 5 more Sequence 7 or above Nighthawks and the corresponding support personnel. The case we are in charge of is focused on the devil summoning case," another red glove reminded Leonard. Leonard didn't seem angry as he let out a soft laugh. "I know. I'm only providing my point of view. As for whether or not it is used, or the extent to which it will be used will be decided by Captain Soest." He paused for a moment and revealed a puzzled expression. "I don't understand why the 2 cases related to the tarot rituals didn't have a high priority. The former involved an evil god's attempted descent, countless times more serious than a mere devil summoning." Soest picked up his coffee and took a sip before leisurely answering, "The Nighthawks have limited manpower. All cases require a certain priority level. Up to now, the secret organization represented by tarot cards hasn't expressed any obvious malice towards us. Their actions, to a certain extent, have helped us. For example, they foiled the descent of the true creator, as well as letting us know that the human trafficker, Capim, isn't a simple person. There must be some big secret underlying the matter." After saying that, he smiled and said, "Perhaps they can help us discover even more unsavory matters. Of course, the necessary investigations must be carried out. No one can guarantee that a secret organization will not end up being our enemy in the future." "I see, Captain Soest. Let's focus on the devil summoning case," Leonard said earnestly. In a backland winter that was inseparable from fireplaces and fog, time flew by amidst these cold and gray sensations. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until the new year. Klein extinguished the charcoal in the fireplace and put on a double-breasted frock coat over his dark red woolen vest. Nearly 3 weeks ago, Leopard finally received the bike patent and began looking for suitable second-round investors. Steam power mogul, Framis ended up showing some interest in this. After several meetings, the three parties agreed to conclude their final negotiations today. During the past month or so, Klein led an uneventful life. Through his investigations, he slowly digested the potion by strictly following the principles. Now, he was just short of a relatively bigger performance that he needed to initiate to completely digest it. If there are no urgent matters, I can avoid taking risks. It would take about another. As his mind wandered, Klein removed the half-top hat from the coat rack and smoothed the folds with a brush and handkerchief, removing the dust. The badge left behind by Lenevis indicated a January 4th gathering. He had no strong intentions on attending it. During this time, the Tarot Club continued being held on a weekly basis. Klein obtained a few pages of Rozelle's early diary entries, allowing him to witness how he went from a weakling, who only knew how to dream without taking actual action, to becoming a playboy who actively hunted. Apart from this, he gained almost nothing. Although the werewolf beyonder characteristic was handed over to the hanged man for sale via the world, a sale involving more than £1,000 was obviously not easy to close. The werewolf's unique trait of being cursed also caused many interested parties to shrink back from it. However, a few days ago at a tarot gathering, the hanged man told the world that he had contacted an artisan from the Church of the God of Steam, and the other party was clearly interested. Let's hope the deal would be closed this week. There are still no clues to the wind-blessed formula which Mr. Hanged Man wants. Klein packed his personal belongings, picked up his cane, wore his hat, and walked out the door. The wind-blessed potion formula was a sequence 6 formula. It wasn't that easy to encounter one. The hanged man, Alger, had waited for more than a month without receiving any good news. Justice Audrey, after undergoing a long period of observation and testing, was finally accepted by the psychology alchemists. She reported to Mr. Fool that she should be officially joining the secret organization this week, hoping to be blessed ahead of time to prevent any accidents from happening. For this, she was prepared to plunder at least 10 pages of Rozelle's diary entries from the psychology alchemists for Mr. Fool without any compensation. As for the dragon specimen in Duke Negan's treasury, she had already confirmed that it was a thousand-faced hunter. However, it was purely a sample that was without the corresponding beyonder characteristic or flowing blood. The £2,000 she owed Mr. Fool's adorer wouldn't be repaid until February or March of next year. This was because, although she would officially come of age at the New Year's ball and be able to take charge of a portion of her fortune, she would still be under the supervision of her parents and wouldn't be able to sell them at will. Furthermore, she was still short of Viscount Glaine's final payment, so she needed ample time to raise the money in secret. The magician Furs, with the help of the hanged man, finally obtained the blood of a deep-sea marlin. She paid him £320 for it, which reduced her savings to £120. In order to make up for her loss and for the stomach pouch of a spirit eater, she began to furiously rush to write her new book, which quickly took shape. It told a story about adventure, love, traveling, storms, pirates, and many other elements fused into a whole. Her and Dorian Gray's correspondence never stopped, and the other party had recently announced that they would be coming to Backland to pay their respects to Elisa, Labero, and Lawrence. The son Derek, who was acting normally as suggested by the hanged man, continued his daily patrols, amassed merit points, and didn't attempt any rituals. At every tarot gathering, he would skillfully pretend to be asleep, and he didn't reveal any problems for the time being. Usually, he would occasionally take a nap to prevent any irregularities from being detected which would put him under suspicion. According to him, Shepherd Elder Lovia didn't leave the bottom of the spire 7 days later and was still locked in there for unknown reasons. With the Aurora Order's Mr. A searching for the followers and adorers of the Fool, they failed to receive any valuable clues with Klein's deliberate attempt to keep a low profile. And the Beyonders, who knew the honorific name of the fool, all understood that they should never chant such words carelessly. Unless they were in dire straits, and they definitely didn't have the courage to pray to an existence that was suspected of being an evil god. Emlyn mentioned the last time that he had some clues for the corresponding ingredients and that he might be able to confirm it soon, but the problem is that I'm lacking the money now. With a silent grunt, Klein took his cane and walked to Lawyer Jurgen's door. When the doorbell rang, he took the initiative and instinctively took 2 steps back. Not long after, the door opened and old Mrs. Doris cheerfully opened her arms to give Klein a warm hug. "Oh, the doctor you introduced last time was wonderful. My body hasn't been this healthy for almost 10 years. Doris, seeing that the detective was standing far away, could only fold her arms and express her delight and feelings in words. Klein said in an amused and exasperated tone, "Mrs. Doris, you've already told me this for the 9th time." He saw Brody, the black cat, sitting on top of the coat rack. Although it looked precarious, he was able to maintain his balance. "I can do that as well." Klein made a self-evaluation. "Is that so?" Old Mrs. Doris asked, perplexed. She immediately tossed the question to the back of her mind and said with a smile, "Are you here for Jurgen?" Klein immediately revealed a smile. "Yes. Matters involving negotiations needed the help of a professional lawyer." Chapter 410, Framis Cage. St. George Borough, Surd Street. As soon as Klein and Jurgen alighted from the carriage, they saw a massive object parked in front of Inventor Leopard's door. It was iron-black in color, with a dozen wheels in 3 groups, the top of which towered like a ship's chimney, and smoke was emitted from it. It was a steam engine that Klein had seen in magazines and on the streets, often described by the public as an ironclad warship with a rather exaggerated body. If the streets that hadn't been built or rebuilt in the last 20 or 30 years, then it would have filled the roads and left no room for horse carriages. Therefore, transportation vehicles such as this could only be seen in certain areas and places. At this moment, the heavy glass window and door of the car opened, and 2 figures stepped out. One of them was the steam power mogul, Framis Cage, whom Klein had met before. A quarter of his blood was of the Fasak Empire, and he had pale blue eyes and a tall, but bulging build. He had a pipe in his mouth. The person beside him was wearing a heavy black coat with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. His features were unremarkable. He looked common with his black hair and brown eyes, yet, he exuded an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Hi, Detective Moriarty, you're really punctual. This is my lawyer and partner, Pacheco Duane." While they conversed, 2 burly men got out of the steam-powered vehicle. They were obviously Framis's bodyguards. How unprofessional. Shouldn't they come down first and then open the door for their boss? Klein grunted, smiled in greeting, and introduced his lawyer, Jurgen. While he was waiting for Leopard to open the door, he casually chatted with him. "Mr. Cage, is this kind of steam-powered vehicle popular? Do a lot of people like it?" Framis Cage laughed. "Those who think that they're decent say that it's too barbaric and crude, and ordinary people can't afford it. Only I, an enthusiast of such machinery and steam, would be willing to buy it." "It's mainly because many streets are too narrow," Klein said in consolation. Framis Cage was the investor he found, and he had little to do with Leopard. When he was playing cards at the Quelag Club, he had deliberately mentioned it, and the equestrian teacher, Talim, immediately mentioned that Framis liked similar inventions, offering to introduce them to each other. This made Klein sigh with emotion. The club really was a great place to develop connections, and the members who joined it were never really interested in the free food, drinks, and activity venues. Haha, this is indeed one of the reasons. As the population increases and the cities grow larger, the horse carriage will definitely be eliminated. It's just too slow. What this world is pursuing now is efficiency," Framis said confidently. He then revealed a smile. "Also, I've already obtained an order from the military. They want me to make some improvements, just like it was mentioned in Roselle's manuscript, increase the armor's bulletproof plating, cover the truck so that it can drive on a simple road. In addition, add a thick cannon barrel, and then this will be a brand new weapon. Roselle's manuscript. Klein sighed silently, and for a moment he didn't know what to say until, finally, Leopard opened the door. In the discussion that followed, the main people talking were Jurgen and Pacheco. The two lawyers would argue with each other and discuss the terms with their employers, while the completely unprepared inventor Leopard sat there in a daze. Only when asked would he give his opinion. Finally, the three parties agreed that Framis would invest £1,000 to take 20% of the shares, and the shares of Klein and Leopard would fall by an equal ratio, 28% and 52%. At the same time, Framis agreed to buy a further 18% of Klein's shares at a premium, and this cost him £1,000 after taxes. Similarly, he would buy a 9% stake in the company at a post-tax price for £500. As a result of this deal, Framis became the largest shareholder in the newly established Backland Bike Company, with a 47% share. He became responsible for the subsequent industrialization and marketing, while the company would be funded with the £1,000 he invested as the initial capital. Leopard was the second largest shareholder, with 43% of the shares. His job was to help in the setting up of the assembly line for mass production. Mr. Klein, who only had the remaining 10% of the shares, became a purely financial investor. And the £1,000 he earned from selling his shares had sent his personal wealth skyrocketing to £2,235, almost enough for him to buy a main ingredient for a faceless potion. As a private detective, he still continued accepting commissions in the past month or so his daily expenses didn't drain his savings. I still have to pay £50 to lawyer Jurgen, leaving me with £2,185. I'll have to thank Talon when I see him. A thought flashed through Klein's mind. He signed and stamped the contract. Then, he stood up and shook hands with Framis and Leopard. I hope for a pleasant partnership. Framis took out his golden pocket watch and looked at it before chuckling. Normally, we should have lunch together to celebrate the closing of a deal, but there's an important person waiting for me. I'm really sorry, but there will still be a lot of opportunities in the future. An important figure, another one. The one behind Talon? The one that I claimed reimbursement from using fake information that points to the Aurora Order? Klein suddenly felt a little guilty. He hurriedly smiled and said that he didn't mind. After exiting the house and getting into a carriage, Jurgen suddenly frowned slightly. Sherlock, you agreed too readily. Why do you say that? Klein asked curiously. He didn't even know what Jurgen was talking about. Jurgen said rather seriously, when we were talking about the transfer of shares. Based on your description, and on Framis's performance, I can imagine a bright market prospect for bikes. Although it's just an invention at the moment, deflating the overall valuation, you should have kept more shares even though £5,000 is a good price. That way you can get better returns in the future. I thought you were only going to sell 8% and have the confidence to haggle for £500, but you actually agreed to 18%. Even if it were only £500, you would have made a several-fold return on the investment. You shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Because I'm in need of money. However, I did agree very readily without any hesitation. It was a huge transaction, so that does seem rather abnormal for me. As Klein thought back to the scene from before, he began to have some doubts deep down. Was I unconsciously influenced by Framis or that lawyer Pacheco? One of them is a beyonder. Fortunately, the price was fairly reasonable. As he pondered over the matter, Klein said to Jurgen, who was waiting for an answer, "The new year is coming soon." He had no idea how to explain it, so he randomly chose an opening. If the other party was a smart person, then they would go along with the opening and perfect the explanation with their own reasoning. There was no need for Klein to describe it any further. Of course, this was a move aimed at smart people. Ordinary people would end up pressing, or what exactly happened? Lawyer Jurgen was obviously a smart man. Noticing Klein's brief silence, he nodded and said, "I understand." "What do you understand?" I haven't even thought of what to say. Klein pointed to the steam metro station in front of them and said, I'm getting off here. I need to meet an informant. As the steam-powered vehicle roared forward, Framis, who was sitting in the front row, wound down the window and blew out a ring of smoke. He said to the inconspicuous lawyer Pacheco, Did you use your powers just now? It was passively triggered, Pacheco said with a smile. My powers aren't suitable for such situations. I prefer to face government or enterprise employees. Framis nodded slightly. I just wanted to remind you. There's no need to use your powers in such situations. Do not let this affect what matters most. I understand, Pacheco replied in a low voice. East Borough, in a cheap coffee shop. When Klein arrived, old Kohler was already waiting for him. He removed his scarf, took off his hat, sat down across him, fished out a stack of one-solly notes, and handed it to him. For next week's expenses and a bonus for the information you provided me the last time. That's a total of £1. He was recently very generous with giving bonuses since he had already found a person to claim them from. Old Kohler, whose face was clearly ruddier than before, received the cash, feeling a little embarrassed. The information I gave you previously didn't seem to be that important. No, the importance depends on who wields it. There are a lot of things that you might find trivial, but it's how other people earn their money, Klein explained with a laugh. What happened this week? Old Kohler took the stack of bills and stuffed it into his pocket. He said thoughtfully, just like before, many people are still looking for the believers of the fool. Haha, how could anyone believe in the fool? That isn't a good name. The corners of Klein's mouth slightly twitched. Are they making progress? The Aurora Order is really persistent. Klein thought helplessly. No, there's no such person. Old Kohler shook his head and then said, There are a few people organizing strikes recently. They came to me a few times, claiming that they will be fighting for reasonable working hours and salaries. It's a very normal thing in this era, but it can lead to quite serious consequences, Klein thoughtfully said. Pay attention to the organizers of this matter. But don't be too anxious. Safety first. All right. Old Kohler cleared his throat and said, There have been a lot of gangsters and bounty hunters looking for a person these days. I don't know why, but I believe someone has offered a bounty. Who are they looking for? Feeling the cold, Klein took a sip of his coffee. The warm liquid ran down his esophagus and warmed his belly. Old Kohler thought for a moment and said, A man named Isaac Eggers. Isaac Eggers. Isaac Eggers? Klein looked up from his coffee cup and stared straight at old Kohler, who was sitting across him. Isn't that Mr. Isaac's full name? Why would someone suddenly offer a bounty for him? In Sangwell? Relying on his clown powers, Klein feigned indifference as he asked, Did it say what kind of person he was? Old Kohler recalled and said, He seems to be of Balam lineage and was once a university lecturer. Chapter 411, Coming in Throngs. Seems to be of Balam lineage, a university lecturer. It really is Mr. Isaac, not someone sharing the same name. Using the information provided by old Kohler, Klein basically confirmed that the person the bounty was aimed at was the suspected descendant of death, Isaac. Here lies the problem. Who or what organization is looking for Mr. Isaac? The numinous episcopate whose ultimate goal is to revive death? In Sangwell who likes to play the mastermind behind the scenes? It's unlikely to be the latter. In Sangwell has sealed artifact 0-08, which allows a target to act according to his descriptions, and through a series of coincidences, he can achieve his desired objective. There's no need at all for him to use the gangs and bounty hunters to find Mr. Isaac. Wait, what if this is actually an arrangement by sealed artifact 0-08? Realizing that he's now the target of Mr. Azek but lacks the competence to clinch victory in battle, Insangwil is using 0-08 to instigate conflict between Mr. Azek and some particular faction, hoping to eliminate his enemy indirectly. And this reward was issued by that faction. It's very possible. However, I can't rule out the numinous episcopate. To get revenge, Mr. Azek might have made contact with them. However, there were major differences between the two parties regarding the resurrection of death, which eventually led to a falling out. Klein instantly thought of two possibilities and the corresponding reasons. He took a sip of his coffee and said to Old Kohler, "Help me find out who issued this bounty and its exact price. If it's appropriate, I'll take note of it while I'm at it." "No problem." Old Kohler didn't feel that anything was amiss with Klein's request. From a certain perspective, there were no essential differences between a private detective and a bounty hunter. The only difference was that the former would involve themselves in trivial matters such as catching adulterers in the act, finding cats, and helping others walk dogs, while they tended to use the powers of deduction more than brute force. When Old Kohler finished describing what he had seen and heard, Klein briefly taught him some of the tricks of leading a conversation based on the Nighthawk's curriculum, as well as the contingency plans for specific scenarios. "It's time for me to go to the docks. Thank you, Detective Moriarty, for allowing me to lead a good life once again." Old Kohler picked up the old, worn-out hat on the table and thanked him sincerely. The detective, in his view, not only provided him with a well-paid job, but he also taught him many useful things. Even if the detective no longer needed him as an informant, the skills he learned would allow him to barely survive in East Borough, especially since he was growing older and less capable of laborious work. A good life? In my opinion, what you have now is the basics of what a person should have. After watching Old Kohler walk out the cheap coffee house, Klein sat there in a daze. This was the first time that he had heard a friend's name from someone else since his arrival in Backland, and it was also the first time that he might have grasped Insangwil's whereabouts. For the past 3 months, Klein's main goal had been to digest the potion and enhance himself, especially after he killed Lenevis. That was because he knew very well that he and Insangwil, who was most likely a high-sequence beyonder, had an unbridgeable gap. He couldn't be impatient for revenge, especially when it came to the chilling sealed artifact 0-08. He didn't even have the intention to approach and investigate it. Scenes from the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen replayed themselves in Klein's mind, and those bright polished shoes clearly appeared before his eyes. Raising his head and slowly letting out a breath, Klein took his scarf and hat and walked out of the cheap coffee shop. Hillston Borough, outside a rather old building. Klein got off the carriage, pressed his hat, and went straight to the door. It was Isengard Stanton's house. The great detective had written to Klein a few days ago, inviting him to come over to discuss a murder case. Mr. Klein, who has been busy with the financing of the bike project, tactfully replied that he had no time to spare as a form of rejection. To his surprise, Isengard Stanton didn't seem to mind and said that the case had hit a brick wall, making it unlikely that there would be any breakthroughs anytime soon. He was very willing to wait for Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit and expressed how he looked forward to an exchange that ignited sparks of wisdom. As such, Klein could only first divine a suitable date for the visit, picking the closest date after the negotiations, which happened to be this afternoon. With that, he wrote back and fixed an appointment. Ding dong, ding dong. Klein rang the bell twice and stepped back to wait. More than 10 seconds later, the door creaked open, and the assistant of the great detective, Isengard, said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty. Mr. Stanton is waiting for you in the activity room. Would you like coffee or tea?" The assistant was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked both refined and professional. Klein looked up at him and said, "Tea. Be sparing on the lemon slices." "No problem." The assistant led Klein into the living room, pointed to the activity room and said, "Sorry, our servants are only temporary, and they just happen to be on their day off today, so I can only trouble you to go over alone." Klein nodded and walked towards the activity room on the first floor. As he lifted his hand to knock on the door, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. I arranged a visit with Mr. Stanton a few days in advance. Why would I chance upon the temporary servant's day off? Klein's eyes narrowed, and he pulled out a copper penny. At this moment, the door to the activity room opened due to the knock, producing a tiny crack. In the blink of an eye, as if some seal was lifted, the strong smell of fresh blood poured out and overwhelmed Klein's nose. From what he could see, the reclining chair in the activity room was overturned and was stained with dark red blood. A book lay beside it, its cover facing up. With just that one glance, Klein felt as if he was seeing a murder scene. The name of the book caught his eye, The Devil's Legend of Civilau's Burrow. Devil. Klein was about to make a move when a strong wind suddenly blew in the activity room, quickly pulling the door back. Creak. Klein clearly saw the entire interior of the activity room. The charcoal in the fireplace had long since burned out, and there was no longer any red embers glowing. The coffee table, the sofa, the chairs, the cupboard, and other items had either fallen or shattered. It appeared as if he witnessed an intense battle. There was a lot of blood on the carpet and walls, and a lot of scorch marks, but there was no sign of a body at the scene, not even a stump limb. Something happened to Detective Stanton? Klein suddenly took a step back, intending to first leave the place. However, almost at the same time, he felt someone lock onto him. Someone was staring at him with a cold and merciless gaze from an unknown location. The moment he made a mistake in his response, he would immediately be met with a fatal blow. How can this be a suitable day to visit Isengard Stanton? Was my interpretation of the revelation wrong? Klein didn't dare to act rashly. However, he was neither too nervous or flustered. Having experienced many battles and performances, he knew that he needed to stay calm during such moments. Tap, tap, tap. Isengard Stanton's assistant walked over with a tray. On the tray was a tin teapot and 2 white porcelain cups. The assistant froze in place when he saw the scene in the activity room. He looked at Klein, his face suddenly filled with fear as he stuttered, "You killed Mr. Stanton." Every time he said a word, a piece of flesh fell from his face as blood gushed out. After he finished speaking, his body was torn to shreds, turning into a dismembered corpse. It was as if he had always been in that state, with everything preceding this being him in a state where he was stitched up. Clang! Crack! The tin pot and white porcelain cup hit the ground at the same time, rolling or splashing, and the tea water quickly soaked the area. Klein didn't move as he stood there watching everything that had happened. This was because he still felt like he was being watched. The person who had caused this series of events appeared to be waiting for him to make a move before leaping onto his back and snapping his neck. After an unknown period of time, in a silent and eerie stalemate, Klein saw the door to Isengard Stanton's house open up as a group of policemen in black and white checkered uniforms stormed in. When they found the nauseating and dismembered corpses on the floor, they drew their revolvers and pointed them at Klein, who stood at the doorway of the activity room. Despite facing the black muzzles of the guns, Klein relaxed. The wordless gaze that seemed to hold a gun to the back of his head disappeared at that instant. Klein raised his hands and laughed helplessly. "I won't say anything until I see my lawyer." Backlandschisak police station. Chained to a water pipe, Klein met lawyer Jürgen once again. "I will accompany you during the interrogation." There was nothing unusual about Jürgen's expression, as though Detective Moriarty belonged here. Klein sighed and said, "What a tragedy. I should be considering what I will be eating tonight, not talking to a stone-faced police officer." The thing he was most thankful for today was that due to the Aurora Order's investigation and the attention of the Rose School of Thought's high-sequence Beyonder, he didn't bring any Beyonder items with him. His only revolver was easily concealed from the body search using a magic-like performance. When he entered the interrogation room, he recounted the letter he received from Isengard Stanton about discussing a case without the police officer's questioning. "Later, we'll go to your house with Mr. Jürgen to retrieve these letters. I hope they're still there." The officer in charge of the interrogation switched gears and asked, "How did you get to know Detective Isengard Stanton?" Klein replied without hesitation, "Because of that serial murder case." At this point, he suddenly froze for a moment. It reminded him of something. He had always suspected that there was a master behind the devil dog, the person who had harumphed when the devil dog was killed. Yes, the book Stanton was reading before the attack was The Devil's Legend of Civilau's Burrow. Could it be that the owner of the devil dog is beginning to take revenge after lying low all this time? And Detective Stanton was the person in the police records who provided the main clues or ideas. Furthermore, he was the one who received the bounty reward. Klein quickly had a theory. Chapter 412, Letter. When he thought about the possibility that the devil dog's owner was involved, Klein changed his strategy and decided to recount his involvement with Isengard Stanton in great detail. In addition, he took the initiative to mention Isengard Stanton's assembly of a team of detectives to investigate the serial murder and the portion of the bounty that they successfully obtained. In that commission, although I only gave some ideas, well, in the jargon of the private detective industry, I provided suggestions, but it was still considered the greatest contribution by Mr. Stanton, so I received the bulk of the bounty, Klein concluded. The two officers in charge of the interrogation jotted down the information and asked if anyone could prove it. Klein gave them the names and addresses of Stewart, Kaslana, and the other private detectives. Very good, Mr. Moriarty. Your answer is detailed enough. A police officer stopped writing and asked, "How long did you spend in Isengard Stanton's home today?" "I mean, from the time you entered to the time we found you." Klein thought for a moment and, without consulting lawyer Jurgen, directly replied, "About 2 to 3 minutes." What he said was based on what he truly felt. Another police officer raised his eyebrows and said, "Many residents nearby were able to confirm that you entered Isengard Stanton's house around 2:10 p.m. We arrived at the scene at 2:28 p.m., which is to say, you were in the house for about 18 minutes, not 2 or 3 minutes. What exactly were you doing during this lengthy period of time? Why didn't you leave and call the police? 18 minutes passed? Klein frowned suddenly. He felt that the stalemate he had with the existence which silently watched him lasted for slightly more than a minute. How did it take a full 18 minutes? Was it the strange feeling of being watched that confused my grasp of time, or was it something else? Is it the beyonder powers of the other party? If it really was the owner of the devil dog, he would at least be at sequence 6, with a high probability of being sequence 5. While Klein pondered, Jurgen leaned forward, ready to accuse the police of being posing leading questions. That was not a very good reason, but he simply wanted to use this method to interrupt the pace of the interrogation and delay the unfavorable question for his client. At this moment, Klein raised his hand to rub his forehead. What I just said was the truth. Based on what I felt, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed after I entered Detective Isengard Stanton's house. Upon saying that, he emphasized, "Yes, based on what I felt." The two officers exchanged looks before writing the statement down. After a moment of silence, the officer who had asked the question said, "During those 18 minutes, a servant who came back from outside the house rang the doorbell, but no one answered, so he looked in through the oriel window and saw the floor full of corpses and that you were standing in the doorway of the activity room. He was terrified, running to the police station like a madman, and many passers-by and some residents had confirmed that." Klein ignored the look in lawyer Jurgen's eyes and shook his head. "I didn't hear the doorbell." The two officers exchanged looks again, but they made no comment. All they did was jot down what was said. They asked questions about other details, and Klein, who had done nothing and was free from guilt, answered every question truthfully. At the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you find Detective Isengard Stanton? It didn't seem like the activity room had a corpse. He's likely to be still alive, right?" A police officer used a pen to tap on the table and said, "That's one of the things we're wondering about. Only the activity room in the house had signs of fighting, and the windows were closed, and they hadn't been opened for days. As you know, it's very normal to do so during Backlund's autumn and winter seasons." The attacker and Mr. Isengard Stanton left the room in a strange way, and we found no trace of him anywhere else in the house or in the neighborhood, not even blood. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he questioned before answering his own question. You definitely wish to mention the activity room's door and the door to the house, but many people have confirmed that there was no pursuit nearby, nor was there anyone taken hostage or a corpse being moved away. Maybe it really happened in the middle of the night? Maybe they were able to go through walls? Klein silently offered other possibilities in his mind, and he silently prayed. May the goddess bless Detective Isengard Stanton and that he escaped the disaster. The Evernight goddess was the empress of disaster and horror. When the interrogation was over, Klein was remanded in a small room, and the police sent someone to pick up the letter as evidence with lawyer Jurgen at 15, Minsk Street. It wasn't until the evening that Klein was finally admitted bail, posting a sum of £50. It's much more expensive than the last time. It's difficult for the average private detective to produce that much cash in a short period of time. After leaving the Chisak police station, Klein pulled up the collar of his tweed coat and complained to Jurgen. Jurgen still wore a professional and staid expression. The situation was favorable towards you the last time, but this time, much of the evidence points to you. He stopped a rental carriage, turned his head to the side, and looked at Klein. Sherlock, I'm your lawyer. Before you answer the policeman's questions, it's best that you communicate with me, even if it's just sending me a look. Do not speak carelessly even if you feel that there are no problems. Ordinary people who haven't been trained will easily say things that trip them up. I'm used to fabricating my own stories and solving my own problems. Klein recalled what had just happened and gave a hollow laugh. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Without another word, Jurgen boarded the carriage. Klein sat down across him and thought about Detective Isengard Stanton's attack. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the rumbling sound of his stomach. It's already past my normal dinner time. Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. He didn't want to waste any more energy preparing food, so he began to think about which restaurant was worth looking forward to. At that moment, Jurgen raised his eyelids and said, I've asked my grandmother to prepare dinner for 3. How can I impose on you? Klein was startled for a moment before he laughed. Mrs. Doris's cooking skills are always something to look forward to. By the time they got back to Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough, the sky was completely dark and the street lamps were even brighter than the indistinct red moon in the sky. After having dinner at the Jurgen's house and having fun with the cat, Klein strolled back to Unit 15 in the cold, damp air. He habitually rummaged through the letterbox and pulled out a copy of the Backland Evening News that had just arrived. Klein opened the door with the newspaper in hand, and just as he put the cane away, he realized something was wrong. His spiritual intuition as a seer told him that a stranger had entered his house. Was it the police who came to collect the evidence? Klein looked around warily and suddenly saw a letter on the coffee table. There should have only been newspapers sitting there. Klein entered the living room warily, in preparation for an attack. He moved closer to the coffee table, and during the entire process, the surroundings were completely silent without the slightest abnormality. Glancing down at the letter, Klein first took out a pair of black gloves and wore them before opening the letter. There was a thin piece of paper inside the envelope. After unfolding it, a dark red color was immediately reflected in Klein's eyes, and the faint smell of blood lingered around his nose. Words were written on the piece of paper with coagulated blood, all of you will die. Is it really the owner of the devil dog? Is he taking revenge on the people who caused his subordinate's death? This is truly a case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why not directly find the Nighthawks responsible for the cleanup operation? Klein's heart tightened, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. But he quickly dismissed his complaint. It was very normal to exact vengeance on the person that one could handle. Just like his past few months in Backland, he had never thought of finding in Zangwill, but he never gave up his pursuit of Lenevis. After looking around again, Klein gradually found that this matter was a little confusing. Isn't he afraid of being caught by the official Beyonders by using such an ostentatious method to exact revenge? Is this the acting requirement for his potion? Or, rather, because Detective Isengard Stanton escaped, He knows that he can't get rid of his targets in secret, so he can only switch his methods. But what's the reason behind this method? Also, when I was at Detective Stanton's house, he was clearly watching me. Why didn't he make a move? Was he apprehensive towards an ordinary private detective like me? No, impossible. Does he know that I'm a Beyonder? Possible. Due to the side effect of me getting lost due to the master key, I had met with the devil dog. It saw my body and how I looked like. Although I was disguised, I can't be certain that a devil can see through it. Perhaps, after that incident, it was able to present the scene to its owner in some way. However, at that time I couldn't even defeat the devil dog, so I could only run away pathetically. What is there to be afraid of? Unless he's worried about something else, such as the injured Isengard Stanton who might be hiding nearby? Did he write to me very openly, thinking that I, a wild Beyonder, wouldn't dare to seek help from the officials? With his head filled with questions, Klein inspected the house and walked all the way to the second floor. When he opened the bedroom door, another letter came into view. The letter lay quietly on the desk, as though it had been waiting for him for a very long time. Klein opened the letter and saw a line of dark red words that were drawn, "You're next." Next? How arrogant. Klein couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he suddenly had a thought. He raised his head and looked outside the window. Across him were a few two-story houses with their lights on. The glow of the street lamps fell on their outer walls, forming a crisscrossing zone. All of a sudden, the shadows in the area squirmed and twisted, forming a black shadow in a tailcoat. The shadow raised its right hand, gesturing in the shape of a gun, and pointed it at Klein. Then, it retracted its arm and blew at the gun's muzzle. Immediately after, it silently fell back, transforming into countless disconnected shadows. Chapter 413, Visitors. Inside the Rice police station, which was in charge of Minsk Street and the surrounding district, Klein shook hands with the officer who escorted him out. This threatening letter must have had something to do with the previous serial murders. The organizer of the detective team, the great detective, Mr. Isengard Stanton, has already been attacked this afternoon. Please take it seriously. The police officer retracted his hand and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Moriarty. We definitely won't ignore your suggestion and immediately report it to the higher-ups." "Thank you so much." Klein put on his hat and walked out the door. After seeing the two threatening letters and the provocation from the suspected devil dog's master, Klein didn't hesitate to bring the evidence to the nearest police station to report the case. He secretly hoped that the matter would be transferred to the mandated punishers or the machinery Hivemind team as quickly as possible so that he could be placed under the protection of official Beyonders. Although he no longer had any reason to keep his identity as a detective, being fully capable of giving up his residence at 15 Minsk Street and switching to another residence and identity, he suspected that this might have been the purpose of the author of that threatening letter. Using the fear of wild Beyonders being exposed, the perpetrator was forcing him to flee under the cover of the night. Then, during this process, he could seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Actually, it's quite a suitable time to attack me while I was heading over to the police station to report the incident. It's the same as when I was at home. That fellow has other plans. Confused and wary, Klein returned to Minsk Street. As soon as he got out of the carriage, he saw a figure loitering in front of his house with the help of the street lamps amid the drizzle. Klein's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately relaxed as he recognized the visitor. It was Stewart, a slim private detective with a medium build, who adored him. "I can't be careless. What if the subsequent sequences of Devil has a power similar to Faceless?" Klein gripped his cane tight and slowly approached, then he gave a probing shout. Detective Stewart abruptly turned his head and nervously said, "Mr. Moriarty, I received a threatening letter." It said, "All of you will die." You received it as well? Klein blurted out in surprise while also finding it understandable. Stewart was also one of the detectives that Isengard Stanton had gathered for the investigation of the serial murders. Stewart's eyes widened abruptly. You received it too? Yes. Klein nodded seriously. More than one actually, he added silently. What should I do? I first went to visit Mr. Stanton, but I heard that he was attacked, so I immediately came to you. Oh, thank God for his blessings. I was about to leave. Stewart blurted out. Klein pointed to the door. Let's talk inside. After entering the living room, Klein excused himself to the bathroom and hurriedly went above the gray fog to perform 2 divinations. First, it was to confirm that the person was Stewart. And second, if there was any relatively serious danger that night. He received a revelation confirming both. In other words, Stewart wasn't the enemy in disguise, and it would be a night of considerable danger. Of course, that danger might not happen right in front of Klein, but someone might be wiped out in secret. That was the limitation of divination. All he could receive was a revelation of a certain degree, not the entire answer. He was unable to get a precise answer. Furthermore, the limitations in mysticism couldn't be solved by techniques such as exclusion or dichotomy. Returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button of the toilet bowl, and in the midst of the splashing water, he washed his hands and opened the door. Stewart, would you like coffee or tea? Klein asked in a completely composed manner. Stewart stood up and shook his head. No, we should discuss the problem first. Although I've received many threatening letters in the past, none of them can be compared to what I received today. He must have written them using fresh blood. My intuition tells me that he'll definitely take action, and that he has the ability to do so. By the way, Mr. Stanton was attacked by that same person, wasn't he? I think so, Klein said stoically before sitting down. This likely has something to do with the previous serial murders. The common thing that you, me, and Mr. Stanton share in common is that case. Stewart's reaction is a little too extreme. Is he spooked out by the attack on Mr. Stanton? At the same time, Klein was carefully observing Stewart. Being infected by his attitude, Stewart calmed down significantly. He sat down again and said while deep in thought, "It seems to be the case." Before he could finish his sentence, tinkling sounds suddenly echoed in the room. Someone had rung the doorbell. Stewart instantly jolted, like a frightened bird. Klein frowned as he looked at him before getting up to head for the door. As soon as he touched the handle, the scene outside appeared in his mind. The visitors were Detective Kaslana in her gray tweed coat, her red-haired assistant, Lydia, and several other men who looked familiar. They're all the private detectives who Mr. Stanton had assembled. As expected. As Klein recalled, he recognized the visitors. He pulled open the door and took 2 steps back. With bushy eyebrows and slightly drooping cheeks, Kaslana looked at Klein and Stewart who was behind him. Without exchanging pleasantries, she bluntly said, "We've all received the same threatening letter, so I believe you guys did too, right?" Yes, Klein replied solemnly. Kaslana didn't shy away from exhaling a breath of white mist. We were all assembled by Mr. Stanton to participate in the investigation of the serial murders. That's the only thing we have in common. I think so too. Klein pointed inside his house. Let's talk inside. Watching the 6 private detectives enter, Klein quickly analyzed the intentions of the Devil Dog's master. To stir up such a huge commotion, this will soon attract the attention of the official Beyonder organizations. Who knows, there might be a demigod powerhouse guarding this area, so how would he take his revenge? He's just being provocative, making the military and the Beyonders from the 3 churches send people to protect all these private detectives. With the official Beyonders not daring to be negligent, it will scatter personnel and exhaust them by making them run around. Is all this to take revenge on the main target of the attack from back then? In the process, he might even have a chance to kill some of the official Beyonders. As for the private investigators, he will only take action much later, once their wariness has relaxed. Of course, if probes such as this give an opening, then he definitely wouldn't let it go. To devils who can sense danger ahead of time, this is a method that plays on their strengths. However, the three churches, together with the military and the royal family, have many experts and sealed artifacts. They have no lack of demigods or grade 0 and grade 1 sealed artifacts. Is the master of the devil dog so certain that there are no powers or items that can restrain this strength of his? No, he definitely wouldn't dare. The official powers, especially the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, and machinery Hivemind, have been fighting devils for who knows how many years. In the fourth epic, even in the more ancient third epic, there was no lack of similar deeds. The master of the devil dog is at most a sequence 5. As long as anything goes wrong, to the point of nothing going wrong, he can be torn apart by a demigod or a terrifying sealed artifact. Why would he still dare to make such attempts? Or it could be said that he's simply toying with the officials and that he wouldn't act, doing it time and time again. Yes, there's another possibility. Using the threatening letter, he's able to get more than half the targets gathered together. Then, using the official Beyonder organization's counterbalancing of each other and the procedural and bureaucratic tendencies, create a time delay. The attack on Mr. Isengard Stanton must have been handed over to the machinery Hivemind, who is in charge of supernatural affairs in Hillston Borough, but the ones who killed the devil dog were mainly comprised of the Nighthawks. The two organizations definitely don't communicate in detail too much. Well, it can also be assigned based on Mr. Stanton's faith. Which deity does he believe in? I don't seem to know, nor can I tell. In short, with so many private investigators living in different districts and with different faiths, the division of jurisdiction is a troublesome matter, and joint operations aren't so easy to achieve. At this moment, the ones protecting us should only be 2 or 3 groups of official Beyonders. At the very most, they would be at the level of deacons, and they wouldn't use sealed artifacts which are too powerful or dangerous. Even a demigod high-sequence Beyonder wouldn't direct their gaze over to us that quickly. This would give the devil dog's master a chance. Although 3 to 4 groups of official Beyonders can definitely kill one or even more than one sequence 5, as long as he takes advantage of the situation, there's a good chance that he can successfully escape. Klein was able to deduce 2 or 3 possibilities in just 20 to 30 seconds, and giving each of them a preliminary opinion. Thinking of the divination outcome that indicated that there would be significant danger tonight, Klein thoughtfully nodded his head, closed the door, and entered the living room. He said to the sitting or standing detectives, "Have you called the police?" There are almost half of the people, who were assembled back then, gathered here. He surveyed the detectives and muttered inwardly. Representing the rest, Kaslana replied, "Some have called the police, while others have tried to find Mr. Stanton or familiar friends. Finally, all of us got together and discussed about visiting you, the great detective." Klein gently nodded and deliberately said, "Everyone, don't be too nervous. The person who sent the letter should be trying to get revenge for that serial murder, but he's only one person, with at most 1 or 2 companions. As for us, we have a total of 8 detectives, all skilled in combat and shooting, so why should we be afraid of him? Besides, we were not the only ones assembled by Mr. Stanton, and it must be the same for those who received the threatening letters. They just didn't end up meeting you or come to visit me." Upon hearing his words, Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, revealed doubtful expressions, as if they were unsure of something. Another detective took a deep breath. "Mr. Moriarty, perhaps it's as you say, we need not be afraid of him. But he's a sinister snake lurking in the dark. No one knows when he will launch an attack, and no one can guard against it in advance. Furthermore, he might even harm our family members." "Family members?" "Oh, my wife." "No, my little angel." The detectives were instantly overwhelmed by their emotions as they exhibited exaggerated reactions. Standing behind Klein, Stuart was trembling with fear and anger. "No, I don't want that," he murmured, almost losing control of his emotions. Just as Klein and Kaslana attempted to calm them down, Stuart suddenly drew his gun and aimed it at the back of Klein's head. His eyes were glazed over, and his emotions seemed to have completely overwhelmed him. Chapter 414, Desire Apostle. While Stewart was raising his gun to aim, Klein, who had long been on guard, had already detected it. He lunged forward at the same time as Stewart performed his series of actions. Bang! Stewart, who was clearly out of control, pulled the trigger, and the bullet grazed the side of a private detective's face as it hit the wall. Instantly, the other detectives pulled out their revolvers as a result of the stress. It was as if they were looking at the enemy, turning the scene extremely chaotic. Among them, Stewart and a private detective had flushed faces and bulging veins. Their eyes burned with a mixture of fear and anger, as though they had turned into so-called devils. At this moment, Kaslana bellowed, "Stop." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with awe. It made everyone's body tremble, and they subconsciously complied. Although there was a brief moment of silence, everyone's mood didn't seem to improve. Klein had already rolled over to the other side and stood up with his revolver in his hand. His mind raced, and he couldn't afford to hide his thoughts. He planned to rely on his hallucination ability to calm down the few visitors. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. A few of the private detectives suddenly became alert, and their eyes revealed a hint of lucidity. The tinkling of the doorbell was like a bucket of cold water that poured over their heads. Stewart looked at the revolver in his hand and mumbled in a daze, "What was I doing just now? The official Beyonders have made their move?" Klein breathed a sigh of relief, approaching the door as he held his revolver. The moment he held the handle, the image of the person outside appeared in his mind. It was a man in a black coat and a hunter's hat. He had gray temples, and a thin face, Isengard Stanton. The detective's face was somewhat pale, and his left arm was propped up near the shoulder. "He really is all right." Klein was delighted at first, but then he became cautious. He remembered the day when Nimblewright Master Rosago had transformed into a constable to knock at his door. Klein placed his finger on the trigger, pulled the door open, and took 2 steps back. Isengard Stanton smiled and nodded at him. "Thank you for your visit this afternoon, otherwise, I might not have been able to continue playing hide-and-seek with that devil. You saved my life." This? Could it be that the correct interpretation of a suitable date for visiting Isengard Stanton is that by visiting him this afternoon, I was able to help him out of trouble? What about the next few days of suitable dates for visiting? By skirting around the murder scene, I wouldn't be suspected? Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't let his guard down as he made way. What exactly happened? We'll talk later. Isengard suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. Do you wish to discuss the subject of Beyonders in front of Stewart and the others? So here you are mentioning Beyonders to me so naturally? That's right, I was able to remain in a deadlock with the master of the devil dog for more than 10 minutes. That serves to prove that I'm no ordinary person. Besides, the suggestion I previously offered pointed straight at a devil-turned animal. Klein quietly stayed behind Isengard Stanton by 2 steps. Upon seeing this great detective, Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, let out a sigh of relief. Stewart and the other private detectives also showed a look of relief. "Are you all right, Mr. Stanton?" they asked. Isengard slightly moved his left arm and said, "A little injured, but not too badly." "Okay. Everyone, don't be nervous. This will be over soon. The police are waiting for that bastard in the darkness nearby." "Is it because of the serial murders? Have you locked onto the suspect? Will he hurt the innocent?" the private detectives asked frantically. Isengard pressed his right palm down. "Don't worry, I'll tell you in detail in the time to come, but before that, I need to find out a few things from Sherlock and Kaslana. We'll head to the activity room for a few minutes." His accumulated prestige made the detectives sit down without rebutting. Although they were still worried, they no longer had the problem of fretting or suddenly losing control of their emotions. After entering the activity room and closing the wooden door, Klein took a look at the enclosed room and suddenly thought of something. This kind of environment is very suitable for using items like the biological poison bottle. Ahem. Klein cleared his throat, walked across the room, and opened the window. He still didn't relax his wariness against Isengard Stanton, Nor did he believe that Kaslana was absolutely trustworthy. Isengard looked around, directly taking Klein's reclining chair before chuckling. Being old, I still like to sit like this. Sitting on a single sofa, Klein asked again, Mr. Stanton, what exactly happened? Isengard looked at Kaslana, who was standing behind a coffee table, and said, we're all Beyonders, so I won't explain stuff pertaining to general knowledge. Beyonders? Kaslana first looked at Klein, then at Isengard, slightly surprised but not all that shocked. So it turns out that you're also a Beyonder. Why were you stumped by a weak ghost back then and unable to even discover the problem? Yes, perhaps she's from a sequence that isn't good at dealing with shadows or wraiths. Klein responded to her gaze. Isengard smiled and said, I once went to the Lenberg for 4 years of studies, where I came into contact with the Beyonder world and became a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom. After returning to Backland, I gradually established a good relationship with the military, the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, but I didn't dare to reveal my true identity, because the mandated punishers would definitely eliminate me as a cult's heretic. On this matter, the other official organizations wouldn't help me directly, because that would be equivalent to starting a war with the Church of the Lord of Storms. As expected of the Tyrant's Church. Tyrant? Klein asked in passing. Isengard took out his pipe, but only sniffed the tobacco. This is what our church internally calls the Lord of the Storms. All right. Let me first return to what happened today. The person who attacked me and delivered threatening letters to you is the master of the serial murderer from before. Heh, you should know that the murderer is a black dog of the devil sequence, especially Sherlock. You were the first to point out that the devil might be an animal. Klein smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. Kaslana also just clasped her hands together, not saying a word. Isengard shook his head and laughed. Don't worry, I'm not an enforcer, but as a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom, I can't preach in Backland or officially establish an organization. I can only rely on you and others like you for help. In other words, you can help us take the blame? Klein mocked inwardly. Isengard continued, seeing that they were still not making any admission. The Devil Dog's master is a Sequence 5 expert. Yes, according to what I know, the Devil Pathway's Sequence 5 is Desire Apostle. They can use and control everyone's emotions and desires, enticing them to be corrupted. When facing a Desire Apostle, one mustn't have feelings that are too intense. One mustn't make or exhibit overt desires, otherwise, they'll immediately be remotely controlled by him. Otherwise, a seed might be planted in them or have it catalyze immediately. This will make people exhibit many problems as they gradually become corrupted. They might also lose control of their emotions at a critical moment and be unable to put up any resistance. This is a portion of the Beyonder powers a Desire Apostle has. I have confirmed these aspects from my battle with him. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly understood one of the reasons why the culprit had sent out threatening letters and made such provocative actions. He wanted to anger us, making our emotions experience violent changes so that he could bury a corruption seed or catalyze our emotions, making it erupt out of control. This would make his follow-up attacks simpler and easier. Fortunately, I'm a Beyonder who has experienced many things. At that time, all I had was vigilance and caution. When Stewart and the others saw the threatening letter, their emotions clearly changed, so the Desire Apostle had planted a seed in them. If we hadn't been able to stabilize them in time, the situation would have become chaotic with the internal strife, giving the surrounding official Beyonders little time to react, and thus, giving the Desire Apostle ample opportunity. Back when I was in Isengard Stanton's house, I felt that time moved slowly. Was it a result of the magnification of my sudden increase in vigilance, tension, wariness, and other emotions? Klein thought back and felt lucky. So that's how it is. Kaslana seemed to gain an understanding of many things. Isengard rubbed his temples and said, I was almost manipulated by him, which resulted in my injuries. Afterward, I used a mystical item to play hide and seek in the house. It was only when Sherlock visited and the three sides came to a stalemate did I get a chance to have a breather. My poor assistant was looking forward to returning to Lemberg for Mass on New Year's Day. At this point, he sighed. When the police arrived, I took the opportunity to escape and then used the river to escape the pursuit, Isengard added. He then asked, Sherlock, Kaslana, how do you plan on handling this issue? After a moment of silence, Kaslana said, Mr. Stanton, do you have any suggestions? Isengard said, first, take the protection of the official Beyonders, preventing the Desire Apostle from daring to take action. While this is happening, we should hope that he's quickly caught or killed. If our hopes aren't met, it's impossible that the official Beyonders would allocate people to constantly protect us. Then, we only have two choices. First, it's to change our identity, including our families, and move to a different place with their help. However, no one can guarantee that the Desire Apostle won't discover this. Second, we can directly join a corresponding official organization and become an external member. That way, our identity and place of residence will change as well, but it's much safer. Join a corresponding official organization? The machinery Hivemind? Or go to places like Lemberg or Mason to join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Wouldn't I then come to have 3 last names, no, a believer of 3 churches? Klein felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. He thoughtfully asked for advice, are there no other solutions? At the same time, there was no change in Kaslana's expression. It was unknown what she was thinking. Isengard Stanton rubbed his pipe and said, yes, that is that we join forces to create an opportunity so that we can quickly find and detain the Desire Apostle. Of course, the perfect outcome would be us killing him directly. Chapter 4:15, The Ring. Klein didn't have too big of a response in regards to Isengard Stanton's suggestion. He looked at the tightly closed door of the activity room and said, as far as I know, the devil can predict danger before we take action, and they can even determine the source of the danger, thus providing an effective response. It's hard to find and restrain him. Isengard nodded slightly and said, yes, that's indeed the case, but this doesn't mean that there are no solutions. What solutions? Kaslana immediately asked. Isengard smiled and said, I fought him head-on and witnessed his beyonder powers of predicting danger, so I have a rough idea of its strengths and weaknesses. A devil can indeed detect danger before it happens, and it can be done so for quite a significant period of time prior to the danger. As long as we make any plans and take decisive action that targets him, he would receive the corresponding premonition. Of course, it has to be something that can really harm him. No, the truth is that the strengths and weaknesses of different types of devils are different. Some of them might only be capable of detecting danger 10 to 20 minutes in advance. Klein silently retorted, but he didn't say it out loud. Isengard continued, the flaw of premonition powers is that it can only detect the person and location of the danger, but it doesn't know the specific details. This gives us an opportunity to take advantage of it. What opportunity? I don't think we can trap a devil that can predict danger, Kaslana asked incredulously. Klein also nodded in agreement. Of course, I can use the gray fog to deceive the Desire Apostle, making him unable to detect danger ahead of time. But the problem is, how can I expose the secret of the gray fog in front of others? Klein silently added a few words. Isengard chuckled. It's true that it won't work normally, but the Beyonder world is full of incredible things. I'm a Sequence 7 knowledge keeper of the reader pathway, also known as detective. By honestly telling you this, it's a way of showing my sincerity in cooperating. In this situation, I think honesty is more important than anything else. Only Sequence 7? How could a Sequence 7 escape from a Desire Apostle? It seems like Mr. Stanton has a powerful mystical item. Enlightened, Klein shifted in his seat. Does a knowledge keeper have the ability to suppress a devil's premonition powers? Kaslana asked with her body leaning forward. No, Isengard said with a laugh. However, I have a ring. It originates from a Sequence 6 rampager of the reader pathway. It allows me to differentiate, recognize, remember, and mimic all the Beyonder powers I've seen before. Of course, against more powerful Beyonder powers, the chance of failure is higher. Haha, there is a maxim in our church: omniscience means omnipotence. Why does it sound so familiar? Furthermore, the description of the item. Klein was about to run through his memories when he saw Isengard Stanton take out a gorgeous ring. The ring was inlaid with many small diamonds. Together, they surrounded a beautiful emerald green gem that looked like a human eye. Just by looking at this ring, Klein felt dizzy, as if he had overworked his mind. Isn't this sealed artifact 2-081? Isengard Stanton is old mystery of wisdom? Klein looked up in surprise at the detective sitting in the reclining chair. That ring was the sealed artifact 2-081 which Eye of Wisdom had flaunted to him previously and had used several times in the Beyonder gathering. Eye of Wisdom. This code name does sound like it's related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Klein, using his clown's ability to control his expression as he looked quietly at Isengard Stanton. In the end, he found that some of the outlines of the great detective did match Eye of Wisdom, but there were many details which were highly different. His ability to disguise himself is very impressive. Was it done with the help of 2-081? Klein made a rough judgment. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a scene. If Mr. Stanton says, "Let all of us work together to resist the Desire Apostle, and the most important thing is honesty." I have already described my sequence and mystical item. It's your turn. What should I say? Silently take out the sun brooch which he sold to me? At that moment, wouldn't he be going, "Nice, so it's you, punk"? While Klein was imagining things, Kaslana looked at the ring Isengard Stanton showed and asked in envy and puzzlement, "What power are you planning on mimicking to resist the Desire Apostle's ability to predict danger?" Isengard curled the corner of his lips and chuckled. The premonition that devils have towards danger. At that moment, he looked like a hoary fox. Ah? That actually works? Klein was momentarily unable to figure out the intricacies. Seeing Kaslana and Klein puzzled, Isengard laughed and explained, "First, which is what we're currently doing, draw up a plan that can actually harm the Desire Apostle and begin working on it. Second, the Desire Apostle will sense the danger and know that the danger comes from us and that it stems from this place. Third, as a devil, without any advanced preparations, there are certain things that are instinctual to him that he cannot change. His first reaction is definitely to kill us or to exact revenge on us, and there will be certain changes to his body, after which he will consider whether the current situation is suitable for a counterattack or not, and whether he should choose to stay away from us. Fourth, by mimicking the devil's premonition powers, I'll sense the threat of the Desire Apostle and grasp the source of danger, which is also his present location. That's some godly operation. Klein was quite surprised. But what happens next? The Desire Apostle would run away as soon as he realizes that something is wrong. We won't even have time to chase after him. Doubts immediately arose in him. Isengard looked at the two of them and smiled. According to my deductions, he must be hiding in our surroundings right now. No matter how good he is at remotely controlling the emotions of others, there must be a distance limit. And just now, he had led Stuart and the others to lose control of their emotions. After I escaped his pursuit, the reason why it took me so long to appear here was because I was discussing a plan with the Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and the military. They will each send 2 to 3 squads who are in charge of monitoring the nearby districts. These districts all have their code names. Heh, this will all be within the Desire Apostle's expectations. Even if he senses the danger, he will only treat it as normal. As soon as I confirm his location, I will inform the official Beyonders, and they will rapidly seal off the corresponding areas and close in on him. But herein lies the problem. How are we to inform the official Beyonders? If we're unable to accomplish this within seconds, the Desire Apostle will escape. Of course, he might have fled when what he just did had failed, Klein said, in thought. If that's the case, we would be out of solutions as well. There's no plan that's absolutely perfect. We can only wait for a particular sealed artifact's activation process to complete. When the time comes, the Desire Apostle might have already left Backland, but he might return at any time, Isengard explained. He then took out a golden palm-sized item. It looked like a miniature telegraph, but it also had a trumpet on it. This is a sealed artifact. It can allow my voice to sound out simultaneously up to a range of 5 kilometers, Isengard smiled as he introduced it. Its negative effect is that once it's activated, all sounds within 5 kilometers will be transmitted to the user's ears for an extended period of time. Of course, I can mimic a Beyonder power to mitigate this effect. After listening carefully, Kaslana frowned slightly. Since there are official Beyonders involved, there doesn't seem to be any need for our cooperation? Isengard carefully put on sealed artifact 2-081 and earnestly said, in order to not alarm the Desire Apostle ahead of time, there's a void of power in the nearby district. If the target is really here, the three of us need to help each other to retain him as best as we can. I have no problem. Klein pondered for a moment before agreeing. Kaslana also nodded and said, Mr. Stanton, there's no need for you to explain so much. After all, we'll cooperate for our own sake. Haha, an explanation is part of the plan, and an agreement means that the operation is about to begin. Isengard half closed his eyes. The emerald green gem on the ring of his right hand began to glow with a dark blue light. Suddenly, Isengard Stanton stood up, pointing upwards with a grim expression. He's right here, upstairs. Klein and Kaslana stood up at the same time, one ready to snap a finger and light a match on the second floor to jump up there directly, while the other followed Isengard towards the door. None of them expected the Desire Apostle to be so bold as to remain in the vicinity after the failure of the previous machination, right in 15, Minsk Street. Maybe he was upstairs watching it all with a cold gaze while we were discussing the plan to deal with him. This thought suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. At that moment, he saw Kaslana's eyes suddenly turn red, and her right hand formed a fist as she punched out at Isengard Stanton's back where his heart was. This? Klein's pupils contracted as he instantly came to a realization of many things. The reason why the Desire Apostle didn't flee was because he still had other plans set up. He still had a seed of corruption in someone's heart that he didn't catalyze. That person was none other than Kaslana. One of the only 3 Beyonders here. The reason why the unsuccessful attempt at instigating them was so easily resolved was to let their guard down and wait for the critical moment to make Kaslana lose control of her emotions. The Desire Apostle's biggest target was still Isengard Stanton. How crafty. Klein snapped his fingers, but it was only an air bullet that was fired at Kaslana. At the same time, he shouted, "Be careful." Isengard had a lot of experience too. He didn't care what the situation was as he threw himself forward. However, Kaslana ignored the bullet, allowing it to strike her arm and allowing blood to splatter everywhere. Bam! She punched Isengard in the back, throwing her entire body forward. Gotcha! Klein heard the sound of bones breaking, and the point of contact was the spine. Chapter 416, Two Rights Make a Wrong. Gotcha! When Klein saw Isengard Stanton's back cave in, even he felt a faint pain in his spine. Isengard fell to the ground with a thud, seemingly instantly losing consciousness from the pain. Kaslana, on the other hand, stood in her original spot, gasping for breath with a blank look in her eyes. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and there was no follow-up attack. It was as if she had just awoken from a long nightmare caused by her emotions. All the strength in her body had completely disappeared from her previous outburst. Huff. Puff. Kaslana's body swayed, on the brink of collapsing. Klein's eyes narrowed as he rushed up to Isengard Stanton in 2 steps. He kneeled and tried to help him up. Isengard, who was sprawled on the ground, cried out in pain, "Run! Don't worry about me. Obviously, he didn't think that a three-person group which instantly had one heavily injured member and another losing all her strength could retain the Desire Apostle. Thus, he told Klein to immediately escape and meet up with the official Beyonders, otherwise, all three of them would die there and then. At the same time, Isengard raised his right hand with difficulty, attempting to use some of his Beyonder powers so as to attract the attention of the official Beyonders who were quite a distance away. As for the tiny telegraph with the trumpet, it had long since flown to the wall because of Isengard's fall. Klein showed hesitation, and just as he was about to make a decision, he saw a thick black liquid flowing down from the ceiling, quickly forming a pitch-black figure. The figure seemed to be completely wrapped in a black curtain, only exposing a pair of cold blue eyes. At the sight of him, Klein felt as if he was seeing the most intense emotions and desires of a living creature: fear, wrath, greed, jealousy, hunger, lust, etc. The Desire Apostle didn't waste the situation he painstakingly created, and he entered the activity room almost immediately. At this moment, out of the three-person team of detectives, Kaslana was exhausted from the outburst of emotions, while Isengard Stanton's spine was severely injured, causing him to lose his ability to partake in combat. Only Klein was left unscathed. However, other than his revolver and Beyonder bullets, all of his mystical items were above the grey fog. Besides, he was facing a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, a powerhouse capable of nurturing a devil dog. At that moment, the corners of Klein's lips curled up slightly. His right hand, which had been placed on the wound on Isengard's back, abruptly swiped, causing the obvious depression to shift to the side and onto a rib. The magician's most miraculous Beyonder power, damage transfer. It allowed a wound to be transferred once on a body, turning a serious injury into a minor injury, but it was unable to transfer the damage to other people or items. When Klein saw that Isengard Stanton was injured, he had already thought of the subsequent countermeasures. By first acting as if they were out of solutions to make the Desire Apostle appear, and then transfer the great detective's wound to leave him with only a slight fracture in his ribs, Klein believed that Isengard would then be able to deal with the Desire Apostle with him. It was a struggle for survival that all humans on instinct. In this way, even if the Desire Apostle realized that something was amiss, it would be too late for him to escape. Once Klein completed the treatment and joined forces with the great detective, they would be able to stall the target until the official Beyonders arrived. Almost at the same time, the ring that Isengard had pointed outwards began to produce greenness that was filled with vitality. A faint glow soon enveloped Isengard's body, allowing his wounds to quickly heal. The fracture on his ribs was instantly healed. The great detective's pain was real, but his helplessness was just an act. However, this overlapped with Klein's help. When the Desire Apostle who was about to take action saw this scene, his eyes suddenly widened, and his body stopped abruptly. Being free from any ensnarement, he turned around and ran towards the window. During this process, his body quickly collapsed into a sticky black liquid. The liquid seeped into the ground, penetrated the wall, and disappeared. Klein raised his right hand just in time to snap his fingers. The air bullet went through the open window and shot outside, sending sparks flying everywhere. However, the Desire Apostle had completely disappeared. He ran really fast, without any hesitation at all. Are you a devil or not? This will only make things worse in the future. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he turned to look at Isengard Stanton, who had rolled around and stood up. The great detective happened to look at him. You're capable of healing wounds? You're capable of healing wounds? The two of them opened their mouths at the same time and asked the same question. After looking at each other, Isengard shook his head and smiled bitterly. I never expected that the trap I set would allow him to escape. As he spoke, his ring began to glow, and he looked around to confirm that the Desire Apostle had already left. Isengard then gave a brief explanation. I didn't have the chance to mimic the healing ability this afternoon. Later, I believed that I could use this to set a trap and make the Desire Apostle appear by making him think that I'm injured. Therefore, I deliberately bundled my wound in an exaggerated manner. He pointed to the cushion that elevated his left arm to his shoulder. Sure enough, it worked. But I didn't expect you to be able to deal with serious injuries, and Isengard sighed softly. As a result, both of them putting healing the injuries as their top priority. No one held back the Desire Apostle, so the moment he realized that something was wrong, he immediately fled. Both Stanton and I had trump cards that the Desire Apostle didn't know about, and we wanted to use that to trick him. Who knew that we would cancel each other out and allow him to flee? Is this the so-called two rights make a wrong? Klein helplessly laughed. This is because we don't know each other well enough, and we didn't have good teamwork. No, it's my fault, Isengard said sincerely. When I saw that you didn't run away or defend yourself, and instead came over to help me, I should have deduced that you weren't flustered, that you had the confidence and means, but unfortunately while wearing this ring, my brain remained in a highly taxed state. I wasn't able to consider anything else. So sealed artifact 2-081 will passively reduce one's intelligence. Klein smiled and said, Mr. Stanton, it's not the time to discuss who's responsible. The Desire Apostle has already fled. We should consider our subsequent actions. Isengard took off his ring and turned to the door of the activity room. The official Beyonders are arriving soon. I'll go outside to calm Stewart and the others. After that, we can come up with a plan. Are you joining me, or do you plan on handling some of your matters? The official Beyonders. Mr. Stanton previously mentioned the Nighthawks, the machinery Hivemind, and the military. Please don't be an acquaintance. Yes, my spiritual intuition hasn't warned me, so it's probably not. Mr. Stanton is giving me a chance to clean up and dispose of any sensitive items so that I don't get into trouble with the unfriendly official Beyonders. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he asked, Mr. Stanton, when you grasped the Desire Apostle's location, where was he? Isengard thought and said, your bedroom. He was sitting in front of your desk. How arrogant. Klein pointed out the door and said, I'll head over there to investigate. I'll see if he left behind any traces. If we can figure out what the Desire Apostle truly looks like, it'll definitely make apprehending him much simpler. I'll leave the rest to you. All right. Isengard moved to the side and helped up the weak Kaslana. Seeing this, Klein suddenly found it amusing. Having discussed so much and made preparations to set up a trap, we still failed to retain the Desire Apostle and ended up in this state. There are always more accidents than preparations. That's why Magician is just a sequence 7. After leaving the room, Klein went straight to the second floor and entered his bedroom. The arrangement inside remained unchanged, and even the distance between the chair and desk was no different from before. However, Klein seemed to see a figure wrapped in a pitch-black liquid. He sat there, looking straight ahead, waiting patiently and calmly for a chance. As expected of a cold-blooded. Klein looked at the glass panes of the oriel window and felt that he could divine if it had reflected something. The devil pathway is good at crime, so it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave clues behind. However, I can try going above the gray fog to give it a try. Klein inspected the area and began to burn some of the mysticism notebooks he wrote in passing. Not long after he finished dealing with the items, he saw a few strangers coming up to the second floor. The leader of the group was a man with a stiff face but a head of frizzled, messy, and stubborn brown hair. In his hand was an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns. On both sides of the mirror there were black gems which were decorated as eyes. Hello, Mr. Moriarty. I am a Cancer Bernard of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Can I inspect this place? Klein immediately nodded and said, no problem. He then politely said, do you need me to follow you and answer any of the questions you might have? All right. Sorry for the trouble. Mr. Stanton has mentioned to me about your situation, Cancer said with a smile. Several of his team members followed behind him. They treated him differently, some ignoring him, some curious, some filled with hostility. My situation? How exactly did Mr. Stanton introduce me and what story did he make up? As his thoughts raced, Klein followed a Cancer into the bedroom again, while the rest of the official Beyonders paired up, each responsible for a different zone on the second floor. This is where the Desire Apostle sat? A Cancer pointed at the chair in front of the desk. He had clearly asked Isengard Stanton. Yes, Klein answered frankly. Without another word, a Cancer raised the silver mirror and stroked its surface 3 times with his right hand. After a short pause, he said in a deep voice, "Honorable Erodes, my question is, what did the devil who was previously sitting here look like?" The lights around them suddenly turned dark, as if enshrouded by mist after a rainstorm. A strange aqueous glint appeared on the surface of the silver mirror, forming a scene. A man covered in a sticky black liquid sat on a chair with his back to the window while he faced the bed. Immediately after, the scene changed. The mirror in the corner vaguely reflected the dark shadow side profile, which was similarly covered by the pitch blackness. But he could vaguely make out an outline. The Desire Apostle had very high cheekbones and a pair of cold-looking blue eyes. Chapter 417. Seeing the scene in the silver mirror, Klein revealed a pensive expression. This mirror is very powerful, and it even has its own name. It seems to be a living sealed artifact. Such items might not be too harmful, but the difficulty of sealing it is very high. It's seldom used except for special situations. This person named a Cancer Bernard from the machinery Hivemind seems to be highly ranked. He should be a deacon, and definitely not a simple one at that. Divination is limited, so the outcome would almost be the same as the result shown by the silver mirror. Even if I were to go above the gray fog, I wouldn't obtain a better result. There's no way to determine the Desire Apostle's appearance. There are countless people in Backland with high cheekbones and blue eyes. As Klein was in the midst of his thoughts, the scene produced by the silver mirror quickly dispersed. Following that, words in blood red appeared. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask the question. If you lie or are unable to answer, you will have to accept an arranged mission by me or suffer a penalty. Klein pricked up his brows when he saw that. Is this some truth or dare mirror? Interesting. The words, which resembled dripping blood, slowly changed into new characters, forming a new sentence. What is Red Light's true name? Red Light? One of the leaders of the Great White Brotherhood? One of the 7 pure lights above the spirit world? Klein thought through it carefully and realized he didn't know the answer. He only knew of Yellow Light, Benethan. A Cancer's throat bobbed up and down as sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. After a brief moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, Nanides. Wrong. The blood-red words on the mirror changed again. Mission or penalty? There was an obvious struggle on a Cancer's face. Finally, he breathed out and said, penalty. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of silver-white lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck his head. With sizzling sounds, a Cancer's hair stood on their ends, and his body collapsed with a thud. Small amounts of black smoke billowed from his body. However, the mirror didn't fall to the ground with him. Instead, it floated by itself and landed on the desk. After 2 seconds, a Cancer staggered to his feet and sat there, panting while shaking. Klein looked at everything in silence, unsure of how to react. After a while, a Cancer, who had recovered a little, looked at him and said with a forced smile, you should have heard of sealed artifacts and know that they come with certain negative effects. Yes. Klein looked at the standing hair on a Cancer's head and suddenly understood why his hairstyle was so frizzled, messy, and stubborn. Klein couldn't help but say, actually, you could do the questioning alone. There's no need for you to do it in front of me. Phew, the requirement of using this mirror is that there must be someone watching by the side. A Cancer was still trembling. It's so sentient. Klein took 2 steps forward and came to the table. He carefully looked at the silver mirror out of curiosity and found that, apart from the strange patterns and 2 decorative eyes, there was nothing special about the sealed artifact. A Cancer, whose side was facing him, trembled as he chuckled. You can pose questions to him. We don't mind. No, I don't have any intention to. How could Klein play truth or dare with something like an Ouija board? As he spoke, he tried to touch the edge of the silver mirror. It's ice cold to the touch and has a metallic feeling. As Klein had this thought, he saw the ancient silver mirror tremble slightly. White words quickly appeared on it: "Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, at your service." Ah? Klein's mind momentarily went blank. Then, he left the table without any change in expression. What's going on? This mirror was still playing truth or dare with others in a very cold and ruthless manner just a moment ago. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Klein was amused and puzzled. He quickly made a guess based on the information he had gathered. The silver mirror knows Red Light's true name, so it seems to be related to the spirit world to a certain extent. And the mysterious space above the gray fog seems to be connected to the spirit world as well. At the very least, when I summon myself, I will be able to see what appears to be the spirit world after passing through the door. Is this mirror named Rhodes able to sense the aura of the gray fog? While these thoughts were flashing through his mind, Klein saw that a cancer had recovered and stood up once again. He grabbed the ancient silver mirror while the other two members in the room also stopped pretending that they hadn't seen anything while they were aimlessly searching the room. After a series of inspections, Klein bade a cancer and company farewell and found Isengard Stanton, who had returned to the activity room. "What do we do next?" he asked directly. Isengard replied with a solemn expression. "Let's have Stuart and the others have their families move in together. It will make it easier to protect them. However, this can only be a short-term solution. You and I, as well as Kaslana, will act normally and receive secret protection. Let's hope the Desire Apostle can be found as soon as possible." "You're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, right?" "Yes," Klein replied as he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. At the same time, he lamented a little. "For the foreseeable future, I can only go above the gray fog while inside the bathroom. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall." Audrey glanced at the elegantly shaped wall clock and slowly sat down in front of the dressing table despite her nervousness and excitement. She was heading to the home of her psychology teacher, Escalante, and take the key step of becoming an official member of the Psychology Alchemists. Before doing so, she needed to time herself well before praying to Mr. Fool for his help. "I should be able to see the angel this time, right?" Audrey thought with anticipation. After a few seconds of silence, she clasped her hands together in front of her mouth and nose and softly chanted the honorific name of the Fool. In 15 Minsk Street, Klein was standing in the living room, looking at the scene which had finally turned quiet as he sighed. To him, the Desire Apostle only meant danger, but to Stuart and the others, it was a change in their lives. "I hope it can be settled as soon as possible. With so many Beyonders with so many sealed artifacts, there must be something effective against the Devil pathway." In the midst of his thoughts, Klein suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. It should be Miss Justice. Having been prepared, he looked around before walking to the bathroom as if nothing had happened. After locking the bathroom door, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My life has also changed a little. Before the threat of the Desire Apostle was eliminated, he had to reduce the times he went above the gray fog while being secretly protected by the machinery Hivemind. Next week, during the Tarot Club, the itinerary must be simplified. However, no matter how compressed it is, it'll still take nearly 10 minutes. Well, constipation is a very normal thing. Who says that Beyonders can't be constipated? Being optimistic, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Next, Audrey followed what she had been previously taught and set up a simple ritual, entering the artificial sleepwalking state. When Klein saw her blurry figure inside the Crimson Star, he went through the procedure, first using his spirit body to contain the Dark Emperor card, then picking up the paper figurine he cut with his improved cutting skills, and sending it out. As expected, the paper figurine gathered the power that was being stirred out of the gray fog, turning into a gigantic angel with 12 pairs of black wings. Audrey watched as the sacred and majestic angel descended before her, wrapping herself in its layers of wings. She was left speechless for quite some time. "This is an angel, Mr. Fool's angel. And it even has 12 pairs of wings, an archangel." This is exactly the same as the descriptions in the Legends of Canon. This is also an angel of our tarot club. Audrey watched as the angel's silhouette rapidly faded away. She suddenly felt that it was exceptionally sweet. She thanked Mr. Fool with joy, excitement, and piousness, and then she called the maids and told them to get ready for her trip outdoors. Klein smiled and returned to the living room, looking at the bullet hole in the wall and lost himself in thought. Should I hang a cheap oil painting to cover it or repair it and paint over it? In Escalante's house at Hillston Borough, 7th Avenue. Audrey left her maid and bodyguard in the living room and followed the mistress of the house into the activity room with Susie, her huge golden retriever. In the activity room, there were two other people waiting. One of them was Hilbert Alucard, the psychologist who was introduced to her by Lady Norma. The other was Stephen Hampres, who had organized the previous psychology discussion. At that moment, although it was already time for the banquet, there was only a single ordinary candle lit in the room. The candle was placed in the middle of the coffee table as its faint yellow flame flickered, dispersing the darkness in the activity room. After greeting each other, Hilbert, with his slightly brown skin that was thanks to the tiny bit of southern continent blood in him, glanced at Susie, but he didn't say a word. Audrey smiled apologetically and said, "I feel more secure with it around." Susie also looked at Hilbert with innocent eyes. "Understandable. Please have a seat." Hilbert smiled and sat down on the sofa on the other side of the coffee table. Hampres and Escalante also took their seats. After Audrey had taken her seat, Hilbert lifted the candle wick to brighten it a little. He looked at Audrey through the candlelight. "Now answer me honestly. Are you sure you want to join the psychology alchemists?" Under the illumination of the candlelight, his eyes seemed to be dyed with a hint of gold. Deep within his pupils, there seemed to be another eye, a vertical eye. Audrey's mind suddenly turned adrift for a moment before she regained her senses. She lightly nodded and said, "Yes." Hilbert asked again, "Will you intentionally hurt the psychology alchemists?" His tone carried a strange inducement, as though as long as the person being questioned gave an affirmative answer, they would unwittingly agree and abide by it from the bottom of their hearts. "No," Audrey answered very logically. After a few questions, Hilbert, Escalante, and the others heaved sighs of relief. The former smiled and asked, "Is there anything else you would like to say?" Audrey hesitated for a moment and then displayed her sincerity. "I once purchased the spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering. I am already a spectator. That Beyonder gathering is called the Tarot Gathering." Audrey thought to herself proudly. Chapter 418, The Power of the Mind. Audrey knew that her mind and psyche were being influenced by some kind of Beyonder power. It was only because of the angel's blessing provided by Mr. Fool that she was able to miraculously be immune to that state. Therefore, she decided to set certain things in motion, using small secrets to stun her counterparts, so as to hide the more crucial matters, in return for obtaining greater trust. The reason why she was doing this wasn't because she didn't believe in the angel, but because she felt that she could observe her counterparty just like how they were observing her. Although she had always hidden herself in the dark and pretended to not be considered a Beyonder, performing in a way which would not arouse suspicion, she was still more willing to take the members of the psychology alchemists seriously. After all, they were professionals, and she could only be considered a dabbler in the Beyonder circle. She lacked the experience and wasn't flexible enough. It was very possible that she would expose certain problems from things she had yet to realize. In that case, she might as well take this opportunity to confess and completely dispel some of the doubts of the psychology alchemists' members. She had called the descent of the angel and its envelopment of her with its wings as a blessing. Upon hearing Audrey's reply, both Escalante and Hampres showed a brief look of surprise. For a moment, they even doubted their own powers. As for Hilbert, he curled the corners of his lips into a faint smile, showing no abnormal reaction. He nodded in satisfaction and gently said, "Your honesty is admirable." "Anything else?" Audrey pretended to be in a trance as she shook her head. "There isn't anything else." Hilbert thought for a moment before asking a few more questions. "Which Beyonder gathering did you buy the Spectator formula from? Who did you buy it from? Where did you get the ingredients for concocting the potion?" Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she showed an expression of recalling. "I have to keep the Beyonder gathering a secret. I was unable to see what the person who sold me the Spectator formula looks like. But from the way he speaks, I could determine that he was a believer of the Lord of Storms." Upon hearing that, Hilbert nodded slightly, as though he recalled something. Audrey continued, "My Spectator potion ingredients were mainly found from my family's vault. The rest were exchanged from my few friends. 2 Spectator potions," she added silently. "Most of them were found from her family's vault." Hilbert, Escalante, and Hamprez ruminated over the words, momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, Hilbert nodded to Escalante and Hamprez, indicating that he found everything all right. After receiving the same reply from the rest, the gold tinge in his eyes faded, and the vertical pupil in his eyes faded rapidly. Hilbert touched the wick of the candle again, causing the flame to flicker. In that instance of alternating light and darkness, Audrey discovered that the strange power that affected her had suddenly disappeared. She controlled her adrift expression and switched to an appearance of doubt and inquiry. "I didn't expect you to already be a spectator." Hilbert chuckled. "Huh?" Audrey showed her surprise and panic at the right moment. Knowing what kind of emotional reaction to show in the appropriate situation and knowing, in detail, what kind of expression and body language to react with was the basic skill of a telepathist. Hilbert smiled and said, "There's no need to be nervous. We don't mind. That was the last of our tests. Congratulations, you have passed all the tests. Now, you're an official member of our psychology alchemists." "All right then," Audrey hesitated, then she smiled. It felt like a dream. She then stood up, lifted the edges of her skirt, and bowed at Hilbert and the others. She then said with a faint smile, "We are now companions." Escalante and the others immediately stood up and bowed to the beautiful girl of noble status who was so polite to them. After the two sat back down, Hilbert organized his words and said, "Miss Audrey, I'm going to formally explain to you about the situation of the psychology alchemists." "All right," Audrey said with a smile. "Just call me by my name." Hilbert nodded. Leaning back, he crossed his right leg and clasped his hands. The original Psychology Alchemists was just a seminar for enthusiasts who all believed that the mind has limitless power and infinite wonders. Later on, this seminar obtained a treasure map and found the relics left behind by Hermes. "Hermes of the Hermes language?" Audrey asked in excitement. "Yes, he was one of the earliest masters of mysticism from the human race, and the language of ancient Hermes that he created resonated with the power of nature. He was active during the Dark Second Epoch. Back then, humans were only the servants and slaves of giants," Hilbert said with utmost reverence. He let out a soft sigh. The original members of the Psychology Alchemists found a lot of things from the ruins. They discovered that Hermes was a mysticism master in the field of the mind. His research target was the dragons that ruled the sky during the Second Epoch. To be precise, the dragons of the mind. The information he left behind shows that mind dragons have advanced far into this field and have achieved the same level of achievement as deities. "I know. The dragon of imagination Ankwelt was an ancient god." Audrey thought quite complacently. Hilbert sighed and said, "Those materials laid the foundation and direction for the research of our psychology alchemists. We believe that the mind has many secrets and that every one of them is hidden somewhere deep and difficult to grasp." Forgive me for using the adjective deep, which seems to be the most appropriate term to me. The slightest mistake in the study of those secrets would cause irreversible harm to the body. Audrey, you have to remember that matters in this aspect needs to be done carefully. After Audrey nodded, he continued. If we can unravel the secrets of the mind, then we can, on the one hand, unearth the power hidden deep in one's consciousness, and accomplish many miraculous deeds, and on the other hand, we can influence or even control the minds of others. After reaching this level, what lies ahead is the sea of gathered collective subconsciousness, which is the place we look forward to the most. Of course, the description of a collective subconsciousness isn't accurate enough. I prefer to call it the mind world of all living beings. It has a veiled and miraculous connection to the spirit world. If one can master this mind world, what kind of beyonder powers would we obtain? Audrey showed her curiosity at the right moment and her lack of knowledge in this area. Hilbert smiled and said, "You should have noticed some of the wonderful phenomena in the real world. When we wish to receive something, it will happen to appear. When we want to visit a friend, they will happen to knock on the door. And when we desire something to happen, it begins at that exact moment. You might say it's a coincidence, but sometimes there are too many coincidences. Our research shows that many of these coincidences are caused by an unconscious, magical influence of the mind. When you master the mind world, which is also the sea that gathers the collective subconscious, then you will master coincidences, creating magical phenomena that make chance appearances as an echo of your mind. It will appear as you wish. This is too amazing." Audrey had heard the son mention the Dragon of Nightmare before, but the description was far less detailed than Hilbert's. Hilbert chuckled and said, "At our level, it's better not to discuss such a deep and profound question. If we do, we'll easily lose ourselves. I'll continue introducing the psychology alchemists." The discovery of the ruins marked the establishment of the organization. The members at the beginning wanted to maintain a state of pure academic discussion, but they would always need help when encountering matters. Similarly, they lack items and research materials. That's why the psychology alchemists slowly became systematic and transformed into a real secret organization. However, compared to other secret organizations, our structure and relationships are still relatively loose. "That's what I like about it," Audrey expressed her opinion. Hilbert explained the main rules and regulations, before finally concluding, "When you reach a higher rank, you'll be able to meet the other members. I'll now give you the Sequence 8 Telepathist Potion." They did prepare a telepathist potion as expected. Audrey was both glad and proud. After seeing the lustrous potion, she hesitated and said, "I wish to consume it after I get back." She still doesn't trust us, and she wishes to make confirmation. Hilbert read Audrey's thoughts and replied with a smile, "Okay. With your performance, drinking the telepathist potion shouldn't be a problem." Audrey beamed and thanked him before asking a probing question, "Can you give me the potion formula to psychiatrist? I wish to seek out and gather the ingredients ahead of time so that I don't waste any time. When other people join the psychology alchemists, other than hoping to get a formula, don't they hope to apply for the corresponding beyonder ingredients? Who says it in such a carefree manner and talk about trying to gather them ahead of time?" Hilbert, Hamprez, and Escalante were speechless for a while as they looked at the girl who spoke of such things with a normal tone. A few seconds later, Hilbert forced out a smile. "I'll help you make the application. Normally, this would require contribution points, and contribution points come from the missions we assign you, the research contributions you make, and the new information and materials you gather." "Okay, I'll do my best," Audrey said briskly. She remained silent after leaving Escalante's house, but only until she entered her room and sent Annie and the others away did she turn to the huge golden retriever and smile. "Susie, we got your potion. It's a pity that the rainbow salamander that Alfred found for me couldn't be of use. It can only be exchanged for money." Audrey sighed emotively in her heart. Susie looked at the bottle containing the telepathist potion and wagged her tail cheerfully. Audrey had hung a pair of gold-rimmed glasses around her neck just for laughs. Hillston Borough. In Isengard Stanton's house. Klein had been invited to breakfast. Apart from him, Kaslana was invited as well. After eating a mouthful of the soft potato pie, Klein praised, "Mr. Stanton, your cooking skills are excellent." Isengard, who had gray hair at his temples, smiled and said, "It's a specialty of Lenberg." And to the beyonders of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, being multi-talented is a common trait. Its sequence 6 is called polymath. It's easy for people to lose control for the corresponding potion. Until now, I still don't have the confidence to make the advancement attempt. Chapter 419, Wishing. Polymath. This sequence sounds strong just from its name. The Reader Pathways Sequence 7 is called Knowledge Keeper or Detective. It's a job that leans towards grasping knowledge and deduction. At most, it would be accompanied by decent combat techniques and the ability to use machinery, so it cannot be considered powerful. But at Sequence 6, there seems to be a sudden qualitative change, especially more so in the field of Beyonder combat. From the looks of it, each Beyonder pathway has its own critical point below the high sequences, but it isn't fixed at a particular sequence. For example, the Seer pathway's critical point is Magician. Klein drank a mouthful of hot coffee and didn't try probing on the secrets to other sequences. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mr. Stanton, you seem to be quite relaxed. You're not nervous or worried at all." Isengard didn't answer immediately. He put down his knife and fork, took out his pipe, and said, "You don't mind, right?" "Actually, I do, but the pollution and smog in Backland is already so bad that a few more puffs of second-hand smoke won't make it any worse." Klein shook his head and smiled. "This aids in your thinking?" "More accurately, it's a habit that I have after breakfast every day." Done with his pipe, Isengard took a deep drag. As the smoke was exhaled, he sighed and said, "Fear, nervousness, and worry doesn't help us face the threat. In that case, why not take it a little easier? The brain will become more active because of this." My assistant easily got worried, which led to his fatal disaster. Sigh. Isengard glanced at Kaslana and continued, "Furthermore, our opponent is a desire apostle. We have to refrain from having intense emotions." Having said that, he chuckled. "Most importantly, we have no other means of locating the desire apostle." "What do we do?" Kaslana put down the last piece of bacon and asked seriously. Isengard took a drag and said in a self-deprecating manner, "When discussing topics like this, I prefer reclining chairs. Apart from being able to sense danger, devils aren't good at divination or premonition. Therefore, if a desire apostle wishes to figure out the main revenge target, he would need to actively investigate and gather information. Otherwise, how would he know which group of private detectives had made considerable contributions to the serial murder? How was he able to precisely pinpoint you and me? In such a process, he definitely would have interacted with many people. Even in a disguise, he's bound to leave some clues. In addition to the rough image given by the machinery Hivemind, this will form clues. Similarly, if he wants to attack me, then he has to find out where I live, what are my entry and exit patterns, as well as when I work or rest. He also needs to know if there are powerful official Beyonders protecting me. This requires a considerable observation period and corresponding inquiries, and similarly, this means interacting with others and certain locations. Haha, once there's an interaction, there will be clues. I like the maxim, wherever he steps, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves, even unconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him. I know that sentence. It was said by Emperor Roselle. Klein smiled. Soon after, he felt a little despondent, because this was the second time he heard someone mention this maxim in this world. The last time it happened was when he was in Tingen. Kaslana, whose cheeks were drooping, sighed. As expected of a great detective. I never thought about such things. I admire your observation and reasoning skills. Isengard responded with a smile, everyone has their own areas of expertise. If it's just fighting, then I would be defeated by you again and again. Sherlock must have also thought of the things I just said. He also has outstanding observation and reasoning skills, and he's an outstanding detective. Actually, I felt a little ashamed when you were speaking so confidently earlier. Klein squeezed out a smile. No, you're a true detective, and I'm still a long way off. You really are a modest young man. Isengard sighed. He smiled and said, next up, we'll proceed by taking these points in mind. You'll have to use your own resources and information channels. Aside from the Tarot Club, a third of my resources and information channels in Backland are from you, my good old man. Klein forced a smile and replied, all right. Apart from the Beyonder gathering held by Eye of Wisdom, the only people he could seek help from were Merrick, Miss Sharon, Vampire Emlyn White, and Father Utrevsky. With the machinery Hivemind secretly protecting me, I'll have to eliminate Miss Sharon and Merrick. I can visit Emlyn the vampire as he's now a half-believer of Mother Earth, and is under the protection of Bishop Utrevsky. He wouldn't encounter any danger from the official Beyonders. Klein instantly decided on the direction to take. Kaslana remained silent for a few seconds before replying, no problem. Klein wiped the remaining cream onto the last bit of toast, chewed, and swallowed it at a leisurely pace before asking, Mr. Stanton, you previously mentioned the activation of a particular sealed artifact. Will it be able to help us deal with the Desire Apostle? Yes, it played a critical role in finding and surrounding the Devil Dog back then, Isengard replied frankly. Its codename is 1 to 42. 1 to 42? A Grade 1 sealed artifact is highly dangerous and can only be used in limited ways. Even the Backland Diocese can only keep 1 or 2 items. A corresponding description flashed across Klein's mind, and he asked with great interest, what is it? What abilities and negative effects does it have? Isengard laughed and said, that is a secret of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. I do not know, and I only know that it was originally not in Backland. It was rushed here as an emergency because of the serial murders. It is said that it's a full-body armor which is silver in color with dark red blood stains. It once caused the destruction of a small city, and over 100,000 people died because of it. Cursed armor? Klein asked in return by giving it a name. Isengard spewed a mouthful of smoke and shook his head in seriousness. Perhaps it isn't cursed. Some people call it Berserker's armor or Bloodthirster's armor. My church once guessed that the blood it's stained with comes from a deity from ancient times. When it was first discovered, it appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary. It was treated as a simple antique, sold and collected by others. But as time passed, those who came into contact with it died, one after another. It was an extremely terrifying death, nearly to the point of dismemberment, and after that, with it as the center, death spread outwards. There was no longer any need for contact, and as such, a small city was destroyed. This happened early in the 5th epoch. The Nighthawks were responsible for the aftermath. As expected of a Beyonder from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He knows enough history and Beyonder events. Klein secretly praised. Kaslana asked, sounding a little worried, will it bring us danger? The Church of the Evernight Goddess definitely found the right way of sealing it, but for us, it's best if we avoid contact as much as possible, Isengard said, half as consolement and half as a warning. After breakfast, he and Klein went into the activity room where the fight had taken place. Kaslana first headed to the bathroom. Looking at her back, Klein thoughtfully said, she seems to be a Beyonder from the Arbiter pathway? Your observation skills are indeed outstanding. Isengard sat down in the reclining chair. As Klein walked to the sofa, he whispered in confusion, this pathway is strictly controlled by the royal family, the military, and the ancient nobles. Very few formulas and ingredients appear in the outside world. Kaslana has such a background? Isengard smiled and said, quite obviously. However, even to this point, she hasn't taken the initiative to mention the relevant matters. This implies that there really is a reason that makes it somewhat inconvenient for her to mention it. He looked at Klein with a smile in his eyes, as if to say, aren't you the same as well? Klein laughed dryly and sat down. After a while, Kaslana came to the activity room and continued discussing the matter regarding the Desire Apostle with Klein and Isengard. As she was speaking, her expression suddenly became gloomy and she sighed. I was pulled into the most dangerous case this time. I have no idea if I'll survive this at the end. If I were to be killed by the Desire Apostle, I wish to have this on my tombstone, she had a great mother. Kaslana's voice gradually lowered as her difficult-to-get-along-with personality seemed to soften. Isengard shared the same sentiments and nodded. Similarly, he's the most dangerous enemy I've encountered. He then laughed and said, "If I die because of this, and both of you are still alive, would you be willing to help me deliver my remains to the Holy Temple of Knowledge in Lemberg? Stop raising death flags." Klein's mouth was half open, and he didn't know how to stop the two detectives in front of him. "No problem, but I hope this day will never come." He tried his best to dispel the thought. Isengard glanced at him and asked curiously, "Sherlock, what about you? If you were killed by the Desire Apostle, what wish do you have that you hope others can fulfill for you?" "Revive me." Klein sighed and said, "I hope that I can be buried in a cemetery with good scenery. It's best if my corpse is intact and is sprinkled with holy water and fresh flowers." The core meaning of his words was, "Do not cremate me." The three of them fell silent for a while until they heard the tinkling sound of the doorbell. The visitor was the deacon named a Cancer Bernard from the machinery Hivemind. His hair was stubbornly squeezing out from the brim of his hat, giving his deep, masculine outline an indescribably messy feeling. This time, he wasn't holding the silver mirror named Erodes. It was unknown where he had put it. "If I have a chance, I wouldn't mind using that magic mirror to see how my loyal and humble servant would react," Klein thought. A Cancer didn't enter. He stood there, looking at the detective trio. He then quickly said in a deep voice, "There's a clue to the Desire Apostle." Chapter 420, Devil Family. Westboro, 6 Edward Street. A Cancer Bernard pressed down on his black hat, pointed at the door behind the fountain, and said to Klein, Isengard, and Kaslana, "We have reverse investigated the various information channels for any leaks of news or information. Combined with the outline of their side profile, as well as getting the help of the magic mirror, we managed to have a preliminary suspect." You obviously paused for a moment when you mentioned the magic mirror. "I wonder what price you paid to get the answer you wanted." Klein sensed the problem in a Cancer's tone and felt a baffling hint of sympathy for him. "It's the owner of this house?" Kaslana returned with a question, sounding almost certain. Isengard Stanton looked around and said, as if pondering, "You chose to inform us directly because you found another piece of evidence?" "Yes, the portrait of the house's owner proves some of it." He never takes photographs," Cancer answered frankly. "Besides, the people around here have seen a big black dog in the neighborhood many times in the past. This can basically prove that the suspect is that Desire Apostle." Having said this, Isengard couldn't help but laugh. "Sorry, we were too anxious and didn't give you a chance to introduce the suspect." As he walked around the fountain and toward the front door of the house, Cancer quickly said, "The owner of this house is Patrick Jason, the principal shareholder of a small bank. According to the description from his neighbors, he's a cheerful, enthusiastic, and optimistic middle-aged man who has remained a bachelor, but it is believed that he had several mistresses. At this level of wealth, the number of servants he hires is utterly inadequate. Every time a banquet or ball is held, he would need to hire a batch of temporary attendants from the City Family Servant Assistants Association. In regards to this, his explanation is due to a problem of insomnia. Too many servants will affect the silence he needs. I can tell that he has many secrets which need hiding, so he doesn't dare to hire too many servants," Isengard said half-jokingly. Klein, who didn't hire a single servant, said somewhat guiltily, "Perhaps it's simply because his finances aren't as good as others think." "Yes, that's a factor that cannot be ruled out." Isengard stepped up to the porch and came in front of the main door. A Cancer looked at Klein and said as if in enlightenment, "You don't hire servants and only have your landlord's maid do temporary cleaning twice a week. Is it to conceal the secret that you're a beyonder?" "Of all my secrets, that is the most trivial one." Klein deliberately smiled bitterly and said, "Yes." As they spoke, Cancer pushed open the front door, and an indescribable stench drifted out. The smell of decay, Isengard made a judgment in an instant. A cancer called over a machinery Hivemind team member. Carlson, any discoveries? The Beyonder, Carlson, wore thick glasses and had a complicated expression on his face. We found a lot of bodies here. In the cement in the basement, in the thick walls, and in the places where the garden is overgrown with weeds, one hidden corpse after another was found. The earliest could be from more than a decade ago, and the latest are the servants who were still alive a few days ago. Some of them are just bones, some slightly rotten. Deacon, this place is like a human slaughterhouse. As he spoke, the machinery Hivemind members and the carefully selected police officers behind him carried out one corpse after another. Some of the corpses were dismembered. Tongues, fingers, stomach bags, eyes, etc. were all lying in disarray. Some of the corpses were only bones. It looks like many of Backlund's disappearance cases will be solved because of this. Isengard pinched his nose and sighed. When Klein saw an intestine which was almost dragged across the ground, he exhaled and turned to look around the house. Machinery Hivemind member, Carlson, muttered again. Jason paid his servants very high wages and gave them a lot of holidays. The servants living around him were all very envious. Jason's cook even promised his child that he would be home this week and take him to the circus to watch a performance. A true devil, Kaslana was slightly perturbed. Looking around, Klein restrained his emotions and solemnly asked, "Why are the furnishings of the house so simple and crude?" As a banker, even if the bank he owns isn't big, Jason should have had expensive porcelain, excellent paintings, luxurious wall clocks, and all sorts of items made of high-quality silk. Why can't we see any of that here? Well, the wood for his furniture is still pretty good. Carlson glanced at Deacon a Cancer, and after receiving an assenting nod, he said, "It's clear that Jason had planned this revenge for a long time. He sold the valuable but inconspicuous items in the house, and he had even agreed to the Varvat Bank's purchase of his estate. After killing his servants, he sped up his liquidation and sold the oil painting and other items. He appeared to be certain that he would definitely be found, and he didn't have any thoughts of getting lucky. Before taking action, all he had left was his house, furniture, and identity. It's unknown where he had moved large quantities of cash, precious metals, and jewelry to." After listening to Carlson's description, Klein suddenly thought of a few adjectives: calm, rational, crazy. A true devil, Isengard evaluated before sharing his deductions. He is clear-headed and calm in his actions, but he has a strong crazy tendency and a spirit of adventure, which is characteristic of the past two deeds. Therefore, we have to be wary of him taking risks. Klein grasped the gist of Detective Stanton's words. Yes. Isengard gravely nodded. Next, the few detectives searched the house and found a lot of evidence to prove that Patrick Jason was problematic. They also saw the portrait hanging in the activity room. It depicted a middle-aged man with tall cheekbones, blue eyes with a tiny of gray, ordinary facial features, and neatly combed hair. He didn't have any special features. At that moment, a Cancer came in and said to Klein and the others, "We found some items in a secret chamber that confirms that Jason Patrick had attempted to summon an even more powerful devil, but for some reason, he didn't succeed. And those items have confirmed his identity. He's a member of the devil family known as Beria, so his real name should be Jason Beria." "The Beria family?" Klein nodded, unsurprised. In the ancient Fourth Epic, the human faction that worshipped devils formed a scattered alliance known as the Blood Sanctify sect. This organization was internally divided quite drastically. The three great devil families of Noise, Anariel, and Beria were a tripartite balance of forces. Their ancestors once received the bestowment of the Abyss, and they worship an evil god by the name Dark Side of the Universe. They believe that he is the ruler of the Abyss and that he is the devastator of the world who would corrupt and degenerate the real world's entire universe. Isengard introduced to the unaffiliated Beyonders, Kaslana and Klein. A Cancer shook his head and added, "If a deeply divided organization doesn't eventually split, integration and unification are inevitable trends. Various situations and rumors indicate that the Beria and Anariel families have gradually weakened since at least 1,000 years ago, to the point of becoming vassals of the Noise family in recent decades. Well, the Beria family symbol is the abstract symbol combination of a pentagram and goat horns. Regardless, the Beria family is still an extremely ancient family with deep roots. It's no wonder Jason was able to raise a devil dog. Sigh, that's just one of the reasons. Another reason is that he owns a bank, even if it wasn't big. In the second epic, the ancient god that corresponds to the dark side of the universe is Devil Monarch, Farbati. Is there any connection between the two? Klein sighed while feeling curious. After much searching, the three detectives and the machinery Hivemind members could only confirm that Jason Patrick was the Desire Apostle, but they were unable to find the man's current location. On the pretext of getting help from others, Klein took a handkerchief that Jason had used during the devil summoning ritual, with plans on finding a chance to divine above the gray fog. After all, Jason had dealt with the items he often came into contact with. Shortly after, a cancer came to them and said with a heavy expression, "The Nighthawks will be bringing that sealed artifact here. We will be making a move first." All right, Isengard and Kaslana answered at the same time. As for Klein, he had long since raised his hands and feet in approval inwardly. After exiting Jason's villa, which occupied a large area, Klein looked back and his expression gradually turned grim. He said doubtfully, "I think there's a problem." "What problem?" Kaslana hurriedly asked. Klein deliberated and said, "He sold the bank, his business, and many valuable items ahead of time. That means that Jason is prepared to give up his current identity and life. If his motive is solely to seek revenge on the devil dog, it's not sufficient to initiate such a series of actions. Maybe he had a very deep relationship with the devil dog? Sherlock, you might not think so, but I've seen people who treat pets as family," Kaslana said in disagreement. Isengard, who was standing beside them, solemnly said, "No, Sherlock is quite right. Kaslana, do you know what the ancient name of the Devil Pathways Sequence 8 is?" Kaslana revealed a look of contemplation. She had apparently heard of it, but she couldn't immediately recall it. At that moment, Klein answered for her in a low voice, "Cold-blooded." Cold-blooded. As she mulled over the name, she suddenly understood why the two great detectives, Moriarty and Stanton, would say so. Seeing her reaction, Klein pointed in another direction. "Let's split up and begin with our own information channels." After receiving an affirmative response from Isengard and Kaslana, he left in a hurry. However, he didn't rush south of the bridge to find Emlyn White. He wanted to head to the Chisak police station and retrieve the £50 he posted as bail. He has already been proven to be without problems. Both Isengard Stanton and the official Beyonders had given their respective testimonies. Chapter 421, Expensive Materials. The front door to Jason Patrick's house suddenly burst open, and a group of Nighthawks in black tweed coats jogged inside. They wore vigilant and alert expressions, as though they were facing an extremely terrifying enemy. Tap. 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 A person decked out in full silver armor walked in. The armor exuded a feeling that made it seem like it was abnormally heavy. Various details about it adhered to an ancient style, and from its left shoulder, all the way diagonally to the abdomen area, it was stained with a splash of dark red blood that appeared impossible to remove. Coupled with the sputtering red spots in other places, it created a very queer and beautiful scene, as if it was a unique and magnificent decoration. Solashur Soest took out his pocket watch and gave it a look. Change. The silver armor stopped, lifting its visor to reveal the wearer. It was a handsome man with black hair and green eyes. "Leonard, hot water has been prepared in the master bedroom's bathroom on the second floor. Don't delay any longer, otherwise, you'll only be able to return to the embrace of the goddess," Soest exhorted him. "Yes, Captain Soest." Leonard Mitchell, with the help of the rest of the Nighthawks, removed his heavy blood-stained silver armor. With red gloves on, he didn't say anything, nor did he hesitate as he rushed to the second floor and found the bathtub still billowing with white steam. Leonard quickly stripped off his clothes and lied down in the hot water without even exposing his nose. His skin quickly turned red like a cooked lobster, and strange, scar-like silver lines gradually started to appear on the surface of his skin. Those silver lines were like pure blade beams which constantly spread outwards and fused with the hot water. In less than 10 seconds, the steam disappeared and a thin layer of transparent ice formed on the surface of the hot water. Only when all the silver lines dispersed did Leonard sit up, panting heavily. He cocked his head slightly as if he was listening to something. Then, he said with a lowered voice, "Old man, do you know the origins of 1 to 42? An elderly voice rang out in his mind. You are getting more and more impolite. I don't know where that strange armor comes from. Without waiting for Leonard to ask further, he let out a chuckle. But I think I recognize the owner of the blood. Who is it? Leonard asked curiously. The slightly aged voice said in a low, deep voice, an ancient god before the cataclysm. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. As soon as Klein stepped into the quiet prayer hall, he saw Father Utravsky and vampire Emlyn White, one in the front and one in the back, sitting on chairs of different heights. Their hands were placed in front of their mouths and noses, with their fingers clasped together and palms empty. This was the unique prayer position of the Church of Mother Earth. Right now, Emlyn White's expression was gentle and calm, without any trace of the arrogance and vexation which he had before. Klein slightly moved the corner of his mouth as he silently drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. He took a seat at random, waited until the prayer was over, and then walked over to Emlyn White. He said with a smile, "You are especially pious today." What? Emlyn snapped to his senses as he muttered to himself while his expression was pale. What have I done, what have I done? His voice trailed off, as though recalling what he had just done. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Klein consoled the vampire in an utterly unconvincing manner before sitting down next to him. I don't want to hear others say something like that. Although I feel my resistance is weakening, Emlyn wore a livid expression and he said with a tone filled with despondence, but I don't want to betray the moon. Klein didn't continue with the topic that depressed the vampire as he casually asked, do you sanguines worship the primordial moon, or a particular deity that represents the moon? Or perhaps, the two of them can be considered the same? All of them. Emlyn slightly raised his chin. To a pure-blooded sanguine, we obviously believe in the deity that represents the moon. Of course, it is the god who represents the moon. Her name is Lilith, and she is the ancestor of us sanguine, an ancient deity. And when humans become sanguine, they tend to worship the primordial moon. Under normal circumstances, the two can be considered equivalent, but there are times when they do not overlap and there are differences. A human becoming a sanguine? Klein wasn't surprised that Emlyn White was able to say the name of an ancient god from the second epoch. Instead, he was more concerned about the tidbit about humans becoming sanguine. Is this the vampire sequence that Mr. Azek had mentioned? He thought. Emlyn said with a slightly complicated expression, yes, there are two types. One is transformed from a bestowment from a powerful sanguine, and the other is transformed from consuming a corresponding potion. The latter is our most hated enemy. Why? Klein vaguely guessed at the answer. Emlyn gritted his teeth and replied, the main ingredient of their potion is our blood essence. As expected. Klein turned his head and sized up Emlyn a few times. The gaze left Emlyn feeling a little nervous as he snorted. You're already a Beyonder, there's no way you can switch pathways. It's only because this is my first time seeing a walking, no, a living, no, talking Beyonder ingredient. However, in a certain sense, every human Beyonder is also such an ingredient. Klein originally only wanted to inwardly make a casual joke, but soon he felt a strong sense of sadness. At this moment, Emlyn looked at the Bishop Utravsky, who was carefully polishing the sacred emblem of life, and said in a low voice, I found two ingredients that you wanted. What are they? Klein didn't attempt to hide his joy. Emlyn responded smoothly, thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and blood. The asking price is £2,000 for the former and £300 for 100 milliliters of the latter. 300. Klein blurted out, "Can I get a discount?" After receiving his bail money back, he had a total of £2,185 in cash. For a member of the middle class, this was already quite an abundant amount of savings. Perhaps some people might not be able to save that much money in their entire lifetime, but Klein found that it wasn't enough. No, if it weren't for me, he would have wanted £2,800, and according to the agreement, you would have paid me an extra £150 for a total of £2,450, Emlyn said while shaking his head. Looking at Klein's expression, he quickly added, "In this era, dragons are rare. Other than the long-lived sanguine, it is very difficult to find similar Beyonder ingredients elsewhere. Even if they exist, they would be more expensive than ours. I'm still short of £265. Having saved up so much money with such great difficulty, it will be emptied out at once. Yet, I still don't have enough. I hope Mr. Hanged Man will be able to sell the werewolf Beyonder characteristic as soon as possible. After this, there's still the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow and a deep-sea Naga's hair. It wouldn't be any cheaper. There's no way to confirm Little Sun's side of things, with him needing to conduct himself properly. The amount he owes me is probably best repaid by using the means to remove a rampager's mental corruption in a mystical item. That would be a better form of concealment." Many thoughts instantly flashed through Klein's mind as he felt the light outside the window dim significantly. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay. However, this deal will be delayed for some time. I recently provoked a fellow and am now being protected by official Beyonders. You don't wish for that cellar to be locked up in the cathedral's basement, right? And I still have to gather the rest of the money." Klein tilted his head slightly to look at the cathedral's dome. "Official Beyonders?" Emlyn White jumped up and looked around. Klein glanced at him and said, "Don't worry about it. You're now a priest of the Church of Mother Earth, and you have legal status. Moreover, Bishop Utravsky will protect you." "I'm not." Emlyn's denial was exceptionally weak. He sat down again and suddenly thought of something as he said, "Can the official Beyonders resolve the problem of a psychological cue?" "Maybe." Klein almost burst out laughing. "But in that case, you will most likely become a believer of the Evernight Goddess, the god of steam and machinery, or the Lord of Storms. Of course, you can also choose to become a member of the military's special department. They might be able to send you overseas as a spy to seduce some noble woman." "I only like puppets and pure, beautiful girls," Emlyn immediately emphasized. "I can tell that you're a little interested, but only a little." Klein switched gears and asked, "Do you know any members of the Beria family?" "Beria? That crazy family that worships devils?" "No, they are devils themselves," Emlyn blurted out. "Why are you looking for them?" Klein helplessly said, "I've offended one of them, Jason Patrick Beria, due to a serial murder case. Help me find out his recent whereabouts and acquaintances in your circle. If you have any accurate information, I will pay you, depending on the importance of the information. Of course, this could also be claimed from the Nighthawks, the machinery Hivemind, and the military." Klein thought with relief. Emlyn nodded thoughtfully. "You actually dared to provoke a real devil. When you have exact information about him, he will know that you will bring him a great deal of harm." "It's all right, I have the protection of the authorities," Klein replied indifferently. After a few seconds of silence, Emlyn said, "Well, I'll try. The payment for information needs to be at least £20. After finalizing this matter, Klein didn't stay any longer, and he walked out of the cathedral. His mind was filled with the question of how he was going to gather the money. Miss Magician's new book is about to be published. She should receive a sizable amount of money for it. There will still be royalties later on. Perhaps I can promote the astrologer potion formula to her. However, she hasn't even gathered all the potion ingredients of Trickmaster. Miss Justice has joined the psychology alchemists, and I have no formulas to sell her. Sell her knowledge? The werewolf Beyonder characteristic is worth about £1,300, perhaps even lower. Must I produce a mystical item? Or should I think of a way to get Emlyn White to become a believer of the fool, receiving tributes at the cost of offering to remove the psychological cue? Right, Jason Barria carried a lot of cash, jewelry, and precious metals. If he can be found, perhaps I might get a share. As his thoughts raced, Klein walked out of the cathedral and saw the dark sky and the thin fog. He sighed and said, "I'm really short on money." Back at Minsk Street, Klein walked into the bathroom with a thick stack of newspapers in his hand, as if he was about to fight a protracted war. He wanted to head above the gray fog and use Jason's handkerchief to divine his whereabouts. Chapter 422, The True Jason. Inside the bathroom in 15 Minsk Street. Klein took out a paper figurine from a concealed pocket, shook it, and transformed it into a body double. He made the body double sit on the toilet with a newspaper in hand as a way to deceive others. Then, he hid himself in the shadows, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. These series of actions were even more magical than magic. Inside the majestic ancient palace, Klein sat at the very end of the long bronze table, conjuring Jason Barria's handkerchief in front of him. It was only a projection, but it could also be used for divination as long as the handkerchief didn't leave his body in the real world. The earliest instance was back when he used the projection of the mutated sun's sacred emblem in Tingen City as a divination object. At that time, he still didn't know how to summon himself, and he was unable to bring items with spirituality above the gray fog. Of course, there was still a big difference between using a projection and using the actual object for divination, therefore, Klein often tried his best to use the actual object. But right now, with him being protected by official Beyonders, it wasn't that convenient to carry out a ritual. If anyone were to find him lighting candles in the day while on the toilet, he would be in deep trouble. If I can really manage to obtain Jason Barria's location via divination, I can always take the risk by summoning myself and bringing the handkerchief up here if the revelation isn't clear enough. With a mumble, Klein produced a goatskin and a fountain pen. He wrote the divination sentence, Jason Barria's current location. Normally speaking, relying on a handkerchief that the target used only during a certain ritual made it impossible to divine the whereabouts of the target since the connection wasn't strong enough, and there was too much interference. For example, it was very easy to end up provoking the Abyss Grand Duke which the ritual was directed at. But for Klein, interferences could be eliminated. The so-called Abyss Grand Duke was at most a high-sequence devil, and not the incarnation of the dark side of the universe. Above the fog, the mysterious space had already handled deities like the eternal blazing sun and the true creator. Even a slightly weaker one was at the level of an angel, Mr. Door, and up to this point in time, he hadn't suffered any serious mishaps. As for the problem of the connection not being strong enough, Klein, who could only be enhanced to a certain degree by the gray fog, was helpless as well. He could only give it a try and try his luck. Perhaps it would only be after he became a high-sequence Beyonder saint in this domain that he could have the corresponding confidence. In theory, it's possible. After all, when holding a ritual, one's body, heart, and mind were unified the most. It was also the easiest to communicate with the outside world. Klein, who was now barely considered an expert in mysticism, muttered. He held the handkerchief and the goatskin with the divination statement written on it, and he leaned back into his chair. He quickly entered a state of cogitation and constantly chanted, Jason Barria's current location. After chanting it 7 times, Klein fell into a deep sleep and entered the dream world. Within the gray world, countless images flashed and intersected with each other in a rather dispersed manner. Soon, the scene became clear and filled Klein's vision, which made him feel as if he had entered a dream. In the dream, the lights were dim and the desk was dark red. A figure was standing in front of the oriel window, looking out at the garden. There was a glass shed in the garden, with roses blooming inside, bright red in the December cold. The figure of a man was projected on the window. He was of medium height, with curly brown hair and cold brown eyes. He looked to be in his 30s. This? Am I not divining Jason Beria's location? Who is this? He feels a little familiar. Klein was puzzled, but didn't think further about it. He let his spirituality remain in a dispersed state, as if he were roaming some mysterious world. Just as he raised the question, the man turned and walked to a corner of the room, where there were 2 large leather suitcases. The man squatted down and opened one of the suitcases. Inside was a neat stack of bills, with gold bars placed on top of them. The notes that were exposed were all in 10-pound denominations, while the gold bars shone with an enchanting luster. The man pulled something out of a hidden pocket of his suitcase, shook it, and opened it. It was a slightly pale piece of human skin. A complete piece of human skin. The man quickly stripped off his clothes and put on the human skin. In just 10 seconds, he had become Jason Beria with tall cheekbones, blue eyes with a tint of gray, and neatly combed hair. At this point, the scene suddenly shattered, and Klein opened his eyes. It's no wonder that Jason was willing to take a risk. So it turns out that in the past 10 years, he has always been wearing a human skin and has never shown his true face. As expected of a calm and crazy devil. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Jason had left his portrait in the house, and it didn't garner any suspicion from Isengard and the others, because his neighbors had seen him and knew what he looked like. Even without the portrait, with the powers of the Beyonders of the official organizations, it would have been easy to reconstruct his likeness, and the result would have been even better than a photograph. Therefore, there was no reason for Jason not to have the drive to destroy something like it. This was something very logical. Who would have thought that he would have left a hoax in somewhere that looked to be most natural? If searches are made according to the portrait, even if the Nighthawks have sealed artifact 1 to 42, it wouldn't be that easy to lock onto the target. Moreover, in both times, he had used his own abilities to conceal his face. Who would have thought that his face, which had been tightly covered and concealed, was actually fake? Klein realized how cunning Jason was. He rubbed his temples and began to recall the scenes he saw in the dream divination. A house with a glass greenhouse. That's a pretty obvious feature. There aren't many similar buildings in Backland. But the question is, how do I report it? The moment I tell the machinery Hivemind, Jason would definitely sense the danger and start to disguise himself and move away. Directly find the Nighthawk with sealed artifact 1 to 42? What if I encounter someone familiar? I don't want to turn into ashes and be scattered into the Tussock River. Besides, I can't rush to report it. I just started gathering information, so how is it possible to receive any information from my various channels so quickly? That fellow is really carrying a large sum of cash and jewelry, a whole suitcase worth of bills. The total value may exceed £50,000. Thoughts raced through Klein's mind and it took him a moment to calm down. He decided to wait another 2 days, then use the appropriate means to inform the Nighthawks in charge of this matter with the revelation he received. With the divination coming to an end, he returned to the real world, removed his double, and sat on the toilet himself. In the afternoon, Klein threw a coin when he was about to leave. The revelation he received was that it wasn't beneficial for him to head out. There will be danger if I head out? Klein didn't hesitate to return to his living room and sit down. After about 20 minutes, he heard the doorbell ring and saw that it was Isengard Stanton who had come to visit him. "Mr. Stanton, any progress?" Klein asked rather delightfully. Isengard pointed to the back of the hall. "Let's talk inside." "All right." Klein made way by stepping aside. After sitting on 2 sofas which faced each other, Isengard held his hunter's hat and took a deep breath. The Desire Apostle has appeared again. Seeing Klein maintaining his silence, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The families of 2 detectives refused protection, believing that they wouldn't be implicated, so they remained outside. Today, at lunchtime, they were found dead in their respective offices. One was so horrified that he died from fright. The other was too excited that he expanded the last of his energy. They were too stubborn, as expected of believers of the tyrant, but as a result, the mandated punishers have formally involved themselves. It said that the few churches and the military's high-sequence beyonders have cast their gaze over, and they've placed the matter of the Desire Apostle as one of the most important events in recent times. Are you hoping that I wouldn't reveal your identity as a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom? Klein asked, seemingly enlightened. It's easy to talk between detectives. Isengard smiled and nodded. No problem. Klein made the promise first, then said, I have some information channels that are convenient to expose. If I get valuable information from them later, I hope you can help me inform the Nighthawks and keep it confidential. As for why it's the Nighthawks instead of the machinery Hivemind, he believed that he didn't need to be too clear about it. With the intelligence of a great detective like Stanton, he could easily figure it out. Isengard first agreed to Klein's request, then said in puzzlement, by telling me, it's the same as letting Jason notice it ahead of time. Let's hope we can think of ways of avoiding that. Also, please help me think about other possibilities. That ring of yours should be able to mimic several Beyonder powers, Klein calmly replied. All right. Isengard didn't say anything further. He pondered for a few seconds and took out his pipe to take a whiff. The Desire Apostle's actions today have verified one of my guesses. Heh, it's also the question you thought of previously. His main purpose isn't revenge? Klein understood what Isengard was implying. Isengard leaned forward and solemnly said, since Jason has already been through the cold-blooded stage, it means that he's definitely cold-blooded. It's impossible that he would go this far for that devil. Sherlock, look. Up until now, all of the official Beyonders in Backland have been mobilized, and even the high-sequence Beyonders have shifted their attention to this matter. At this point, if Jason wants to deal with someone else, the true target, wouldn't it be much easier? Klein thought over it for a moment and replied heavily, that makes sense. After a short exchange, Isengard went on to find Kaslana. After Klein tossed the coin, he went out as planned, heading for the Quelag Club. Neither of them had yet revealed their suspicions to the official Beyonders, fearing that it would end up directing harm at Jason, making him detect it and abandon his series of actions. As soon as he entered the Quelag Club, Klein met the surgeon, Aaron, in the lobby. Long time no see, he smiled and greeted him. I've been really busy recently, Aaron replied in a friendly manner, but he maintained his cold expression out of habit. Besides, my wife recently got pregnant, and I'm going to be a father again. Congratulations. When did this happen? Klein asked casually. Aaron thought for a while and said, it was just confirmed. She should be pregnant for more than a month. More than a month? Klein was startled, and then he looked into his eyes. Chapter 423, Winds Arise. Yes, a month or so ago. Aaron nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and gave him a positive answer. A month or so ago? Isn't that when you were being troubled by Will-Septon-related nightmares? Klein was surprised and puzzled, but he didn't let his emotions show. In the blink of an eye, he thought of the 2 divinations he had made. Will-Septon was in a dark room with the sound of running water outside. Was that symbolizing amniotic fluid or blood? Klein's heart chilled as he suddenly understood something. When he looked at Dr. Aaron again, he wore a rather complicated look in his eyes. He suspected that his wife was carrying Will-Septon, a snake of Mercury. In the symbolism of mysticism, the snake of fate's head and tail are connected, with it devouring its own tail. It implies the cycle of destiny in a hidden manner. In order to avoid his enemy, Will-Septon took the initiative to secretly initiate a new cycle in advance. Klein guessed based on what he knew. Dr. Aaron didn't notice the abnormality he was trying hard to hide. He smiled and said, he'll definitely be a cute guy. When he's born, I'll hold a party to celebrate his arrival. Sherlock, don't refuse my invitation when the time comes. Perhaps it's a she, Klein replied with a smile. Frankly speaking, he was curious to see what kind of state the newly born snake of Mercury was in. However, he was also a little afraid and worried. After all, the snake of Mercury was a sequence one of the monster pathway related to fate, and it also involved the fight for the position of being a deity. No one could be sure whether the future would be smooth sailing, with peace and bliss. For Dr. Aaron, I don't know if it was fortune or misfortune. Whether Will Septon is kind is one matter, but whether or not the other snake of Mercury would discover him is another matter. And Will Septon hasn't done anything as of now. Informing the Nighthawks now would seem a little cruel. I've always understood Wild Beyonders. It's best to just quietly watch from the sidelines and not get involved, or perhaps taking advantage of the situation is the best choice. Maybe I made a mistake in my interpretation and am overthinking things? Perhaps Will Septon isn't a snake of Mercury at all. Perhaps the child Mrs. Aaron is carrying is very normal. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. She? That's even better. Aaron said in anticipation. After some thought, Klein asked another question, have you had any nightmares lately? Occasionally, but they were all normal nightmares. There are no longer any nightmares of Will Septon anymore. Sherlock, thank you for your guidance, Aaron said earnestly. No, that makes it abnormal. As a keyboard warrior, my limited general knowledge of psychology tells me that occasionally dreaming of Will Septon would be the natural thing to do. It's a standard response from overstimulation. Since Will had caused you so much trouble and left such a deep impression on you, it would definitely be reflected in your dreams. Therefore, the correct outcome would be to occasionally dream about Will Septon, but the dream wouldn't be too clear, to the point of only knowing that something like that had happened without remembering the details. Klein was pretty sure. At that moment, he heard a rustling sound. He subconsciously looked outside the hall, only to see the darkness in the air being dispersed by a strong wind, and the thin light yellow fog was swept away as a result. The leafless branches swayed back and forth, and the strong gust of wind left a clear trail towards the southeast. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal. It's hard to see such strong winds in Backland during winter. At least, I don't remember anything like it before. Aaron sighed as he looked out the window. That's not an ordinary wind. What happened? Klein suppressed his curiosity and made an excuse to go to the bathroom to perform a simple divination, but he failed to obtain any effective revelations. He temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind and prepared to head to the underground shooting range to practice his shooting. At that moment, a waiter wearing a red vest came through the warm hall and respectfully said, "Mr. Moriarty, your friend is here for you." "Who?" Klein asked in surprise. "Mr. Cancer Bernard," the red-vested attendant answered. "The deacon who's often forced to perm his hair. Why is he suddenly looking for me? Have there been any new discoveries?" Klein immediately walked to the reception hall of the club. A Cancer pressed down the hat which had been pushed up by his fluffy hair, walked over, and said with a lowered voice, "The mandated punishers have found Jason Patrick Beria." "How was he found?" Klein asked, half surprised, half curious. According to his divination, Jason Beria had always been wearing human skin. His true appearance and aura weren't what they had assumed they were. It was almost impossible for him to be found so easily. A Cancer surveyed the area and said, "I'm not sure. I just received the news." He pointed to a small white bird standing on the tree outside the door. The bird was leisurely cleaning its feathers with its beak. Before Klein could ask further, a Cancer gave a general account of what had happened. The mandated punishers found clues and confirmed Jason's location. However, the devil discovered the danger in advance and managed to kill 2 mandated punishers and fled before they managed to close in on him. This infuriated the higher-ups of the Church of the Lord of Storms. As such, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, is currently personally in pursuit. You likely saw a gust of wind just now. It was caused by him. He's the Archbishop of the Church of the Lord of Storms Backland Diocese, and he's also one of the cardinals of the Church of the Lord of Storms. It sounds normal, but it also feels weird. According to my theory with Mr. Isengard, this can be also understood as a way for Jason, the Desire Apostle, to draw away high-sequence Beyonders. Klein asked after some deliberation, "Are you sure that the person discovered is Jason Beria?" A Cancer's expression instantly turned heavy as he replied with an odd tone, "I'll give it a try," he replied in a strange tone. He motioned to Klein to follow him out and into a large carriage parked at the side of the street. There were 2 members of the machinery Hivemind inside. A Cancer took a deep breath and took out the strange patterned silver mirror from a special pocket in his clothes. After doing the necessary steps, he gloomily said, "Honorable Erodes, my question is, where is Jason Patrick Beria's current location?" The surrounding light suddenly warped, as if they were lights after a rain. A scene rapidly surfaced on the silver mirror. It was a riverboat with a sail raised. Jason Beria, with his high cheekbones, blue eyes with a gray tint, and neatly combed hair, pressed down his cap, propped up the collar of his coat, and hurried into the cabin. "He's really trying to escape Backland." Spellsinger of God seems to be heading towards the dock area, a female machinery Hivemind member said in realization. "That's way too easy for him to be exposed, right?" Klein was filled with doubt. A Cancer wasn't concerned with any of this, all his attention was placed on the silver mirror's surface. This time, there was only the choice of answering. Answering it wrongly or lying meant suffering a terrifying penalty. Soon, words in blood red appeared on the mirror. "If the man you like is covered with lumps, has his skin shed, reducing him only to flesh and blood, or has become a monster, but it is still able to communicate with him, will you still like him?" What a shameful question. Wait, a man? Klein almost turned his head to look at A Cancer. A Cancer slowly breathed out and said, "I will, but I will kill him with my own hands." Very honest. A new combination of words appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. This question and answer game is simply a public hearing. Klein really wanted to cover his face. He looked at the other 2 machinery Hivemind members and saw no abnormalities from them, or perhaps, it should be said that they were pretending to not have any abnormal expressions. He hesitantly said, "I keep feeling that all of this has been too easy. Perhaps that's not the real Jason Beria?" But Jason Beria was directed at him. A Cancer was planning to put away the silver mirror. Klein thought for a few seconds and said after organizing his words, "No, what I truly mean is that we have to abandon any ingrained judgments. What we are looking for is that Desire Apostle, not Jason Beria. The 2 might not necessarily be the same. This is a point that I have to mention as a detective." On King's Avenue, a luxurious carriage left the kingdom's parliament. The carpeted carriage was furnished with a bed, a sofa, a table, and other furniture, like a mobile room. Duke Pallas Negan, who was dressed in a dark blue admiral's uniform, was drinking a polished crystal glass of red wine that resembled crimson blood. As he sampled the wine, he said thoughtfully, "Invite Earl Hall to be my guest tomorrow. I would like to discuss with him about increasing the remuneration of the factory workers and improving their working hours, as well as amending the poor law. These are bills he has been pushing hard for recently. He should be very interested." Why would the Church of the Evernight Goddess suddenly be concerned over such matters? When sending the invitation, you can first inform Earl Hall about the topics I wish to discuss. The property restrictions for the elections are necessary and cannot be lowered. Otherwise, those who are in control of a large number of workers will take up more seats. Also, suppress the recent attack on the invalid voting districts. The secretary at the side quickly scribbled down Duke Negan's orders. After he was done, Duke Negan sighed and said, "The reason I'm doing this is also for the sake of the nobles. However, there are more and more useless fellows among us, and there's even quite a number of them who owe money to the tycoons." At that moment, the carriage didn't turn towards Empress Borough but went straight ahead. As the greatest property-owning noble apart from the king, Duke Negan had many mistresses, but in the relatively conservative Lone Kingdom, this was something which would leave him vulnerable to his political enemies. Therefore, even as a noble duke, he still had to sneak around when he went to his mistress's place, but this seemed to only give him more pleasure. Today, he was planning to go to his most beloved mistress of the past 2 to 3 years, a young girl who had just turned 20. Duke Megan took out a bottle of medicine made of mummy powder and drank it. He couldn't help but touch the accessory hanging from his neck. It was a dark blue thumb-sized conch. It was a mystical item that the Church of the Lord of Storms had specially provided after his last assassination attempt by Kalangos. As long as Duke Megan blew on it, the Holy Wind Cathedral Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake would hear it and lock onto his position. In order to protect himself, Duke Megan even moved the residences of his mistresses to areas near the Holy Wind Cathedral. The carriage slowly moved until it reached an extremely luxurious building. At a glance, there was a glass greenhouse filled with bright red roses. Chapter 424, The Problem of Change. Inside the carriage outside the Quelag Club. The Desire Apostle might not necessarily be Jason Beria? You believe that we might have been misled? A Cancer didn't scoff, show contempt, or think lightly of what Klein had said. Instead, he began to seriously discuss the problem with him. Not a bad deacon. However, it could also be due to him frequently using the magic mirror name erodes. No matter how bad his temper is, it would eventually be worn out. Klein praised silently and nodded sincerely. This is my personal opinion, derived from a cautious standpoint. It's very easy to prove it again. Ask the magic mirror of the Desire Apostle's location, and not of Jason Beria's location. A Cancer pressed down his hat and said, "Makes sense." His expression turned serious once again, and his gaze landed on the magic mirror in his palm. Deacon A Cancer, if you were to ask for any clues here, the devil will definitely be able to detect it, Klein reminded them. That's right. A Cancer turned his head to the other 2 members and said, "Continue protecting Mr. Moriarty in secret. Even if the Desire Apostle attacks, the 3 of you should be able to last for some time. Besides, there's military personnel nearby." "Yes, Deacon," the 2 Machinery Hivemind members answered without hesitation. A Cancer left at once, heading for where the Nighthawks were, which was around Isengard Stanton. With the Spellsinger of God stirred, and the sealed artifact of the Church of Goddess Church out in force, if the Desire Apostle were to really do anything, it would definitely be this afternoon. Let's hope that there's enough time and that the magic mirror will give him the correct answer. But this way, I won't have a chance to get involved, and I won't be able to personally see the devil that has harmed all of us die, and I won't have access to his suitcase full of money, gold bars, gold coins, and jewelry. Klein looked at the Cancers departing back and sighed in disappointment. However, his mood soon recovered. That's good too. At the very least, I won't have to take any risks and be able to safely get out of this predicament. Furthermore, the Machinery Hivemind definitely won't treat me unfairly. If I were to succeed, my opinions and suggestions definitely would have played an important role. Furthermore, I'm a believer of the god of steam and machinery, so it's likely I'll receive some of the spoils. Considering the premise of £50,000, it shouldn't be too small. Klein couldn't help but feel a bit regretful as he thought of this. But he wouldn't risk himself by getting involved. A magician never performs unprepared. It happened too quickly and hastily, without giving me any time to plan at all. Klein nodded at the 2 Machinery Hivemind members, got out of the carriage, and returned to the Quelag Club, where he had no trouble getting the attendant to allocate him a break room. Hillston Burrow. In Isengard Stanton's living room. Leonard Mitchell combed some of his slightly unruly black hair. In accordance with Captain Soast's instructions and the help of the other Nighthawks, he barely managed to put on the silver armor, which was stained with large amounts of blood. He pulled down his visor and hid his green eyes in the darkness. Then he extended his left hand, which was covered by a silver metal gauntlet, and held the magic mirror a Cancer handed him. Within the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, the code name of the silver mirror was 2 to 111. It's only a grade 2 sealed artifact? Soest asked, slightly surprised. A Cancer nodded. Yes, it's not that dangerous. As he said that, he suddenly sounded like he was gritting his teeth. That is to say that its other aspects have reached the standards of a grade 1 sealed artifact? Soest asked in thought. A Cancer warily glanced at him. Only in certain aspects. He refused to divulge any more information. At this moment, Leonard used his right hand to gently stroke the surface of the silver mirror. The living room suddenly became quiet. After repeating it 3 times, he said in a deep voice, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, where is the current location of the Desire Apostle who assaulted Isengard Stanton?" The entire house turned dark as though a dark cloud had passed by. The surface of the silver mirror glowed with an aqueous light, and a blurry image quickly formed. It was a luxurious villa with a large garden in front of the window. In the center of the garden, there was a glass greenhouse, with bright red roses blooming inside. Above the glass greenhouse, the pale sun could still be seen behind the thin fog. It's in Backland. Isengard Stanton immediately derived the location of the scene based on the angle of the view and the position of the sun in the sky. This is completely different from the answer when we asked about Jason Beria. We've been tricked. A Cancer said in a deep voice. Solasure Soest exhaled and said, "How crafty." Then, who's the Jason Beria that Spellsinger of God is chasing? Sigh, there's no time for discussion. We need to narrow down the general location of the presented scene. Then, we'll immediately take action. I suspect that the Desire Apostle is planning to cause a huge incident. At this point, the silver mirror known as a Rhodes had dissipated the scene, replacing it with words. It required Leonard Mitchell to answer a question, and if he lied or refused to answer, he would be severely punished. For some baffling reason, Leonard felt a little nervous. He put away his usual frivolous attitude and quietly waited for the question. A few seconds later, he saw the blood-red words change, taking shape one by one. On your body, is there something attached? Halfway through the question, Leonard's pupils rapidly contracted. His back tensed up, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If it wasn't for him being concealed by the blood-stained silver armor, the others would have already noticed his abnormality. Right at this moment, his left palm inexplicably trembled. The silver magic mirror suddenly trembled, and the scarlet words were strangely tainted with a tint of green. If one didn't keep staring at the mirror with rapt attention, it would be difficult for others to discover that the color of the mirror had slightly changed. The words continued warping, changing the question to, "On your body, is there a scar which you cannot tell others?" "Yes, that scar resides in my memory," Leonard answered stably, but his body inside the blood-stained silver armor felt a sense of exhaustion from suddenly relaxing a high tension. This mirror is too dangerous. It actually noticed it. Thankfully, old man has recovered a bit after such a long time, he thought. His lips were dry. Soest took out his pocket watch, pressed it open to take a look, and said to Leonard, who was inside the blood-stained silver armor, "There's still time, you'll be in charge of the rest of the operation." "Yes, Captain Soest." Leonard let out a secret sigh. Dock area, Backland Shipyard. Patrick Jason Beria entered a cabin he had reserved in advance. He looked out of the window and observed the sky filled with fog as he silently counted the time. After a while, he quickly took off his hat and clothes. Then, with a tug of his hand, he pulled off the outer layer of human skin. Under the human skin was a beautiful woman in her early 30s with a profound look in her eyes. She wasn't the man with brown hair and brown eyes whom Klein had seen during the dream divination. The woman took out some clothes and put them on methodically, quickly becoming an absolutely charming woman. Finally, she pulled out a fist-sized stone figurine from the bottom of a suitcase and wrapped it tightly with the peeled-off skin before tying a dead knot. Having done all this, the riverboat was already some distance away. She opened the window and threw Patrick Jason's skin along with the stone figurine into the river. Plop! The human skin that was tied to the heavy object quickly sank. The woman clapped her hands and closed the window. Carrying the suitcase, she changed to a different cabin she had prepared. Then, she sat down at the window of the new cabin, propped up her elbows, her face in her hands, and looked out leisurely. After an unknown period of time, she saw a strong gust of wind blowing in the air, dispersing the thin fog. The corners of her lips curled up into a brilliant smile. In a luxurious villa not far from the Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough. The bloated, blue-eyed Palace Negan bear hugged his approaching mistress, a beautiful young girl with a bit of innocence on her face. There were 2 people following him. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a black tailcoat. He had brown hair and blue eyes, but he didn't wear an expression. He was a Beyonder guard provided by the Church of the Lord of Storms, a Sequence 6 windblast. The other person was Duke Negan's secretary. He was a thin blonde young man with delicate features, looking refined and reserved. His biggest flaw was his receding hairline, which didn't match his age. As for the other guards, or security personnel, they were spread out outside the house. On the 2nd floor, the windblast entered the bedroom before Duke Negan for a quick inspection. Meanwhile, Duke Negan's secretary was in charge of searching the surrounding rooms. After confirming that there were no problems, they nodded at Duke Negan, indicating that he could continue. "My roused-up feelings have almost calmed down," Duke Negan said half-jokingly. His mistress happily responded, "Then we can have a nice chat. I'd like to hear about your time at sea. I hope you'll eventually have the energy to do so." Duke Negan carried his mistress into the bedroom and closed the door behind him with his heel. His secretary and the windblast entered the rooms on either side of him, not relaxing in the slightest. In the attic of this house, a man in a dark overcoat sat on an old chair, his eyes half closed. It was unknown what he was trying to sense, but he would occasionally smile and shake his head. His brown hair was slightly curled, and his brown eyes were cold. It was the same person that Klein had seen in the dream divination. The difference was that there was one fewer suitcase by his feet. How vigorous, and what intense desire. This doesn't match my judgment of him. It looks like he took some medicine. That just works so well for me. Heh, how could they possibly imagine that Patrick Jason Beria is actually 2 people? The man tilted his face up slightly as if he was intoxicated. It's almost time. Right now. His right hand suddenly clenched, as if he was tightly clutching someone's heart. Chapter 425, Under the Roses. Beyond the window, the glass greenhouse reflected the pale light of the sun, and the bright roses stood out even in the thin fog. In the bedroom, Duke Negan seemed to have recovered the feeling of following his father and elders around the vast lands when he was young, riding a horse, using a hound, and chasing a wild beast. Finally, he climaxed and the surroundings seemed to become abnormally quiet. At this moment, his mind suddenly buzzed once. He felt as if the pleasure and comfort he was feeling had suddenly exploded one after another. It continued exploding without end or limit, again and again. Duke Negan's waist kept shaking, and his eyes were blank, his brain having lost its train of thought. His heart began to beat violently in an unbearable manner, like a steam boiler whose pressure had gone beyond its limits. It could blow up at any time, and hot steam could gush out at any moment. If it were an ordinary person or a Beyonder who wasn't physically strong, they would have suffered a heart attack, a massive cerebral hemorrhage, and die on the spot. But Duke Negan ultimately managed to ride through the attack. Only his eyes were unfocused, and saliva was flowing out the corner of his mouth before he weakly slumped onto his mistress. The windblast and the Duke's secretary, who were on guard on both sides of the room, simultaneously sensed the strange and mysterious smell of spirituality. The former's body was suddenly surrounded by a violent wind, sweeping him towards the wall, and with a clang, a large hole was blown through the wall as he stepped into the bedroom. The secretary went straight to the source of the mystery, the attic of the house. Along the way, he didn't evade or dodge, but the decorative vases and other objects in the corridor seemed to have found lives of their own and avoided him in ingenious ways. As he ran up the stairs to the attic, the wooden floorboards seemed to rise, as if to give him a hand. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the refined, handsome, blonde young man entered the attic and saw a figure sitting on an old chair. The figure was covered in a thick black liquid, just like the gathering of all the ugly desires and intense feelings in the depths of a human's heart. It was the greed of willing to sell and hang oneself by the ropes, the hunger that wouldn't even spare one's own kind, and a lust without limits. This was a devil walking the earth. The skinny secretary's expression didn't change, nor did he attack directly. Instead, he looked at the other party, reached behind him, and politely closed the door. Bam! The wooden door of the attic was closed. The entire room suddenly felt like it had been completely sealed, as if one could never leave the room unless effort was put in to crack the seal. At this moment, the concept of closing the door and sealing the room seemed to have been changed to seal this place, isolate the outside from the inside. The Desire Apostle moved. His body expanded and grew a pair of huge bat wings that emitted light blue tongues of flames. One by one, fireballs that exuded a strong sulfurous smell were formed, and they bombarded Duke Negan's blonde secretary. The secretary reached out with his white-gloved left hand and clenched it while half-turning his wrist. Boom! 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 The fireballs stopped following the principle of straight or parabolic paths as they scattered in every direction in a sudden outburst of chaos, like the irregular movement of tiny particles suggested by a botanist one. Some of them hit the wall, some hit the ceiling, some fell beside the weak-looking secretary, and some fell backward, almost wounding the Desire Apostle himself. The entire attic was a mess, with traces of destruction and char everywhere, and the house even shook a few times. However, the mysterious power that was sealed in here, or the rules that had been tampered with, had yet been destroyed. The surrounding walls, the old wooden door, and the dusty roof appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, but it remained intact. The Desire Apostle wasn't frustrated by the failure of his previous attempt, nor was he flustered that he couldn't control his enemy or catalyze him into a frenzy, due to his calmness and restrained desires. His coffee-brown eyes suddenly lit up like lava as he took the form of the blonde secretary. He spat out a word in the devil language, one filled with foulness and filth, die. Almost at the same time, the pupils under the secretary's golden-rimmed glasses constricted. He opened his left fist and aimed at the Desire Apostle with the palm of his hand. Suddenly, his figure split into two. One was refined and skinny like his actual self. The other was a shadow covered by a black liquid of desire. The two quickly alternated, overlapping with each other at times. Die. The words said in the language of foulness echoed in the attic as the secretary let out a low grunt and took 2 steps back. Following that, the split silhouette dissipated, and large swaths of rusted red marks appeared on his face, as though he had turned into a man of iron that had been left in a humid area for years. Cough. 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 He coughed violently, spitting out blobs of rusted blood that had congealed into clumps. The marks on his body began to slowly peel off. Cough. 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 The Desire Apostle was also coughing out blood that had clumped and turned to rust. The viscous black liquid covering his entire body suddenly became much thinner. The language of foulness seemed to have half of its effects transferred to him by Duke Negan's secretary. In the bedroom, the Windblessed helped Duke Negan up and kicked the beautiful mistress to the other side in case she was an accomplice of the assailant. The reason why he didn't help the secretary was because he knew he had only one responsibility, to protect Duke Negan. And in similar situations, one had to be wary of more than one enemy. At this point, Duke Negan had somewhat recovered a little. He was rather strong, but his limbs still felt weak. His body felt empty and his mind was sluggish. He was completely unable to use his Beyonder powers. He motioned to the Windblessed to remove the conch necklace from his neck and brought the item to his lips. Duke Negan took a deep breath and blew into the small conch, which was covered in strange patterns. Splash! The low and deep sound of the tide was heard as it rushed towards the Holy Wind Cathedral. With his Grace's speed, he should be able to arrive very soon. The Windblessed first reassured him, and then with Duke Negan on his back, he went to the window and leaped down. He wanted to meet up with the Duke's guards outside. There were 2 or 3 low-sequence Beyonders among them. Duke Negan gasped for breath and said, "Catch him, make sure to catch him alive, or with a spirit body. I want to know who it is." He had suffered an assassination attempt from Pirate Admiral Kalangos the last time, and now, it was an unknown Sequence 5 expert. Duke Negan was very aware that he hadn't developed any irredeemable grudges with anyone recently. As such, he was especially angry and resentful. He wanted to find the mastermind and use all the resources at his disposal to tear the mastermind apart. The premise of all this was that he could find clues from the assassin. 7 or 8 seconds later, most of the Duke's guards surged forward, surrounding Palace Negan and the Wind-Blessed in the middle as they gathered in front of the garden. "Wait here and be on guard against the enemy," the Wind-Blessed gave the order. Under normal circumstances, he had to protect the Duke and evacuate from the assassination grounds as quickly as possible and rush to the safety of the Holy Wind Cathedral. However, he wasn't sure if there were any other enemies, and he was afraid of being ambushed en route. He was afraid of missing the reinforcements from Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, and ending up being placed in a more perilous situation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time kept flowing by as the house shook from time to time, and the battle inside seemed to have reached its climax. "Why is the Archbishop not here yet?" the panting Duke Negan asked in a slightly panicked voice. With the Archbishop's flying speed, he should have arrived very quickly. However, there weren't any signs of the thin fog being scattered in the direction of the Holy Wind Cathedral. On high alert, the Wind-Blessed hesitantly said, perhaps the Archbishop, the Archbishop." He eventually failed to mention the possibility that the Archbishop wasn't in the Holy Wind Cathedral. At that moment, the beautiful mistress of Duke Negan came to the window of the bedroom on the 2nd floor, her eyes filled with a lost and beautiful smile. Then, she jumped down, deliberately hitting her head on the concrete floor. Bam! After producing a jarring sound, there were quite a few cracks on her beautiful head, and blood began to flow out. She rolled a few times, weakly, until she was facing up. Her eyes had lost all focus, and her frozen expression was one of madness and fear. Seeing this scene, many members of the Duke's guards couldn't help but feel horrified. Even Duke Negan himself felt that his emotions were on the verge of collapse when Archbishop Snake didn't arrive. "Let's go. Let's get out of here," he weakly called out on instinct. Just as the Wind-Blessed was rejoicing over not being soft-hearted when kicking the mistress away, otherwise, the Duke would have been killed on the spot, he heard a command filled with horror. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Inside the attic, the Desire Apostle, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly liquefied and turned into countless black shadows, jumping up and down on the ground. After dodging the blonde secretary's attack, he rematerialized in another direction. Then, he looked at the enemy, raised his right arm, and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. "No." The blonde secretary's eyes reddened. All of a sudden, the Desire Apostle clenched his fist. Outside the luxurious house, Duke Negan's horror erupted. It shot straight to his brain and into his veins, blanketing all his nerves. He heard the sound of something shattering and felt a warm sensation at the back of his head. At the same time, several members of the Duke's guards became flustered and panicked. They all raised their custom revolvers or rifles in their hands and started shooting randomly towards the center. Bang! 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 The Wind-Blessed was the first to reach out and grab Duke Negan. He rolled to the ground, and a formless wind as sharp as knives appeared out of thin air, slicing through the throats of the guards. Splat! Splat! The guards clutched at their throats, slowly falling to the ground in a pool of fresh blood. Duke Negan's body twitched a few times, but then it stopped moving. He was robbed of his life by his own horror. If he hadn't been a Sequence 6 Beyonder, then his horror might have even dismembered him. Of course, if he hadn't become extremely weak, then he wouldn't have possessed such intense emotions. And even if he had these emotions, then he wouldn't have directly died as a result of this. But there were no ifs in this world. Palace Negan, the leader of the Conservative Party, the noble with the largest land apart from the king, the elder brother of the current Prime Minister, a Sequence 6 Beyonder, and a truly important figure, was dead. The roses in the nearby glass greenhouse were still in full bloom. In the attic, the blonde secretary seemed to sense something and could no longer control his emotions. As a result, his mind went blank, and he anxiously ran outside, automatically opening the door to the sealed room. 2 seconds later, he snapped to his senses and turned around again. However, the figure that was covered by the black liquid and the suitcase in the corner had disappeared. The Desire Apostle quickly left the villa, evacuating from the scene based on a predetermined route. It was at this moment that a thick sea of blood seemed to appear before his eyes. Chapter 426, 1-42. The Desire Apostle, who had once worn Patrick Jason's skin, stopped in his tracks and looked around in bewilderment. Only now did he vaguely realize that danger was approaching. He was at the edge of a garden where the grass had withered due to winter and was revealing dark brown soil. On the right side of the street, there weren't many pedestrians on the weekday afternoon. At this moment, there were only a few people passing by, but they didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a silver glint appeared in the eyes of the Desire Apostle, and a person decked out in full body armor emerged from the other side of the garden. The armor was stained with congealed blood, diagonally from its left shoulder all the way down. It exuded a bewitching beauty and appeared to be extremely heavy. Every step it took slightly shook the ground. Upon seeing this blood-stained silver armor, the Desire Apostle felt as if he couldn't breathe properly, as if he had met his most terrifying nemesis. How are they here so quickly? They saw through my ruse so quickly? The Desire Apostle regained his calm and cold-bloodedness, fully focused on sensing the emotions and desires of the Beyonder inside the blood-stained silver armor. However, to his despair, the silver armor completely blocked his Beyonder powers. It was as if he had touched a rock, a piece of cold armor which had no one in it. The Desire Apostle had no choice but to raise his right hand, spreading out his giant bat wings and bringing with it some blue flames that rapidly condensed. At that moment, a silver light flashed from his right palm, and his thumb fell to the ground. The wound was extremely clean. Amidst swooshing sounds and a flash of silver light, the remaining 9 fingers of the Desire Apostle were severed. The suitcase he was carrying also fell to the ground with a thud. The Desire Apostle's pupils immediately contracted to a needle point, and he flapped the pair of huge bat wings on his back to escape in another direction. The shadow under his feet shrank back without anyone realizing it, hiding in one spot. The Desire Apostle had only taken 2 steps when countless silver lights burst out from his body like blooming fireworks. The thick black liquid that covered his body splashed to the ground like raindrops. His forearm, arm, shoulders, ribs, neck, and other parts of his body broke off and smoothly slid downwards. Splat. 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 The pale, blood-stained intestines of the Desire Apostle splashed to the ground, along with his squirming stomach and his beating heart which had yet to cease. The place where he stood was where the blood was the thickest. The further he went, the more splat it looked, which when put together, they formed a beautiful flower of death. A Sequence 5 expert, a Desire Apostle who had just completed an impossible assassination, was dismembered without any resistance. This was a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was the sealed artifact that had caused over 100,000 people to lose their lives, sealed artifact 1-42. Dressed in that terrifying-looking armor, Leonard Mitchell struggled to take 2 steps forward, sized up the dismembered body on the ground, and raised his voice. He's not completely dead yet. He paused for a moment and then added, different devils have different characteristics. This Desire Apostle is a shadow shifter. He's just abandoned his own body, only leaving a shadow behind. While Solashur Soest instructed a number of Nighthawks and members of the machinery Hivemind to keep ordinary people at bay, he surveyed the scene and listened to Leonard. He took out his pocket watch and opened it. He asked with a serious expression, "There's only 10 minutes left, is it enough?" "Don't force it." "No problem." 1 to 42 has locked onto him. "I can sense its excitement," Leonard said without hesitation. Soist spread his red-gloved fingers and said to the other Nighthawks, "Bring hot water with you and follow Leonard closely. Once there are any problem, switch with him immediately and dig a bathtub on the spot. Also, leave marks. The other team members and I will quickly catch up." Tap. 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 The blood-stained silver armor began running in pursuit. Despite looking heavy, it was incredulously fast. Soist watched as the few red gloves left before turning to look at a cancer. "Deacon Bernard, take the rest of the machinery Hivemind members to that house. Watch the Duke's guards and anyone else that's alive at the scene. Watch." A cancer subconsciously returned with a question. Soist nodded seriously and said, "How can the Desire Apostle be able to determine that the Duke would be coming to this house today, to the point of precisely pinpointing the time, and then perfectly luring the Spellsinger of God away?" A cancer was instantly enlightened. "Are you saying that a member of the Duke's guards or someone trusted by him is a partner of the Desire Apostle? Otherwise, there was no way that his timing could be that perfect. The so-called operation wouldn't have any chance of success otherwise. It can only be said that this is the most probable cause. We cannot eliminate the assumption that the Desire Apostle has a powerful clairvoyant." Soist didn't continue as he led a second batch of Nighthawks and followed the marks to reinforce the teammates up ahead. With a calm face, he led the rest of the machinery Hivemind back to the house of the Duke's mistress. He looked up at the pale sun behind the thin fog and knew that the situation in the whole of Backland, and even the whole of the Lone Kingdom, or even the world would change because of what had happened today. In the darkness of the sewers, a shadow was advancing rapidly in a particular direction while clinging to the bottom of the stone wall. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the blood-stained armor was tall and heavy, making it inconvenient for him to move around in certain narrow areas of the sewers, thus allowing him to shake him off his tail. Every time the shadow moved a certain distance forward, it would stop, frozen in place. His pitch-black surface continued to swell and solidify as if it was trying to produce new flesh and blood, but due to a lack of materials, it failed miserably. The Desire Apostle let out a painful gasp, feeling that he could lose control at any moment in this state. After a short breather, he continued to run for his life, unable to afford the time to decrease the threat of the problem he faced. He was also afraid that the terrifying blood-stained silver armor would silently catch up with him. At the Quelag Club, Klein entered the lounge and took the newspapers to the toilet. He was afraid that the Desire Apostle would flee in advance, leaving potential danger for himself, Isengard Stanton, Kaslana, and the innocent private detectives. Therefore, he planned on heading above the gray fog to perform another divination to confirm the Desire Apostle's present situation and, thus, adopt a targeted strategy. After repeating the previous process of replacing himself with a paper figurine, he sat in the seat of the fool, conjuring Jason Beria's handkerchief and trying to divine his current location. In the dusky dream world, Klein saw the dark sewers. He saw a living shadow and how his body seemingly appeared to fill itself with flesh and blood, only to constantly fail, as well as tiny black dust that kept being shed from his body. The scene climbed higher and arrived above ground, revealing a towering cathedral. Holy Wind Cathedral. Klein opened his closed eyes and understood the situation of the Desire Apostle. He hasn't been caught yet, but he seems to be heavily injured. His condition is in terrible shape and it's filled with abnormalities. His suitcase is gone too. It must have been dropped when he was injured. Klein thought for a moment. Using divination, he recalled the map of Backland and made it appear before his eyes. Similarly, he came up with a rough layout of Backland's sewers. Having previously made full use of the sewer system, he had always been gathering similar information such as this. The main focus was on East Borough, the Backland Bridge area, and the area where he was located in, Sherwood Backland. After some hard work, he had long completed the first stage of his plan of understanding the main layout of the sewer network. To have a more in-depth understanding of it would require an extremely long period of persistence. When the time came, Klein even thought of infiltrating Backlund's municipal hall and directly sneak a peek at the design prints. According to the two maps and the scene seen in the dream divination, Klein noticed that the Desire Apostle, Beria, hadn't fled in the direction of the Tussock River. Instead, he had taken the opposite route to Hillston Burrow, as if he wanted to pass through and enter the artificial lake in Empress Burrow. In other words, he's getting closer and closer to me. Klein's mind stirred as he suddenly had an idea. Although I'm not sure which sewer he'll pass through, I can make a judgment via divination. He's heavily injured and in a very strange state. His interference in this aspect has turned extremely weak. At close distances, it's not like I can't find him. After all, I've seen what he really looks like, and I have a grasp of his aura. When it comes to finding people, I'm a professional. I have to do something. I can't let him escape just like that. There's still time. After confirming the degree of danger, Klein made up his mind and returned to the real world. He took out the candle, quickly set up a ritual, summoned himself, and responded to himself. Not long after, there was a figure in black armor, wearing a black crown, and a cloak of the same color in the bathroom. It was Klein in his spirit body state while carrying the Dark Emperor card. He also included mystical items such as the sun brooch and biological poison bottle, so as to ensure success. Then, he disappeared into the air and left the Quelag Club in another direction. The current Klein could fly, so he was very fast, but he couldn't cause any wind, because he was a spirit body. He scraped past a tree and took away a dead branch. Having seen Jason Beria's actual appearance before, together with his own memory and the handkerchief as a medium, Klein, combined with the layout map and the dowsing rod divination, quickly determined the sewer areas that Jason had passed. After entering the pitch-black and fetid area, Klein used his maximum speed to pass through a large number of narrow areas and entered a relatively spacious area. The dark river flowed, and a mixed smell filled the air. He would occasionally change his direction and chase after Jason Beria. The Desire Apostle nearly lost control again. He stopped and pressed himself against the damp walls and cold pipes, trying hard to rein in his bloodlust and his desire to kill. Pant. Pant. The thin shadow started to move. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at the spot he had just passed. The pitch-black armor and the black crown first entered his eyes, outlining an extremely imposing figure. Behind the figure, the weightless cloak lightly swayed as he moved forward. It's nearby. A body of heavy silver armor stained in blood went through the entrance and climbed down to the sewers. Chapter 427, The Choice of the Times. The murky river in the sewers flowed beneath the unlit surroundings. If a normal person walked in here, then he would have to carry a lantern in order to see the necessary details of the situation clearly. However, to Klein, who was in his spirit body state, this wasn't an obstacle. Everything around him had long been reflected in his eyes. Therefore, when the Desire Apostle discovered him, he also discovered the Desire Apostle. He didn't speak, nor did he hesitate. He opened his mouth and let out a soundless screech. This was an attack that directly damaged the soul. The Desire Apostle suddenly stopped moving, as if someone had delivered a heavy blow to him. Large patches of shadow-like black substances fell off his body, as though he was shaking off the snowflakes that had been tainted with the deepest desires. In that instant, the Desire Apostle, who was already severely injured, almost fainted. Without the support of his physical body, he was like a candlelight in the middle of a raging wind, swaying back and forth, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. His shadow suddenly dispersed, turning into a pitch-black liquid that flowed in all directions, making it impossible to know which shadow to pursue. At that moment, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the darkness behind Klein, and it suddenly rushed forward. The black liquid, that could no longer be considered sticky, was merely a tool used by the Desire Apostle to confuse and make it easier for him to launch a surprise attack. Klein didn't seem to react at all, allowing the shadow to lunge onto him. However, the Desire Apostle suddenly shivered, as if he had touched the coldest and chilliest object possible. The shadow rapidly slowed down, as if it had been frozen stiff. He knew that wraiths and shadows came with freezing effects, but he didn't expect that the fellow wearing the Dark Emperor's crown would have such an influence on a spirit body like him. This was a case of being completely suppressed when it came to their lives' natural order. Klein had expected such an outcome. He half-turned his body, stretched out his right hand and placed it on the head of the stiff shadow. Then, the dark golden sun brooch, which was concealed by the black armor, flashed with a faint light. The Desire Apostle sensed the danger and could perceive his imminent doom. He tried to resist but was temporarily powerless. A ray of pure and holy light appeared out of nowhere and landed on the shadow's head, enveloping his body. The surroundings were suddenly illuminated as the black shadow struggled with all its might but didn't stop evaporating. In just a blink of an eye, it had become abnormally thin, and its spirituality was filled with the radiance of the blazing sun and cries of indignation. Klein didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, and he summoned another pure and bright holy light. The feeling of daylight lasted for 2 seconds before the Desire Apostle fell to the ground, losing all signs of life. His body remained in his shadow state, thin as though it had no density. This Sequence 5 expert who had just assassinated a duke had died just like that. He didn't even have the time to pass on his last words. At the same time, Klein saw that the deceased spirit was on the verge of dissipating after suffering the blows. The Beyonder characteristic will take a while to appear. Should I mimic Miss Sharon by possessing the shadow and speeding up the process? But I don't know how. Klein began considering what to do next. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble slightly. Relying on his spiritual intuition, he looked back at the place where he had passed by before. A tall, heavy silver armor was rushing over. Diagonally down from the left shoulder, it was stained with a large amount of solidified blood. Sealed Artifact 1-42. Klein's heart tightened. Without any hesitation, he wrapped the spirit of the Desire Apostle within him and ended the summoning. His original plan was that as long as the official Beyonders arrived, he would return immediately even if he didn't manage to finish off the Desire Apostle, handing over the rest to them. The red glove and the blood-stained silver armor only saw a silhouette wearing a black crown and a similarly colored cloak before it disappeared without a trace. He narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the spot where the man had just been, and found the Desire Apostle who had lost his life. Clearing clues and destroying evidence, he said in a low voice. Tap. 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 The red gloves who were behind him arrived one after the other. After returning above the gray fog, Klein wasn't in a hurry to channel the spirit. Instead, he directly left the mysterious space and returned to his body in the real world. He skillfully packed up the ritual items like the candles, and soon, the last traces were removed. After doing all of this, he once again created a double. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived at the ancient palace above the gray fog. Here he could communicate directly with a remnant spirit, as a real spirit medium could do, without having to pray to anyone or use the help of a ritual. He had confirmed that when he communicated with Nimblewright Master Rosego's spirit. Considering that the spirit of the Desire Apostle had been purified and might dissipate at any moment, Klein prepared himself to ask the relatively more important information. As for the potion formula for the Devil Pathway, he planned to consider it only at the end. In any case, even if he obtained it, he didn't plan on selling it, lest he would nurture a few cold-blooded serial murderers. Looking at the Desire Apostle with brown hair and brown, blank eyes, Klein emanated his spirituality and asked, "What were you plotting?" The Desire Apostle's connection had been completely severed off from the outside world by the gray fog and could only reply in a muddled voice, "Assassinate Duke Negan." Duke Negan? Him again? Who wants him dead so much? Klein was stunned as he asked, "Did it succeed?" "Yes," the Desire Apostle answered calmly without giving any additional descriptions. In this state, he only replied to whatever he was asked. "Poor Duke Negan, the Lord of Storms wasn't able to protect you." Klein gestured the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. He didn't attempt to understand the details and directly asked, "Who instigated you to do so?" Was it the organization that had commissioned Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalengos? Klein recalled the assassination attempt. The Desire Apostle calmly said, "An organization, the most secret and ancient organization, most Beyonders don't know of its existence. Its members are said to have important figures in various fields, maybe the higher-ups of the various churches and militaries of different nations." Sounds familiar. Could it be that secret organization which Emperor Roselle joined, the ancient organization that wields the second blasphemy slate? Klein's mind stirred as he asked, "What kind of reward did they promise you, that you would be willing to give up your identity of more than 10 years? The Desire Apostle replied in a slightly changed voice, "A card of blasphemy, the Abyss card." A card of blasphemy? The Abyss card, one of Roselle's 22 cards of blasphemy. This most likely corresponded to the Devil pathway. It's no wonder that the Desire Apostle was willing to sacrifice everything that he had accumulated over the past 10 years just for this. In it lies the hope for him to become a high-sequence Beyonder. The reward is much more valuable than the mission. However, it's unlikely that Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalengos would be attracted by such a reward, unless that organization has another card of blasphemy or some other item. If it's really the mysterious organization which Roselle joined, finding a few cards of blasphemy is quite normal. Even if they don't, they still possess the blasphemy slate. Klein was alarmed at first before asking in confusion, "Why do they want Duke Negan dead?" The spirit of the Desire Apostle thinned significantly again, and he said in a hollow voice, "I don't know. All I did was consider taking the mission or not." "Then, have you heard anything?" Klein pressed. The Desire Apostle remained in the same unperturbed state. "I have heard that their purpose is the resurrection or awakening of the Creator. They interfere with the progress of history, making it fit their needs, in order to achieve their goals at a certain point in time. If the trend of the times aren't as they expect, then they will try their best to reverse it. Other than that, they just quietly watch from the sidelines, apathetic. Perhaps they wouldn't act or entrust something even once every few decades or centuries. A secret organization in the true sense of the word. It's consistent with Roselle's description of the powerful faction that secretly manipulates the world. It also seems related to the original creator." Seeing that the spirit body of the Desire Apostle was about to disappear, Klein quickly asked, "What is the name of that organization? How can they be contacted?" The Desire Apostle looked ahead emotionlessly, his figure quickly disintegrating. Before he disappeared completely, he answered the question, "They are called the Twilight Hermit Order." Inside the house with the glass greenhouse, the thin secretary with the gold-rimmed glasses and white gloves sat with a sullen face and a look of deep grief. "What's your name? What sequence are you? Which Beyonder pathway are you from?" Deacon Acancer asked solemnly. The blonde secretary replied slowly in a deep voice, "Lockhart Siakam, Sequence 5, as for which Beyonder pathway I'm from, you can apply for access to my records from MI9. "All right." Acancer then asked, "Does the Duke come here at a fixed time every week?" "No, he doesn't like to work according to a schedule, especially after the assassination attempt by Kalengos. Before today, no one knew that he would be here today, and I only heard about it in the morning at Parliament," Lockhart Siakam replied seriously. Acancer thought and asked, "If there's a spy amongst you, who do you think he is, and who do you suspect?" Lockhart thought about it for a few seconds, then he shook his head. Following that, Acancer asked for details of the battle and got a rough idea of the process. He saw that Lockhart was pale and badly hurt, hence, he politely rose to check on the rest of the Duke's guards. After watching the deacon of the machinery Hivemind leave, Lockhart took a deep breath and trudged over to Duke Negan's corpse. The great noble was no longer naked like before, but the remnants of terror still remained on his face. After looking deeply at Duke Negan's corpse, Lockhart murmured sadly, "I'm sorry." At this moment, with his back facing everyone, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He calmly added inwardly, "This is the choice of the times." Chapter 428, The Scapegoat. Westboro, 9, Hope Street, the Prime Minister's residence. Aguisid Negan stood behind a large table and looked at Earl Hall with a serious expression. Lord Hall, my secretary should have briefed you on what has happened. You're the first noble that I've thought of at this moment. The important member of the Conservative Party, who was presently Prime Minister of the Cabinet, looked like he had aged considerably. His tall, thin figure leaned forward as if unable to bear the bad news, to the point of needing to prop himself up on the table with both hands. But his eyes were still sharp and his attitude calm. Earl Hall, who had a beautiful mustache, sighed and said, "I'm sorry to hear this piece of news. It has shocked me greatly. I was thinking of visiting His Grace in a few days to discuss the bill that we're all very concerned about, but who would have known that he would be attacked?" Having lost the handsome appearance of his youth due to his deep smile lines and the fattening state of his body, he first expressed his condolences, grief, and empathy, then he restrained his emotions and said, "His Grace is already dead. Compared to crying and being angry, we need to be more careful and calm. Only by doing this can we handle the aftermath and prevent this heavy steam train of the kingdom from derailing. This is also the reason why I came to you immediately. The other nobles will only call upon their gods, trembling in fear, and express how unacceptable this is. They will want the murderer to be severely punished and the mastermind found. From their point of view, even the Duke who was heavily protected could be assassinated, then what about them?" Prime Minister Aguisid said in a heavy voice. "It's a perfectly natural and understandable reaction, but it's not the reaction we need." Earl Hall nodded and asked, "Who's the murderer? What was the motive?" "A devil who was disguised as a banker for more than a decade, a true devil. By the way, your Varvat Bank just acquired his business," Aguisid said, his tone unchanged. "Patrick Jason?" Earl Hall immediately remembered the man's name. He was the one who approved the acquisition of the bank. Without reprimanding him, Prime Minister Aguisid thoughtfully said, "He's a Sequence 5, but he suddenly sold his business, abandoning an identity which he had used for more than a decade, and took an extreme risk in order to assassinate my brother. From this, we can make a compelling guess that he was instigated by a person or some faction. Unfortunately, he was killed while escaping. Even his spirit body was taken away. According to reports from the Nighthawks, it was done by the hero bandit Dark Emperor. It involves an extremely secretive organization, and we aren't able to find out anything about it in a short period of time." Earl Hall asked. "Yes, that so-called hero bandit didn't leave any traces behind. We can only start with the people who had come into contact with Jason in the past few months. This will take a lot of time, and there may not be any results." Aguisid gave an affirmative answer. Earl Hall took 2 steps forward and asked, "What's His Majesty's attitude regarding this?" "Grief, but no specific thoughts," Aguisid replied. Earl Hall frowned and said after some thought, "In that case, the important thing isn't about who's the mastermind behind the scenes, but what goal they wish to achieve through this matter. If they want war, or to restart the conflict in the colonies, then we need to tell the masses that the one instigating Patrick Jason was the Fasak Empire, and we would fabricate a detailed process and provide seemingly convincing evidence. In the past several centuries, this northern neighbor of ours has always played a similar role, and I think everyone is already used to it. I don't think there's any doubt that it's very, very, very normal for the barbarians to do this sort of thing. And the masses will be afraid of them." Prime Minister Aguisid curled the corners of his lips, without intending to smile. "But we're making a series of changes that will take at least half of next year for us to stabilize before we have the ability to wage war." Earl Hall muttered to himself, "Then let's find a target that everyone will find acceptable. Hero bandit Dark Emperor is too mysterious and likewise for the secret organization behind him. If it's made public just like that, it would definitely incur extreme panic. People are always afraid of the unknown. Yes, what about the Aurora Order? They assassinated that pervert from Intus a few months ago. It wouldn't surprise anyone if they do anything else. Their reputation is bad enough. Their situation has already been repeated by the papers numerous times, to the point of becoming a horror element or classic antagonist in many novels. Besides, it will effectively reduce the suspicions that others have on us. There will always be people that believe the previous assassination was us commissioning the Aurora Order. Also, while we're fighting against the illegal terrorist organization, let's clean up Backland. There are too many dangerous people hidden here. Aguisid answered tersely in agreement. The Aurora Order isn't a bad target. We shall first use them as a target. When the next year comes and we're ready, then we'll publish the results of the investigation, making an accusation that the one instigating the Aurora Order was the Fasak Empire. I believe that no one will care to defend a terrorist organization and the Northern Barbarians. Earl Hall was taken aback for a moment before saying, "This goes one step further than I thought." Without another word, Aguisid stood up and said, "I'm going to meet His Majesty now." Having said that, he looked at Earl Hall. "You have to be careful of your safety too. We still haven't figured out the motives of the people who assassinated my brother." "Humph, the Church of the Lord of Storms has already agreed to replace the Archbishop of Backland Diocese. Snake is always late at crucial moments. The believers of the storm are always irritable, irascible, stubborn, conceited, and easily maneuvered by others. Don't be prejudiced. For example, Lumi is very intelligent." Earl Hall let out a low laugh, and then he tapped his chest 4 times. "Thank you, the goddess will protect me. The Twilight Hermit Order sounds very imposing." Returning to the real world, Klein stood up and pressed the mechanical button for the toilet. He walked out of the bathroom amidst the sound of running water and thought about the information he had just received from spirit channeling. He suspected that Twilight Hermit Order was the ancient organization with the second blasphemy slate which Emperor Roselle had joined. To choose to have someone assassinate Duke Negan for the sake of a so-called historical process sounds a little absurd, but it also seems to make sense. Their goal is to revive or awaken the original creator. This is similar to the City of Silver's belief. Little Sun and company have never believed that the creator is dead. They can only accept that he has abandoned that piece of land and has been trying to get a response from him. Klein paced back and forth, letting his thoughts wander. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard knocking on the door. It wasn't an attendant or maid from the Quelag Club, but the bespectacled Carlson, one of the Machinery Hivemind members whom Klein had seen before. "How did you get in?" Klein asked deliberately. When Carlson saw that he was indeed in the room, he relaxed a little. Seeing that no one was around, he smiled. "As a Beyonder, we often have all sorts of methods." He received news from Deacon Cancer, learning of the Desire Apostle's death, and came to confirm my situation. As for my performance, it's rather successful. My illusion of a living person wasn't exposed, and I successfully pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. Klein's heart had stirred and said, "Your expression tells me that there's good news?" "Yes, Patrick Jason Beria has been killed. You're safe and no longer need to be protected by us," Carlson said honestly. Such feedback made Klein feel the potion inside his body to seemingly accelerate its digestion. Surprised and delighted, he asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes." Carlson gave an affirmative answer. "That's great," Klein said happily. Carlson looked at him and complimented him wholeheartedly. "Your detective instincts and logical thinking have given us a great deal of help. The deacon wrote that after this matter is over, a reward will be given to you in secret. Probably about £1,000. £1,000. Not bad, very generous. However, even if the bills in Jason's suitcase were of £5 or £1 denominations, and even if his jewelry isn't too expensive, it should still add up to about £50,000, right? Ma'am Mary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council is probably worth that much if one counts her shares in the Quim Company. Yes, Jason's accomplice in luring Spelsinger of Godaway had probably taken some of the money. The remaining amount is probably around £20,000 to £30,000, but that's still nothing £1,000 can compare with. What a pity. I can't think of it that way. Maybe Jason's accomplice took all the wealth ahead of time. Klein felt a wave of disappointment and joy. And the reward from the Machinery Hivemind was even more proof of the success of his performance during this period of time. It made him feel like he was only one step away from completely digesting the potion. This is something I should do. After all, the person being threatened is me. Klein smiled. He wasn't worried about retaliation from Jason's accomplice, because revenge was only a ruse. More importantly, he would be a sequence 6 by then. Carlson nudged his glasses and said thoughtfully, "Sherlock, you're also a believer of God. We hope to establish a good relationship with you. In the future, you can inform us of whatever you encounter and gather. This is them developing me into an informant of the machinery Hivemind. I have another channel for reimbursement." Klein drew a triangular-shaped sacred emblem on his chest. No problem. No longer being protected by the machinery Hivemind, Klein stayed at the Quelag Club until dinner, then he slowly took a carriage back to 15 Minsk Street. He opened the letterbox out of habit and saw a new letter with no postage stamp. The letter was from Detective Isengard Stanton, who left it after an afternoon visit, had written. "I heard from the machinery Hivemind of the suggestion you offered. Your sharpness and caution is truly astounding. If you weren't already a Beyonder, then I would even believe that being a reader is the pathway that suits you best. You truly are the best young man at deduction that I've ever met." Klein stood in the living room, reading Isengard's letter by the light of the gas lamp. This time, there was nothing new to the performance. It was done step by step and conformed to the past performances. It didn't even have much of an effect. But there were enough people in the audience, and all of them were by my side, which allowed me to get feedback directly. Klein held on to the letter as he reflected over the matter. He half closed his eyes and felt something inside his body rapidly disintegrating and dissipating. Numerous illusory stars around him seemed to appear, and he could only feel a very weak attraction from the resplendent stars. On the last month of 1349, his magician potion was finally digested. Chapter 429, Various Parties. The street lamps at night illuminated the wet ground, which was sent splashing by the occasional horse carriage that passed by. Backland was located in the middle of the kingdom, only dozens of kilometers from the Sonia Sea, and it rained frequently all year round. The highest temperature in July was only 28 degrees Celsius, and the lowest was around 2 degrees Celsius in winter. The weather seldom had a chance of dropping to 0 or lower, but this didn't stop people from feeling the cold here. Even the northerners from Faisac, who were used to living in ice and snow, sometimes couldn't bear the humidity that penetrated through their clothing and flesh. Klein stood behind the oriel window in a room which didn't have its fireplace lit. He looked at the tranquil scene outside and felt relaxed in his body, heart, and soul. As long as he gathered the ingredients and concocted the potion, he could immediately advance to sequence 6, becoming a faceless. The magician potion has been completely digested. The Desire Apostle was personally finished off by me and he failed to escape. The Aurora Order's search of the Fool's believers is still going in circles. Apart from Mr. Azek being pursued by an unknown faction and the problem of the potion ingredients, I'm temporarily not troubled by anything. Klein leaned his body forward and took in a breath of air. He then looked at the fog that had condensed on the windows. The reason why he had risked his life to intercept the Desire Apostle was because he was afraid that the other party would have other plans and, thus, smoothly escape from the pursuit of the official Beyonders. At that time, he might be remembered for his crucial advice and be avenged afterwards. As a cold-blooded, a devil was unlikely to take the risk of avenging his comrades, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't choose to vent their anger on someone who nearly caused their death. This operation was definitely necessary. Perhaps someone from the Twilight Hermit Order is somewhere receiving him. Once the Desire Apostle escapes, and with me not having any relevant information, perhaps I'll be prepared against a sequence 5, believing that I would be pretty safe once I advance to Faceless, but the Desire Apostle might very well use the information provided by the Abyss card and the Twilight Hermit Order's help to advance to become a high sequence Beyonder. Such a development is quite scary if I think about it. One is required to inflict the finishing blow of justice. Klein reflected over what had happened this afternoon and summarized his experiences and lessons. After enjoying the night scenery for a while, he returned to the sofa and sat down to think about his future plans. With the reward provided by the machinery Hivemind, I'll be able to afford the mutated pituitary gland and blood of a thousand-faced hunter. The deep-sea Naga's hair simply requires me to have money. Such an ingredient should be relatively easy to find on the sea. I can get Mr. Hanged Man to help. The only problem is the human-skinned shadow characteristic. And even if there is a clue, I don't have enough money. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but give a self-deprecating chuckle. I'm not a person who particularly loves money, it's just a very average preference. When I was in Tingen, I always encouraged Melissa to spend and urged her and Benson to hire a maid. I felt that no matter what, I should try to not treat myself too badly, and every time I did a covert operation, I always placed safety first and made sure to be careful so that I wouldn't be affected mentally because of the allure of wealth. However, in order to take revenge, I have to advance, and advancing requires me to buy expensive Beyonder ingredients. I can only accumulate every single penny and save whatever I can. He suddenly hunched his shoulders and felt that the coldness of the living room made a magician like him, who didn't have an excellent constitution, shudder. Therefore, he decided to take a shower, crawl into bed, and read in bed. There's only another 3 or 4 hours left before it's bedtime, there's no need to ignite the fireplace again. With a sigh, Klein got up and walked to the second floor. Under the steam cathedral. After a cancer finished reading all the recorded statements, he picked up his coffee and took a sip. After a few seconds of silence, he pulled out the ancient silver mirror called a Rhodes. Carlson took a glance at it and asked curiously, "Deacon, if I ask the Honorable Rhodes about an unsolved mathematical problem or a classical paradox, will it give me the correct answer?" "Most of the time, it will directly reject you. If it thinks that you have ill intentions, it will even give you a lightning strike or make you suffer a curse that you would never want to face," Ecancer said with a sigh. "It's a living sealed artifact with extremely high intelligence, not a rigid, rule-abiding difference machine. When using it, it's best not to think about trying to find loopholes." Carlson looked around at his teammates and kindly suggested, "Deacon, let me ask the question for you. I have nothing I need to hide." He straightened his back and assumed an open, honest posture. Ecancer smiled bitterly and said, "There's no need, I already know what I need to know. I'm no longer afraid of similar questions, and occasionally, the Honorable Rhodes will ask very profound questions. With your body's condition, the subsequent penalty won't be easy to bear." With that said, he clenched his fists before spreading his fingers apart and gently stroked the surface of the mirror thrice. In that subtle atmosphere, Ecancer asked in a deep voice, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, who or what faction instigated the Desire Apostle to assassinate Duke Negan?" The silver mirror didn't show any changes for a while. Only after a long time did the surface produce an aqueous light, forming a scene that looked like an oil painting. It was a plain where the sun was about to set. The vast field was covered in a faint golden afterglow. "What does that mean?" Carlson and the other members of the machinery Hivemind looked at each other, unable to understand. Even though one of them was a Beyonder who had advanced from mystery prior and was no stranger at reading revelations. Twilight? The symbol of the end of life? A sect that believes in death, or lunatics that believe in the apocalypse? A mystery prior said after some deliberation. Carlson nodded in agreement. "I think it's the latter." Ecancer ignored their discussion because Rhodes's question had already appeared. "What color of underwear do you like best?" Ecancer's face suddenly flushed red, and he felt as if smoke was rising from the top of his head. With great difficulty, he spat out a word, "red." The room suddenly became unusually quiet, and Carlson and the others pretended to look towards a corner. Ecancer sat down wearily and scratched his fluffy hair, ready to ask the second question. Carlson couldn't bear it as he said, "Deacon, let me try. Try not to reach the punishment phase." Ecancer finally nodded in agreement. Carlson confidently mimicked the deacon's actions, gently stroking the surface of the silver mirror 3 times while the other members gathered again. Honorable Rhodes, my question is, who are the accomplices of the Desire Apostle? The aqueous light stirred as the scene changed. It first presented a woman's back, one with an outstanding figure. Then, there was a person who was extremely blurry and could barely be identified as a man based on his attire. There is indeed another partner. This should be the person who sold the intelligence on Duke Negan. It's a pity that the other party has already dealt with it, Carlson looked around and said. He felt that he had no secrets and didn't need to care about the questions that followed. This time, the choices that Rhodes offered was a question, a mission, or a penalty. Without any hesitation, Carlson said, question. Words that looked like dripping blood quickly outlined the surface of the silver mirror. Do you relieve yourself daily with your hand? Carlson's lips quivered, and he felt his ears rapidly turn hot. Although this was something he found very normal, giving an answer in front of so many teammates and his superior still gave him the urge to bury his head in the ground. Yes, he answered very quietly. Under St. Samuel Cathedral. Daily, with her blue eyeshadow, tossed a stack of documents in front of Sola Sure Soist. All the information you want on the tarot card case. It's smaller than I thought, Soist said, slightly surprised. Daly snickered. This is just an index. Upon seeing this, Leonard touched his lower lip with the palm of his red-gloved right hand. Captain Soist, why don't we do a thorough investigation of the people who interacted with Jason Barria and compare it with the 2 previous cases? There might be clues to the organization that is symbolized by tarot cards. Duke Negan is a devout believer of the Lord of Storms, and he represents the interests of the Church of the Lord of Storms in the political scene. The mandated punishers will definitely be frantically searching for the real culprit, so we don't need to get involved, otherwise, we'll easily be put at odds with them. Let's investigate the cases involving the tarot cards, and who knows, we might find new clues. Of course, we'll definitely end up running all over the place, but that's part and parcel of a Red Glove's duties, Soist explained with a smile. Leonard nodded. I understand. And deep in his mind, the elderly voice Skadden laughed. The Nighthawks have missed it just like that. That person has the smell of the Dark Emperor, the true Dark Emperor. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral. Wearing a black bonnet, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, swept his silver eyes and picked a mandated Punisher elite. Although I'm about to leave Backland, this is the decision of the Council of Cardinals. You only have one mission after this, and that is to investigate the assassination of Duke Negan. After applying, all of you have the right to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact. You must find out who is targeting us. Standing at the very front, a middle-aged man wearing a modified captain's hat immediately led the group. He clenched his fist and lightly tapped his chest. As you command, Your Eminence. He was lean and had no particularly outstanding features, but there was an anchor tattoo on his neck. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Audrey looked at Susie, who had opened the door herself, and said in a low voice, "What's father and the others talking about?" When she found out that Earl Hall had returned late and that his expression was unusually grave, she immediately sent Susie in to listen. Duke Negan was assassinated. Susie closed the door behind her with her feet. Ah? Audrey froze, suspecting that she had misheard. Although she had already experienced an assassination attempt on Duke Negan, she had never thought that this powerful noble would actually die. It's true. Susie gave an affirmative answer. Audrey instantly felt a little blank, finding it a little surreal. How could such a powerful noble, a person of flesh and blood, capable of speaking and laughing, the Duke who had given her a piece of land, die just like that? Suddenly, she felt the cruelty and coldness of the adult world. Who did it? Audrey asked subconsciously. A Sequence 5 devil, Sequence answered quickly. But he has already been silenced by the so-called hero bandit Dark Emperor. Ah? Audrey was stunned once again. How could it be the hero bandit Dark Emperor? How could it be Mr. Fool's adorer? He helped me resolve the problem of Duke Negan's previous assassination. This is a complete contradiction. Audrey immediately told Susie to eavesdrop again while she locked the door behind her and sat at the edge of her bed, praying to Mr. Fool. After she had finished reciting his honorific name and had described the assassination of Duke Negan, she asked with great trust, "Was your adorer present there?" After a while, she saw the endless gray fog and heard the voice of the fool. "Yes. He's looking for the organization that directed the Desire Apostle." As expected, it wasn't arranged by Mr. Fool. Was the reason why he had his adorer stop Kalangos last time also because of that organization that's pulling the strings behind the scenes? Audrey relaxed and asked curiously, "What organization is that?" "For it to gain your attention." A second later, she heard Mr. Fool reply in an unperturbed manner, "Twilight Hermit Order." Chapter 430, A Brand New Day. Twilight Hermit Order. What kind of organization is it? Why haven't I heard of it? When Mr. Hanged Man was filling me in on the general knowledge of the various factions, he didn't even mention anything about this. Audrey was both surprised and confused. As the gray fog faded away, Mr. Fool's aloof figure had vanished. Her eyes darted around as she quickly made a guess. This organization known as the Twilight Hermit Order sounds even more powerful and mysterious than the other underground powers such as the Aurora Order and the Life School of Thought. It's so unknown that even the knowledgeable and experienced Mr. Hanged Man, who's closely related to the Church of the Lord of Storms, doesn't know of its existence. And their plot was directed at a powerful noble of the kingdom, one of the most powerful people in the world. They might be the observers hidden in the deepest depths of the Beyonder world, the true controllers. They influence the situation of the northern and southern continents, so it's no wonder that they would be noticed by Mr. Fool. The last time Mr. Hanged Man successfully got his adorer to help wasn't because the promised reward was sufficiently high, but because Mr. Fool himself was targeting Twilight Hermit Order. This organization is as mysterious as our tarot club. Audrey, for some inexplicable reason, became a little excited, and this diluted the impact Duke Negan's assassination had on her. There definitely aren't a lot of Beyonders who know of the existence of the Twilight Hermit Order. And I'm one of them, and we, the Tarot Club, are targeting them. Audrey stood up and walked to the full-body mirror in front of her. She raised her chin slightly, showing an abnormally beautiful angle. Staring at the girl in the mirror, Audrey slowly calmed down. This was the first time she felt it was imperative that she quickly raised her sequence. Even Duke Negan, a Beyonder under tremendous amounts of protection, can be assassinated, let alone Father who's just an ordinary person. Although based on the family vault situation, there are definitely many Beyonders in the family, and the Church of the Goddess will also provide additional protection. However, this doesn't ease my heart. Duke Negan's guards aren't any weaker than what we have. All the best, Audrey. Get to sequence 7 as soon as possible, then sequence 6, and then hide in the darkness. I'll be my father, mother, and brother's last line of defense. The capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, the city of generosity. The Blue Avenger was once again passing by, moored at the port, giving sailors a chance to indulge and vent. Alger Wilson changed into a robe embroidered with storm patterns and went to the largest cathedral on the archipelago, the Cathedral of Waves. It was classical in style, and it mostly used stone pillars and arched structures, and it had a towering dome and 2 clock towers. In the early days of colonization, the pioneers often had no time to build a cathedral, which brought about very serious consequences for them. Surrounded by tribes, jungles, and ancient buildings, they would often die mysteriously in great numbers for no reason at all, even after they had conquered the region. This situation, which had caused a great panic, gradually deteriorated after the cathedrals of the various churches were built, becoming something that happened only once in a while. Standing in front of the cathedral, Alger was in no hurry to enter. Instead, he looked through the narrow windows at the dark and mysterious atmosphere and the warm candlelight that illuminated the activity area. A few seconds later, he entered the grand prayer hall, clenched his right fist and struck his left chest. He turned to the bishop facing him and said, "May the storm be with you." May the storm be with you, the bishop responded in the same way. Without waiting for Alger to speak, the bishop of the Cathedral of Waves took out a telegram. You're just in time. The Council of Cardinals has issued orders. Read it before praying. What orders? Alger asked casually as he reached out to take it. The bishop's expression was grave as he said, Duke Negan has been assassinated. The Council of Cardinals has ordered all mandated Punisher and priests to pay attention to anything regarding the hero bandit Dark Emperor, as well as all the matters related to the tarot ritual. Hero bandit Dark Emperor? Alger perfectly expressed his surprise. He already knew that the Dark Emperor was Mr. Fool's adorer. The bishop said with a serious nod, the assassin of Duke Negan is a Sequence 5 devil, but while escaping, he was killed by hero bandit Dark Emperor. This is the same outcome as Rear Admiral Kalangos, who failed to assassinate the Duke. Not only are the superficial circumstances the same, but even the core issues are the same. It was also Mr. Fool's adorer who killed Kalangos, another adorer. Was Mr. Fool the one who really wanted Duke Negan dead? No, if it were really him, then he would have warned Kalangos the last time to be careful of Miss Justice, so as to not expose his identity on the spot. Mr. Fool is paying attention to the truth behind the assassination and the real murderer? Who could it be, or which organization would receive so much attention from Mr. Fool? Alger instantly thought of many things and made a preliminary judgment. He looked down at the telegram and saw that the church had set up a special investigation team for the assassination of Duke Negan. Every member was an elite of the mandated Punishers. Should I apply to join, so as to have a grasp of their actions at any time? Alger hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to follow his original plan and keep a low profile. With a brand new day, Klein slept until he woke up naturally. He slowly got up, washed his face, and went downstairs. He wasn't in a hurry to prepare breakfast. Instead, he habitually opened the door, bathed in the fog, and took out today's newspaper from the letterbox. What is it? Suddenly, he noticed that there was a thick envelope stuffed inside the newspaper. It wasn't light at all. Squeezing the surface, Klein's mind flashed with the faint fragrance of banknote ink. His spiritual intuition told him that there was a lot of cash inside. Carefully, he opened it and pulled out the stack of money. After counting the money, he confirmed that there was a total of £1,000. It's the reward money from the machinery Hivemind. Is this their way of secretly handing me the money? How can they be so certain this is fine? Leaving it in my mailbox just like that? What happens if it's stolen? The delighted Klein couldn't help but grumble. With this money, and without the machinery Hivemind protecting him in secret, he could go to Vampire Emlyn White to complete the previous transaction. After breakfast, Klein immediately put on his coat and hat, held his cane, and stuffed the newspaper in his arm and went out. On his way to the carriage stop, he saw his landlord, Mrs. Stellan Sammer, directing the maid to load the suitcase into the carriage in front of the door. Good morning, Mrs. Sammer. Klein smiled and greeted her. Stellan smiled modestly and returned the greeting. She seems to have recovered mentally. Who knows what happened to her? Klein curiously asked, where are you going? It's almost New Year's. Mary gave Luke some time off in advance. We're going to Desi Bay to usher in the new year, Stellan said proactively. Sigh, we've been to a few of the cities there, including the famous coastal towns. This time, we're preparing to go to Fainapotter. I've heard that the scenery in Seville City is quite good. Klein replied in jest, how enviable. What about you? Detective Moriarty, where do you plan on spending the new year? Stellan asked with a smile. I'm probably staying here. Oh right, I have to prepare some tools to repair the wall which Stuart had previously shot a hole in. Klein smirked and said, back to Mid-Seashire, where the winter smells different. The smile on Stellan's face became even more obvious. I hope to meet you at Desi Bay in future New Year's Eve celebrations. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Upon seeing Detective Sherlock Moriarty in his black tweed coat, Emlyn White, who was carefully wiping the candle stand, smiled. He combed his hair, walked over with his head held high and said in a low voice, "There's information on Jason Beria. A sanguine knows him. I have his information as well." Klein smiled as he handed the newspaper over. The headline read, "Yesterday, His Grace the Duke of Negan assassinated, a true devil plundering the land." Beneath the title was a detailed description of the assassination yesterday, and it revealed that the murderer was a banker named Patrick Jason who was killed on the spot, and the terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claimed responsibility. When he saw the news earlier, Klein, who was having his breakfast, almost spewed out the milk in his mouth. At first, he imagined that the Aurora Order's Mr. A was brain damaged to take responsibility for this matter. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was most likely a cover used by the officials. If the Twilight Hermit Order is really the ancient organization which Emperor Roselle joined, then they would be extremely hostile towards the Aurora Order. After all, they hate the true creator. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Emlyn looked blankly at the newspaper again and again before asking in disbelief, "Does this mean the information I got is useless?" "In theory." Klein gave the vampire gentleman a sympathetic look. "However, the official organizations are still investigating the masterminds behind Jason Beria. If your information points in the right direction, it should be of worth." As for Klein himself, he obviously didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. No. He only knew Jason Beria and some of his hobbies. Emlyn sighed. Seeing his reaction, Klein asked in amusement, "Don't you usually read newspapers? How did you only learn of such an important matter until now?" Emlyn gave him an odd glance. "Why should I read the newspapers? I'm very busy. Busy cleaning the Harvest Church, busy spending time with those dolls you have at home, and busy thinking of ways to trick people into giving you blood to drink. You really are a New Age vampire." Klein opened his mouth, but he used his clown powers to suppress the laughter he was about to let out. He didn't tease Emlyn White and said seriously, "I've already gathered enough money for those 2 ingredients. When can you give them to me?" Chapter 431, A Drowning Man Shouldn't Desperately Clutch at Straws. Upon hearing Klein's question, Emlyn White jumped in fright as he carefully sized him up and said, "You're richer than I thought." He had imagined that Sherlock Moriarty would take at least a week to raise £2,450. "I've been saving for a long time." Klein sighed in response. Emlyn nodded thoughtfully. "It's so lucrative being a private detective? This is just an identity that makes things convenient. If you don't encounter a huge bounty, it'll be £200 to £300 a year," Klein said frankly. Emlyn glanced at him and asked casually, "So what do you actually do? Smuggling arms? Stealing from the vaults of the rich and powerful?" For Beyonders below Sequence 7, there's not much that can be done to save up more than £2,000 so quickly, and most of them are grey areas that border on breaking the law. "You, a vampire, are talking to me about breaking the law? It seems like you're rather eager to make some quick money." Klein smiled. "Except some relatively dangerous missions, if you aren't afraid of death, you can try." Emlyn shut his mouth, and only after a long time did he say, "Come and find me in the evening. I'll take you to the seller's place." What an obedient vampire. Klein was about to agree, but he suddenly found it unsafe. What if the seller gets thoughts from seeing all the money? What if he doesn't have the corresponding Beyonder ingredients and is trying to fool me to commit a robbery? Emlyn White can be trusted, but not necessarily the seller he's introducing. I have to find an excuse to perform a divination above the grey fog to confirm the degree of danger. Yes, there's no need for it to be so complicated. There's a better way. After some thought, Klein turned his head to look at Emlyn. "No, go by yourself. I'll give you £1,000 as a deposit, and you'll bring the 2 ingredients to the Harvest Church. After confirmation, I'll pay the remaining balance. I believe the seller will accept this method. This will show the credit of a noble sanguine. Upon being flattered, Emlyn unconsciously lifted his chin. There's no problem with this way of trading. Saying that, he let out a laugh. Are you afraid that the other party will not keep their word? Are you more at ease in the Harvest Church? Of course, anyone would feel safe when they see a Mother Earth adorer by the side, who is over 2.2 meters tall and has exceptionally firm muscles. Klein smiled and pointed at Father Utravsky. People who can deal with him wouldn't mind 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Emlyn's face darkened, and he snorted. Aren't you worried that I'll steal the 1,000-pound deposit? Klein casually looked straight ahead. Why should I be worried? You will come back here every day, making it easy to find you, and a living creature like a vampire would sell for more than 1,000 pounds. Emlyn, who had been hit in a sore spot, muttered in exasperation, Sanguine. Do you understand? Sanguine. Also, don't call me a creature. Klein chuckled and didn't say anything as he waited for Emlyn to calm down. We'll do it the way you requested. Finally, Emlyn reached out and rubbed his temples. Klein immediately took out the envelope he had received that morning, and he handed it to him along with a thick stack of cash worth 1,000 pounds. See you here at 8 tonight. After counting the bills and after confirming that there was no mistake, Emlyn warily stole a glance at Father Utravsky and said in a low voice, Mr. Private Detective, with you being in contact with a lot of intelligence and news, have you heard of an evil god known as the Fool? Evil? Evil? UF. Inwardly, Klein nearly threw out a profanity. He answered with the most normal expression, many people are searching for believers of the Fool recently. Are you planning on joining their ranks to obtain the relevant bounty? Emlyn sighed and said, No, I'm only considering whether I should ask this evil god or the evil soul to help me dispel the psychological cue. As you know, the rumors going around include his specific honorific name, and as long as it's converted into Hermes or Ancient Hermes, it's possible to get a response. What do you know about him? How much harm will he bring to his believers? Will he forcefully change the believers' views? Although it points to me, I still have to say. My dear vampire friend, you are like a drowning man desperately clutching at straws. Feeling mixed emotions, Klein said, the Fool is very mysterious. Up to this day, apart from the news you already know, no one knows of his detailed situation. For example, how vast his clergy is, or what sort of corresponding prayer rituals there are. What puzzles me is that you aren't considering the two of your Sanguine's ancestor, the ancient goddess Lilith. As long as the ritual is correct and the offerings are appropriate, she will help you dispel the psychological cue. Emlyn leaned back slightly and stared straight ahead, saying nothing for several seconds. He seemed to instantly become sullen. After a brief moment of silence, he said in a low voice, before the cataclysm, the ancestor had already rarely responded to prayers. Only certain special circumstances allowed us to get her help. This does not include the removal of a psychological cue. In the legends of the City of Silver, the ancient goddess, Lilith, who represented the moon, had already had her authority taken back by the awakened creator, or perhaps she had fallen in some battle among the gods earlier on. Then, who is the one occasionally responding to the Sanguine's pleas? The primordial moon? Klein deliberately pressed, then, there's still the primordial moon to pray to. Many underground beyonders have rituals that borrow his power. This is mainly referring to the Shaman King and the corresponding biological creatures. Klein added inwardly. Emlyn's lips quivered, but he didn't speak as there was an indescribable fear on his face. After a long time, he solemnly said, I suspect that the primordial moon was impersonated by some evil god or a high-level devil. People who pray to him mostly experience change, turning cruel, crazy, and even filled with desire. And the remaining ones, with the Sanguine mainly, there is a higher chance of them losing control and becoming true monsters. There was once a powerful Sanguine that tried to pray due to some danger, but she ended up turning into nothing but a hunk of meat that only knows to mate and reproduce. She, together with bulls, rams, stallions, mice, and even plants and rocks, gave birth to one strange descendant after another. Each one of them developed their own monster species. Thankfully, she was quickly eliminated along with her descendants. The primordial moon is that dangerous? There was no mention of it in the Book of Secrets. Had Shaman King Klarman's thoughts been corrupted? Fortunately, I only referenced, modified, and prayed to myself. Klein's heart raced in fright as a result of Emlyn White's description. This made him acutely realize that the hidden existences other than the 7 deities were indeed not that trustworthy. Accept me. He sighed. At that moment, Emlyn smiled bitterly and said, if the negative effects brought by the fool isn't that great, praying to him might be something to consider. The only effect is that you will pay a certain amount of money for it. In order to maintain his image, Klein could only pat Emlyn on the shoulder and draw a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. It's very dangerous to pray to a hidden existence that you don't know about. If you're considering that, you might as well choose a faith out of the 7 deities you prefer. They won't affect your daily life and won't make you abandon your dolls. If there's really no other way, Emlyn suddenly found himself calmer than he had expected. Klein didn't linger on. He pushed his way out into the aisle and walked out of the Harvest Church. Looking out at the misty sky, he began to think about what to do next. There was no doubt that his current focus was on saving money and finding the ingredients. Little Son's side needs to stabilize a little more. To prevent him from being suspected again, I'll use the method of ridding a rampager's mental corruption as the promised payment. The deep-sea Naga's hair can be entrusted to Mr. Hanged Man. I'll have to rely on myself for the human-skinned shadows characteristic. There hasn't been any relevant information from Emlyn White and Eye of Wisdom, Mr. Stanton, for over a month. I'll have to try different channels. Yes, it's been quite long. It's likely that the high-sequence Beyonder of the Rose School of Thought isn't monitoring the Bravehearts bar that closely. I'll go visit it in the evening and see if I can contact Miss Sharon and Merrick. Klein quickly had an idea. In order to go to Braveheart's bar, he had to first go to East Borough and change his workers' clothes in the one-bedroom apartment he also rented on Black Palm Street. As he thought of this, he walked towards the carriage stop on the opposite side of the road. West Borough, inside Grim Cemetery. Furs Wall, who was dressed in a black veiled hat, quietly walked beside Dorian Gray, a member of the Abraham family. She had accompanied him to place flowers on Lawrence, Elisa, and company's graves. While walking silently, her thoughts were completely focused on the Beyonder ingredient, the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. She knew that she had already digested the apprentice potion, and as long as she could get the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, she would become a trick master. However, she ultimately lacked the clues related to it, and the son, that she had the most expectations at being able to help her, didn't dare to hold a ritual or invite friends to hunt Spirit Eaters because of what had happened before. In order to advance as quickly as possible and escape the curse of the full moon, she had even asked Mr. Fool for help, hoping that his adorers could help her find the ingredients. In the process, she revealed that she had published her new book and was about to receive a fixed fee for the book. In order to prove that she had sufficient power to purchase it, she didn't fear that her real identity would be known by Mr. Fool, because she believed that Mr. Fool clearly knew it. In the secluded, quiet, and cold environment, Furs and Dorian stopped at Lawrence's grave. Looking at the photo taken after his death and reading the epitaph, "He's a good teacher," Dorian Gray remained silent for a long time before sighing. How ironic. Why? Furs asked in surprise. She had heard Lawrence mention that he was a public school teacher in Constant City, Mid-Seashire, and that was why she had used such an epitaph. This has nothing to do with you. It has to do with our family. Dorian gave a self-deprecating laugh and bent down to put down the flowers. After straightening his body, he looked straight ahead, and suddenly spoke out, "Furs, do you want to become a Beyonder? The kind I described in my letter." Chapter 432, Contracted Creatures. Dorian Gray's question didn't surprise Furs at all. She had been prepared after keeping in contact with him for the past month, and she had even asked the experienced Mr. Hanged Man at the Tarot Club to decide what kind of expression and reaction she should use when faced with the question. Are there really such beyonders? Furs asked in surprise. Dorian gently nodded. Yes. He looked around to make sure that there was no one around, then he walked up to a tree with fallen leaves and pressed his hand on it. Dorian's figure suddenly blurred, as if turning into a reflection in the water. When it was clear, he had already appeared behind the tree, his posture unchanging. Oh God! That's really, really amazing. Remembering the teachings of Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice, her mouth opened in a semicircle as she exclaimed. Dorian walked back, smiled, and asked, "Do you want to become such a beyonder?" Furs fell silent for a moment before she answered him excitedly. Yes. Now that she was finally going to be a periphery member of the Abraham family, many things would be much easier for her in the future. Her heart was filled with genuine joy. Dorian laughed before turning his expression grave, asking in all seriousness, "Are you willing to be my student?" Furs nodded. Yes. Dorian let out a sigh of relief and then made a self-deprecating comment. I'm not a good teacher, I even taught a. There's no need to mention the past anymore. In short, don't hold too high of an expectation. After considering it over this period of time, he had decided to learn from his previous experiences and lessons. He didn't tell Furs the situation regarding the Abraham family and only treated their relationship as one of teacher and student. That way, he didn't have to worry about the other party coveting his family's few remaining mystical items. No, your explanations of mysticism are excellent, really, Mr. Gray. No, teacher. Furs quickly confirmed the relationship between them. Dorian looked at the tombstone, shook his head, and exhaled. I wasn't planning on taking in any more students, but your noble character infected me. If nothing unexpected happens, I can give you the corresponding potion today. Today? Furs asked, surprised. Back when she went to Backland Station to pick up Dorian Gray, she noticed that he was carrying only a very small suitcase, barely enough for a change of clothes. There was no evidence that he had any beyonder ingredients on him. Does he have his own resources and channels in Backland, ones that belong to the Abraham family? Furs made a vague guess. Her original plan was to rely on the inconvenience of the distance between them to sell off the beyonder ingredients for the apprentice potion, and then tell him that she had successfully advanced to become a beyonder. This way, she was able to obtain a considerable amount of cash, as well as to avoid the tragic consequence of taking the apprentice potion again and having to spend time to digest it. Yes. Without explaining, Dorian pointed in the other direction. Let's go see Labero and Alisa first. Taking a turn, they left Grim Cemetery and returned to the house in Sherwood Borough which Furs and Zio had rented. For the past month or so, Zio, who had advanced to sheriff, had been leaving early and returning late every day in order to pay off her heavy debts. She had been trying hard to get every bounty she could get, so there was no doubt that she was at the house around noon. Is there a quiet room? Dorian looked around casually. Plenty. Furs led her new teacher into the activity room on the first floor. Dorian circled the room, checked the surroundings, and then asked Furs to light a candle mixed with a piece of dark red sandalwood. He closed the door and drew the curtains. He walked to the candle and took out 2 bottles of essential oil and some common herbal powders. Holding a ritual? Shouldn't there be 3 candles? Furs curiously watched from the side and didn't rashly open her mouth, as if she was stunned by the atmosphere. After finishing the first part of the ritual, Dorian took a step back and, with a serious expression, switched to the language of ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. Special spirit bodies roaming the upper realms, the void creature that loves music, Dorian Gray Abraham's contract companion. Whoosh! There was a sudden gust of wind in the activity room, and with a sobbing voice, the flickering candle flames were tinged with a deep blue hue. The rings of light quickly spread out, forming a door that was beyond the concept of normality. A ball of semi-illusory and half-corporeal objects flew out from the bottom of the circle of light. Its entire body was colored a milky white. There were no eyes, nose, arms, or legs around it. Only an opening which resembled a mouth cracked open over its surface. Dorian grinned, opened his mouth, and began to hum a gentle folk lullaby. The ball swayed left and right, appearing extremely satisfied. After he finished humming, Dorian extended his hand. "Melmouth, give me the items that I deposited with you the day before yesterday." The ball jumped up and down as its body suddenly swelled while it opened its mouth extremely wide. Then, it spat out 2 Beyonder ingredients which had strange lusters to them. "To think that can be done." First stared in surprise. Dorian caught the apprentice potion's main ingredients, cancelled the summoning, and ended the ritual. He turned his head and smiled at Furs. Even in the spirit world, void creatures like Melmouth are extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, summoning rituals will not point to them. An elder of a sufficiently high sequence must enter the spirit world and, after a long period of searching, make a contract with one of them. That way, it will allow subsequent descendants to complete a summoning ritual with their corresponding name. After the void creature arrives, a new contract can be made, making them closely connected to oneself and no longer summonable by others. So that's how it is. That sounds interesting, Furs said from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but look forward to the future. If I don't consider the curse of the full moon, or how ordinary Beyonders are being suppressed and constantly facing danger, exploring this wonderful world would be the most delightful thing. I hope that one day I can truly roam the spirit world. Dorian responded with a chuckle. Melmoth's greatest ability is to swallow many items into its belly without causing them any harm. It's the equivalent of a mobile, hidden warehouse that almost no one can find. Of course, it can't store too much as its stomach has limited space. Also, it doesn't like people without talent in music. It would reject signing a contract with such people. At least I can play the lyre. Just as Furs breathed a sigh of relief, Dorian instructed her to get him a black stew pot. Realizing that he was about to concoct the potion right there and then, she maintained her expression, but her heart was frantically praying for an accident. I don't want to drink the apprentice potion again. That would waste a lot of time. If I had known that this would happen, then I would have been more honest. It's too late to tell the truth. Teacher Gray must have tried a divination attempt, but the outcome suffered interference. Confessing now would mean that there's a powerful person backing me or instigating me. In the midst of her thoughts, she saw Dorian turn around and hand her a bottle of the bubbling potion. Drink it and you'll become a Beyonder, Dorian said in a flat but very seductive tone. Then he reassured her, don't worry. There won't be any problems with me here. Okay. Furs gritted her teeth, received the apprentice potion, and drank it all in one gulp. At the same time, a thought flashed in her mind. Honesty is the best policy. The carriage stopped outside East Borough, and Klein, walking with a cane and a hat, entered the spacious slum in a relatively decent neighborhood. As he walked forward, he saw 2 familiar figures emerge from the relatively clean apartment in front of him. They were girls, one 17 or 18 years old, the other 15 or 16 years old, daughters of the laundry maid, Liv, Freja, and Daisy. The latter had once been kidnapped by Capim and was rescued by the Dark Emperor. Daisy also spotted Klein and smiled brightly. Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty. Klein smiled and nodded before asking in puzzlement, Daisy, don't you have public elementary school to attend? At the behest of reporters like Mike Joseph and the push by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Backland government established a charity fund with Capim's estate, specifically to help women and families who had been hurt by Capim. Daisy's family took advantage of the opportunity to move from a shabby apartment in an environment with poor security to the outskirts of East Borough. They moved from 1 room to 2, separating the laundry area from the place where they ate and slept. In addition, Daisy received a bursary for attending a public elementary school, and she was delighted that the charity fund was responsible for her tuition and meals costing 3 pence a week. What puzzled Klein was that the public elementary school only had breaks on Sundays, so Daisy wasn't supposed to be here at this time. The school is very close. I took advantage of the afternoon break to return and help Freja bring the washed and dried laundry to a client. She and Mother can't handle the workload, Daisy answered frankly. The immediate effect of her going to school was that the amount of laundry which Liv and Freja could do every day decreased, obviously lowering their family income. If it wasn't for Mike's help applying for a grant from the charity, then they wouldn't be able to maintain their present lives. Therefore, there was no doubt that Freja wouldn't be able to enter a public elementary school, and when Daisy and Klein talked about it, her eyes were filled with unconcealed envy and pain. Despite not even being 18 years old yet, all she could do was silently watch her sister attend school. Klein noticed that detail and deliberately reminded Daisy, "You really should know that your mother and Freja are having a hard time. Treat them well." Daisy nodded seriously and said, "I've thought about it. When things settle down, I'll teach Freja what I learned during the day at night and on Sundays. I'll be her only tutor." Freja's eyes suddenly blinked, and she couldn't help lowering her head. "Good, very good," Klein praised her before bidding them farewell in a good mood, and he turned to another street. He went to Black Palm Street to change out of his worker clothes, and just after he left the apartment where he was renting a room from, he saw an old middle-aged man walk over. He asked with a kind face, "Sir, have you heard of the original creator?" Chapter 433, Intelligence Peddler. The original creator? Klein was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately thought of the intelligence that old Kohler had previously given him. Recently, there had been people preaching the faith of the original creator in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. It pushed the belief that he hadn't really passed away and that he existed in the body of every human being and every object. As long as one served him wholeheartedly and praised him, then not only would his believers be redeemed after death, but they would also enter his kingdom. They would also suffer tremendous improvements in their present life, for instance, having sizzling meat to eat every day. This was very close to the Aurora Order's theory of the mutated creator, so Klein had decided that it was the secret organization which was behind it. He felt that they had begun to value the vast majority of the poor after the Lenivus incident. They've already developed so arrogantly to even solicit people on the streets? Klein hesitated and replied, "I've heard of that." The well-dressed middle-aged man immediately revealed a smile. "Then, do you know about the incoming apocalypse? Do you know that the original creator will create a sanctuary to protect his believers?" For a moment, Klein thought of going with the flow and be inoculated so as to slowly infiltrate the Aurora Order's periphery organization, so as to gather the appropriate evidence and clues to take revenge on them for seeking the believers of the fool. But after careful consideration, he felt that it was too dangerous. It was something that was tiring and troublesome for him to do alone, without any certainty of success. In the end, he decided to inform the machinery Hivemind about the current situation and leave it to the official organizations to handle. After thinking through the problem, Klein's expression immediately darkened. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." He strode forward, shaking off the middle-aged man and ignoring his shouts. On the way out of East Borough, he watched carefully and found that the workers who had lost their jobs due to the off-season and the efficiency improvements from textile machines were grouped together. They were being comforted and were listening to the preaches from people of unknown identities. The investigations of East Borough, the dock area, and factory district were completed 2 months ago. Why haven't the 3 churches and Parliament produced any concrete measures yet? The importance that they've placed on this issue must have increased. It's impossible for them to not notice the current situation. Is this a trap for bigger fish? That's very risky and can easily get out of hand. As Klein lampooned, he pushed the cap on his head as he walked out of East Borough and went straight to the Backland Bridge area. At noon, the Bravehearts Bar had just opened, and there were almost no drunkards present. Only the nearby, busy workers would come in and grab a simple lunch. Klein mingled with them and spent 10 pence on wheat bread with pork sausages and a glass of Southville beer, making himself appear rather rich. After leisurely filling his stomach and finishing his beer, he looked at the bartender. Is Casper's Colleen in here? He planned on replenishing some of his ordinary ammunition while he was here. The bartender glanced at him. It seems like you haven't been here in a while? Casper's is dead. It said that he was a little restless while sleeping at night, wrapping himself in a tight bundle and suffocating himself in the end. Heh, I don't really believe that kind of thing would happen. I've only heard about such things in ghost stories, but that's what those black and white dogs say. Black and white dogs were referring to the police who wore black and white checked uniforms. Suffocating himself to death? That sounds like mysticism. Was it because the Rose School of Thought's high-sequence Beyonder was unable to find Miss Sharon and Merrick, and thus, they chose to kill someone to vent their anger? Where's the bearing of being a high-sequence Beyonder? In that case, Casper's wasn't able to contact Miss Sharon. Perhaps they've already left Backland. Casper's wasn't prepared for the dangers of the Beyonder world. If it were me, I wouldn't have returned to the Bravehearts bar. I would have taken all the money I saved up and go to another city for a change in environment. However, under normal circumstances, a high-sequence Beyonder wouldn't specially deal with such ordinary people. At most, they would force a mediumship ritual without considering the after-effects. As expected of the self-indulgent Rose School of Thought. To think a high-sequence Beyonder would actually do such a thing. While feeling surprised, Klein also felt pity for the black market arms dealer. The bartender wiped a cup and continued, if you wish to buy some stuff, there's a new dealer. Who? Klein asked in passing. Old man. He's in billiard room 3, the bartender said without looking up. Klein immediately stood up, slowly walked towards that familiar place, and knocked on the unlocked door. Come in. A voice rang out. This voice sounds a little familiar. Klein pushed open the door and looked inside. Standing by the table was a boy that didn't look too old. He was dressed in an old overcoat, a brown bowler hat, and had bright red eyes. It was Ian, whom Klein had met when he first arrived in Backland. Back then, he was entrusted with the case of Detective Reel's disappearance and was ultimately involved in the conflict over the manuscripts of a third-generation difference machine. He had been forced to pay a high price to have Mr. A from the Aurora Order kill the Intis ambassador that was sent to the Lone Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudun. It's you, Detective Moriarty? Ian was startled. He had deliberately stuck 2 whiskers above his mouth to make himself look older. Klein smiled as he entered the billiard room and closed the door in passing. Long time no see. He was initially surprised that Ian had appeared here and had become a black market arms dealer, but then he thought of the details behind the matter and found that it made sense. Klein being able to come to the Bravehearts bar and find Casper's Kalinin was all thanks to Ian's introduction. This teenage boy definitely had some connections around here. Yeah. Ian wiped away his shocked expression and mumbled, I went to Pritz Harbor for 2 months and found those guys to be so savage and cruel. They didn't even have the slightest bit of modesty or love for children, so I had no choice but to return to Backland and do what I was good at. When Casper's died, I decided to switch careers. Before Klein could say anything, he added, Mr. Detective, I've always kept in mind that I still owe you 2 requests. There's no need to explain so much, nor do I care what you've done in the past. Although I've always thought that your escape from MI9 was suspicious, I didn't care too much about it. Klein picked up a cue stick, gestured, and said, other than dealing in black market weapons, you seem to be selling information? Yes, Ian answered very calmly. What do you want to know? It's free. Very straightforward. Feeling guilty about what happened to me previously? Klein pushed the cue stick forward and hit the ball, sending a red ball right into the middle pocket. Without a trace of politeness, he straightened his body and said, recently, everyone has been looking for the believers of the Fool. There are many bounties available. What news do you have? Ian thought for a moment and said, nothing. I even suspect whether the Fool has any believers since no one can find any clues. This is what you call blasting air with a cannon. Klein gave a silent, self-deprecating laugh before turning to ask, in addition, there's another bounty. People are looking for a lecturer named Eggers. I wish to know who was the one behind the bounty, so as to determine if I should involve myself in it. Searching for people is very time-consuming. Ian didn't directly answer, he surveyed his surroundings and lowered his voice. Me 9. Me 9? It's not the numinous episcopate. It seems like it really was arranged by Ensangwell. He's trying to create conflict between Mr. Azek and MI9? Perhaps he knows some secret that he shouldn't be aware of? A series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Finally, he smiled and said, "Looks like I don't have to worry about the bounty being false, but I'm afraid that the circumstances as to why Eggers is being pursued by MI9 is because he knows some secret. That being the case, the day I obtain the bounty might be the last day of my life." Ian spread his hands. "I'm not sure about that. But you can provide only clues." "Good suggestion." Without asking any more questions, Klein spent 5 solely, replenished some of his ordinary ammunition, and left the Bravehearts bar. He got on the rental carriage and looked out the window at the gloomy weather. Suddenly, he felt a little wistful. Casper's Kalinin is dead, which also means that Miss Sharon and Merrick will give up this base. With me only being able to contact them unilaterally, it'll be hard to find them. Unless they encounter some difficulties that require my help, or they have reached the stage of dealing with the evil spirit buried in the ruins. Otherwise, I'll likely not be meeting them again. Although they can't be considered friends, we've cooperated with each other twice. I could interact with them as a Beyonder without hiding my face. Now, there are 2 fewer people of such people. If it wasn't for the Desire Apostle, I would only have an oddity like the vampire, Emlyn White, who I can talk about mysticism with without any disguises. Thankfully. As he was sighing silently, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Is there something?" Klein instantly shuddered, and only when he saw who was sitting in front of him did he heave a sigh of relief. He laughed in exasperation and said, "Miss Sharon, do you always appear all of a sudden like this?" Dressed in a Gothic regal dress and a matching soft black hat, Sharon was sitting quietly on the other side of the carriage, her face as pale as ever. "I'll knock on the window next time." Sharon nodded without emotion. She didn't repeat the question, but she looked quietly at Klein in a reserved manner. "Knocking on the window all of a sudden? That's equally scary." Klein was in no hurry to mention the matter about the human-skinned shadow, and instead he asked, "Has the high sequence Beyonder left?" "Yes," Sharon said tersely. Klein was slightly relieved as he warned her, it could also be a trap. As he said this, he remembered something and quickly added, "I've finished reading the Book of Secrets, and I've obtained the corresponding information from other sources that praying to the primordial moon is prone to problems. It's best not to try." "All right." Sharon didn't ask why. She paused for a second and said in an ethereal voice, "The primordial moon and the chained gods seem to be archenemies. Because they can switch sequences? Or could there be other reasons?" Klein thought as he directed the conversation to what really mattered. "Miss Sharon, do you know of any places with the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow?" Like a puppet, Sharon listened quietly before nodding her head. "Yes." Chapter 434, Tomb and Bounty. "She knows?" Klein was overjoyed, and quickly asked, "Where?" In his heart, he was already prepared to pay the consultation fee. Sharon sat there without moving and said, like a talking doll, "In one of the gatherings that Merrick participated in, someone once discovered the tomb of an ancient noble. They explored the periphery but didn't dare to venture deep, but there were traces of human-skinned shadow activity. They hoped to recruit a team strong enough to completely explore the tomb and split the valuables equally. To seek help in a gathering of Beyonders who are not familiar with each other, how can all parties guarantee each other's credibility? What if there's no tomb at all, and it's just a trap?" Klein quickly thought and asked in response, "Did they succeed?" "Yes," Sharon answered simply. "This?" Klein temporarily didn't pursue the details. He suppressed his voice to avoid being overheard by the carriage driver. And then? After that, they never appeared again, Sharon calmly recounted. One of the members was a friend of Merrick's, and he disappeared completely after that matter. Without waiting for Klein to ask, she continued to speak with her ethereal voice. Merrick found some of his friend's belongings. I used the method of divination to track them down to White Cliff Town, and I found a hidden entrance to the tomb at the riverbend of the Stratford River. Merrick's friend was inside, but he was already dead. You went in? Klein blurted out. No, I determined it using another method, Sharon explained. That tomb gave me a sense of great danger. I didn't try to explore it. At this point, she looked at Klein with her blue eyes. Without the help of a Sequence 4 Beyonder or a sealed artifact of a corresponding level, it would be best not to venture deep into that tomb. Even you find it very dangerous. I don't need to go above the gray fog to divine it to know how terrifying it is. Klein looked down at the floor of the carriage and thought for a few seconds. Do you know which ancient noble's tomb it belongs to? Sharon did not pause in her reply. His last name is Amon. Amon? A member of the family of that Amon who had possessed little son's body and almost sneaked into the mysterious space above the gray fog? Klein used his ability as a clown to control the slight twitch of his eyelids. He asked in puzzlement, Are you sure? At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind, a black classic robe, a matching pointed hat, a broad forehead, a thin face, black eyes, black hair, and a crystal monocle. Sharon's pale blonde hair shone through the mist like an oil painting drawn by a master, and she said in her usual flat tone, according to the items obtained from the initial exploration, a member of the gathering who specializes in ancient history determined that the owner of the tomb came from the Tudor dynasty of the 4th epoch. The family name is Amon. It really is the blasphemer family of the 4th epoch. This family isn't cursed like the Abraham family, nor was it destroyed directly by the church of a certain goddess like the Antigonus family. According to the special and powerful performance Amon showed in the City of Silver, the situation of this family might be comparable to that of Zeradol's. They were all secretly passed down, with the presence of high Sequence Beyonders among their ranks, perhaps even with powerful angels. They protect certain crucial secrets, such as the coordinates of the forsaken land of the gods. The danger of a tomb left behind by such a family can be imagined. Perhaps Amon can borrow the power of certain changes to cast his gaze over from the distant forsaken land of the gods. I can't use the perspective of a low or mid-sequence Beyonder to deduce the terror of a demigod. Klein didn't ponder for long before denying the possibility of exploring the tomb of the Amon family. Slightly disappointed, he looked up at Sharon. Is that place the only place with a human-skinned shadow? Sharon shook her head. No. Oh? Klein's eyes lit up, and he assumed a listening posture. Sharon said, her voice unchanged, I participated in a gathering. A Beyonder promised that as long as someone completes a mission given by her, she would satisfy any reasonable request. When it comes to ingredients, it is limited to those below that of high sequence Beyonder ingredients. In other words, she can give any Beyonder ingredient below that of high sequence Beyonders? The first thought that came to Klein's mind was, is she bragging? Even for the Church of the Evernight Goddess, only the Holy Cathedral, or in other words, the Cathedral of Serenity, would possess such a possibility. Many of these ingredients weren't commonly needed because they weren't needed at all. Upon hearing Klein's question, Sharon calmly replied, she's a high sequence Beyonder. High sequence Beyonder? No wonder. That would be on the level of the high-ranking members of the churches or secret organizations. Even if they don't belong to any party, they would still build up their own faction. However, the promise of any type of Beyonder ingredient below a high-sequence potion definitely can't be completely met. Klein momentarily had such a thought. Sharon simply added, she said that certain ingredients would require a certain period of time. That's more like it. Klein asked with interest, what mission did she give? Sharon sat up straight and dignified. Investigate Hero Bandit Dark Emperor's true identity. Klein believed that if he had been drinking water at that moment, then he wouldn't have been able to control himself and that he would have sprayed it across from him. Who did I offend? Why am I the target of a high-sequence beyonder? He first lamented in Chinese, then he quickly analyzed the possible parties. Members of the Twilight Hermit Order? Because the hero bandit Dark Emperor had killed the Desire Apostle, Varia? Members of the Aurora Order? They drew links to the Fool from the tarot cards I left during the Capim incident, and they decided to investigate the hero bandit Dark Emperor? Members of the Three Churches and MI9? Just to find out the truth about the Capim affair? Every one of them is possible, and none of them can be ruled out. Klein didn't show any abnormalities as he deliberated and asked, why is she investigating the true identity of the hero bandit Dark Emperor? No one knows, Sharon replied in the simplest of terms. Klein thought for 2 seconds and said after organizing his words, what kind of person is she? I want to know if I should take this mission. Sharon remained silent for 2 seconds, seemingly in recollection. Then she described, female, above 1.70 meters tall, very well proportioned, chestnut hair, was disguised, loves black leather boots, only occasionally attended the gatherings, and first appeared 2 months ago. Loves wearing black leather boots, female, high sequence beyonder. When these 3 keywords were put together, it immediately triggered a certain part of Klein's memories. Back when he went to the Royal Museum to steal the Dark Emperor card, he had met a mysterious high sequence beyonder in the reconstructed study of Emperor Roselle. She only revealed her feet in black leather boots, and when he borrowed the power of the grey fog to escape, he ended up running into the devil dog due to the side effects of the master key and had to shout for help. Therefore, Klein Moriarty ended up meeting the female demigod again. Her? Why would she look for hero bandit Dark Emperor? She's confirmed that the thief who stole the card of blasphemy is a spirit body and knows what would happen if a spirit body carries and contains the Dark Emperor card. Hence, she has locked onto the hero bandit Dark Emperor who has similar traits? Klein quickly thought of a very convincing possibility. The only thing that confused him was how the other person knew that he had taken the Dark Emperor card and not any other cards, such as the Abyss card or the Sun card. Unless she was targeting the card of blasphemy, and she had investigated beforehand that it was the Dark Emperor card. Well, Miss Sharon said that she joined the gathering for the first time more than 2 months ago. This matches the timing of Roselle's exhibition. Later, she occasionally participated without leaving Backland, or perhaps, she returned regularly to search for the enemy who had taken the Dark Emperor's card. Klein's thoughts blazed through his mind as he gave a faint smile. I'll keep an eye out for her. I hope there's something to be gained. She can forget about getting anything her entire life. He added inwardly without hesitation. Sharon nodded almost imperceptibly and said nothing more about the human-skinned shadow. Obviously, she only had 2 leads, but it was still better than the vampire Emlyn White and Eye of Wisdom Isengard Stanton's circle. Klein slowly exhaled, concealing his inward disappointment, and said with a respectful tone, you and Merrick aren't troubled by the curse anymore, are you? There's only one scarlet lunar corona, Sharon answered calmly. The person who wore the scarlet lunar corona was immune to the full moon's effects, a dream item for mutants. That is to say, one will be fine, and one will be in the same situation as before. When affected by the full moon, Merrick will be driven to insanity, while Miss Sharon will lose her strength. It appears Merrick is the one using it. Klein thought as he changed topics. Have you found a way to remove a rampager's mental corruption on the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Wraith Steve? He casually asked this question without much hope. In his heart, he believed that there was a greater chance with the sun. No, Sharon appeared like she was talking about someone else. Perhaps I will sell you this method in the future and hope that you have saved up your gold pounds. Klein tersely acknowledged and was suddenly unsure of how to continue the conversation. He paused for a few seconds before asking, where is White Cliff Town? Backland suburbs, south of the bridge, Sharon answered succinctly. She looked into Klein's eyes again. Nothing else? Nothing. Klein first shook his head, and then asked, can I tell others about the tomb? Sure. Sharon's figure rapidly faded before she disappeared from the carriage. Perhaps it was to conceal herself, as she never had the habit of using perfume, thus, leaving behind an empty environment once more. Chapter 435, Aggregation Effect. 8 p.m., Harvest Church. After changing back into his usual attire, Klein looked around once as he pressed down on the edge of his hat. Then, he walked into the hall and headed for Emlyn White, who was standing before 3 rows of candles on the right side of the hall. At the vampire's feet was a black suitcase. Its surface was seemingly covered with a layer of a wall of spirituality. Upon sensing Detective Sherlock Moriarty coming in, Emlyn was first pleased before revealing an alarmed look. He bent down to grab his suitcase and took a few steps back, closing the gap he had with Father Yutravsky, who was focused on praying. "Are you afraid that I'll rob you of the Beyonder ingredients?" Klein stopped 3 meters away, then he smiled and said, "Let me first verify if it's the 2 ingredients I need." Emlyn White ran his hand through his hair, lifted the leather case to his chest and undid the buckle. The wall of spirituality shattered as a result, turning into a light breeze that blew through the prayer hall. Klein, who had long activated his spirit vision, immediately saw bursts of strange and dazzling light. It was the spiritual radiance released by many Beyonder characteristics. There were 2 small boxes inside the suitcase. One was made of tin and had many patterns on it. It looked Spartan and heavy. The other was only a cardboard box. Holding the black leather suitcase in one hand, Emlyn opened the slightly tarnished silver-colored tin case. The item inside looked like a yellowish-brown peeled walnut with the grooves and ridges of a brain. Along with the flickering of the candle flame, its appearance constantly changed. Sometimes it would turn gray and appear wrinkled. At other times, it would turn dark brown and extremely smooth. The colors would interweave, outlining a featureless face. At the sight of it, Klein felt the power of the potion, which he had completely digested and assimilated, stir a little, like a magnet encountering an opposite pole. He was able to control his body with his clown powers as he suppressed the feeling of attraction. He knew deep down that the item was a genuine mutated pituitary gland of a 1,000-faced hunter. It seems like what Emperor Roselle speculated in his diary is possible, that high-sequence items of the same pathway would unconsciously draw low- and mid-sequence Beyonders to them, with a tendency to draw them together. Although the 1,000-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland is still very far from a high sequence and doesn't have that kind of special force of attraction, it contains enough Beyonder characteristics. Moreover, I've digested the Sequence 7 potion. When the person and ingredients are sufficiently close, such a phenomenon will appear. I didn't notice it before because, firstly, the corresponding Beyonder ingredients are of low quality, and secondly, my own strength is lacking, and I wasn't of a high enough sequence. Right, every time I digested the potion, an illusory starry sky would appear around me. There were many resplendent lights within, and they would pull one another in an attempt to converge. This might be a scene of the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway, and the greater the quality, the stronger the pull. Then, will Beyonder characteristics of similar pathways conform to this law? Klein's expression didn't change as he recalled the records in Roselle's diary, and combined with his 3 experiences of digesting potions, he was able to determine the existence of a certain law. Emlyn White glanced at him warily, quickly closed the tin box and opened the paper box next to it. The paper box was padded with thick cotton, and in the center of the box was a glass bottle that could hold 200 milliliters of liquid. The bottle was half empty, while the rest of it was filled with a viscous liquid that could change its color based on the change of light. Any other problems? Emlyn closed the paper box. Let me confirm once more. Klein took out a gold coin and let it spin between his fingers, as though it had a life of its own. Ding! The gold coin bounced up and fell down again, landing in Klein's palm. It was heads, indicating a positive response. Klein nodded slightly and took out stacks after stacks of notes from various pockets. They were in £10, £5, and £1 denominations. £1,450. Klein placed the pile of cash on a nearby piece of furniture. Retreat a few steps, no, 5 steps. Emlyn called out cautiously. Klein smiled, raised his hands, and took 5 steps back. Emlyn cautiously moved closer, checking to see if there was any blank paper in the stack of cash. After doing a slight count, he threw the leather suitcase in his hand towards Klein. Klein was startled, and with his agile moves, he accurately caught the suitcase. He was afraid that the blood of the thousand-faced hunter would seep out after the bottle shattered. And Emlyn White took the opportunity to collect the bills and quickly retreated to the side of Father Utravsky. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and seriously check the amount and their authenticity. At the sight, Klein recalled the scene and suddenly felt ashamed. He and Emlyn had made a perfectly fine church of Mother Earth Cathedral look like the scene of an arms or drugs trade. After confirming the condition of the two ingredients, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting a match he had specially separated in his clothes, and allowed the soaring red flames to envelop his body. When the flames descended back down, he had already disappeared. As he often met Emlyn White at the Harvest Church, he didn't mind if Father Utravsky found out that he was a Beyonder who had helped him eliminate his dark personality. He even felt that this would give him some form of friendship. Emlyn, who was counting the money, looked up and was stunned for a good 2 seconds. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "My suitcase. My tin box." On the lamplit street, a carriage rolled over the puddles and headed for the edge of Empress Borough. Furs has told her good friend, Zio Dari Cha, that she had a teacher and had ended up consuming another apprentice potion. After confirming that she didn't have any signs of losing control, Zio looked outside the window at the gas lamps, which weren't much taller than she was, and asked in puzzlement, "I've always wondered why they're preserved as ingredients and not as a potion. Your teacher could have concocted the potion beforehand and brought them here, so there was no need for him to do it on the spot." Furs gave a faint smile and said, "I've asked him about this before. He said that there are 2 main reasons. One is that different Beyonder ingredients have different uses, and when they're made into a potion, they cannot be used flexibly. The second is that when the Beyonder characteristics are solidified, they can be kept forever, but after it becomes a potion, that won't be the case unless one uses a special isolation technique." "Why?" Zio asked in surprise. "This isn't an ordinary type of medicine or Beyonder weapon in which its spirituality will continue to dissipate and weaken." Furs wasn't in the mood to laugh, but she had no choice but to maintain her smile. "It's not a problem about the characteristic loss, but that once Beyonder ingredients become potions, not only can humans absorb them, even other creatures or materials without life can. It's just relatively slower. For example, if I use a glass bottle to store the potion, it might appear fine, but after a few days, the glass bottle would finish drinking the potion, becoming a special mystical item. It might even gain intelligence. Of course, my teacher said that such a situation has very huge side effects, akin to what a rampager leaves behind. The 7 churches and some hidden factions have special isolation techniques, but it's rather troublesome, and they won't use it on low or mid-sequence potions." "How amazing!" Zio sighed. She took another look outside and said in a low voice, "We're almost there." She and Furs were here to attend the Beyonder gathering which Mr. A was holding. Furs smiled while feeling her heart bleed. "I hope there's the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch." Her teacher, Dorian Gray, had taught her the acting method before he left. He even gave her the potion formula for Trickmaster and got her to attempt to find the Beyonder ingredients on her own. If she hadn't gathered all of the ingredients by the time she digested the apprentice potion, she could write to him for help. This left Furs in a rather lost state. Why did I spend large sums of money to purchase the Trickmaster formula and the acting method? Up to now, the greatest and invaluable help the Tarot Club has given me were the things Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice taught me to take note of, as well as Mr. Fool's interference in divination. Otherwise, teacher would have long discovered a problem with me, and I wouldn't have become his student. Sigh, I'll just consider it as the price for neutralizing the full moon's curse." As the thought crossed her mind, Furs suddenly noticed that the house where Mr. A had his gathering held had visibly collapsed, and there were even scorch marks in many places. There was a fierce battle here. Who dealt with Mr. A? An official organization? Furs immediately signaled to Zio and instructed the carriage driver outside, "Not here, 2 more streets up ahead. Aurora orders base found. Terrorist organization suffers severe setback." The next day, Klein saw this article the moment he flipped the newspapers open. Let's hope Mr. A died in this ambush. He drew the crimson moon on his chest in solemnity. He had already thrown the thousand-faced hunter's blood and mutated pituitary gland from last night above the gray fog to ensure that they wouldn't be lost. Even if I die, they won't be lost. Klein chewed on a piece of bacon with great ease. After last night's transaction, his cash reserves had fallen back below £1,000, leaving him with only £735, which was only enough to buy a deep-sea Naga's hair. After that, he didn't have the ability to purchase the human skin shadows characteristic. Without any better clues or money, Klein rested at home the entire morning. After lunch, he dressed up and headed straight for the Backland Bridge area. He had previously made an agreement with Carlson of the machinery Hivemind to find him at the Lucky Bar near the West Balham dock if he had any intelligence. If the intelligence was especially important and Carlson wasn't there, he was to go straight to Lever Cathedral. After all, Sherlock Moriarty wasn't a member of a secret organization, so there was no need for caution. There weren't many customers at Lucky Bar in the afternoon, so Klein instantly saw Carlson sitting and drinking alone in a corner of the bar. He walked over, knocked on the table, and reported with a suppressed voice, "Many people in East Borough are spreading the faith of the original creator." Carlson sipped some alcohol brewed from pure malt and replied noncommittally, "I'm aware." As expected. Klein commented silently before smiling. "I have a clue regarding a fourth epic tomb of a noble." "Ah." The glass in Carlson's hand paused as he looked at Klein in surprise, and he unconsciously nudged his thick glasses. But he noticed that Detective Sherlock Moriarty wasn't continuing to describe the matter, but looking at the bartender a few steps away while saying with a smile, "1 glass of Southville beer." Chapter 436, Klein's Request. Seeing the white foam of the Southville beer being placed in front of Sherlock Moriarty, Carlson finally came to his senses. It was only when the bartender was a certain distance away from them did he ask in a suppressed voice, "What do you want?" Klein picked up his glass and took a sip. He took a few seconds to savor the bitter taste of the malt and the faint sweetness from it. "Cheers." He looked sideways at Carlson and smiled before raising his glass. Without hesitation, Carlson shook his head and refused the offer, mumbling, "You have beer, while I have strong distilled liquor. It's not suitable for a toast." Klein was only going through the motions, so he once again took a sip of his Southville beer, looked straight ahead, and chuckled. "What I want is very simple. I'm not sure what's inside the tomb, so I can only describe it rather vaguely. Well, I hope that I can choose an item from the spoils of your tomb exploration. I'm not greedy, and my request will not involve high-sequence items. I wouldn't dare to take it even if they were one of the options. If you find nothing or there are only high-sequence items, then I don't want anything. Of course, I believe that when the latter happens, you wouldn't be stingy with giving me a sum of cash that's consistent with my contribution." After hearing about the Amon family's tomb from Miss Sharon yesterday, he had came up with rough plans. The first plan was to blow the copper whistle, contact Mr. Azek, and join forces to explore the tomb. However, there were many potential problems with this plan. Firstly, he was unsure of the amount of strength Azek, who was still in the midst of finding his lost memories, had regained. Secondly, Azek was being pursued by MI9, so it was very easy for him and Azek to land in trouble. Thirdly, there was a high chance that Klein would end up reappearing in the sites of sealed artifact 0-08 once again. Of course, he could also consider using the help of the gray fog to make contact or embark on the expedition. However, blowing the copper whistle above the gray fog made it impossible to summon the messenger, therefore, ending all of his subsequent plans. More importantly, Klein didn't dare to reveal the secret of the space above the fog to Azek Eggers, whose identity remained a mystery. Therefore, he finally chose the second method, which was to use his identity as an informant to submit the information to the machinery Hivemind and ask for a reasonable reward. When it came to the number of high-sequence Beyonders, which faction could have more than the 7 churches? According to what Klein knew, there were close to 10 high-sequence Beyonders in the Church of the Evernight Goddess. In other words, nearly half of the 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons had reached or surpassed sequence 4. This wasn't considering the adorer of the goddess, the Pope who helmed the church. Even if the situation regarding the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery was inferior in this aspect, it couldn't be that inferior. Their Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, Horamic Haydn, was a high-sequence Beyonder. And as such, for an Orthodox church, with all its resources accumulated to date, it wouldn't value the mid-sequence items very, very, very much. Klein believed that he could negotiate a reasonable price. Simply put, the core element of the second plan was, find an organization for any difficulties. Upon hearing Klein's offer, Carlson paused for a second, then blurted out, "Aren't you a believer in God?" "I've always had the goddess in my heart." Klein drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "It is because of my belief in God that I've told you this information, not to the Nighthawks through Mr. Stanton. God said to let those who wish to be strong, be strong. Only by becoming stronger and having more money can I have more access to different channels and resources, and thus provide you with better and more effective information." In order to convince the machinery Hivemind, he had specifically spent the morning reading through the Steam and Machinery Bible that he had bought earlier. He then found a few sentences from the deity that met his requirements and memorized them. Carlson was momentarily unable to provide a rejoinder. He just sat there, stunned, to the point of forgetting to drink. Seeing this, Klein quickly added, "Moreover, this will help you establish a harmonious and efficient relationship with new generation informants. As long as you spread the news of the rewards I receive as a result of this, as well as keeping your promise without going back on your word, then I believe that the other informants will be deeply moved and be greatly motivated to do their best to gather useful information for you. Of course, I wish that you use my pseudonym when advertising this." Carlson listened with a blank face, picked up his glass, and gulped down a mouthful. He almost choked. Cough. "Sherlock, the real you is completely different from what I remember about you from before." He sighed. The detective Sherlock Moriarty in his memories was good at analysis and reasoning. He was extremely calm and polite, and, with a great sense of justice, had offered very effective advice. He was an outstanding believer in God. Yet now, he was. Klein took a sip of his beer and chuckled. Everyone has their different sides. Using a single facade to face everything is prone to error. This is a problem you have to pay attention to when making deductions. After calming down for a moment, Carlson stood up and said, "I have no right to agree to such a request. I will report it immediately, so wait here for a while." "All right." Klein waved to the bartender and added a serving of potato wedges. By the time he leisurely finished his food and beer, Carlson returned to the bar with the deacon of the machinery Hivemind, Ecancer Bernard. Ecancer looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he said in a deep voice, "There's no problem with your request, but there's one condition to add on: items with strong side effects and curses are not among the items available for selection. What I want is an ingredient." Klein immediately laughed. "All right. Dare I ask again, if is this your personal decision or the response from the higher-ups?" "I have the right to make such a decision." Ecancer used his hat to press down on his fluffy hair. "But since it concerns an aristocratic tomb from the fourth epoch, I had sent a telegram to the Archbishop, and he didn't object to it in his reply." "All right." Klein drew another triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "I'll give you the information now." Ecancer shook his head subconsciously. He looked around and pointed to a billiard room. "Let's talk inside. This deacon, who is always publicly placed on trial by the mirror called a Rhodes, is quite experienced." Klein murmured and followed Ecancer and Carlson into the billiard room while making sure that the adjacent rooms were empty. Klein paused for a few seconds and said with some deliberation, "The thing is, there was a Beyonder who found a hidden tomb at the mouth of the Stratford River in White Cliff Town. He searched the periphery and found some items. After that, they recruited people and did further explorations, but no one returned. If you search carefully over there, you will definitely find the corresponding traces. After listening carefully, Cancer asked, "Are you sure it's an aristocratic tomb from the 4th epoch?" "The items on the outside can prove that they're members of the Tudor dynasty's Amon family," Klein answered truthfully. He then warned him, "The Beyonders who died in there weren't weak at all, and there were quite a few of them. I believe that this tomb isn't something that can be explored by those below high sequence Beyonders." Amon, Cancer frowned instinctively. It could be seen that, as a deacon, he had the authority to know some ancient secret history. Without waiting for Klein to emphasize it again, he looked up and said, "We will collect the relevant information first before we act. A 4th epoch aristocratic tomb is very dangerous. Don't tell this information to anyone else, or explore it yourself. Otherwise, you and your friends will only lose their lives." "If I dared, I wouldn't be sitting here." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "My reputation has always been good." After making the deal, he watched Cancer and Carlson leave before putting on his hat and sauntering out of Lucky Bar. Towards the nobles of the 4th epoch, as well as the Amon family, the machinery Hivemind will still be very cautious. They'll have to have at least several days of preparing before they take action. Prudence. Klein's random thoughts froze on a single word. He thought of another thing that could be described as being prudent. After Roselle had joined the ancient organization suspected of being the Twilight Hermit Order, he had actually never mentioned its name in his own secret diary, which was written in Chinese. Each time, he would refer to it by referring to it with the appropriate characteristics. This level of prudence was a very suspicious phenomenon. Why didn't Emperor Roselle dare to mention the name of that organization, even when it's written in Chinese? This is completely different from the style of writing where he dared to write anything in his diary. What was he afraid of, or what was he worried about? Could it be that as long as he said or wrote down the name of the Twilight Hermit Order, then they would be made aware of it no matter which language he used? Does one of their members or a sealed artifact they possess have such abilities? A guess popped up in Klein's mind, but there was no way to confirm it unless he was willing to take the risk. "I'll first assume it's true and that I haven't been perceived by them, because the channeling of the Desire Apostle's spirit had been done above the gray fog. Informing Miss Justice of it was also done in response to a prayer using the gray fog. Well, it's almost Monday, and I have to remind Miss Justice at the Tarot Club not to say or write down the name Twilight Hermit Order. As for the reason, she can understand it by herself with me simply giving her a look." Klein quickly made his next arrangements and strode out of Lucky Bar. Seeing that it was still early, he took a horse carriage to the Quelag Club, intending to spend the afternoon there. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the equestrian teacher, Talem Dumont. This descendant of blue blood was seated in a corner, holding a glass of scarlet grape wine. His face was rosy, and he was sipping it in high spirits. "You seem to be in a good mood, Talem," Klein smiled and greeted him. Talem chuckled and said, "Because the new year is coming." Then, rather excitedly, he asked, "Sherlock, do you know what it's like to really like someone?" Klein showed a fake smile. "I'm sorry, I'm still single." Talem finished the rest of his wine, stood up, waved his hand, and said, "That's a pity. Well, I have to get busy. By the way, thank you for introducing Mr. Framis' cage." Klein recalled the investment of the bike project and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "When are you free these days? I'd like to get you to bring me around to sample some of Backland's delicacies." "After the new year." Talem put on his hat and walked with a smile to the reception hall. "Has this fellow entered the season of love?" Klein couldn't help but mutter. Just as he turned around and took a few steps, he suddenly heard a heavy thud. Klein jerked his head back and saw Talem Dumont on the ground, his left hand clamped tightly at his chest where his heart was. His body was convulsing non-stop. "This?" Klein hurried over. But at this moment, Talem had already spat out all of the white foam on his mouth, losing his last breath of life. In just a few seconds, he had turned into a dead corpse. Chapter 437, Obituary. This wasn't the first time Klein had seen someone familiar die in front of him, but it was the most abrupt and unforeseen death. The expression on Talon Dumont's face when he had asked about what it felt to really like someone was a vivid expression of hidden excitement and flaunting, but one which couldn't be directly shared due to the need of being careful as a result of certain factors. That was too fast. Normal diseases do not cause death so quickly. Klein's expression was solemn as he lightly tapped his molars to activate his spirit vision. He dropped to one knee and crouched down. He saw Talon Dumont's aura and the colors of his emotions fading rapidly. Furthermore, there were strands of black gas wrapped around his heart like a snake which were gradually dimming. A beyonder ability similar to a curse? Klein instantly made a preliminary conclusion. At this moment, a nearby red-vested attendant and a servant girl in a black and white dress ran over. They looked at the dead body on the ground in horror. His eyes were wide and round, and the corners of his mouth still had remnant white foam. Klein closed his eyes and instructed in a deep voice, "Go to the nearby police station and tell them someone died here." "Yes, Mr. Moriarty." The red-vested attendant immediately turned around and ran out the door, so flustered that he even forgot to put on his coat. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Klein didn't check Talon's belongings, nor did he try to pull out a few strands of hair for a divination attempt when he wasn't around anyone. His identity was already considered semi-official, so he could use the power of the machinery Hivemind to conduct a follow-up investigation. There was no need for him to act as a lone hero. Thinking of the many times he had played cards with Talon Dumont, and how he had introduced clients and investors, and the love story that had been hanging in his mind for so long, Klein couldn't help but take a long, slow, deep breath. Who's Talon's murderer? Which Beyonder, who's adept at curses, did Talon offend? Judging from his attitude today, he should be in a very happy and calm state, completely unaware of the fact that he has provoked a terrifying character. Questions flashed through Klein's mind, but his lack of understanding about Talon Dumont resulted in a lack of soil to nurture any inspiration. When the police arrived, he was questioned as a witness, and that wasted quite a bit of his time. It wasn't until all of this was over that Klein had a chance to leave Hillston and head back to Lucky Bar in the Backland Bridge area. Carlson was still there drinking, the only difference being that his drink had been exchanged from a strong distilled liquor made from pure malt to golden, frothy beer. Klein raised his right hand, covered his mouth, and squeezed over. He lightly knocked on the table and said, "Is your job to drink here every day?" Carlson jumped in fright as he turned his head, relaxing only when he saw that it was Sherlock Moriarty. "You. What is it now?" "This reaction is very familiar." Klein sighed silently and said gravely, "There is a case involving Beyonders." Carlson looked around and saw that Lucky Bar already had quite a number of patrons. They were either hollering over their glasses or eager to fight in the ring. "Follow me, let's play a round of billiards." Carlson nudged his thick glasses and carried his beer to an empty billiard room. Klein followed, closing the door behind him. "Your alcohol tolerance seems pretty good," he said in passing. "No, I just drink very slowly." Carlson put down his glass and picked up the cue stick. Then, he added inexplicably, "And I'd like some alone time lately." "I don't care about that." Klein pursed his lips and said, "I encountered a death at the Quelag Club in Hillston. That was a friend of mine, a noble descendant, and an equestrian teacher. He's usually healthy and had recently been in a very good mental state, but just now, he suddenly died in front of me. It looked like a heart attack, but my spirit vision told me that he might have been cursed." "You're adept at spirit vision?" Carlson asked subconsciously. "What sort of details did Mr. Stanton fabricate for me?" After becoming a machinery Hivemind informant, they never even asked me which pathway I was, or which sequence I met, nor did they try to find out about my origins and background. Of course, letting an informant keep certain secrets of their own is also a common tactic used by official organizations. Klein frankly responded, "Yes, the chest of the deceased had some decaying, illusory black gas. It does involve the possibility of a curse and a Beyonder." Carlson didn't ask further as he slowly nodded. "Hillston. That's the territory of our machinery Hivemind. In the northwest of Backland, which was the heart of the metropolis, Empress Borough and Sherwood Backland came under the mandated Punisher's jurisdiction. The western and northern areas came under the Nighthawks, and Hillston Borough and Backland Bridge area came under the machinery Hivemind. Having said this, Carlson looked at Klein and attempted to confirm the details. What deity does your friend believe in? After thinking carefully for a few seconds, Klein replied hesitantly, the Lord of Storms. A believer of the Lord of Storms. Is he the only deceased? Carlson asked with a frown. Yes, Klein gave an affirmative answer. Carlson chalked the cue stick and sighed. We have no right to take the case. This is under the mandated Punishers. But I will pass on your information to them. In the Lone Kingdom, the principle of jurisdiction over Beyonder events was first to divide them according to their beliefs. If they involved the followers of multiple deities, then it would be decided according to who held jurisdiction over the area. Klein was no stranger to this. He had no intention of making things difficult for Carlson, so he earnestly said, "Thank you. I hope they can find the real killer as soon as possible." Carlson picked up the glass of beer beside him and took a sip. He's a descendant of blue blood. The mandated Punishers will definitely take it seriously. Pausing for a second, he looked at Klein and said in a low voice, I find it hard to believe that you've only been in Backland for about 3 months. You seem to have established a wide range of social connections and possess lots of resources here. Some people are naturally adept at this. Klein shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh before bidding farewell. By the time he got back to Minsk Street, it was completely dark and the gas lamps lining the streets were being lit by workers. Although his relationship with Talon Dumont didn't go deep, he was an acquaintance he met nearly every week. He was a friend he would play cards with every now and then, and Talon was rather warm and had always exalted him as a great detective. Furthermore, he had practiced what he preached by introducing clients and investors. His passing also made Klein feel sad, making him fully aware of his helplessness towards fate. Other than that, he was also very angry. He was angry at the murderer who had cursed Talon to death. I hope that they can figure out what happened. I hope that the mandated Punishers doesn't run out of manpower because of Duke Negan's assassination case. Klein sighed as he got off the carriage and walked towards the gate. In the process, he discovered that there was no light at the Sammers house next door. It looks like they're on their way to Desi Bay. Is this the New Year atmosphere in Backland? Yet, I don't feel anything at all. Klein momentarily felt melancholic. With these emotions in mind, he went to bed early and woke up at 7 in the morning. In an attempt to change his mood, Klein decided to bake a homemade cake today. I'll buy the ingredients after breakfast, he whispered, drinking his milk and flipping through the newspapers. Soon, he saw an obituary in the Tussock Times. My beloved son, Talon Dumont, passed away on December 18 due to a sudden heart disease. His funeral will be held at the Crown Cemetery at exactly 9 a.m. on December 21. In the northern continent, due to reanimations, it was already an ancient tradition to be buried as quickly as possible after one's death. Of course, this was on the premise that there was no shortage of money for a funeral. Sudden heart disease? Is this the final result of the investigation? Or could it be that the mandated Punishers are trying to lull the culprit? Klein frowned, unable to make a judgment. Perhaps I can go above the gray fog to see if it's a trap set up by the mandated Punishers, but there's a high probability of failure. After all, I don't have one of his items with me, nor was I targeted. He took a breath, calmed down, and methodically filled his stomach. The subsequent attempt didn't exceed Klein's expectations. He could only leave Minsk Street and take a bus to Hillston Borough to visit Isengard Stanton. The great detective walked in the warm room, pointed to the front, and said, Sherlock, would you like some breakfast? My chef's skills aren't worse than mine. No, I've already had breakfast. Klein shook his head and declined. Isengard stopped in his tracks and casually asked, Where are you going to spend the New Year's? I'm planning on, returning to Lemberg. I haven't confirmed it yet. Perhaps mid-seashire, Klein said, perfunctorily. The scenery there was originally pretty good, but unfortunately, there's an abundance in coal and iron resources. There was also a rather developed shipping industry. Isengard straightened his collar and touched the pipe in his pocket. You seem to be a little anxious? Mr. Stanton, I have something to ask you. Klein took the opportunity when asked the question to relate, in detail, Talon Dumont's death, the results of his spirit vision, his advice to the machinery Hivemind, and what he had seen in this morning's obituary. Of course, he had hidden the fact that he had become an informant for the machinery Hivemind. He only said that for his friend, he had found an official beyonder he got to know due to the Desire Apostle case. Do you think this is a trap by the mandated punishers? He finally asked. Holding the pipe, Isengard said thoughtfully, I've been trying to avoid the mandated punishers, and I don't know enough about the situation. I'll get someone to find out. If there's any news, then I'll write to you. Okay, thank you. Klein bowed sincerely. In the evening, he received a letter specially sent from Isengard. There was only one sentence in the letter: this case isn't handled by the mandated punishers. The royal family has taken the case by claiming that Talon Dumont is a noble. Chapter 438, Invitation. The Royal Family. Klein held the letter he received from Isengard Stanton and silently murmured to himself. He looked up and outside the window, and he saw the rain pattering down. The gas lamps on the streets were giving off quiet halos. Inside the living room, the coffee table was neat and tidy, with a few stacks of newspapers placed in the corner. There was silence all around him. Klein sat on the sofa as he leaned forward a little. He sat there silently for a long time. After nearly 10 minutes, he exhaled and shook his head. Slowly and heavily, he tossed the letter into the trash can. He slowly stood up and expressionlessly walked to the second floor. And in the trash can, Isengard Stanton's letter caught fire silently and quickly crumpled into black ashes. On Monday morning, Klein stood in front of the mirror, pressed his right thumb and middle finger to his temples, and rubbed them with a little more strength. When he was done, he turned on the faucet, lowered his body, splashed the cold tap water onto his face, and washed his face while having a fit at the cold. After freshening himself up, he hung up the towel, walked to the first floor, and simply made a single-sided, well-done fried eggs with buttered toast. Of course, a cup of black tea with a few slices of lemon quenched his thirst and reduced the cloy sensation he was feeling. After breakfast, as he was idly flipping through the rest of the newspapers, Klein suddenly heard the tinkling of the doorbell. Who is it? A new commission? Could it be that the machinery Hivemind has already finished exploring the Amon family's tomb? No, it can't be that fast. Klein muttered as he put away his napkin and newspapers and walked slowly to the door. When he held the handle, the image of the visitor outside the door appeared in his mind. It was an elderly gentleman dressed to a T. His snow-white shirt was starched, and a thick grayish-blue vest completely hid his belly. The long tailcoat had sharp lines without any blemishes on it. The gentleman was wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes, so shiny that it was impossible to tell if he had walked through the rain or mud. He wore a pair of white knitted gloves, with silver hair at his temples. His face was deeply wrinkled, and his light brown eyes were so serious that they didn't contain a hint of a smile. I don't know him. Klein mumbled and opened the door. May I know who you're looking for? He asked politely. The elderly gentleman took off his hat, pressed it to his chest, and saluted in the most standard manner. Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, I'm a butler who has come to invite you in place of my master. Do I know your esteemed master? Why is he looking for me? Klein's head was completely filled with questions. But at this moment, he had already noticed a carriage parked across the cement road. It had a deep black outer shell, and there was a curtain on the inside of the window. It was obvious that it was nothing ordinary. There's luxury amidst being low-key. Klein looked closely and suddenly saw that there was a coat of arms in a conspicuous part of the carriage. The main body of the coat of arms was a vertical sword facing down, and the hilt of the sword had a red crown. That's the Sword of Judgment. It's the Sword of Judgment representing the royal Augustus family. Klein's heart palpitated as he roughly understood the butler's background. Perhaps he's a rather powerful beyonder. Klein made a guess. The professional and stern butler didn't pay attention to his scrutiny. He revealed a polite smile and said, "You have never met my master, but in a sense, you do know him. You have been providing him clues about the organization that is symbolized by the tarot cards, and he has paid for the money you need. As expected, it's the important figure that Talum mentioned. I've been using false information to fleece for funds and even submitted all the reimbursements that old Kohler required to him. I can't refuse his invitation now, especially when Talum is dead." Klein pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Did your master come to me due to Talum's death?" "Yes, Talum was his friend. He was sad and confused by his death, and he heard that you were there when it happened," the old butler articulated clearly. "No, I wasn't." Klein subconsciously wanted to deny it, but he ultimately could only nod. "Yes, I saw Talum die in front of me." "It's really a sad and regretful thing," the butler said in a sincere tone. "Are you willing to accept my master's invitation? Do I have any reason to refuse? That would just make me look very suspicious. I might even be killed on the spot by you." Klein looked at him and said, "I happen to have nothing planned this morning." "All right then. Mr. Moriarty, please." The old butler bent down slightly, extended his right white-gloved hand, and pointed at the carriage on the opposite side of the cement road. "Sigh, I've been trying to avoid getting involved with important figures. In the end, I have no choice but to face the person behind Talum after his death. I wonder if this would attract attention or lead to more in-depth background checks. I have to plan ahead and be ready to give up my identity and this foothold at any time. Also, I need to get the human-skinned shadow characteristic and the deep-sea Naga's hair and advance to faceless as soon as possible. In that case, my ability to resist risks would more than double." When Klein put on his coat and hat and walked to the carriage with the royal coat of arms, he had already thought of the subsequent developments. At this moment, the servant the old butler brought with him opened the door for him. Stepping on the thick brown carpet, Klein looked at the wooden cabinets containing red wine, white wine, champagne, Lanty, and black rand, along with the crystal glasses. Klein felt rather restricted as he sat by the window. Lanty referred to strong distilled spirits made from pure malt. There were many types, such as the sailor's favorite Lanty proof. The bottles displayed in the cabinets were obviously of high quality. As for black rand, they referred to strong distilled wines mixed with other fermented grains, which, like Lanty, was something unique to Lone. As the carriage drove through the wet streets, Klein asked in passing, "Are we going to Empress Borough?" "No, my master is waiting for you at the Red Rose Manor on the outskirts of Empress Borough." The old butler didn't hide anything. "Looks like this is the royal family's manor." Klein thought for a moment, then he asked with a smile, "Can you tell me your master's identity now?" The old housekeeper's back, which was already straight, became even straighter as he raised his chin. "He is the descendant of the founder and protector. He's the grandson of the Might Wielder, the 5th son of His Majesty, Duke of Lastings, His Highness Prince Edisac Augustus. So it's the 3rd prince, the 2nd youngest prince, but he should be around 21 to 22 years old." Klein recalled what he had seen in the occasional descriptions in the newspapers and magazines at the Quelag Club. The horse carriage passed through one street after another, going from an artificial lake to the northwest. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at an extremely large manor. At the entrance to the manor, Klein was inspected by 2 soldiers in red military uniforms and white trousers. He didn't hide the existence of his gun holster and revolver. He believed that there were definitely people around Prince Edisac who could tell that he was carrying a gun, and that it easily made things worse if he fooled them with illusions. "In any case, the prince knows that I'm a private detective, so his subordinates definitely wouldn't send guests to the police station just because I was illegally in possession of a gun." Klein watched as the soldier took the gun holster and revolver before he was informed to take it when he came out. After 2 more inspections, Klein followed the old butler, went around the main house, and came to a wide area with hills and flowing waters. The only drawback of this place was that the vegetation had long since withered away in the dead of winter, leaving nothing but desolation. Tap. 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 Several horses came running from the distance and stopped in front of him. A young man in white trousers, high-heeled black boots, a fitted shirt, and a dark rider's tunic nimbly dismounted and walked over. Everyone else followed closely by his side. He removed his helmet from his head and smiled at Klein. "I'm finally meeting you, Detective Moriarty." Upon seeing this, Klein's eyes lit up. It wasn't because of how handsome he was, but because he looked like the Henry Augustus I imprinted on 5-pound notes. Edisac Augustus also had a rotund face and a pair of slender eyes, but he didn't look serious at all. Instead, he always had a smile on his face, looking young and spirited. "I didn't know that you, Your Highness, were the one who entrusted me with the task." Klein bowed. Holding a horsewhip in his hand, Edisac weighed it in his palm and chuckled. "I heard that you played an important role in the serial killer and Desire Apostle cases." Talem's recommendation was indeed good. Sigh, who knew that he would be gone days after I was horse racing with him? "He has gone to the kingdom of storm and lightning." Since the founding of the kingdom, the Augustus family had always believed in the Lord of the Storms. Without waiting for Klein to answer, he said with a heavy expression, "The investigation into Talem's death didn't go through me, Mr. Moriarty. I want you to help me discover the truth." "The conclusion given by the rest of the royal family? Your 2 elder brothers? This sudden level of infighting isn't something I can handle. Also, Your Highness, your style is really direct." Klein sighed. "I'm sorry, but I'd still say that Talem died of a sudden heart disease." "Is that so?" News came from the mandated punishers that a detective by the name of Sherlock Moriarty had testified that Talem had signs of suffering from a curse. Prince Edisac chuckled. Klein could only respond with a wry smile. "Your Highness, you should know the principles I adhere to. I still wish to live another 50 years. "Wasn't Talem your friend?" Prince Edisac asked. Klein was at a loss for an answer when a maid suddenly came from the main room, quickly approached the prince, and whispered a few words. Edisac's face stiffened. "Tell her that she's not to go out." After he finished speaking, he took 2 steps forward. His serious expression softened, and a hint of softness and helplessness appeared in his blue eyes. "But I will permit her to leave the room and walk around freely in the manor." Chapter 439, The Generous Prince. The scene before his eyes reminded Klein of the romance story which Talem Dumont had told him. His noble friend had fallen in love with a commoner woman and was insistent on marrying her. However, being in the top circle of the aristocracy, the marriage was absolutely prohibited. Talem had been vexed over this matter, and he had even considered the prospect of hiring a murderer, but in the end, he managed to persuade the woman to leave his friend on her own accord. Could the main character of this story be Edisac Augustus? The situation is very consistent in all aspects. As a prince, marrying a commoner is practically treason in this era. Since the founding of Loan, the spouse of a direct descendant of the Augustus family could only be a noble woman. From what I've just heard, Edisac has brought that commoner woman back. And he has even grounded her as punishment? True love. In a split second, the story of a tyrannical prince and a pitiful frail white flower took shape in Klein's mind. He looked into the distance, enjoying the midwinter scenery. That's not what it really looks like. When spring comes and the grass sprouts, you'll see a golf course of the highest quality. Prince Edisac dismissed the maid, raised his whip, and pointed around. "Golf?" Klein asked, simultaneously knowing the answer to his question. Prince Edisac motioned his guards and attendants away, leaving the old butler and Klein to follow him by his side. He strolled on the desolate plains, chuckled, and said, "Yes, golf. This is a truly aristocratic sport that even the owners of most magazines and newspapers have a hard time getting involved in." Although I don't like Roselle, I have to admit that the fantasy-like ideas he had have given us a world with plenty of fun. If you can figure out the truth to Talem's death, this place will always be open to you. It was indeed Roselle. Klein let out a light breath. Seeing that he didn't respond, Prince Edisac continued to lament. There is much to learn from Roselle in every way, but his attitude towards feelings makes me sick. Of course, this is the common nature and style of most of the Intis aristocrats, and it's also the source of their infatuation with luxury and debauchery in their lives. Looking ahead at the slow stream, Edisac said in a mature tone that was beyond his years, 99% of people are not geniuses like Roselle. In order to succeed and establish a great enterprise, one must first understand what they really want, and for that, they must be willing to pay the price and never turn back while persisting all the way. As he said this, his tone became slow as he laughed at himself and said, "Before this year, I had always thought that I liked the daughter of Earl Hall very much. She has perfect looks, an elegant demeanor, a rich fortune, a distinguished family, and a very powerful father. She's someone that no prince can find fault with, but now I understand that what I'm really attracted to is something that I yearn to have even in my dreams. It's a unique temperament and profound soul born from experience." I'm not saying that Miss Hall is lacking in temperament, but that wasn't what I want, admire, or like. Your Highness, your tone, attitude, and expression are now almost identical to Talem just before he died. Don't suddenly die in front of me. Even if I were to jump into the Tussock River, there's no way for me to prove my innocence. Moreover, hearing much of this makes it easier for me to be silenced. Do you want to tie me to your chariot? Klein felt a little afraid for some baffling reason. He cleared his throat and took the initiative to change the subject. Your Highness, with your status and identity, you will certainly not lack subordinates. There are many people who are willing to investigate Talem's death for you, so why do you need me? Edisac shook his head and chuckled. As a prince, I have as much power as the little freedom I have. There are many things I can't let the people around me do, as there are too many eyes on me. You're a great detective with brains, and you have a good relationship with Talem. You were there at the time, so I don't think there's anyone better suited than you. Don't worry, if there really is a problem, then I can definitely guarantee your safety. Such a promise is like toilet paper in the bathroom. Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. With Prince Edisac already saying this much, he felt that there was little chance of him leaving Red Rose Manor if he refused again. He could only sigh and say, "Actually, I'm as angry as you are about Talem's death, but reality has kept me calm." Edisac smiled. "What can I do for you?" Talem's hair, either his flesh and blood, plus something he carried around with him. Klein made the request. "Okay, then I'll have these delivered to your house." Edisac agreed at once, and then asked curiously, "That's all?" Klein didn't stand on ceremony. "I will only know what kind of help I need when I have a preliminary lead. Your Highness, it's best that you give me a way to communicate with you. A private detective who frequently visits this manor would definitely arouse suspicion." Edisac nodded and said as if he was prepared, "I'll have someone secretly rent the house next door to you, 13 Minsk Street. When you need to make contact, write a letter to your neighbor about visiting and put it in the mailbox. As for the reward, you should know that I'm not a stingy person, even if it ends in failure. As long as you contribute and take the risk, you will still receive the corresponding income. If you do find out the truth, I'll give you a reward sufficient for your retirement." This prince does things really swiftly and decisively. Retirement, that would be at least 3,000 pounds. Klein secretly sighed. "All right, may the spirit of Talem be at peace in the kingdom of storm and lightning." He bowed. Edisac nodded slightly and instructed his elderly butler, "Take Detective Moriarty out and back to Minsk Street. Why don't you keep me for lunch? Aren't you treating your guest in a little too arrogant a manner?" Of course, it probably has to do with it being a long time before noon. Klein silently teased him. He followed the old butler all the way out to the entrance of the manor and retrieved the gun holster, revolver, and the bullets. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein stood at the oriel window and watched the carriage with the royal coat of arms drive away. Sherlock Moriarty might die at any moment if the investigations really goes deeper. Who knows, someone might be watching me right now. Not for now, since I haven't made any moves yet. Klein frowned and stood still. At this moment, he was extremely eager to advance to Faceless. I can't afford to wait for the machinery Hivemind's exploration of the Amon family's tomb. I have to continue trying to buy the human-skinned shadow characteristic via other channels. After all, no one knows how long the machinery Hivemind's preparations will take. What if it exceeds a month or even half a year? That's not impossible. They can first send people to guard the entrance and slowly gather the corresponding information so as to be certain that nothing goes wrong. It's not a bad strategy, but that's not something that I can afford to wait for. As thoughts raced through Klein's mind, he made his decision. At 2:45 p.m., he brought his newspaper into the bathroom and actively prepared for this week's tarot gathering. 3 o'clock sharp. A deep red illusory radiance rose as Audrey Hall looked around in a good mood. Last night, she had finally received the Sequence 7 psychiatrist potion formula she had been dreaming of. Her emotions were still a mix of excitement, agitation, and serenity. Furthermore, the psychology alchemists hadn't immediately asked her to make any contributions, claiming that it was an advance. They had full confidence in Miss Audrey's outstanding ability to repay them. No new members. Audrey stood up and gazed at the very end of the long bronze table. She raised the corners of her skirt and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Her light and cheerful voice broke the unchanging silence above the fog, and it allowed Klein, who had been feeling a little depressed, to temporarily be rid of the troubles that the outside world had on him. He nodded slightly and responded to the members' greetings. When she sat down again, Audrey brought the other members into view and created a dynamic scene with the previous observations. When bowing, Mr. Hanged Man silently sized up Mr. Fool with inconspicuous curiosity. Then, he looked towards Mr. World in anticipation. In other words, with him having a deep relationship with the Church of the Lord of Storms, he knows about the details of Duke Negan's assassination and is aware of the appearance of hero bandit Dark Emperor. He has the desire to investigate the hidden truth behind this matter. There appears to be an outcome regarding the werewolf beyonder characteristic which Mr. World had entrusted him to sell, and he has also probably found the human-skinned shadow characteristics or the deep-sea Naga's hair. The son's emotions are very stable and relaxed. This means that he believes that the City of Silver surveillance on him has been lifted. What did he rely on to make this judgment? Has he been reallocated to the so-called exploratory teams? Furs is a little depressed despite feeling relaxed. She passed the Abraham family member's test and has become his student, but she was forced to accept something that was disadvantageous to her? Mr. World is as cold and deep as ever. Perhaps when I reach sequence 7 or 6, I'll be able to grasp his emotional changes and thoughts. Well, the Fool is still as mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. A series of thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. She looked at the figure shrouded in the grey fog and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have obtained 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." It was a copy she had requested from the psychology alchemists. However, as she had only mentioned it last night, Escalante only had the time to give her 3 pages in such short notice. "What kind of reward do you want?" Klein asked with a smile. Audrey replied sincerely, "Can you just treat it as the reward for answering my previous question?" As she said this, she had an inexplicable feeling of flaunting herself. "Mr. Hanged Man and the rest of you still don't know the existence of the Twilight Hermit Order. Phew, how envious. I wonder what problem did Miss Justice seek guidance for in private. I'll write to teacher when I get back, and I'll ask him if he has Roselle's diary, no, to the outside world, notebook." Furs immediately had the desire and motivation. Under the Hanged Man's suspicious gaze, Klein nodded without any care. "Sure. Audrey quickly produced 3 pages of tawny diary entries and passed them on to Mr. Fool. Klein took them and read them. On the first page, it wrote, January 13th, contact with Mr. Door stabilized. Chapter 440, Angel Family. Just as Klein picked up the diary, Audrey added, Mr. Fool, I still have 10 diary pages which will be given to you later. It is for the payment for your previous blessing. She repeated her private promise so as to not let Mr. Fool think that she had forgotten about it, and the reason why she had provided payment for the information regarding the Twilight Hermit Order was to first settle the debt while having the intention to show off a little. The payment for the blessing. Furs ruminated over these words and suddenly realized an important oversight on her part. On the matter regarding the Abraham family, Mr. Fool had sent his angel to help me interfere with the divination. I should have paid an appropriate amount. Oh no, I didn't realize this at all. I thought, like all rituals, that it was the end to it once it was completed. For a moment, Furs fell into a panic. During ordinary ritualistic magic, if one prayed for help from a deity or a corresponding existence, they would perform a sacrifice in advance. Burning essential oils, extracts, and herbal essence that pleased the target was equivalent to making an advanced payment, but in the rituals corresponding to the Fool, there were many steps that could be omitted, and the price could only be paid afterward. Sometimes, there wasn't even a need to offer anything. Furs, who was accustomed to the former, ended up only saying a word of thanks. She hurriedly looked towards the end of the long bronze table and earnestly said, Honorable Mr. Fool, your divination interference had helped me greatly. I will try to find 10 Roselle diary pages as soon as possible as well. Seeing the performance of Miss Justice and Miss Magician, it dawned on Derek Berg that he had found a way to fully express his gratitude. However, the City of Silver doesn't have the diary pages of the so-called Emperor Roselle. Well, Mr. Fool is very interested in history, so I'll have to read more books and records on these. With a thought, Derek made a promise to Mr. Fool who sat high above them. The hanged man watched all this from the side and had no doubt that the Fool had an angel at his service. Any organization should have a character like Miss Justice. The power of a role model is limitless. With a lot of debts to collect appearing out of thin air, Klein happily sighed inwardly. As the high and mighty Mr. Fool, he always found it awkward to directly ask for compensation, and he had always believed that helping the members of his own organization was a normal and reasonable thing to do, without the need for him to make it so reliant on transactions. Thus, he didn't control the world to put on the appropriate performance to remind everyone. Of course, if Justice and the others were willing to provide payment, then Klein had no intention of refusing it. All right. He smiled and nodded before shifting his gaze back to the diary in his hands. January 13th, contact with Mr. Door stabilized. The powerful Beyonder, who's lost in the darkness and trapped in the storm, didn't rush me to complete a complicated and difficult ritual so as to help him return to the real world. He seems to have understood that he has to come up with something that would move me, instead of giving me 3 intangible wishes, in order for me to consider whether I should take the hidden risks of saving him. Mr. Door temporarily didn't mention this matter and instead, with great interest, chatted about my tarot card creation. Heh. The word creation should be written with quotation marks. From this point, it's apparent that Mr. Door is able to make contact with the real world at particular times and through particular methods, and he should be able to observe a lot of details. While talking about the moon card, I thought of a matter Zeradal mentioned. He said that the life school of thought worships the moon, but not the Evernight goddess. Yes, I added the second half myself. Hence, I asked the 4th epic expert, Mr. Door, about this question. He chuckled and similarly didn't give a direct answer. However, compared to the furtive seer who speaks half-truths, making me want to beat him up, he's a lot more frank. He told me that if he were to choose a card from the tarot cards to represent the Evernight goddess, he wouldn't choose the moon, but the star. That makes things very interesting. I pressed, who is the real owner of the moon? His reply was even more worthy of relish. He said with a laugh that the moon currently has no owner. If I didn't misunderstand him, then he means that the peak of the moon's pathway is empty. The sequence 0 is empty. That's not right. Isn't there a primordial moon? Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly had this thought. He had already anticipated that the moon card didn't represent the goddess. Whether it was the faith of the life school of thought, the attitude of the vampires, or the records in the Book of Secrets, they all vaguely pointed out that Evernight wasn't the moon. In contrast, vampire ancestor Lilith and the primordial moon resembled the sequence 0 of this pathway in more ways. According to the City of Silver's history lessons, Lilith had most likely fallen in the Dark Epic, the second epic. However, the primordial moon was an existence that people still believed in and sent responses to even to this day. Of course, those who prayed to her wouldn't end up well. Why did Mr. Dorr say that the moon had no owner at the moment? As seen from the Book of Secrets, the primordial moon still existed during the fourth epoch. Klein almost frowned. Soon, he came up with 3 guesses. First, Mr. Dorr didn't know enough about the hidden primordial moon, but that was a very low possibility. Second, that the primordial moon was actually the disguise of another deity, not essentially occupying the position of the moon's sequence 0 pathway. Third, that she was a sequence 1 of the moon's pathway or was in disguise and had the corresponding sealed artifact. And one more possibility, it's the response from the moon pathway's uniqueness. Klein muttered silently. The most important Beyonder ingredient in the sequence 0 potion formula described by the Dark Emperor card wasn't all of the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, but something called uniqueness. Different pathways had different uniquenesses. A true god was unique. Other than the first guess, the other possibilities aren't small. What is the Beyonder pathway of the moon? Klein turned to the second page of the diary and was lucky enough to discover that it was connected to the previous page. I continued pressing, but Mr. Dorr refused to say more. He thinks that I'll rescue him by whetting my appetite? Dream on. I hid my curiosity and scoffed at Mr. Dorr for not being respectful enough to true gods. He casually replied to me. This is the attitude a fourth epic noble has to the deities. This guy is too good at acting. However, I really am interested in the nobility of the fourth epic, so I took the opportunity to ask. Mr. Dorr told me that in the Tudor dynasty, there were 5 noble families: Abraham, Antigonus, Amon, Tamara, and Jacob. Each family was known as an angel family, and they possessed tremendously terrifying strength. Angel family, just the name itself raises many problems. It really makes one yearn for it. Mr. Dorr said that the number of angel families in the fourth epoch exceeded the 5. There were the Zeradal and Zoroast family, which had always been loyal to the Solomon Empire, the Augustus, Sauron, Einhorn, Castilla families of the Trunsoist dynasty, and the furtive Anariel and Beria families, as well as the Demonis family, which stemmed from a true goddess which was one step up from the angel families. So the last winner of the fourth epoch was the Trunsoist dynasty, but where did their royal family go? The 4 angel families, Augustus, Sauron, and the others, divided up the northern continent. Just as Mr. Dorr said the previous time, the strongest powerhouses in the fourth epoch far exceeds my imagination. However, most of them have been buried in the ashes of history. Even the Sauron family has waned, destroyed by me. In another 1 to 2 millennia, perhaps the Augustus family might no longer exist. Only the true gods appear capable of forever illuminating the real world. Although some deities perished in the fourth epoch, they should only be few in number. This makes me think of something that was previously written in a web novel which I memorized. It can be used here with some changes. Ashes await those who fail to become true gods. After the communication period ended, Mr. Dorr disconnected. He's like a prisoner who's released on parole for a fixed period of time. And he does know a lot. When he mentioned the Zeradal family, there was faint contempt in his tone. Perhaps I need to maintain my relationship with Mr. Dorr. Apart from the Church of the God of Steam, Zeradal, and that secret and ancient organization, I should leave another outlet. Unlike the saying, a wily hare has far more than 3 holes. When Emperor Roselle was struggling in the end, he was only thinking about the organization that's suspected to be the Twilight Hermit Order. He didn't mention Mr. Door at all. Something apparently happened in between. So the ancestor of the lone royal family, the Augustus family, was actually so rich and powerful to be an angel family. However, why did the royal family of the Throngs dynasty, to which they were loyal to, disappear just like that? Klein suddenly thought of a few things, and his desire to clear away the fog that shrouded the history of the fourth epoch and see its true appearance grew. This was also the greatest hobby of his body's original owner. Perhaps, that underground relic with 2 side-by-side seats and a terrifying evil spirit will help me answer a lot of questions. Klein lowered his gaze and flipped to the 3rd page. June 2nd, Bernadette massaged my back. It's good to have a daughter. She knows to care for her old father, and although I can see what she wants at a glance, at least she's willing to put on an act. Besides, she did a good job. I asked her which Beyonder pathway she wanted. She said she was undecided, but she liked the maxim of do as you wish, but do no harm. June 3rd. I saw Florin again. He's very different from before, as though he's a different person. No, he still had his original memories and some of his distinctive characteristics, which is enough to prove that he's him. What exactly happened to him to experience such a huge change? Perhaps a metaphor could be used to describe it more precisely. Some monsters are physical sutures, while he is a monster of mental sutures. June 5th. I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentions the primordial demoness name, not one of an honorific name. Her name is Cheek, but that's a man's name. Is this ancient book fake? Chapter 441, Channels Increase. Cheek? Was the primordial demoness also a man in the past? Klein almost raised his hand to his chin. He had once guessed that it was because of the existence of the evil goddess, the primordial demoness, that led to the assassin pathway having members of the opposite sex turn into a female after sequence 7. Who knew that Roselle's diary would indicate that the primordial demoness might have been a male in the beginning as well? This depicted 2 problems. First, the primordial demoness wasn't a naturally born deity, and they had only relied on potions to reach sequence 0. Second, the purely feminine changes in this pathway were inherent in its Beyonder characteristics. Roselle had once speculated about the truth behind the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation. He suspected that all Beyonder characteristics originated from the original creator, so there's no increase, and that the total amount is conserved. Assuming that this is true, does this mean that the creator who created everything is all-inclusive, masculinity, femininity, and gender-neutral all in one? And the demoness pathway is a representation of pure femininity? Of course, that ancient book might actually be fake. There's a lot of information in Roselle's diary entries today. With thoughts flashing through his mind, Klein let the diary disappear in his hands. You can begin, he smiled and said to Justice, the Sun, and the others. Alger looked towards the world immediately. Your werewolf characteristic has been sold. An artisan paid £1,200 for it. According to our agreement, I will receive £200. Also, I found clues to the hair of a deep-sea naga. £100 a strand, and you want 5 of them in total. If you're fine with this deal, then I will complete it as soon as possible. Klein had promised a higher share of the werewolf's Beyonder characteristic because he knew that the hanged man had spent more effort and taken on a risk that far exceeded what vampire Emlyn White had spent. At this point, he thought for a moment and controlled the world to reply. No problem. Give me the 5 strands of deep-sea naga hairs and £500 in cash as soon as possible. Now, only the human skin shadow characteristic remains, and the amount of money I have has increased to £1,235, which isn't enough. If I don't want to wait for the machinery Hivemind's exploration of the Amon family's mausoleum, I'd have to wait to receive another £500 to £1,000 before I can buy it immediately when I see it. Klein subconsciously wondered what other items or knowledge he could use to exchange for money. Of course, this was on the premise that the target of these transactions was able to pay the remuneration in cash. Hearing this, Audrey raised her hand very slightly, and without hiding anything, she said, "I'd like to purchase 3 ingredients, a pair of eyes from a mirror dragon, 50 milliliters of its blood, as well as a fruit from the Tree of Elders." Miss Justice has gotten the formula for the psychiatrist potion. Klein made this judgment in an instant, and the hanged man came to a similar conclusion. "I will write to my teacher and ask him if he has one of these ingredients." First thought for a moment. Derek nodded and said, "I'll also take note. Corroded mirror dragons aren't rare, same for the Tree of Elders. In the City of Silver, there's also the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a psyche analyst. However, it's hard to make transactions for them, and it's easy to be suspected." Psyche analyst was the ancient name of psychiatrist. When their conversation reached Klein's ears, he immediately manipulated the world and made the dummy hoarsely and gloomily say, "I'll ask around in my circle." "Oh right, continue helping me find the human-skinned shadow characteristic." "All right." Audrey confidently turned her head to face the person opposite her. "Mr. Hanged Man, I'll also look out for the wind-blessed potion formula you need." She had already joined the psychology alchemists and had a secret organization backing her. With them, many ingredients were no longer in short supply. She could obtain them as long as she paid the necessary price. Furs repeated, "I'll write to my teacher and ask." Upon seeing this development, Klein felt rather gratified. After a long period of hard work, the Tarot Club had finally developed 2 major channels, the Psychology Alchemists and the Abraham family. Many things would become simple. The world chuckled and said, "Your answers fill me with hope, but you must also take care to protect yourselves, and proceed in a way that would avoid arousing suspicion as much as possible." "Mr. World, you rarely talk so much." Audrey smiled in reply. "I got a little too pleased and momentarily forgot the world's original character profile." Klein immediately remedied the situation and made the world chuckle and say, "All of you have become sufficiently valuable. I hope that this kind of transaction can last for a very, very long time. That's why I'm reminding you." "Thank you," Audrey gracefully expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Derek hesitated and said, "I'll give it a try as well. I've recently completed several patrol missions, but there's nothing out of the ordinary." "Very good," Klein said to himself, making the world shut his mouth. After a brief moment of silence, Alger looked thoughtfully at Miss Justice. "I would like to know the details of the assassination of Duke Negan. What kind of reward do you need?" "Why ask me? As someone close to the Church of the Lord of Storms, shouldn't you already know the full details of this case?" Audrey was surprised for a moment, but then she understood the meaning of Mr. Hanged Man's words. He wants to ask about the organization or force that instigated the Desire Apostle, but he doesn't think it's right to ask the fool directly, thinking that it would be too sudden and invasive. So he took a roundabout way by asking me to open up the topic, gently shifting the focus to the things he wants to know. He knows that I'm a noble lady and that I should pay attention to the assassination of Duke Negan. So he's not worried that I won't answer him. "Mr. Hanged Man is really experienced," Audrey said, with the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. "No, there's no need for compensation. Isn't it the purpose of our Tarot Club to freely exchange common knowledge amongst each other regarding their respective regions? Only by doing so can our Tarot Club expand at a rapid pace." She thought to herself, quite possessively. "Your words shame me." Alger was stunned for a moment before he pressed his hand to his chest and leaned forward a little. Klein, who was shrouded in the thick gray fog, inwardly laughed dryly. Audrey lightly pursed her lips, weighed her words, and said, "The Desire Apostle used a unique situation to complete the assassination of Duke Negan, by using his ability to trigger intense emotions and desires, and at the cost of serious injuries, he successfully broke out of the encirclement, entering the sewers. When the Nighthawks caught up to him, he was already dead. The hero bandit Dark Emperor was present. This gentleman didn't do it to silence him, but to target the organization that entrusted the assassination contract to the Desire Apostle. Which organization? Just as the hanged man was wondering to himself in puzzlement, the fool, who was sitting at the end of the table, silently praised Miss Justice and looked at her. He then gave her a reminder in passing: in the outside world, do not mention the name of the organization or write it down. Why? Audrey blurted out in astonishment. Klein leaned back in his chair and replied in a gentle voice, any mention of it will be known. Any mention of it will be known. Audrey subconsciously looked at Mr. Fool, only to feel that he seemed to be emphasizing something with his eyes hidden in the fog. Mr. Fool is implying that if it's not in his kingdom or through talking to him, mentioning or writing down the name of the Twilight Hermit Order would allow them to sense it via some means or item. That should be what he means. What an extremely secretive and high-level organization. To a certain extent, it's even more terrifying than the Church of the Seven Deities. And Mr. Fool, our tarot club is looking for them. Audrey instantly felt like she understood a lot of things. She straightened her back and said, as you command. Any mention of it will be known. A secret organization whose name can't even be mentioned? A powerful organization that I don't know of at all? Is this the faction behind the Desire Apostle? Mr. Fool had sent his adorer to search for them? This high-level situation in the world really is more complicated than I thought. There are even more secrets that I have no way of knowing. Alger slightly nodded his head, feeling both shocked and agitated at the same time. At this moment, he had the urge to pay Mr. Fool for the name of the organization. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no need for that. Although understanding the situation involving the higher-level entities would help him perfect his plans for the future and play an important role in certain situations, he, who was currently at the bottom of the mid-sequence levels, had no way of making contact with matters related to the mysterious organization. What he needed the most right now was the formula and ingredients for Windblast, so he had to save up enough wealth for them. After succeeding my advancement, I could seek an opportunity to consult Mr. Fool. Alger made a note of this. Furs was confused by what she heard. Things like the Desire Apostle and the organization in which any mention of it will be known were completely different from what she had read in the newspapers. There are indeed many secrets behind the assassination of a duke. It's a pity that the organization's name cannot be written down. Otherwise, I can use it as the villain of a future novel. It will definitely be a classic. I still owe 10 diary pages and haven't bought the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. There's no need to spend the money in order to understand such high-end matters for the time being. Well, the secrecy and knowledge circulating in the Tarot Club are 10 times greater than Mr. A's gathering, or more. Furs restrained her curiosity as a writer. As for Derek, he didn't know who Duke Negan was, so he didn't care who was behind the assassination. He sat silently and was reserved, as though he were in class. When the matter regarding the Twilight Hermit Order was over, Furs looked around and probingly asked, "Lady and gentlemen, do you have a way to solve the problem of accumulating too many Beyonder characteristics of the same level?" Chapter 442, Exploration Mission. Alger looked at Furs and returned with a question. You were forced to drink a second apprentice potion? Why did you figure it out so easily? It's as though you were there to see it. Furs uncomfortably cleared her throat and said, "Yes, let's just pretend that's what happened. What solutions do you have? What do you need me to exchange for it?" Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, but seeing that he had nothing to say, he replied in a calm and low voice, "You don't need payment, because it will certainly not be able to satisfy your needs." Without waiting for Miss Magician and Miss Justice to ask, he casually explained, high-sequence Beyonders can independently decide whether or not to pass on their Beyonder characteristics to their descendants, and how much they will inherit as a result. Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 will naturally pass a part of it in an uncontrollable manner. Although the quantity isn't a lot each time and wouldn't affect the Beyonder's strength, their sequence will regress if they have enough children. Such a child is born with high spiritual perception and a certain level of incomplete Beyonder powers? Audrey suddenly came to a realization, understanding the origins of some special people. The Hanged Man nodded. Yes, they're equivalent to half a sequence 9, with a certain amount of characteristics. If they want to become a Beyonder, they can only choose the corresponding path. Of course, such people might not be a result of inheritance. It might be the result of them gaining the blessings of a deity or the corruption of an evil spirit. There are many factors that can cause the same degree of influence. Also, when high sequence Beyonders have children, they might give birth to someone who's already at sequence 5. This is one of the rare instances when one can advance without losing control. So that's how it is. Audrey sighed with satisfaction. To her, knowing more mysteries was more enjoyable than getting a nice dress or jewelry. Furs also came to a realization as she pressed, then what about Beyonders at sequence 7, 8, and 9? Theoretically speaking, their Beyonder characteristics will not be passed down to their descendants, but that is not absolute. If there's an excessive amount of Beyonder characteristics, there's a chance for them to be passed down as well. That is to say, if you're pregnant with a child, there's a way to effectively reduce the remnant potion in your body. No, one might not succeed, but 3 or 4 will stand a higher chance. 3 or 4? First stared agape. Klein, who had learned all of this general knowledge from Roselle's diary, couldn't help but think of a joke. Miss Magician, in the future, you can say to your child that you were a free gift one from drinking a potion. Although it seems that, according to Mr. Hanged Man, the burden can be reduced the moment a child is conceived, having a child would still require almost 40 weeks of trouble. No, more than that, it's impossible to leave the child after it's born, right? After grasping the acting method, even if the process subsequently becomes more difficult, 2 months will definitely be enough time to digest it. It might not even take that long, after all, it's just a starting sequence. Furs forced a smile and said, I understand, the best way is still to rely on acting to digest it. Alger gave an affirmative answer. That's the case for sequence 7 and below. After that, digestion would easily take a year or so, 2 to 3 years, and then 5 to 6 years. When that happens, giving birth to a child would be a simpler plan, he added inwardly. There were a few seconds of silence as the two women digested the knowledge they had just gained. This was the first time they had known that having a child had such uses. For Derek, this was common knowledge. He adjusted his posture and said, I've been assigned another exploration mission. Where to? Alger tilted his head and asked. It's still the half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator, Derek answered without sounding too grave. It sounds like there's a certain guaranteed level of safety. Audrey didn't interrupt. The Hanged Man pondered for 2 seconds before asking, Is the Shepherd Elder still in prison? Yes. This exploration will be led by the chief. The son didn't hide the facts. This way, the danger level will be much lower than last time. You can give it a try. Alger couldn't help but look at Mr. Fool once more. Unable to read any thoughts from the other party's blurry eyes, he continued to speak to the son. This should be your last inspection before the surveillance is completely removed. Previously, the information you made known was that Amon is archenemies with the fallen creator. They wouldn't mind exposing themselves to spoil the other's plans. This time, by heading to the fallen creator's temple for exploration, as long as you don't reveal any abnormalities, the 6-member council will basically determine that you're no longer under Amon's influence. Mr. Hanged Man sure is experienced. It's as if he was planning the operation. Derek kept it in mind before asking, what else do I need to pay attention to? At the very end of the long bronze table, the fool, who was quietly watching, opened his mouth. Flesh and blood, ravings. Klein had only said 2 words, leaving the Tarot Club members to comprehend them on their own. This was the demeanor of a great figure. The Hanged Man pondered for a few seconds, then he said to the son who had thanked the fool, in particular, don't look at what you shouldn't, don't listen to what you shouldn't, don't eat what you shouldn't, and don't touch what you shouldn't. What are those that shouldn't be seen or heard? Derek asked, puzzled. The hanged man said with a deepened voice, after entering the temple, everything is included. Then, how should I explore? Derek asked in surprise. The hanged man chuckled. Aren't there other members? Isn't there a chief? It really is Mr. Hanged Man's style. Audrey subconsciously wanted to cover her face with her hands, but the education and habits ingrained in her had told her that such actions weren't graceful, so she forcefully changed the way she moved, stroking her drooping hair and pushing it behind her ears. The son felt that such a method was quite unacceptable. Upon noticing his reaction, Alger secretly cursed before saying, "What I mean is to listen to your chief's instructions. Only do what he allows you to do. At any other times, do not take matters into your own hands." I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. The son instantly relaxed. Phew. Alger exhaled and turned to the woman opposite him. Miss Justice, I wish to know the political changes in Backland after Duke Negan's passing. Audrey recalled the information she had heard, both directly and indirectly in recent times. Duke Negan's death has divided the House of Lords. Although his eldest son is about to inherit the nobility title and become a member of the House of Lords, his prestige isn't enough to calm the dispute. Nearly 10 members of the House of Lords have jointly proposed that the newly conferred nobility should also have a chance to obtain a fixed seat as a member of Parliament. Simply put, let those who are conferred nobility through political donations, charity donations, and the purchase of land become members of the House of Lords. Hearing this, the hanged man Alger laughed. Aren't nobles with a certain amount of history in their family line the ones who despise such people who rely on unorthodox means to be conferred a nobility title the most? Wasn't the ultimate honor and their greatest pride the fact that a fixed seat in the House of Lords was hereditary? Ignoring the inadvertent mockery, Audrey calmly explained, when you have tens of thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds, or even more debts, you will also make the same choice. Owing money wasn't a fatal threat to many nobles, but the debtor could apply to the court and use their lands as payment for the debts. Without the minimum amount of land needed for a noble title, their status as nobles would be on the verge of collapse. And then? Alger didn't continue to harp over the previous question. Audrey gave a rough description. This kind of dispute has put many bills on hold, including, but not limited to, the raising of worker salary, the improvement of working hours, and revising the poor law. It's gratifying to see that the Civil Servant Unified Examination is still progressing steadily and hasn't stopped, and the investigation into the air pollution in Backland is also going in depth. There will be no war for the time being. The hanged man whispered, and he went on to talk to the other members. Worried that staying too long in the bathroom would arouse suspicion, Klein announced the end of the tarot gathering after they were done. After returning to her room, Audrey didn't rush to get up. She first quietly sorted out the things she needed to do after this. Looking at the mirror in front of her, she played with the accessories on her earlobes. With a slight smile, she silently muttered to herself, "There will be a psychology lesson tomorrow afternoon. I can tell Miss Escalante that I've met someone in a Beyonder circle who's looking to buy the human-skinned shadow characteristic and has promised an abnormally generous price for it. I wonder if the psychology alchemists will be interested in it or not. Also, I mustn't forget Roselle's diary and the wind-blessed formula. Yes, I have to find the psychiatrist ingredients as quickly as possible. Audrey, you can't be lazy. Susie is already a sequence 8, so you can't let her overtake you." After pacing back and forth in the room, Furs finally made up her mind and pulled out her chair. She grabbed a piece of paper and a pen and, after mulling over it for nearly a minute, began to write to Dorian Gray. She described how she learned of someone who requested the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow and the wind-blessed potion formula, as well as her curiosity over the Roselle notebook. The capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity. Alger Wilson walked out of the hotel and headed for a secret underground market. His target was the hair of a deep-sea naga. He had no intention of missing a human-skinned shadow if someone had it. "I'm short on money." Klein sat in the living room and sighed again. He still needed quite a bit of cash to ensure that he could purchase the items directly when he received clues regarding the human-skinned shadow's characteristics. Klein thought for a long time, wondering if he should find other channels to sell the Beyonder characteristic left by the interrogator and stop waiting for Miss Zio to save up her money. After an unknown period of time, the sound of the doorbell rang, breaking the afternoon silence. Chapter 443, A One-Man Performance. The visitor was a man in a dark green postman uniform. He smiled at Klein in a fawning manner. "Are you Mr. Sherlock Moriarty?" he asked. "Yes." Klein could vaguely guess the purpose of the other person's visit. The visitor raised his right hand and handed over a palm-sized item that was wrapped in layers of black gauze. "Please sign and accept your package." Klein deliberately revealed his doubts. "Shouldn't you give me a slip and let me go to the corresponding post office for collection?" The Lone Kingdom's postal system was a perfect replica of the Entrust system, and even the flaws were copied quite significantly. Anything that couldn't be stuffed directly into the mailbox, no matter what it was, would only be given a collection slip by the postman, making the recipient go through the hassle of collecting it himself. "Haha, because it's rather precious, so I have to personally deliver it to you," the postman said after a momentary shock. "It seems you're not professional enough to be a real postman." Without further questions, Klein accepted the package, pen, and slip before signing them. He closed the door and returned to the living room. He didn't rush to open the package, but he took out a gold coin and threw it into the air. "Pa." Klein caught the gold coin and looked down to see if it was heads or tails. A number faced up, indicating a negative response. "There's no latent danger." Klein nodded slightly and put away the gold coin. He touched the paper figurine in his pocket and carefully opened the package. After one layer after another of black gauze was removed, the objects inside clearly presented themselves to him. They were a pale gold-colored, elegantly patterned pocket watch, a handkerchief stained with dark red blood, 7 or 8 brown short curly hair tied together, and a stack of notes. Talam's belongings, his hair, his blood, and his daily records, are all present. Prince Edisac sure is a very efficient man. It's not even nighttime. Klein looked at the items on the coffee table and suddenly felt that there were many people staring at him at that very moment. An ancient angel family with a heritage of more than 2,000 years would definitely have an unimaginable background. Being involved with the royal family's internal strife makes it possible for me to be pulverized at any moment and anywhere. Maybe I'm already being monitored now. I have to appear mediocre and useless enough to ensure my safety. Klein had already decided what to do, so he took his time checking the pocket watch, handkerchief, and hair. During this process, his spiritual intuition didn't give him any warnings, nor did it prevent him from attempting divination. After having a better grasp on the situation, Klein took out the letter, picked up a pen, and wrote his divination sentence. The true cause of Talam Dumont's death. He acted big-hearted and poised, as though he didn't feel that he was being monitored at that very moment. Picking up the curly hair and handkerchief, Klein chanted the divination sentence while leaning back against the back of the sofa. His eyes turned deep as he entered cogitation. After repeating it 7 times, he came to the dream world and saw the familiar lobby of the Quelag Club. And then he saw Talam Dumont clutch at his heart, his face contorted once again. This revelation shows that Talam did die of a sudden heart disease. Klein opened his eyes and muttered softly to himself. He frowned, wearing a puzzled, confused, and thoughtful expression. He tried several different divination statements and received the same result. He got up and paced back and forth several times. He punched himself in the head, as though he was angry that he wasn't good enough to help his friend or find out who the culprit was. In the end, he dejectedly sat down and didn't move for a long time. In the dark room, he was like the silhouette of a stone statue. That should be enough. I can't go overboard. If there's no one monitoring me, then I would have been fighting with the air just now. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner, got up, and walked to the kitchen. After dinner, he seemed to perk up again before he read the stack of notes carefully, including what Talum had done and who he had met on the day and the days prior to his death. Home, Red Rose Manor, Quelag Club, Viscount Conrad's mansion. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. Klein picked up a sharpened pencil and drew circles, marking out the places he would visit and the targets he would ask about in the next few days. After doing all of this, he let out a long sigh. Without confidence, he packed up his things, washed up, and went to bed. In the middle of the night, when the red moon was hidden by layers of clouds, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He got out of bed, opened the door slowly, and went into the bathroom next door, hiding himself with a paper figurine substitute in the process. Walking 4 steps counterclockwise, he arrived above the gray fog and sat down at the seat which belonged to the fool. His eyes had become clear, no longer dispirited, dejected, and pessimistic. Soon after, Klein took the blood-stained handkerchief from a hidden pocket in his pajamas made out of old clothes. When he was packing his things, he had used his beyonder powers as a magician to hide the handkerchief on his body. After taking a deep breath, Klein conjured a pen and paper, and he wrote down the divination sentence that was no different from the beginning. The true cause of Talum Dumont's death. After he repeated it 7 times with his body and mind in peace and quiet, he leaned back in his chair with the paper and handkerchief in his hand and fell asleep in the silent and empty old palace. In a gray, separated, and illusory world, Klein saw a completely different scene from before. Presented before his eyes was a palm-sized wooden puppet, carved with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. There were a few drops of dark red blood on the puppet's body, giving it a demonic appearance. A palm stretched out. The skin was white and exquisite, smooth, and beautiful, with 5 slender and delicate fingers that accentuated the hand's flesh and bones. The most eye-catching thing was a unique ring with an inlaid sapphire on the hand's pinky finger. Pa! The hand's index finger was wreathed in black flames as it pointed at the heart of the wooden puppet. Without a sound, the scene shattered and Klein woke up from his dream. His initial judgment wasn't wrong. Talum had died under a curse. But there was a problem. He had already seen the scene of the curse happening, so why wasn't the scene displayed in its entirety? The mysterious space above the gray fog is able to get rid of all interference. Klein was puzzled for a moment. Normally speaking, receiving a revelation that too abstract and easy to misread was a problem with his limited divination abilities. It meant that the difficulty of the matter he was divining was too high and that it had nothing to do with the gray fog. It was an understandable outcome, but he had clearly seen the scene of the murderous curse, but he was limited to a small scope of the situation. It didn't provide a relatively effective revelation and was rather baffling. Have I encountered such a similar situation in the past? Klein dug through his past experiences. Suddenly, he sat up straight, remembering a similar experience. In Tingen, when he was divining the real reason behind the countless coincidences, something similar had happened. He could clearly see the house with the red chimney, but he couldn't reach in Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-08. This is the power of someone or something that's at the level of a grade 0 sealed artifact that's resisting the power of the gray fog? Klein's eyes abruptly narrowed. No, not necessarily. There are still quite a few possibilities. I have to confirm it again. He put in a lot of effort in order to calm down. As for the method used for confirming, it wasn't daunting for the experienced him. The method was simple, redoing the same divination again. If the revelation doesn't change, it means that things aren't so terrible, and if divination is no longer successful, then something around the target or the target is resisting the gray fog to some extent, like 0-08. Taking a deep breath, Klein calmly repeated the previous divination. The true cause of Talum Dumont's death. He leaned back in his chair and chanted in a low voice, his eyes growing darker. In the dream, all he could see was a hazy, shattered gray fog. There were no more wooden puppets or fingers. Whoosh! Klein straightened his back, his expression abnormally grave. What did Talum get himself involved in? He frowned as he muttered to himself. There's no question as to what I should do next. It's to be passive and perfunctory. I'll first lie to Prince Edisac before telling him that I'm incapable of figuring out the truth. Phew, this world is really scary. Just the slightest bit of carelessness would cause me to come into contact with something extremely terrifying. Klein sighed. Without daring to stay any longer, he quickly returned to the bathroom in the real world. Tuesday 9 a.m. at the Crown Cemetery. Klein stood at the edge of the crowd, wearing a black shirt, black vest, and a black tweed coat whilst he was carrying some fresh flowers he bought for 12 soldi. He looked gravely at Talum Dumont's coffin being carried over, had his soul put to rest, and was buried bit by bit into the earth. During this process, Talum's mother's eyes were red and swollen. She wanted to speak a few times, but she couldn't find her voice. His father's hair was gray, and his expression was haggard. He just stood there, trembling slightly. When the scene reflected in his eyes, Klein tilted his head back and closed his eyes. He waited until the mourners had left before he walked over, bent over, and placed the white flowers on top of the others. I'm sorry, he silently said inwardly. Standing up, he stepped aside and was about to leave when Klein noticed reporter Mike and Surgeon Aaron closing in. What a pity. I never thought that Talum would actually. Sigh, Mike's expression was pained as he couldn't finish his sentence. Aaron, who was always cold, took off his glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes. He sighed and said, he's a warm-hearted guy. He shouldn't have ended up like this. Yes, he could have gotten rid of his grandfather's bad reputation, Klein echoed. Just then, he saw a female figure in a thick black dress with a veil covering her face walk up to Talum's grave. She, too, was also carrying a bouquet of white flowers. Klein looked away, not paying much attention, just keeping watch through the corner of his eye. The woman bent down to release the flower, revealing her left palm, which was covered by a black gauze glove. A blue gem faintly appeared on the pinky of her left palm. Klein's scalp tingled instantly. His entire body felt numb. Chapter 444, Confession. A similar feeling that wasn't unfamiliar. The experienced Klein immediately used his clown powers to control his facial expression and the slight trembling of his body. Without rushing, he gently retracted his gaze, making the casual glance from before appear normal. Sigh, Talum was so young. He wasn't even married and has no children. Klein sighed as he went with the flow. He had said this because it gave him a plausible explanation for his subtle reaction towards the woman who had offered the flowers. He had turned sad having seen a woman who had some connection with Talum, associated her to marriage and family, and then finally how his friend had passed away at an early age. Yeah, actually, at his age, he should have been married 4 or 5 years ago. Unfortunately, the matter with his grandfather left him with an extremely strong psychological trauma. He had always rejected marriage, and only recently did he improve. Reporter Mike sighed. At this moment, the seemingly normal Klein seemed to have a cluster of thorns stabbing at his back, slowly piercing into his skin and flesh, causing him to feel extremely tense. The girl in the black dress with the sapphire ring on her left-hand pinky had straightened her body and calmly surveyed her surroundings. Afterward, she quietly left Talum's grave with 2 maids accompanying her. She silently walked further and further away from Talum's grave. Phew. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of his back being stabbed quickly turned into a cold sweat. Just who is she, and why did she come to the grave to offer flowers? Talum's lover? However, how could Talum, who had no wealth or status, have a relationship with a terrifying person who was involved with a grade 0 sealed artifact or that of a demigod? This isn't a novel. Furthermore, she should be the one that used a curse to kill Talim. This matter runs deep. Klein listened quietly as Mike and Aaron recounted Talim's past. His thoughts quickly dispersed, feeling that the most puzzling thing about this matter was that Talim's death, an ordinary person who had no money, power, status, or strength, was actually involved with a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a powerhouse of the same level. This was simply inconceivable. But this isn't an isolated case. There's another similar case that has happened around me. Klein suddenly thought of something and looked at the surgeon, Aaron. This ordinary person's home might very well be hiding a Sequence 1 snake of mercury. Following this train of thought, Klein recalled the nearly 5 months that he had spent here since he transmigrated. He was stunned to discover that he had unconsciously become involved with many demigods and terrifying sealed artifacts. The woman who had killed Talim, the Snake of Mercury, Septon, the blasphemer Amon, the mysterious woman at the Royal Museum, a high sequence beyonder of the Rose School of Thought, 0-08, 1-42, in Sanguil, the mutated Sun Sacred Emblem, the Antigonus family's notebook, Mr. Isaac Eggers, who's suspected to be a descendant of Death, Mr. Dorr, the Twilight Hermit Order. Each name flashed through Klein's mind, and every single one of them made him feel like drawing in a cold breath. He calmed his heart and carefully thought, these don't include the true Creator and the eternal blazing sun, who are ranked high above these. Strictly speaking, I can be considered to be among their ranks. After all, I came from a dark divination, and I'm a strange alternate world soul who controls the strange gray fog. Could this be another crest of the times after Roselle? So all the demigods and terrifying sealed artifacts are making an appearance in real life. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, the grief-stricken reporter Mike and surgeon Aaron excused themselves. He then left the cemetery at a leisurely pace. Just as he was looking around for a rental carriage, a familiar carriage drove out of a secluded spot and stopped in front of him. Although the coat of arms on the black carriage was skillfully concealed, Klein was still able to recognize it as Prince Edisac's carriage. Without a sound, the door of the carriage opened, and the old butler with his meticulously combed hair alighted. He politely made a gesture of invitation. "His Highness is waiting for you." "All right." Klein didn't feel guilty at all as he entered the spacious and warm carriage. Prince Edisac was dressed in a dark blue coat with a large collar and a golden ribbon across his chest, which made him look very abnormally noble. He rubbed the diamond brooch, and his long and narrow eyes showed hints of a sigh. "I'm restricted even when participating in the funeral of a friend. I couldn't appear in person and could only watch from afar, sending someone to offer flowers for me. This is the royal family's lack of freedom. If Talim's grandfather hadn't lost his aristocratic title, then you wouldn't have to avoid anything." Klein abided by Prince Edisac's gesture and sat across from him. Edisac picked up a cup of blood-red wine and said, "Sigh, I had originally planned to find an opportunity to help Talim's father recover his aristocratic title, but unfortunately." Instead of going deep into the subject, he asked, "Sherlock, did you receive the package?" "Yes," Klein answered any questions he was asked, never giving any additional descriptions. Edisac nodded slightly. "Any progress?" "I made several divinations using Talim's hair, blood, and belongings, but all of them led to the conclusion that he had died of a sudden heart disease." Klein used his emotionless, smooth narration to imply that my sequence isn't high enough, my standards are limited, although I'm good at divination, the other party is stronger, and I'm sure that I can't figure out the truth. Edisac looked disappointed and sighed. "How do you plan on continuing the investigation?" "Starting with the people Talim came in contact with a few days before his death and the places he went," Klein replied according to the plan. Edisac looked at the old butler. "There will definitely be no lack of threatening interrogations or bribery." Pay Sherlock £100 for his investigation fees." "Yes, Your Highness." The old butler took out a stack of bills that he had prepared earlier. £100 straight out? Once again, Klein felt Prince Edisac's generosity. "I'll do my best." He took the £100 in cash and pocketed it without counting it in detail. "I hope that we can put Talim to rest." Prince Edisak clenched his right fist and tapped the left side of his chest. He turned his head to look out the window at Crown Cemetery, which wasn't too far away. His friendship for Talum still remained strong. Klein sighed before he was led out to a carriage by the old butler. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Audrey looked at her psychology teacher, whose long hair reached her waist, and she pretended to carefully look from side to side. She immediately lowered her voice and said, "Miss Escalante, I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. There were high offers for a human-skinned shadow characteristic and the wind-blessed potion formula." Different people. These are likely mid-sequence items, right? It sounds quite interesting. Ah, right. Will the psychology alchemists be interested? Escalante was startled. She pondered for a few seconds and said, "I'll ask when I return." "All right," Audrey responded briskly, as though she were simply intrigued by such mid-sequence transactions. Escalante retracted her attention and said in a serious tone, "Miss Audrey, although you are already a Sequence 8 Beyonder, you have yet to receive formal education in mysticism. You still don't understand enough about the techniques and applications of a spectator and telepathist, as well as the foundation theories. Starting today, I'll guide you to become a true Beyonder." "That's what I wish," Audrey said sincerely. The huge golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting by her feet, wagged its tail happily, as if happy for her mistress. Having made up his mind not to work, Klein took the carriage back to 15 Minsk Street. He opened the door and was just about to take off his hat when he froze. His spiritual intuition told him that a stranger had entered the living room. Someone had entered his room. This? He barely hit his tracks. Is it considered a warning? Having a warning is better than not having one. Klein stood in the hall for a long time in silence. Immediately, he turned around and went to the steam cathedral in a rental carriage. The cathedral towered over the chimneys and clock tower, the former representing the power of steam, while the latter represented the beauty of machinery through the hanging of its intricate clocks. It was neither the weekend nor noon or the evening, so there were only a few devotees in the hall quietly praying. Klein sat down in the aisle, leaned his cane, took off his hat, and pretended to pray for 10 minutes in front of the sacred emblem. Then, he picked up his things and walked along the aisle to the altar. He said to the bishop standing to the side, "I wish to make a confession." "Good, God is watching you." The bishop, who had a kind face and hoary hair at his temples, walked to the confessional by his side. Klein followed closely behind and closed the door. He sat down on a chair and said to the bishop through the wooden board, "I confess that I didn't adhere to my principles when facing danger, and I chose to retreat." "What were you thinking at the time?" the bishop gently asked. Klein immediately described in detail about Talum's death, his suspicions, the reminder from the machinery Hivemind, Prince Edisak's entrustment, and, after how he failed to obtain any answers from his divination, he expressed his heartfelt cowardice in the face of the royal family's strife. The reason he didn't go straight to Carlson was that he was afraid that not only was he being watched, but Prince Edisak's men were also watching him from the shadows. Once he made his intentions clear, he couldn't be sure if he would encounter another calamity. The Steam Cathedral was the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and it was one of the 3 great holy temples. No one could spy on whatever happened inside. What Klein intended to do was to use the Church of the God of Steam to convey his true thoughts and avoid getting caught up in a deeper conflict. Simply put, it was to comply with what his heart wanted. The bishop listened quietly and answered without changing his tone, "Your choice derives from human instinct, God will not blame you. Go back, God will protect you." "That's good." Klein understood the hint and quietly left the Steam Cathedral. Standing on the street outside, looking at the misty sky, he sighed silently. "I need to advance as soon as possible." Chapter 445, Live Broadcast. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the pitch-black city walls. Carrying a leather bag on his back and the axe of hurricane in hand, Derek Berg stood outside the doorway to a cave with nearly 10 of his teammates. Lifting his eyes up, he saw that, between the stone cracks of the city wall, the dry and hardened black soil was crusting, but a bunch of tenacious weeds had grown out. They were densely packed and resembled human hair. At that moment, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the city gate when he heard light footsteps. As the lightning and darkness alternated, a tall figure slowly walked over, carrying 2 straight swords which were crossed on his back. Then, his pale, disheveled hair, his ancient eyes, his twisted, deep, old scars, and his perennially unchanged brown coat and flaxen-colored shirt entered Derek and the others' sight. The approaching person was the chief of the 6-member council of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad, a powerful demon hunter. After greeting him, Derek subconsciously looked at the chief's waist. There was a leather belt divided into many compartments, each with a different metal bottle inside. This was a symbol of an experienced and powerful demon hunter. Derek had previously heard his parents mention that demon hunters were good at discovering the weaknesses for different monsters, identifying the uses of various materials, and were able to use their special cogitation state against the former. With the latter, they could concoct corresponding magical medicine, holy ointments, essential oils, and special imprints. Then, through consumption, smearing, and using these items, they could achieve the effect of restraining the target. In a sense, experienced, knowledgeable, well-prepared, and sharp demon hunters were the nemesis of the vast majority of monsters. The amount and variety of small metal bottles at their waist represented their experience. Of course, this was only a portion of the demon hunters' beyonder powers. Just by relying on these, they couldn't be called demigods or saints. Colin looked around and confirmed that all the team members were present. He then said in a low voice, "Light up. Let's go." 2 team members immediately lit the candles in their lanterns, letting the faint yellow light shine through the extremely thin leather. During daytime, when the frequency of lightning was relatively high, there was no need to use candles in the City of Silver as there was illumination every 2 to 3 seconds. Furthermore, the monsters in the nearby area had been cleaned out again and again. However, once they left the City of Silver and entered the darkness, they had to maintain sufficient candlelight. Otherwise, once the lightning failed to illuminate the skies, causing a dark environment that exceeded 5 seconds, there was a high chance for the team to suffer from an assault by certain monsters. Intense fighting wasn't the most frightening development. What Derek remembered so vividly was a story his parents had told him. Once, while they were exploring the depths of the darkness, because of a previous battle with a horde of rotting corpses, the candles couldn't be replaced in time. This led them to endure being engulfed in darkness for as long as 8 seconds. When the lightning flashed again and the candlelight appeared, they were stunned to see that only 5 of their original 8 teammates remained. The other 3 had vanished in silence, never to be seen again. Taking a deep breath, Derek gripped the axe of Hurricane tightly and walked in the middle of the team, following the chief in a predetermined direction. A bolt of lightning flashed, causing the plains covered in tall black grass to appear like an eerie oil painting. The exploratory team of 10 Beyonders walked along the path filled with craggy gravel, venturing deep into the black grass. The lightning subsided, and the dense darkness instantly swept over them, almost completely engulfing them. The yellow candlelight pierced through the leather and, weakly, swayed to and fro, guarding the surrounding area. East Borough, in a greasy and cheap coffee shop. In accordance with the previously agreed upon appointment, Klein found old Kohler, who was applying butter to his toast. He glanced at the crumpled cigarette on the table and smiled. "Newly bought?" "No, it's from the past. I haven't smoked since, but I would always carry it with me, occasionally taking it out to sniff at it. Heh, this will remind me of that vagrant life of mine. Back then, I really felt like I could die at any moment." Old Kohler's tone carried a hint of fear. Klein took 20 solely in change, which he had changed earlier, and pushed it across the table while sitting down. "I was very satisfied with the information from the last time." Without waiting for old Kohler to give a modest reply, he turned his head and looked towards the counter. A loaf of oatmeal bread, 2 slices of toast, a block of butter, a serving of beef stew with potatoes, and a 1-pence cup of tea. Mr. Moriarty, didn't you have dinner yesterday? Old Kohler was stunned for a moment as he held the cash. Klein shook his head and smiled. I'll be very busy later and might not have time for lunch. He needed to pretend that he was active and serious. After all, he had received £100 from Prince Edisac. Old Kohler didn't ask any more questions. He looked around cautiously while stuffing the notes into his pocket. There are some results from the matter you previously asked me to find out more about. Isaac Eggers's bounty comes from a few gang leaders and some intelligence dealers. Well, I don't know who entrusted the task to them since it's difficult to make contact with them. Me nine. Klein nodded. That's enough. There's no need to delve deeper. It's too dangerous. Old Kohler heaved a sigh of relief and said, 2 days ago, someone at a budget hotel on Golden Cloak Street saw someone who appeared to be Isaac Eggers. It said that the person was basically a carbon copy of the picture on the bounty notice. Klein's heart palpitated as he smiled instead of showing surprise. And then? Could it be that the moment I prepared to try for this bounty, the matter is over? And then? With that clue, quite a number of bounty hunters rushed over, but they didn't find anything. Well, they said that there were traces of a fight in the room. Old Kohler tried his best to recall the information he had gathered. The intelligence would definitely be sent to MI9 first. Did Mr. Isaac have a secret standoff with them? I wonder what the outcome was. Klein took a glance at the boss who was coming over with a plate. He pretended to mutter to himself and said to Old Kohler, "Take me to Golden Cloak Street later. Maybe I can find some clues." It was past breakfast time in East Borough, and there were very few customers in the cheap coffee shop. All right. Old Kohler agreed without hesitation. A total of 16.5 pence. The boss placed Klein's breakfast on the table. There wasn't much beef with the potatoes, but the stew was very overcooked. It was obvious that it had been prepared beforehand. The thick aroma tantalized Old Kohler's taste buds to the point that he involuntarily gulped a mouthful of saliva. After paying the bill, Klein picked up a fork and spoon and said to Old Kohler, "Continue. There aren't many people looking for the believers of the fool anymore, except for a few stubborn bounty hunters. Many unemployed textile women, including some male workers, left East Borough." Old Kohler went down a list of matters. What? Klein swallowed the beef and looked up. Left East Borough? They must have found some other job. As for where they went, I couldn't find out, Old Kohler answered truthfully. Their families aren't aware? Klein pressed. Some left with their unemployed family members, while others had come alone from outside the city to search for work. Old Kohler had already done some investigations. Judging from the target's choice, there's something wrong. Klein made a mental note of it and continued to eat while he listened to Old Kohler talk about matters that had happened in East Borough recently. After making an appointment for the next meeting, he put down the cutlery, wiped his mouth, picked up his hat, and said, "Let's head for Golden Cloak Street." In the only budget hotel on Golden Cloak Street. After the boss accepted a 2-pence tip, he led Klein and Old Kohler to the room which was suspected to be where Isaac Eggers used to live. There have been many bounty hunters visiting over this period of time. It made me earn quite a bit, so I have maintained its original state. The hotel owner opened the door with his key and pointed inside. At first glance, Klein saw overturned chairs and rags scattered everywhere. There were no other signs of a fight. With his considerable spiritual perception, Klein cast his gaze under the bed. After staring for 2 seconds, he walked over and bent down to pat the bed. Dust flew into the air with a poof as a gray rat jumped out from under the bed. It looked normal, without any problems, but in Klein's spirit vision, its aura only had the colors, black and green. The rat turned a corner and climbed up a wall, exposing its belly to Klein's eyes. In that soft spot, its flesh was green with flowing pus. One could see that his internal organs had similarly rotted away. Klein thoughtfully looked back at Old Kohler, who wasn't paying attention to the rat. Has the bounty for Isaac Eggers been withdrawn? No. Old Kohler shook his head in confirmation. Klein examined it again, he then stepped out and said, "Let's go, there's no valuable clues. 15 Minsk Street. Klein, who had been busy all day, lay down on his bed and entered the dream world. Scenes that were continuous at times, and at other times fragmented, swept past, and all of a sudden, Klein woke up. He knew that he was dreaming. A power has invaded my dreams. Klein maintained his previous dazed state, casually sizing up his surroundings. He found himself in a suburb of fertile fields. A river flowed over from the distance and made a turn around the cliff in front of him. One side of the cliff was bare, revealing a pure white rock. Looking from afar, it seemed to have a kind of holy beauty. Nearly 10 men and women wearing black coats or dark jackets surrounded a hidden underground entrance to the bay. Among them was Klein's acquaintance, Ecancer Bernard. White Cliff Town. Stratford River Creek. Machinery Hivemind. Are they exploring the Amon family tomb? But why would there be scenes of it in my dreams? Klein was puzzled. At that moment, he saw the water on the surface of the river undulate, rapidly forming a line of white words. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to report to you on the exploration situation. Klein's mouth turned agape, momentarily losing the ability to speak. Then, a voice echoed in his head, tell me, why would a perfectly good mirror be a snitch? Chapter 446, Machinery Hivemind's Combat Style. In an instant, Klein switched to his unfathomable state as the fool who overlooked everything. He nodded and said, not bad. Ahead of him, the river surged, and the white words squirmed and changed before taking shape again. What follows is the exploration process your loyal servant, Rhodes, has recorded. You can choose to speed up or skip certain scenes at any time. This sentence froze for 2 seconds, and then the scene abruptly zoomed in. Klein instantly appeared beside Ecancer Bernard, but no one noticed him. He looked around and felt that he was surrounded by living people with lifelike scenes. Nothing about his surroundings looked unreal, making him feel as if though he was there in person. I can even speed up or skip certain scenes. The original form of this mirror, Rhodes, is a virtual reality family cinema. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He took another look at the Machinery Hivemind members and saw that it was led by an old man in white priest robes and a cleric cap. His face was unusually kind, and his expression was calm and gentle. Your Grace, everyone is ready, Ecancer approached the elder and said with a bow. Archbishop. This is the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery's Backland Diocese, the demigod, Hormick Haydn. The Machinery Hivemind really is cautious, and not careless. Who knows, they might have even brought along a Grade 1 sealed artifact and performed a divination in advance. After all, they're in control of the mystery prior pathway. Luckily, I can basically confirm that the fog's anti-divination or divination interference abilities are similar to the cards of blasphemy, allowing the result to be as ordinary as possible and the least bit suspicious. Otherwise, certain matters might be exposed. However, there's a certain probability that the meeting between Miss Sharon and I will appear, because, to me, that isn't something harmful. It depends on whether a race instinct to interfere with divination will affect the Machinery Hivemind's attempt. Wait, the Machinery Hivemind is highly likely to have relied on Rhodes, and based on its performance from just now and previously, it isn't impossible for him to curry favor with me by adding some mosaics. Klein thought in enlightenment. At this point, Hormick Haydn drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. Begin the operation. God will protect us. Nearly 10 Beyonders headed down as Klein followed closely behind. He didn't fast forward at all. He had always been curious about the combat styles of low and mid-sequence Beyonders of the Machinery Hivemind, and he wanted to take this opportunity to experience it. In addition, he was also greatly concerned about how a demigod really did in combat, as well as the secrets hidden in the Amon family tomb. After being ransacked by time in a period spanning 1 or 2,000 years, the black marble staircase still retained its hardness without any signs of corrosion. The machinery Hivemind members followed it all the way underground, where they saw the unique asymmetrical stone pillars and axam blades scuffing from the period of the Fourth Epoch. The pillars stood on either side of the wide road, and in front of them was a large, heavy, dark gray stone bifold door. The stone door had already cracked open, wide enough for two people to walk alongside each other. It was completely dark inside. The machinery Hivemind members were in no hurry to enter. They carefully searched the surrounding area with lanterns, but they found nothing of value. According to the plan, the first group will begin with a preliminary cleanup. With the Archbishop's approval, Ecancer pushed down his hat, compressing his fluffy hair. Cleanup? By the side, Klein ruminated over the word. Amidst his puzzlement, the two strongest and bulliest male machinery Hivemind team members each laid down a long black box on their backs and opened them up. Inside one long box was a sturdy, heavy, iron-black cannon-shaped object. Its surface was engraved with dense and arcane patterns. In the other box was a complex and exquisite firearm with a chain of pale golden bullets inserted into it. One of the two team members carried the cannon-shaped object and trudged to the open stone door. Another machinery Hivemind member picked up the peculiar gun, adjusted the bullet chain, and followed slightly behind. After the two of them glanced at each other, the cannon-shaped object on the former's shoulder rapidly lit up, outlining burning patterns and imprints before a loud salvo. Boom! A golden fireball, akin to a miniature sun, flew out from the cannon barrel and into the darkness. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and intense light was emitted from the crack. The body of the machinery Hivemind member, who was holding on to the cannon barrel, clearly sank a little as his feet trembled. Boom! 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 He repeatedly used the Beyonder weapon to launch one golden cannonball after another at different spots, causing the tomb to sway without a speck of dust falling. After he came to a stop, the team member with the peculiar gun stepped forward and pulled the trigger. Da! 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 The sound of machine gun fire echoed as one pale golden bullet after another flew out, purifying the danger in the depths of the darkness. Isn't this the bombardment effect I've always wanted? Furthermore, they're using Beyonder expendables like purifying bullets and exorcism cannonballs. How extravagant. Is this the combat style of the machinery Hivemind? Klein stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly agape. After the series of savage bombardments, Ecancer raised his voice above the rumbling echoes and said, Group 2, do the follow-up cleanup. There's more. Klein felt a little numb from what was happening. The second group was also made up of two team members who used scrolls made of different kinds of leather. They chanted simplified incantations, activated the scrolls, and tossed them inside. The construct behind the stone door was suddenly shrouded by gentle and pure light. Droplets of golden holy rain pattered down, cleansing everything in the area. Klein looked at this scene and suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. Wait, aren't you guys here to engage in archaeological studies? Aren't you professional archaeologists? Aren't you afraid that the tomb would collapse from using such cleanup methods? While these thoughts flashed through his mind, the second team was done, and they shouted at Ecancer, Deacon, as expected, the construct's structural integrity hasn't been destroyed. They were clearly prepared. All right, continue forward. Ecancer gave the order. Klein walked in the middle, through the stone door, and saw piles of dirt and debris on the ground. It was impossible to tell what kind of monsters had once been active here, and no one could guess the functions of the mechanisms that had been set up here. After these cleaning up procedures, as long as one didn't dodge in advance, no Beyonder below that of high-sequence Beyonders would be able to withstand it. Klein once again gained a deeper understanding of what the aesthetic of violence was like and what it meant to be simple, direct, and unreasonable. In what followed, the previous scenes were repeated over and over again. The machinery Hivemind team members smoothly approached, exploring one area after another, occasionally harvesting some Beyonder characteristics that were beginning to gather. There are no murals. Seeing the main tomb chamber in sight, the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Steam, Hormick Hayden, stopped and muttered to himself in puzzlement. Klein, who was considered half a historian, was equally puzzled. Generally speaking, a noble family member's grave would more or less express their position and honor when they were alive. And when a grave became a tomb or even a mausoleum, it was very common for a mural to be used to describe its master's life when it possessed enough space. In even older and more obscure eras, this wasn't rare, and it was even the most common method. The first thing humans learned was drawings, not writing. Thus, it really was a little strange that there were no similar murals in the tomb of a fourth epoch noble family. Upon hearing the Archbishop's question, Ecancer immediately ordered the men to spread out in groups of 2 to search the vicinity for relevant traces of murals. Watching from the sidelines, Klein couldn't help but want to fast forward a little to immediately see the outcome. At that moment, he noticed that the 2 Machinery Hivemind members in the left corner had suddenly turned into 3. One of them looked identical to Ecancer Bernard, his fluffy hair propping his hat high. This? Klein was first stunned before he made a guess. The moment he had the thought, Ecancer walked over to the team member closest to him. Any discoveries? He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. The team member turned around warily, but immediately relaxed when he saw that it was Deacon Ecancer. No. Before he could finish his sentence, the cancer in front of him suddenly turned into a piece of human skin and enveloped his body. The pale human skin tightly wrapped around him, and his face began to form the outline of his facial features. During this process, there were no additional sounds, nor were there any abnormal movements that were triggered. All of a sudden, the human skin began to emit rays of light, just like the rising of the sun. The human skin immediately turned translucent and quickly soared into the air as if it was being burned. A black whip immediately lashed out, striking its body, causing its movements to clearly slow down. In such a battle, slowness was an original sin. One Beyonder weapon after another, burning scrolls, and pale golden bullets were released towards the human skin. After a brilliant burst of light, countless ashes fell from the sky. All of them coruscated faint light and slowly struggled to gather together. It really is a human-skinned shadow. Klein turned his attention to the Machinery Hivemind members who had just been attacked. The man pulled at his collar and pulled out a protective charm. There were many symbols and magic labels related to the sun on it. Thankfully, the Archbishop got us to wear these things. He held the lantern and sincerely praised. It was only then that Klein realized that his brooch had the quality of the night, his ring had the intensity of the storm, and his belt exuded the sense of physical strength. Although they aren't all mystical items, most of them are in the category of charms and Beyonder weapons. Even if their effects will quickly decline, they're still worth a lot. If you weren't an artisan or a rich Beyonder, there's no way to gather that much. Is this the combat style of the Machinery Hivemind? Burning money. Klein felt a sudden setback, and it took him a long time to recover. At that moment, the human-skinned shadow characteristic gathered and took form. It was like a huge diamond with countless sides reflecting light, and each side reflected a different face. The faces were densely packed, layered, and left one dizzy. I'm just short of it. Klein was overjoyed. After the Machinery Hivemind handled the spoils, they continued to search for the murals, but they didn't find any traces of them. They had no choice but to gather again and head for the passageway that led to the main tomb. Chapter 447, Portrait. After another series of bombardments, the passage into the main tomb was revealed to the members of the Machinery Hivemind. The ground was littered with debris. The diamond-shaped Beyonder characteristic that reflected a human face lay silently at the bottom of the right wall, glowing with the light of 2 other objects. The entire tunnel, including the 2 walls that lined the sides and the stone ceiling, was filled with potholes. However, one thing remained undamaged. It was a frame that was hung up ahead about 7 meters away. It was brown in color, and the wood grain was obvious, but only the side of the frame was revealed. Without anyone mentioning anything, all the Beyonders present could tell that it was strange. At this moment, the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery, Hivemind Haydn, stepped forward and said in a gentle voice, "This is likely to be the spectre portrait frame that belongs to the Amon family according to the records. As long as one walks into its range and is illuminated by it, their spirit body will instantly be separated from their flesh and blood, turning into a portrait and be forever sealed inside. In this state, even if the portrait is replaced, there is no way of rescuing the person without the corresponding methods. If the duration of being sealed is too long, the body would already be dead. Then, even if one grasps the correct method to remove the seal, the spirit will quickly dissipate." As he spoke, Hivemind moved forward, step by step, closing in on the strange frame. Klein was a bit worried, not daring to watch the demigod fight against the sealed artifact, but he quickly realized that he was just watching a scene provided by the magic mirror, Erodes. What was there to be afraid of? This is very normal, it's just like watching a horror movie or playing a dark game. Klein calmed himself as he quickened his pace and caught up with Hivemind Haydn. The demigod archbishop quickly reached the confines of where the mystical item that needed to be sealed was. He wore a white priest robe and a clerical cap, and his figure gradually appeared in the glass on the surface of the picture frame. Glass? Glass in the 4th epoch? Seems to be the case. There has at least been glass in the 5th epoch's history all this time, and there has been no mention of who invented it. Klein waited with great interest for the battle between the demigod and the strange sealed artifact. Hivemind's upper body fully appeared within the spectre portrait frame, but his eyes didn't lose their luster. He walked towards the frame, face to face. The silhouette within the painting flickered, as though it was constantly shrinking, yet it was unable to succeed. Hivemind stopped, took out a large, almost opaque black cloth he had long prepared, and he covered the spectre portrait frame. The frame trembled a few times, but in the end, it was completely covered by the black cloth and turned silent. Hivemind seemed to be unaffected as he effortlessly removed the spectre portrait frame and finished wrapping it with the black cloth before tying a knot on its back. This isn't mystic. Didn't you say that your spirit body would be absorbed into the frame and be turned into a portrait? Why is the archbishop fine? Is this the uniqueness of a demigod, or is it because of another reason? Klein sized up Hivemind Haydn, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. His eyes are filled with spirit, his expression genial, and he's rich in flesh and blood. It's a pity that I'm not there in person. Otherwise, I could activate my spirit vision and have a look. Klein retracted his gaze and waited for the machinery Hivemind members, such as a cancer, to come over. Hivemind handed the spectre portrait frame to a member of the team and walked towards the main tomb at the end of the passage. There was a black stone door filled with scrapes carved by blades and axes. In the middle of the door was a grayish-white disc. The surface of the disc was divided into 12 segments. There was a black needle, just like a clock from the outside world. However, the segments weren't evenly distributed across the disc. They were of varying sizes and extremely incongruous. Furthermore, each grid had half of its surface covered in a shadow. The coat of arms of the Amon family. Archbishop Hivemind made a brief introduction. He didn't explain the symbolic meaning of the coat of arms, because presently only Deacon Cancer Bernard was qualified to know. Klein, on the other hand, relied on his own knowledge of mysticism to attempt to decipher it. Disc, 12 segments, and a needle. Combined together, they clearly represent time. It matches the worm of time which Amon's avatar left behind after it was wiped out. What should be 12 equal segments on a disc are unequal in size, and there's a shadow over a portion of it. Does this mean that the Amon family is the dark side of time? Then, where does their title as a blasphemer family show itself? While Klein was thinking, Archbishop Hivemind pushed open the stone door without any protection. The heavy stone door opened, revealing an extremely spacious tomb chamber. In the center of the chamber was a dais with a deep black coffin on top of it. The surrounding walls were decorated with iron lampstands, each holding a burning white candle. All the candles didn't flicker. It was so quiet that it seemed like a scene that was fixed in place, completely devoid of any signs of it suffering the effects of time that spanned 1 to 2,000 years. On the straight path from the stone door to the coffin, there were corpses lying on the ground. They were all wearing black tweed coats, half-top hats, or even ordinary worker clothes with a cap on their heads. It was obvious that they had entered in recent years. The Beyonders that previously recruited helpers? How did they get past the area at the front? The human-skinned shadow and the other monsters were clearly still alive. With a mind filled with questions, Klein looked at the corpses. What he saw left him immediately shocked. The corpses all had sparse white hair, dry and wrinkled skin, and obvious markings on their skin. They looked like 80 or 90-year-olds. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies as though they had died of old age. Furthermore, it appeared as though they had died recently and hadn't even rotted yet. It's very obvious that there wouldn't be this many aged Beyonders exploring the tomb. Even if the discoverers of the tomb were old, they would still try their best to choose the young and strong when recruiting helpers. There's something odd about it. Klein frowned and looked around again. He quickly thought of the worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar, and the coat of arms of the Amon family that represented time on the stone door. Making people age rapidly is one of the Amon family's Beyonder powers? The dark side of time. The loophole in time. Could it be that as others rapidly age, the members of the Amon family would regain their youth and extend their lives? Wait a minute, for these Beyonders to easily barge into this place like that, perhaps it was deliberate on the tomb master's part. He wanted to rob them of their time in order to maintain his own existence. Klein looked suspiciously at the black coffin on the platform. At this moment, the demigod, Horamic Haydn, raised his left hand and pressed it down. You will stop here. Yes, Your Grace, Cancer and Company answered without any hesitation. As members of an official organization, they had read up on a large number of past Beyonder events. They knew that under similar circumstances, they had to obey the will of a high-sequence Beyonder and absolutely couldn't act rashly or else they would die without knowing how. Horamic looked ahead, and his eyes fell on a picture frame that hung upside down at the bottom of the dais. His expression didn't change as he continued to walk forward at a leisurely pace. Not making any preparations at all? The hallmark of demigods is to be rash? Klein was stunned. He seemed to be able to imagine Horamic's teeth dropping, his white hair wilting, and his skin shriveling as he rapidly aged. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Horamic, who seemed fine, suddenly trembled, and a sharp and piercing grinding sound could be heard from his body. His pace began to slow down, his movements became stiff, and his skin visibly dried up. There's something wrong with that. That isn't the aging process of a normal human being. What was that grinding sound just now? Klein muttered inwardly. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Ripping sounds came from Horamic's body as something fell to the ground. Klein subconsciously looked over and saw a gear. A gear covered in rust. Horamic continued on as items kept dropping from his body from time to time. There were rusty screws, melted wax, yellowed bones, and loose springs. His figure became increasingly thin and unsteady, as if it could collapse at any time. This is just like a robot. Well, in this era's terms, like a living doll. Klein was suddenly enlightened. He remembered that before old Neil died, he had said that the Church of Earth Mother's sequence 4 was good at alchemical life, and that the Savant Pathway's corresponding sequence was barely able to do so too. As for Horamic, he was a high-sequence Beyonder of the Savant Pathway. The Horamic in front of me isn't the real him, it's just a refined doll. Just now, the reason why the Spectre portrait frame was ineffective was that a doll doesn't have a spirit body. The real Horamic should still be far away. As expected of a demigod, amidst Klein's enlightenment, the Archbishop walked up to the dais, bent his knees and back, and turned the upside-down frame over. Generally speaking, when exploring a tomb involving Beyonder elements, It was necessary to avoid flipping items over, but this time, Hivemind had made the opposite choice. Following the flipping of the portrait frame, a wind suddenly blew in the sealed tomb, dispersing the formless imprisonment and silence. The candles on the iron-colored light fixtures rapidly ignited, becoming unusually bright. However, they soon reached the end of their lives and melted away. The old corpses on the ground rapidly rotted and stank. In just a few seconds, the tomb's main chamber had turned dark, leaving only the lanterns that the machinery Hivemind members were holding onto to barely illuminate the area ahead. Hivemind picked up the picture frame from the floor and went up the stairs to the dais. He came to the black coffin, stretched out his right palm, and forcefully pushed. Creak. The heavy coffin lid opened up a crack with a creaking sound, as though it wasn't nailed shut at all. Hivemind looked down and said in the same unchanging voice, "There's no corpse." As the scene drew nearer, Klein saw that the coffin's interior was empty except for a pale gold cushion embroidered with a worm with 12 rings. At that moment, Hivemind turned around and the picture frame in his hand was reflected in the eyes of a cancer and the others. With just a glance, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. It was a portrait of a smiling young man. He had black eyes and black curly black hair. He had a broad forehead and a thin face. A crystal monocle hung over his eye. He wore a black pointed hat. Amon. Chapter 448, Amon's Possible Origins. Amon. Klein said the word in his mind. He had originally thought that the blasphemer who appeared in the forsaken land of the god city of silver was a descendant of an ancient family like Amon. Through inheriting the legacy of his ancestors, step by step, he stepped into the demigod ranks. To his surprise, it was very possible that that particular person could very well have lived for more than 2,000 years and was a member of the Amon family when it was at the peak of its strength. An old antique. Why would he, for no good reason, build a tomb for himself? Did he fake his death to get out of a situation, or is there another reason, such as leaving traces so as to have time fixed onto his body? He was able to live from the 4th epoch to the 5th epoch, all because he was siphoning the lives of others? I originally guessed that he's a sequence 3 or sequence 2. Based on what I've seen today, it's not impossible for him to be a sequence 1. After all, long periods of time would eventually bring about an intrinsic improvement. Klein switched back and forth between puzzlement and speculation. His thoughts were like boiling water, gurgling nonstop. The Hivemind doll tugged at his throat and accidentally pulled off a piece of skin, revealing the complicated mechanical structure within. His voice came out from that spot and brought with it the impression of leaking air. "Search the corpses on the ground, don't come any closer." "Yes, Your Grace." A cancer in company heaved a clear sigh of relief. The corpses on the ground had long since produced their beyonder characteristics. Some of them had even combined with certain parts of the body to form a terrifying mystical item. In addition, the dead carried all sorts of items on them. The machinery Hivemind sure has reaped quite a harvest this time. Together with the specter portrait frame and the human skin shadow characteristic, this completely makes up for the crazy expenses of the cleanup. A huge investment for a high return. Klein's eyes lingered on the ground for quite a while. He inhaled, tore his gaze away, and followed Hivemind, who didn't carry a lantern, to the wall on the other side of the coffin. At this moment, the magic mirror, erodes, brightened up the scene, allowing the things in front of him to be seen clearly. Klein saw that the wall across him had become mottled due to the rapid weathering just now. Many of the murals had been destroyed and could no longer be restored to their original states. The only one that was more complete and could barely be seen clearly was a colorful mural at the top of the wall, which took up a small half of the dome. It described a towering mountain range, and on the highest mountain peak, there was a huge cross that was taller than the mountain. The cross was covered in layers of radiance, making it seem unusually holy. In front of it, a tall and domineering figure could be seen vaguely. The mountain range was like a pet that lay prostrate at its feet. This figure was surrounded by 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels. They were holding bugles, playing harps, or playing flutes, looking pious and sprightly. At the foot of the mountain range, 2 12-winged angels were humbly walking towards the mountaintop, each holding a baby in their arms. The baby on the left had curly black hair, and the baby on the right had pale blonde hair. One of their eyes was black, the other golden. Elsewhere in the mountain range, there was a vague depiction of a giant with chains at its legs and a dragon that had its legs bound and never be able to land. Hivemind first looked at the baby on the left, and his genial expression became increasingly serious. He said a word in a very low voice, Amon. Then, he turned to look at the baby on the right, and after a few seconds of silence, he said another name, Adam. Amon, Adam. As Klein repeated the names, he felt that the fog that hung over the history of the fourth epoch and the third epoch was growing thicker. He combined all the information he had learned and quickly made a guess. On the mountaintop, the figure in front of the glowing cross is surrounded by angels, with giants and dragons submitting to it. It's definitely a real god that's at sequence 0. Another being who likes to partially use the cross as a symbol is the true creator. It's said that Amon is the descendant of an ancient sun god, but the one at the top of the mountain doesn't seem like a pure sun god. Could it be that he is the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the City of Silver believes in? This is in accordance with the legends of the City of Silver. The awakening of the Creator who stripped the King of Giants and the Dragon of Imagination and other ancient gods of their authorities. The so-called ancient sun god is actually the Lord that created everything is spoken about in the City of Silver? He may be in charge of the domains such as sun and time. In addition, the authorities of the giant king, Ormer, and the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, has likely returned to him. This can no longer be completely contained within sequence 0. So, the original Amon was the descendant of the City of Silver's Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, who inherited the beyonder characteristics of the time domain. This seems to slightly explain why he remained silent in the City of Silver's dungeon for decades. Apart from him, there's also another descendant of the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, named Adam. What did Adam inherit in the beginning? Does he still have a descendant alive, and if so, where would he be? What's the relationship between the true creator and that person? Is it simply an imitation by using the creator's title and the symbol of the cross? Or is there some deeper connection between the two? Klein didn't let his doubts show too much. After all, the magic mirror, Rhodes, could be sizing him up. Hivemind stared at the mural for a while, then he suddenly took a few steps forward and pressed his extended palms against the wall. Without a sound, the majestic mural disintegrated, turning into pieces of stone fragments that landed on the ground. Even the color quickly evaporated, disappearing without a trace. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is consciously concealing the history of the third and fourth epochs. Are the other churches the same? Klein frowned and followed the Hivemind doll to the other side. After making a half-circle, they discovered another thing. A stone door, which only had an outline, loomed in the corner. At this moment, the Hivemind doll's joints were constantly creaking, but this didn't stop him from quickly approaching the stone door and reaching out with his right hand to attempt to push. Above the stone door, there was a sudden burst of aqueous light that condensed into a scene that looked so real that it seemed possible to directly touch it. Dark blue waves were surging forward, and there was a dense black mist that looked like liquid. A craggy mountain protruded from the mist, continuously flowing with viscous liquids. Behind this mountain, the black mist seemed endless, with no end in sight. There was also no limit to its depth. The deeper one looked, the more placid it felt. It was as if once something fell in, it would fall forever. What is this place? Klein's expression didn't change as he muttered inwardly. Hivemind retracted his palms and watched as the scene gradually faded until it disappeared. He leaned his head back and sighed to himself while feeling perplexed. The abyss. Abyss? That's the source of all corruption. It's said that it's an abyss that can even corrupt a true god? Klein was amazed, but as a former clown, he regulated his expression and limbs to appear unperturbed. He immediately thought of something. Roselle, who was exploring the fog sea, had once deviated from his path, leaving behind a puzzling sentence, "I saw the abyss." As Klein pondered about the layers of waves that were surging towards the black fog, he made a conjecture. There's an entrance to the abyss somewhere in the fog sea? Immediately after, he looked towards the stone door. He suspected that Amon, who lurked around the city of silver, had employed a certain ritual. After finishing the tomb, he didn't depart from it normally. Instead, he used a special tunnel to head for the abyss. Thus, in the eyes of most people, he was already dead. As for whether the city of silver or the forsaken land of the gods was located somewhere in the abyss, Klein couldn't be sure. After all, the history of this tomb was at least 1,500 years old, so Amon had plenty of time to use the abyss to go somewhere else. Would he still occasionally come back to siphon off time? If he finds out that someone has dug up his grave, the expression on his face would definitely be very marvelous. Klein rejoiced for a baffling reason. At this moment, the whore McDowell held his left hand in his right palm and abruptly twisted it. With a creaking sound, his left hand was bent at the wrist, but there were no bones that pierced out of his skin, spewing out flesh and blood. There was a heavy, black metal tube inlaid in his left wrist. His entire left arm was a small-caliber mystical cannon. To hide a mole of advanced technology, he truly is worthy of being from the machinery Hivemind. However, the requirements and costs for such a thing are too high. Clearly, it could only be provided to specific personnel and not for military troops. Klein felt that today was an eye-opener for him, an opportunity to see another development path in the mysterious world. The only problem is that beyond our characteristics are conserved, artisans are limited, so many things cannot be mass-produced. The whore McDowell put his left wrist against the stone door. Inside his body, the sound of gears grinding against each other as they revolved emitted an intense spirituality radiance. A ray of light that was as bright as day appeared and disappeared. The stone door suddenly turned into pure powder, as if it had never existed. He destroyed the door? If blasphemer Amon encounters an emergency situation and attempts to return here, only to find the door gone, that would be fun. Klein almost laughed when he imagined that scene. This was the end of the Amon family's tomb exploration. The scene surrounding Klein quickly shrank and became the background. An illusory, ancient, and bizarre silver mirror appeared in midair. The black, eye-like gemstones on the mirror flickered. White words were quickly outlined in the mirror. "Your loyal servant, Rhodes, has finished reporting and is ready to serve you at any time again." Klein was a bit wary and unaccustomed towards the fellow who appeared too enthusiastic. He nodded and said, "Well done, you may leave first." Yes, the mighty existence above the spirit world. As soon as Rhodes produced that line of words, the scene around him shattered into pieces. After confirming that its power had left his dream, Klein thoughtfully said to himself, "The mighty existence above the spirit world? It really has vaguely sensed the grey fog. Does this magic mirror with a wicked sense of humor really wish to rely on me, or does it have some other purpose? I have to watch carefully, otherwise, with it at the machinery Hivemind, I don't want to be repeatedly blasted with cannon fire." Rounding up his thoughts, Klein began looking forward to the next day. After the machinery Hivemind tidied up their spoils, they were likely to get him to choose an item. Chapter 449, Better Choice. In Empress Borough, inside the opulent villa of Earl Hall. The cold air was kept out by the windows and walls. The building's interior was warm as though it were spring, and the fireplace was elegant. Audrey Hall was having her measurements taken by the fashion designer, Mrs. Guinea, so that she could create a costume for Audrey for the New Year banquet in consideration of her recent physical and emotional state. At this moment, her personal maid, Annie, came close to her ear and whispered, "Lady Escalante is here." Such a fast response? Audrey was delighted, but she didn't make an obvious show of it on her face. With a faint smile, she said, "Please get her to wait in my art studio." For 5 minutes. Art studio? Annie asked in surprise. Yes, I'd like to ask her to admire my recently completed oil painting. She says that content that is painted in a relaxed state easily allows one to express their true thoughts and emotions, Audrey explained unhurriedly. Annie suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, Mississippi. Less than 5 minutes later, Audrey entered the studio and saw Escalante admiring the paintings on the walls. "That's Mr. Cenci's Inner Heart's Night, a masterpiece that allows one to feel peace," she smiled and introduced the painting to Escalante. Cenci's Inner Heart's Night? One of the top 10 works of last year's top 100 century-old paintings that the Tussock Times voted for? Escalante was obviously the kind of person who often read newspapers. And as a beyonder of the spectator pathway, she had a good memory. Yes, Audrey replied simply, as though it was a trivial matter. "I actually have the honor of seeing the real deal." Escalante looked up at the painting again. She swallowed back the words, "This is worth at least a manor," unwilling to appear too Philistine. Audrey didn't continue introducing the other paintings. She found a reason to send Annie away and motioned to Susie to stand guard outside the door. Susie read her hint without any hindrance, wagged her tail, and scampered out. Escalante closed the door and went back to the easel side. Before Audrey could ask, she took the initiative and said, "We have both the human-skinned shadows characteristic and the wind-blessed potion formula. However, there is no need for us to sell it unless the other party is able to provide an irresistible offer. The willingness to negotiate means there's hope." Audrey's green eyes darted slightly as she asked with a chuckle, "What do you wish to receive in exchange?" Escalante stroked her hair and gave her pre-prepared answer. £2,500 for the human-skinned shadow characteristic, and £3,000 for the wind-blessed potion formula. Quite a huge premium. Although Audrey didn't find them expensive, she lamented the fact that the Psychology Alchemist's premium had exceeded 50%. According to the description given by the Hanged Man, under normal circumstances, the formula for sequence 6 would have cost less than £2,000, but the closer it was to a high sequence, the fewer potion formulas there were to circulate, making it very difficult to buy them. There was no normal situation, and what was even more important was that even if one chanced upon a sale, it was very difficult to ascertain their authenticity. At that moment, Escalante added, "If the other party can barter with mystical items, all that's needed is for them to be of roughly the same value. That is to say, you want mystical items more and can accept a price reduction for them." The Psychology Alchemists is one of the youngest secret organizations. They clearly haven't accumulated enough in this area compared to the others. Audrey pursed her lips and said, "I'll inform them, but I can't guarantee that they'll accept it." She wasn't the least bit worried that the Psychology Alchemist would notice that she hadn't been involved in any Beyonder gathering recently. After all, her schedule was rather tight: afternoon tea, music lessons, dinners, dances, equestrian training, language lessons, dancing lessons, and so on. There were too many opportunities for her to interact with different people. In that case, perhaps a particular dinner was a cover for Beyonder gatherings, or perhaps the music teacher was a senior Beyonder, and it was almost impossible for the Psychology Alchemists, who hid in the shadows, to investigate it when they couldn't act openly. Having said this, Audrey curiously asked, "Ms. Escalante, I thought you wouldn't sell the wind-blessed potion formula since it's already at sequence 6. If there's a chance, it might be more useful to spread this information out," Escalante answered vaguely. In her mind, although Miss Audrey was a new member who had a high level of importance attached to her by the organization, she was still a new member after all. There were many things she couldn't know about. Why? Audrey suppressed her doubts and smiled sweetly. She asked innocently, "Ms. Escalante, if this deal succeeds, can you count it as my contribution?" Escalante broke into a laugh. "Yes." Klein busied all morning, until he returned to Minsk Street. He filled his stomach and prepared to rest, only then did he have the time and opportunity to listen to prayers above the gray fog. Someone on Miss Justice's side has the human-skinned shadow characteristic? Seriously? Either it doesn't come, or it comes in pairs. As a secret organization, the Psychology Alchemists is quite qualified in the field of resources. Klein was suddenly left in the throes of happiness from having a choice. Even if he counted the £500 which the hanged man still hadn't paid him, he only had £1,335 in cash. This didn't prevent him from seriously considering the request for a deal with the Psychology Alchemists. After thinking for a dozen seconds or so, he passed Justice's words to the hanged man to see what choice the latter would make. £3,000? Alger Wilson, who was still in Rorstad Archipelago's capital, the city of generosity, felt as if someone had struck him hard. After he became captain of the Blue Avenger, he sometimes played the role of a pirate and sometimes a law enforcer, secretly exterminating several groups of pirates. But even so, the total value of his spoils of war didn't exceed £2,000, and a portion of it had to be distributed to the sailors under him. Of course, this didn't include the ships and cannons which were captured, as they had to be handed over to the Church of the Lord of Storms. This made Alger often sigh that most pirates weren't rich, that they were used to squandering on having opulent lives. Liquor, barbecue, whores, marijuana, and gambling had drained the pirates of their money. Unless I meet a pirate crew with Beyonders, it would be very difficult to get rich so suddenly. Alger paced a few steps, then he made up his mind. He took out a gold mask from his undergarment pocket. The mask had rough facial features, and the way they were formed had the characteristics of a primitive human being from an ancient forest. Alger sat down, humbly recited the honorific name of the fool, and said, "I'm willing to use this mystical item to barter for the wind-blessed potion formula. As long as the user wears this mask, they will become extremely calm and emotionless. At the same time, they will also obtain an extremely strong regenerative ability, exaggerated speed, and outstanding strength, as well as grasp a certain amount of black magic and primitive curse techniques. Its weakness is that as the number of times it's used increases, the wearer will become more and more unlike a human being. They will turn colder and colder, eventually treating themselves as a god." Sitting in his seat as the fool, Klein looked at the £500 note in front of him, the 5 strands of dark blue hair as thick as a tiny snake, and the simple golden mask. He tapped the edge of the long table with his finger, thinking carefully about what mystical items he could use for a trade. The all-black eye? Certainly not. This is the main ingredient of a Sequence 5 Nimblewright Master. It's just short of having Little Sun to obtain the method to remove the mental corruption. Dark Emperor card? This card, which cannot see the light of day, has a value countless times higher than that of a human-skinned shadow's characteristic. Mr. Azek's copper whistle? At the moment, its only function is the summoning of a messenger, and it's an important tool for communication. I can't sell it. The copper whistle of the numinous episcopate member who left behind white feathers? Similarly, it can only summon a messenger, but the target on the other side of the messenger seems to be very dangerous. Sun brooch? This is something I want to use for myself. It effectively makes up for my weaknesses. Master key? It involves Mr. Door and has too many hidden secrets. In addition, just from the value of its effects, it pales in comparison to the human-skinned shadow's characteristic. Biological poison bottle? This is very compatible with my spirit body state. If I use it well, I can even fight a group of Beyonders. Demon hunting bullets, purifying bullets, exorcism bullets? There are not mystical items and are considered consumable Beyonder weapons. They are of very low value. The Book of Secrets? This isn't a mystical item either. The Psychology Alchemists likely do not lack such knowledge. At present, only the Beyonder characteristic of an interrogator can be sold. However, the Psychology Alchemists wants mystical items. Furthermore, the trading venue is in Backland, so it would easily expose information pertaining to Hero Bandit Dark Emperor. Klein took this opportunity to sort out what he had and finally came up with a perfect plan. He first took the form of Mr. World, manipulating him to take up a praying posture, and then he responded with a hoarse voice. I accept the price of £2,500, but give me 2 days to raise the money. Immediately following that, Klein threw the reply scenes of the Hanged Man and the World to the Crimson Star, which symbolized Miss Justice. After receiving affirmation from Miss Justice, Klein waited patiently all afternoon at Minsk Street. It was late afternoon when the Machinery Hivemind member, Carlson, rang his doorbell. Klein didn't ask anything further. He followed the man to the Lever Cathedral near the West Balham Dock and entered a 3-story building next to the cathedral. The signboard wrote, Backlund Institute for Mechanical Research. How academic. Klein suddenly thought of the Blackthorn Security Company and cracked the corner of his lips into a smile. Under Carlson's guidance, he passed through some strange devices and found himself in a windowless room. On the long table in the room, there were many items emitting strong spirituality, including the human-skinned shadow characteristic and the spectre portrait frame, which was covered in black cloth. However, there were no characteristics left behind by the dead beyonders. Obviously, the higher-ups of the Machinery Hivemind don't want me to know about the law of indestructibility and conservation. Klein wasn't the least bit surprised. You can choose one. The hatless Acancer pointed at the long table. Klein scrutinized the item several times before sighing. There's nothing I want. If I were to convert it into gold, how much would I get? He had already made up his mind that he wouldn't obtain the human-skinned shadows characteristic from the Machinery Hivemind. Although this could be explained as the need to create some mystical item or to try out a unique ritualistic magic, there was still a chance of exposing his own sequence. In a situation where there was a better choice, Klein didn't want to take the risk. Thus, he intended to take only money. Not only would this help him gather the £2,500 that the psychology alchemists quoted, but he could also effectively dispel the Machinery Hivemind's wariness towards him. Acancer was visibly relieved. He smoothed his hair and answered with a smile, £1,500. However, we encourage you to choose money, so a total of £2,000. Klein immediately revealed a sincere smile. All right. Chapter 450, Distribution of Money. With the help of a bestowment ritual, Klein handed £2,500 in cash and the gold mask provided by the Hanged Man to Miss Justice, and he used the image of the World to urge her to close the deal as soon as possible. I've spent almost £5,000 in the past 2 weeks. If I didn't leave Tingen, this amount of money is enough for me to maintain a lifestyle just like my landlady's family. A doll ruins one's life, consuming potions bankrupts you for 3 generations. One. Klein looked at the vast fog and the ancient palace, which had returned to silence. He was a little upset, as though he had lost something important. He was quiet for a few seconds before returning to the real world. He picked up the remaining £830 on his desk, and he counted out 6 £5 notes. Then, Klein put the £30 of cash in his now deflated wallet and stuffed it solemnly into the inside pocket of his clothes. He divided the other £800 into 2 stacks, placing 1 stack in each of his side pockets. After that, Klein opened the drawer and took out 2 of the 5 deep-sea Naga hair strands that he had brought back to the real world. He wrapped them in layers after layers of paper and carefully put them into his pocket. When he was done, he took his hat and cane, and he headed for the street corner under the glow of the street lamps at night. He got on a carriage and headed for the Bravehearts Bar in the Backland Bridge area. In the heated and noisy environment, Klein insisted on finishing his glass of Southville beer before he slowly made his way out of the bar and into a rental carriage through the thundering cheers for the boxers. Taking in the rumbling of the wheels, he intentionally closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the window being lightly tapped. Klein's facial muscles twitched slightly as he opened his eyes and looked in front of him. he saw the pale and exquisite Miss Sharon sitting quietly across him. Without waiting for her to question him, Klein smiled and said, "I sold the information you gave me last time for a good price, the one about the Amon family tomb." Sharon looked at him silently. Leaning his cane to the side, Klein took out 2 stacks of cash and a small clump of paper from his pocket. £800 plus 2 strands of deep-sea Naga hair, for a total of about £1,000, that's what you deserve. Klein took a silent breath and smiled as he handed over the cash and paper clump. Sharon glanced at him and reached out her hand to take both items. She lowered her head, looked at the items in her hand, and asked in an ethereal voice, "How much did you sell it for?" £2,000, so we split it equally. Klein chuckled. If the machinery Hivemind had only paid me £1,500 according to the original plan, then I'll have to first owe you a portion of it, he thought gladly. With a flip of Sharon's bloodless hand, the cash and the paper clump disappeared without a trace. She raised her head and tersely acknowledged before asking succinctly, "What's in the tomb?" "I don't know, I didn't go." Klein didn't disclose the help he had received from the magic mirror, Erodes. For an instant, he felt that if he described the experience in detail, Miss Sharon would have listened attentively with one hand on her cheek, as she had done before. This Wraith lady seems to have a hobby of watching situational scenes and dramas or listening to all kinds of rumors. Klein summed up. Sharon's expression didn't change. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "Someone is digging a tunnel to the underground ruin." Huh? Klein wasn't able to react for a moment to what Sharon was talking about. However, he soon understood which underground ruin Sharon was referring to. There was only one underground ruin the two of them knew of, and that was the 4th epic Tudor dynasty ruin. Someone is digging their way into the underground structure? Klein pondered for a few seconds, then he suddenly came to a realization. Is it that baronet? He had already forgotten the name of the hidden Tudor dynasty descendant, other than knowing that he had an aristocratic title of a baronet and that he lived on Civilau Street where the Backland police station was located. Yes. Sharon gave him a positive answer. What is he looking for? Doesn't he know that there's an evil spirit inside? Doesn't he know that all the Beyonders from his family died in there? Klein asked himself a few questions. Sharon sat up straight and replied seriously, "I don't know if he knows or not." "How much longer will he take to dig through?" Klein asked in deliberation. "Another 2 to 3 months, for the time being, he's doing it on his own." Sharon provided her own judgment. Phew. Klein let out a small sigh. "There's no need to rush. When I'm ready, then we can go visit him together." At this point, he explained with a smile, "As you know, I like to make sufficient preparations in advance. I won't get involved in anything until I advance to Faceless." He warned himself inwardly. All right. Sharon didn't ask him what he was going to do, but her figure faded quickly, and she disappeared from the carriage. Klein leaned back against the wall, feeling relaxed. The ingredients for the Faceless potion has been reserved, and I'm just waiting for the delivery. My debts have all been paid off, so there's nothing to worry about. His mood was like a fizzy wine that had settled. Occasionally, there would be a little bit of joy that would silently surge upwards. The only problem is. Klein touched his left breast, where there was a shriveled wallet. He sighed and said to himself silently, only £30 in cash, 5 gold coins, and some change. Thursday afternoon. Audrey Hall was waiting in the study for the arrival of Miss Escalante. After receiving the Hanged Man's and the World's replies, she had immediately sent a servant to send a letter to Escalante. The content of the letter was very ordinary. Audrey hoped that the second psychology class this week would be brought forward to Thursday. In reality, Audrey had already made an agreement with Escalante. Once she expressed such an intention, it would mean that the other party had agreed to the conditions. Tick. Tock. The wall clock on the wall moved briskly, and Escalante with her waist-reaching long hair entered the room with several teaching materials in hand. Audrey immediately gave Susie a look. The big golden retriever somewhat reluctantly leaped out, lay down in the nearby shadows, and observed the people coming and going. Escalante closed the study door, looked around slowly, then sat down across the small white round table and put down the teaching materials. Are they paying for it in cash, or with some kind of mystical item? This member of the Psychology Alchemists asked in a low voice. One directly gave £2,500, and one provided a mystical item. Audrey flippantly took out a white cardboard box from her medium-sized orange handbag. The outside of the box was covered with a wall of spirituality. After removing the wall of spirituality, she opened the lid of the box, revealing the simple golden mask. Then, she recounted the flaws and effects of the mask. To be honest, she was very curious when she received the mystical item. She had wished to test its effects since it was her first time coming into contact with a mystical item. However, she finally resisted her urges, as she didn't wish to turn cold. It's basically the same value. Escalante tried it and breathed a sigh of relief. After 2 seconds, she pulled out the thickest textbook and flipped to page 48. The middle part of the textbook had been hollowed out. There was an iron box about the size of a palm and a rolled-up piece of parchment. Human skin shadow characteristic. Windblast potion formula, Escalante showed and introduced them to her. Audrey's gaze cast towards the characteristic which resembled a diamond. The face inside left her head spinning. This has the ability to restrain a spectator's powers. Is this the sequence pathway of Mr. World? No wonder. Audrey looked away and studied the formula. This has the ability to restrain a spectator's powers. Is this the sequence pathway of Mr. World? No wonder. Audrey looked away and studied the formula. Sequence 6, Windblast. Main ingredients: 6 crystalline feathers of a blue shadow falcon, a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor eyes. Before Audrey could examine the supplementary ingredients, Escalante rolled up the parchment in time. After that, she set up the wall of spirituality around the metal box again, closed the textbook, and pushed the thick book towards Audrey. Audrey held the book, but she didn't hand over the gold mask and £2,500 to Escalante in a timely manner. Seeing the look of puzzlement in Escalante's eyes, the prepared Audrey smiled and said, "The other party is worried that the characteristic doesn't match and that the formula is fake. They hope to verify it first. And before the verification, the money and items will all be held under my custody. All of them believe in my trustworthiness, and I do not wish to lose this reputation. I understand their concerns." Escalante paused for a moment before saying, "We trust you, too." Since the money and items were in the hands of one of her own members, she wasn't worried about being cheated despite feeling upheavals. Besides, Miss Audrey is rich and powerful. She can be trusted to be a guarantor, Escalante thought with relief. In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein held a spirit pendulum in hand, divining the authenticity of the wind-blessed potion formula. He didn't wish to inadvertently lose the most experienced and powerful member of the Tarot Club, Mr. Hanged Man. When he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant turning clockwise, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and sent his thoughts to the crimson star that symbolized the Hanged Man. City of Generosity. Alger first saw the endless gray fog before hearing Mr. Fool's low but distant voice. "Miss Justice has completed the deal." An illusory piece of parchment appeared in front of Alger. On it was the wind-blessed potion formula. With the potion going through Mr. Fool's hands, he had no qualms about the authenticity of the formula. He bowed his head respectfully and thanked him. When the illusion dissipated, he immediately found a pen and paper to jot down the potion formula. Then, he paced back and forth in excitement, muttering to himself, "Blue Shadow Falcon. That primitive island has it." After finishing the matter regarding the Hanged Man, Klein finally had the time to check his human skin shadow characteristic. After confirming its authenticity, he relaxed and leaned back in his chair, exhaling happily. Finally. After 3 seconds, Klein suddenly sat up, and he decided that there was no time to lose. Tonight, he would concoct the faceless potion.